Chapter 1. Taken away by the police in the middle of the night. Huo Li, yes. In the dead of night, Huo Li was brought to the highest command of the military by police. Gazing at the array of soldiers and researchers clad in white lab coats before him, he began to reflect on the moments of his unremarkable life that had led him to commit an unforgivable error. Heaven have mercy, he was merely a humble bookstore owner. Meng Bufan, are you certain that the person standing here is the Huo Li you have been searching for? The commander, adorned with numerous honor badges, inquired once more. Indeed, it is him. Meng Bufan, standing next to the commander, had sharp features and skin as pale as porcelain. Huo Li was certain he had never encountered him before. He is the progenitor of vampires, Huo Li. I am the one he transformed into a vampire. Then Huo Li, do you have anything to confess regarding this matter? The commander turned his gaze, his expression stern as he fixed his eyes on Huo Li. What on earth? The progenitor of vampires? Me? Huo Li's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He hardly ever indulged in hot pot. Either he had gone mad or the world had lost its sanity. I swear I have never seen him, and he clearly has some issues. Huo Li could hardly believe he had been taken away by the police for such a reason. I, transformed by you, am your direct bloodline, Meng Bufan stated calmly, rising to transform into a black bat that glided around the command center. Upon returning to his original spot, Huo Li stood with his mouth agape. Then, Meng Bufan produced a stack of DNA test results and placed them before Huo Li. Staring at the bold red letters confirming direct relative, Huo Li's mind went blank. Since we have established this without a doubt, everyone prepare to assist Huo Li in addressing the vampire rebellion in the world where Meng Bufan resides. As he spoke, he patted Huo Li on the shoulder. Saving the world is of utmost importance. We could discuss other matters upon our return. Meeting dismissed. The crowd dispersed in an orderly fashion, and Huo Li and Meng Bufan were ushered into a business vehicle by a group of special forces. I must be out of my mind, Huo Li thought. Huo Li's quaint bookstore was located on a bustling main street in the city, a standalone building. Upon returning to his bookstore, he found it eerily quiet, likely cleared in advance. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, once we enter the other world, we will need to be busy, the captain of the special forces instructed his team. The researchers in white lab coats began to organize their equipment. Meng Bufan patted Huo Li's shoulder. Let us converse. I am Meng Bufan, the Star Messenger. I am Huo Li. I feel as though you are performing as me. Wait a moment, Meng Bufan, the Star Messenger. An absurd thought crossed Huo Li's mind. Was he not the protagonist from his previous novel? Meng Bufan chuckled at Huo Li's astonished expression. It seems you've recalled. Indeed, I am the protagonist from your book, Star Messenger. Star Messenger was Huo Li's first novel, leaving a deep impression on him. In the story, the male lead Meng Bufan was a police officer who inadvertently fell into the slumbering domain of the progenitor of vampires during a mission, and was transformed by him. Possessing extraordinary powers, Meng Bufan remained just, combating various criminal activities in the darkness. Ultimately, the state bestowed upon him the title of Star Messenger. The progenitor of vampires in the book was Huo Li's own fantasy. Had he known the protagonist would come seeking him, he would never have used his real name. How did you arrive in this world? Oh, through the restroom in the bookstore, Meng Bufan elucidated. You left behind a token, indicating that if I encountered an insurmountable issue, I should come to your resting place and use this token to awaken you. With a shrug, Meng Bufan continued. Upon opening it, I found myself in your bookstore's restroom. Not me, the progenitor of vampires from the book, Huo Li corrected. Then why not come directly to me? Meng Bufan did not comprehend. Matters concerning two worlds must be communicated to the state. Otherwise, it would be deemed illegal intrusion. Upon my arrival, I contacted the local authorities and submitted the necessary legal documents. Illegal intrusion, my foot. Huo Li stared at him incredulously. You win. The first stall in the men's restroom of Huo Li's bookstore was the very spot from which Meng Bufan had traversed. On the other side lay the coffin of the progenitor of vampires, Huo Li. After Meng Bufan received the title of Star Messenger, the story reached its climax, and the world within the book began to evolve on its own. Vampires entered a chaotic struggle for power, resulting in significant casualties and financial losses for the state. Though Meng Bufan was initially transformed by the progenitor, the second-generation vampires had 9 powerful princes. This conflict could only be resolved through the direct intervention of the progenitor. Stepping into the other world, Huo Li immediately felt a transformation within his body. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, compelling him to reveal two fangs uncontrollably. The researchers nearby hurriedly recorded their observations while inquiring, "What sensations do you experience now?" After a moment's thought, Huo Li replied, "I have an overwhelming craving for hot pot." Meng Bufan interjected, "You are longing for blood. I felt the same at first. Just bear with it." "And if I cannot bear it?" Huo Li murmured. "Not to worry." Meng Bufan produced a blood bag. I specifically brought a few from the blood bank. Under Meng Bufan's guidance, everyone engaged in amicable negotiations with the authorities of the other world, expressing the hopeful vision of establishing diplomatic relations and exploring possibilities for collaboration. When Meng Bufan first contacted the governmental agency, China had already dispatched scientists to conduct experiments, determining that our side could traverse the time-space portal freely, while the other side required the progenitor Huo Li's token to pass through. Thus, China had confidence in maintaining control over the negotiation sovereignty. "When did you conduct these experiments? Why was I not informed?" Huo Li asked, bewildered. "While you were holed up in your house writing novels," Meng Bufan responded calmly. After several rounds of negotiation, a preliminary cooperation plan was established, and Meng Bufan and Huo Li boarded a private plane to the location of the Nine Princes. The resolution of the situation was remarkably simple. Huo Li stood there, unreservedly unleashing the imposing presence of the progenitor of vampires, the inherent bloodline suppression compelling all to kneel in submission. The resolution transpired with such swiftness that the negotiation team had yet to finalize the contract before the crisis in this world was resolved. "Why are you here again?" Huo Li, having returned to the real world for 3 days, entered the restroom only to see Meng Bufan emerging from stall number 1. "Oh, I am now a diplomat assigned here from our world." Meng Bufan smiled, looking forward to a fruitful collaboration ahead. Likewise. Chapter 2. The son-in-law of the New World. A month had elapsed since the Meng Bufan incident, and after undergoing numerous physical examinations that revealed no abnormalities, Huo Li's life had gradually returned to normalcy, albeit with the exception that he could not write novels for the time being. In response to this predicament, the state had convened a specialized panel of experts who unanimously decreed that he must refrain from writing until the origins of the novel world were elucidated. Deprived of his sole source of enjoyment, Huo Li enrolled in a comic art training course. Upon receiving this news, Lineage remarked, "I believe it would be wise for you to avoid drawing comics as well." Huo Li remained noncommittal, pondering that it would be quite a while before he could master the art of comic creation on his own. As the two conversed, a soldier entered with urgency. "Report. What is it?" "There is an unidentified individual in the second stall of the men's restroom." "Is that so?" A foreboding sensation crept into Huo Li's mind. Sure enough, upon their arrival at the men's restroom, they witnessed a striking middle-aged man brandishing a dagger, confronting others. "Sir, please remain calm," gasped the urgently summoned negotiation expert. "Huo Li, does this man resemble any character from your books?" Lineage inquired with a chuckle. "Huo Li?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. "Li Wang." Huo Li felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the utterance of Li Wang, as forgotten memories surged forth to assail him. "Are you chasing Sue?" "Indeed. It is I. I never anticipated you would remember me," he replied, astonished. As the atmosphere between the two parties softened, Lineage hastily invited Chasing Sue and Huo Li to sit down for a more detailed discussion. Chasing Sue was the protagonist of a novel authored by Huo Li, depicting the life of a son-in-law. An orphan, Chasing Sue had been adopted by Li Wang. Huo Li. The true age of Li Wang remained shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that his legend had begun long before the current era of martial arts. After adopting Chasing Sue, Li Wang imparted unparalleled martial skills to him and designated him as the heir to the Huo family conglomerate. Subsequently, Li Wang retreated to an undisclosed location, living in seclusion. The narrative culminated with Chasing Sue officially inheriting the Huo family business and embarking on a romantic journey with the female lead. Thus, Huo Li found it perplexing that the seemingly blissful Chasing Sue could have any problems. Under Lineage's persuasion, communication, Chasing Sue came to perceive Huo Li as a transcendent figure from another realm. Chasing Sue smiled knowingly. "Rest assured, Li Wang has bestowed great kindness upon me. I, Chasing Sue, am not one to forget my benefactor. I hereby swear that should I ever cause harm to the world of Li Wang, may I be struck down by thunder and meet an untimely demise. Then why, at over 40, are you so adamantly convinced that I, in my 20s, could be the Li Wang who adopted you? Huo Li felt a myriad of contradictions bubble to the surface. Oh dear, this is serious. Leader Jean interjected jovially, attempting to diffuse the tension. Huo Li is the head of our nation's Special Energy Bureau. Your matters are his concerns, and his concerns are the nation's. Let us discuss and seek a resolution together. Huo Li cast a bewildered glance at Leader Jean, perplexed by his sudden designation as the head of the Special Energy Bureau. Just now, Leader Jean replied with a knowing look. Li Wang, please save the Huo family conglomerate. Chasing Su implored, his voice laced with desperation. 5 years ago, an organization known as the Luoyuan Society emerged from obscurity. After unifying the underworld factions of their island nation, they set their sights on our Xia country. Initially, they adopted a low profile, claiming to merely engage in business ventures within our borders. I cautioned others against aligning with such a perilous entity, yet some dismissed my warnings. With bloodshot eyes, one individual lamented that within 3 short years, the Luoyuan Society had gained control over a third of Xia country's underground organizations. Throughout these years, I have struggled to hold on, while my family has faced relentless assassination attempts. However, I find myself overwhelmed, unable to withstand this onslaught any longer. Zhueishu cried out in despair, covering his face. I have failed you. You entrusted the Huo family into my care, and I have not safeguarded it. Fear not. We shall reclaim it. Huo Li reassured him, though he felt somewhat at a loss witnessing a man in his 40s weep before him. The narrative framework of this novel mirrors our reality, yet the expert panel has assessed the danger level as exceedingly high. After all, in the previous world, Huo Li was an ancestral vampire, arguably the apex being on Earth, with a perilous encounter probability of merely 1 in 10,000, an estimate that still affords some respect to the antagonistic forces. Huo Li's identity as the King of Departure holds great significance. We cannot afford to overlook it. Every alternate world represents a treasure trove, one we cannot relinquish. After extensive discussions, the experts decided to send Meng Bufan as Huo Li's bodyguard on this venture. They arranged for Meng Bufan to experiment with traversing to Zhueishu's realm. Once preparations were complete, Zhueishu, Meng Bufan, and Huo Li, accompanied by 5 elite soldiers, ventured into Zhueishu's world. They intended to assess the situation, retreating to gather reinforcements if necessary. The group entered the second compartment, emerging from a villa. Huo Li gazed at the island surrounded by the sea, lost in contemplation. How did you arrive here? Zhueishu, a bit bashful, pointed towards a small boat at the shore. You mentioned previously that you preferred solitude in your retirement. So I rode over myself. Huo Li was taken aback. This young man was indeed formidable. How could he not dismantle the Luoyuan Society with such prowess? 8 individuals could not fit in the same small boat, but fortunately, the soldiers were equipped with satellite phones. Zhueishu made a call, and shortly after, 2 helicopters approached. As they landed, the gust of air stirred up dust, revealing 4 burly men clad in black suits and sunglasses, their waists bulging, likely armed. They stood there with an air of confidence, only acknowledging Zhueishu with a nod before remaining still. Zhueishu, with an air of arrogance, gestured for everyone to board the helicopter. At that moment, he exuded the presence of a true syndicate leader. Huo Li, Zhueishu, Meng Bufan, and the Special Forces team boarded one helicopter, while the 4 men in black took another. As the helicopters ascended, Huo Li observed the island shrinking into a mere dot below. Turning to Meng Bufan, he inquired softly, "How many blood packs did you bring this time?" 10 bags. I thought if that wasn't sufficient, I could always buy more at a hospital, Meng Bufan replied. Suddenly, a puzzled expression crossed his face as he looked at Huo Li. Why do you ask? Oh, just to have a sense of the situation, Huo Li smiled, revealing his sharp fangs. Wait a minute, Meng Bufan exclaimed in shock. You can't be serious. Is this merely an ordinary world? Huo Li felt a twinge of annoyance. Who could say? Perhaps it would be prudent to consult the expert panel upon returning to ascertain the implications. Yet, as he pondered, a smile crept onto his face. After all, it would be delightful for the 2 of them to wreak havoc within the Luoyuan Society. Chapter 3. The Luoyuan Society. The return of the King of Li was not publicly announced to the outside world. Huo Li and Meng Bufan took up residence in the most opulent hotel in the capital. With a grand gesture, Zhueishu reserved the top 3 floors of the hotel entirely for their use. Huo Li rubbed his hands together, wondering if this was perhaps a touch too ostentatious. Zhuai Su, puzzled, remarked, "I haven't even acquired this hotel." As night fell, Huo Li and Meng Bufan transformed into 2 shadowy bats, soaring out of the hotel windows to the presidential office of the Huo Corporation. Upon landing and reverting to their human forms, they found Zhuai Su standing atop a small podium, illuminated by the projector's light, evoking memories of their years under the watchful eye of the school discipline director. King of Li. Next, I shall outline the general distribution of the Lu Yun Society, Zhuai Su announced. With a flick of his infrared pen, a projected map appeared on the wall. Currently, the entire island nation is under the control of the Lu Yun Society. Based on my extensive investigations, their headquarters should be located here, he said, circling Yokohama on the map. However, curiously, despite our searches, we have yet to pinpoint the exact location of their headquarters within the city. In contrast, the map revealed that the southern region of Xia country was entirely encircled in red, indicating that the Lu Yun Society had seized control of all criminal forces in those areas, with some state institutions already infiltrated. What is most perplexing, Zhuai Su continued, furrowing his brow, is that they seem to have been brainwashed into unconditionally believing in and obeying the Lu Yun Society. Has infiltration begun from a pyramid scheme? Meng Bufan interjected. It is not so simple. It resembles more of a form of mental manipulation, Zhuai Su replied. Moreover, it appears to be large-scale psychological control, which is why we have refrained from confronting them directly over the years, fearing we might inadvertently fall victim ourselves. What shall we do next? Should we locate their headquarters and strike decisively? Huo Li ventured, acknowledging his own lack of strategic prowess, which had led to years of unsuccessful writing. If we could discover the whereabouts of the Lu Yun Society's headquarters, all our problems would be resolved, but that is exceedingly difficult. I propose we first investigate the nature of this mental control, Meng Bufan suggested. Huo Li chose to support the proposal of the Starlight Messenger. He and Meng Bufan returned to the hotel to confer with the Special Forces team. Tomorrow, once Zhuai Su prepares our identification, we shall set off for Haiqing. Meng Bufan stated, pointing to the map. Haiqing was the first place in Xia country to succumb, and it currently serves as the Lu Yun Society's stronghold in the region. Then, Meng Bufan proposed, since Huo Li and I possess vampiric abilities in this world, safety should not be a concern. I suggest that only 2 of you accompany us, while the rest remain here for the time being. He added, according to Zhuai Su, the Lu Yun Society likely employs similar methods of mental control. Should we unfortunately fall prey to it, those left behind can report back promptly. The leader of the Special Forces, Gao Yi, accepted this proposal, agreeing to accompany Huo Li along with another sniper, Mu Ji, while the remaining members would stay at the hotel awaiting further developments. They agreed upon a secret code for their daily calls and began to prepare for their journey to Haiqing. In this venture, Huo Li's public persona would be that of a cousin, a mere pawn of the Huo group, dispatched to Haiqing as a businessman seeking fortunes. To avoid exposure, they needed to assume their respective roles meticulously from the outset. Thus, the issue of how Gao Yi and Mu Ji would transport their firearms arose. Why don't we transform into bats and fly over, each carrying a suitcase? Meng Bufan proposed a rather absurd notion. We are merely bats, not swifts. Haiqing is at least 3,000 kilometers away. Huo Li was nearly infuriated, only to suddenly realize, wait, I'm human. Who knows about you? Yet, he had no superior alternative. Meng Bufan began to persuade him, stating that even if they disassembled the firearms and transported the components, it would be time-consuming and might not even pass inspection. Moreover, their equipment was of national standard. Acquiring similar gear locally would be impossible. Gao Yi, seeking to mediate, remarked that machinery is merely a tool for human use. When wielded correctly, any weapon can unleash tremendous power. Meng Bufan leaned in to whisper to Huo Li, we possess the capability to face danger, but they are merely ordinary individuals. They might have the potential for self-defense, as you know. His expression darkened at the mention of a previous acquaintance. Huo Li hastily interrupted. All right, I'll heed your advice. Meng Bufan's friend, Jia Tang, had met his demise due to a malfunction in a handgun assembled with inferior parts. He recalled how, upon the revelation of this incident in his book, his 5 remaining readers had erupted in outrage. He had retorted, he betrayed Meng Bufan. So it was only fitting he met his end. Ultimately, he lost even those 5 readers. The following day, at 7 in the evening, they arrived at the Beijing airport. Huo Li donned a leopard print shirt paired with a suit, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a gold chain around his neck as he sat in the waiting area. Beside him, Meng Bufan, dressed in a plain white shirt, assumed the role of an assistant. Gao Yi, sporting a red scarf, idly stood by, playing the part of a lackey. Meanwhile, Mu Ji masqueraded as a university student, opting to act separately. At 8:15, as it was time for security checks, the group made their way to the entrance. As they walked towards the aircraft, Huo Li and Meng Bufan exchanged a discreet glance and quietly slipped away. In a camera-blind spot, the two transformed into bats and took flight beneath the cloak of night. Upon reaching their designated location, they each seized a large suitcase and soared back to where the plane awaited. Just as their aircraft began its ascent, the duo soared after it, concealing themselves behind the tail wing. These vampires, transformed into bats, were far from ordinary creatures. Huo Li grasped the suitcase in his mouth, using his claws to stabilize himself. Reflecting, I have truly sacrificed so much for this family. After approximately 8 hours of flight, the plane finally touched down as dawn broke. They landed in a blind spot and reverted to their human forms, merging into the crowd exiting the terminal. Upon leaving the airport, Meng Bufan quickly produced a black umbrella. Why aren't you afraid of the sunlight, even though we are both vampires? He lamented. Huo Li could only speculate, perhaps because I'm an ancestor? I must have some unique trait. Moreover, an intriguing aspect of a vampire transforming into a bat is that its clothing metamorphoses into a patterned fur. Huo Li noted this peculiarity solely because the bat he had transformed into today bore a leopard print. OTZ. Mu Ji took a taxi alone and departed first, while the three of them climbed into the taxi behind him. Where are you headed? Inquired the taxi driver, pressing the meter down. To the bar street. The driver exclaimed. Oh, that's quite a chaotic place. What brings you there? I have relatives in the area, Huo Li replied casually. The scenery outside the car window flashed by, with storefronts lining the streets, a different kind of bustling prosperity compared to Shanjing. Chapter 4. The translator Buqian, as its name suggests. Bar Street was flanked on both sides by bars and taverns. However, since it was still early, none of them were open for business. The group arrived in front of a tavern named My Tavern, knocking on the door with a loud thud. After a brief moment, a diminutive man opened the security door, his beady green eyes regarding the three with suspicion, as he gruffly asked, What do you want knocking so early? Huo Li chose not to argue with him and promptly initiated their secret code. No SpongeBob in the crab burger. The small man, surprised, responded with the next line, allowing the three to enter. My tavern was modest in size, the entire front hall measuring around 80 square meters, with bare concrete walls and floors, exuding an industrial aesthetic. At the far end was a small stage equipped with sound systems and a drum set. There were no private rooms, just simple sofas and tables. The floor was cluttered and sticky, with bottles of liquor strewn haphazardly across tables, clearly indicating they had yet to be tidied. The diminutive man guided them to his lounge, which was no cleaner than the exterior. After casually pulling up a chair, he began discussing business. The small man's name was Buqian, an informant placed in Haiqing by the Huo group. The three-story building at the end of Bar Street served as a stronghold for the Lineage society. Buqian explained that the enforcers inside were from the island nation. Previously, a local gang had attempted to stir trouble, only to emerge 3 days later, seemingly unscathed. But their thoughts had irrevocably changed. He pointed to his head as he spoke. They had become utterly loyal to the Lineage society. Are the patrons inside safe? Huo Li inquired. Buqian shook his head. That remains uncertain. Perhaps they were deemed not worth the trouble, or there could be other issues I have not uncovered. Shall we check it out tonight? Meng Bufan proposed. Huo Li and Gao Yi nodded in agreement. At that moment, Buqian pulled out several bags of cookies. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, have a bite while we wait for my cleaning lady to bring breakfast. Huo Li glanced at the cookies, rubbing his aching jaws, and politely declined. Meng Bufan did likewise. At 9 o'clock, the cleaning lady arrived punctually. Aunt Wang is here. Buqian greeted her warmly. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Huo Li, who will be staying with us for a few days. Please bring extra breakfast in the future. Aunt Wang, with her round face and curly hair, spoke with a booming voice. All right, little boo. Suddenly, she inquired, why doesn't your cousin share your surname? Buqian gently patted Auntie's shoulder, whispering, after a few turns, you may go ahead and attend to your duties. Oh. Aunt Wang displayed a look of sudden understanding and proceeded to her tasks. Huo Li mused that the human capacity for imagination could indeed be considered a form of superpower. By midday, several employees hired by Buqian arrived at the establishment. Buqian suggested treating 3 of them to a meal. Meng Bufan, gazing at the noon sun, requested takeout. Huo Li declined, stating, "You are not truly hungry. Rather, you are simply craving. Farewell." As Meng Bufan cast a mournful glance, Huo Li, Gao Yi, and Buqian stepped out, basking in the sunlight. The trio headed straight to the city's most luxurious seafood restaurant, ordering lobsters and abalone without reservation. Note, the funding for this endeavor was entirely provided by Chasing Su. As they dined, Huo Li noticed a group passing by outside their private room. Led by a young woman clad in a kimono, the sound of her wooden sandals echoing softly. Buqian followed Huo Li's gaze and remarked quietly, "People from the island nation have a great fondness for seafood and sashimi. Thus, this seafood restaurant often attracts visitors from there." Huo Li retracted his gaze, pondering whether members of the Luyun society might also be present. Buqian nodded, indicating that in High City, 90% of those donning kimonos were indeed associated with the Luyun society. The well-appointed private rooms each boasted their own restroom, which Gao Yi had thoroughly inspected upon entering, discovering no listening or surveillance devices. Huo Li opened the vent in the restroom and transformed into a bat, flying inside. The ventilation system was extensive. Huo Li proceeded in one direction, drawn by sounds that piqued his curiosity. After passing through 4 or 5 rooms and overhearing a plethora of domestic anecdotes, he became engrossed in a tale of a daughter-in-law catching her husband in infidelity, nearly losing sight of his original purpose. After wandering several more areas without results, Huo Li contemplated retracing his steps when a series of islander conversations suddenly emerged from his left. Elated, he moved closer to investigate. It was indeed the kimono-clad woman he had seen earlier. Before her knelt a middle-aged man dressed in a black samurai outfit, animatedly conversing. As their discussion progressed, both displayed unmistakable agitation. The woman hurled a teacup at him, exclaiming, "Baka?" This phrase Huo Li understood, yet it was of little consequence, perhaps having observed too long. The woman's keen eyes darted toward the vent, and she shouted a string of commands. A nearby samurai swiftly drew his sword and leapt toward the vent. Huo Li hastily retreated. After his departure, the samurai struck the vent, surveying the surroundings and reporting, "Miss, it seems to be a rat." The woman nodded imperiously, instructing, "Check the surveillance. We must not let our guard down." "Yes." Meanwhile, Huo Li swiftly navigated the duct back to his designated room, recounting the events to his companions. "That woman is undoubtedly suspicious," Huo Li concluded. "Indeed, we all know this, yet you heard nothing of value," Buqian lamented. "It was not that I failed to comprehend." Huo Li corrected him. "Not hearing is a matter of capability. Not understanding pertains to external circumstances." The 3 wrapped up the remaining food to take back to Meng Bufan. As they exited, Huo Li noticed the samurai with the drawn sword hurriedly passing by them. He subtly signaled to his companions, "That's him." Gao Yi slightly turned, his fingers deftly flicking a small listening device into the collar of the sword-wielding warrior. Upon witnessing their success, the trio hurried towards my tavern. Upon returning, Buqian led them to the basement where Gao Yi began to calibrate the equipment. After a crackling surge of electricity, clear voices emerged through the earpiece. Buqian, fluent in the island dialect, provided simultaneous translation for the 3. "Miss GZ would be arriving tomorrow," Buqian began slowly. "Have the rodents not yet been dealt with?" "Team leader, their minds are too obstinate. It is expected to take another 2 days. The residual power of the Holy Stone is also waning. We need the team leader to request a recharge from the organization." "Waste. You have squandered the power of the Holy Stone. Miss GZ will surely not let us off the hook." A sharp ringing pierced the air, and the earpiece fell silent. It seemed they had been discovered. Meng Bufan lamented, "What exactly is this Holy Stone?" Buqian rubbed his ears, noting that this had never appeared in previous intelligence. It appeared we had unearthed a significant secret. Chapter 5. The Yinshur Building. As night fell, my tavern opened for business. Huo Li, accompanied by Gao Yi and Meng Bufan, made their way to the stronghold of the Luyun Society. The stronghold, located in a 3-story building, was adorned with distinct island style. The exterior walls painted in pink with cherry blossoms, flanked by lanterns. The entrance bore inscriptions in island characters, which the trio could not decipher. Upon entering, a young girl clad in a kimono and wooden clogs knelt nearby, ready to assist them in changing their shoes. "Thank you." Although Meng Bufan and his companions were not particularly fond of such customs, They complied with the girl's gestures to maintain their facade, removing their shoes and donning the clogs. The kimono-clad girl smiled as she led them inside. Within, rows of shoji doors partitioned individual spaces, and girls in cherry blossom kimonos flitted about with trays, resembling butterflies in flight. The first floor served as a dining and drinking area, while ascending to the second floor revealed much larger compartments. Some had shoji doors ajar, with music wafting out, and Huo Li and his companions glimpsed geishas performing within. As for the third floor, the guiding girl smiled and indicated that only members were permitted entry, and the trio was not yet eligible to ascend. What about membership? Huo Li pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet, flaunting his financial prowess. To become a member, one must pre-charge 1 million, and also require the recommendation of an existing member, the girl replied graciously. According to Butchian, the group had previously attempted to send someone to become a member, but each individual returned brainwashed, transformed into fervent devotees of the Liu Yun Society. What if I don't know any existing members? Huo Li replied cheekily. That would be for you to figure out. The girl maintained her smile. Would you be interested in enjoying our premiere kabuki performance on the second floor? Seeing that they could not extract any further information from her, and that lingering there appeared suspicious, Meng Bufan suggested. Please arrange a tatami room for us on the second floor. The girl smiled as she opened the shoji door to a tatami room, gesturing for the three to enter. They removed their clogs at the entrance and stepped inside. On the inner wall hung several ornamental folding fans. The young girl presented the menu, and Huo Li and his companions casually made their selections before instructing her to leave. The girl knelt and exited the room, shutting the shoji door behind her. Being on enemy territory, the three dared not speak freely and lapsed into silence. The geisha performance on the second floor was a must, and before long, a geisha with a painted white face entered, accompanied by 2 musicians. When a girl in a cherry blossom kimono came to serve the dishes, Huo Li heard a new wave of guests arriving next door. Where's the restroom? Huo Li signaled to Meng Bufan, indicating he would step out for a moment. Turn left and walk to the end. You two wait for me to return before drinking. Huo Li strode confidently towards the restroom. Along the way, he concentrated, straining to hear any sounds behind each shoji door. Since acquiring vampire abilities, his senses had heightened considerably. Regrettably, he heard nothing of value until he entered the restroom, returning empty-handed after a fruitless visit. Inside, Meng Bufan sipped on sake, his gaze hazy as he admired the geisha's performance. Gaoi abstained from drinking, silently savoring a few pieces of sashimi, his eyes sharp, meticulously surveying the room. 3 locations, the center fan, the chandelier, and the decorative vase by the door, were equipped with listening devices. As the geisha's performance concluded, Huo Li returned. Meng Bufan ordered another sashimi boat, and Gaoi pointed out the locations of the listening devices. They understood each other immediately. I must say, the sashimi here is exceptional. Brother, shall we return tomorrow? Meng Bufan exclaimed. Huo Li slammed his hand on the table with a thunderous clap. You really know how to think. This meal cost over 100,000. My money has gone straight into your pockets. Oh dear. Brother, please calm down. Meng Bufan pleaded for mercy. I was just caught up in the moment. He then lamented. The girls here are truly enchanting, and the service is impeccable. I wonder how it is on the 3rd floor. I'd love to experience it. Don't even think about it. Didn't you hear that it requires an old member to bring you in? How unfortunate. I brought back 1 billion to Haiching, but I can't spend it. Gaoi quietly enjoyed his sashimi, observing the two as they played off each other. As the delicious dishes settled in their stomachs, the trio settled the bill and departed. Upon returning to my tavern, the atmosphere was lively. Huo Li approached Bu Qiyuan. Cousin, your establishment is too small. I'll give you 5 million to renovate and expand by purchasing the adjacent spaces. Bu Qiyuan, busy mixing drinks, paused in surprise, not comprehending Huo Li's sudden whim. I believe if my place were any larger, I'd be overwhelmed, he replied, the unspoken sentiment being, why would I need a larger hideout as an undercover agent? If it's too much, just hire a few more people. Today I tried to enter that exclusive place, but they wouldn't let me in because of the membership requirement. If they want to let me in, I'll create my own opportunity. The implication was clear. Without access to the Liu Yun Society members, he would resort to entrapment. Bu Qiyuan grasped the undertone immediately. Then, cousin, do as you see fit. After all, you're footing the bill. Come however you please. Their conversation at the bar was loud and unapologetic. Amidst the crowd, an individual scoffed. What a deluded lunatic boasting here. If he were truly wealthy, I would call him grandfather. In response, Meng Bufan flung a wad of cash into the face of the mocker, commanding, "Scram, do not disturb my brother while he enjoys his drink." The man, upon receiving the money, beamed with delight and bowed obsequiously as he departed, muttering, "A fool fails to recognize a mountain. I shall leave and not disturb my elder." Standing nearby, Gao Yi felt utterly out of place, lost in profound contemplation. Wasn't Meng Bufan originally positioned as an assistant? His true role seemed to be that of a sycophantic lackey. As these thoughts consumed him, Huo Li and Meng Bufan clutched their chests, lamenting in unison his wealth, those vast sums of money. Amidst the throng, a figure observed the scene discreetly, preparing to report back. "Leader, those three are affluent individuals from the north, seeking to engage in business here," he disclosed. "One is a patron from my bar, and they have been extravagantly spending throughout the day, indicating genuine wealth." The woman, who had first encountered Huo Li in the seafood restaurant, sneered, "Is there more?" "The foremost among them is a distant cousin of the owner of my bar. I've already instructed my subordinates to investigate his identity." He mentioned wanting to assist his cousin in expanding the bar to rival Yinshi Tower, as its membership policy prevented him from accessing the third floor. "Understood. Continue your inquiries." "You may leave now," the woman replied coolly. "Yes." She then lifted her teacup, savoring a delicate sip. Whether they are men or phantoms, she would soon ascertain. Chapter 6. Masters of the Martial Arts. Without delay, Huo Li embarked on his ambitious endeavors the following day. Adjacent to my bar was an amusement arcade, which typically opened in the afternoon. The previous night, Huo Li and Meng Bufan had visited, but the staff indicated that the owner was temporarily unavailable. This morning, Huo Li and Gao Yi sought out a nearby real estate agent. "This establishment, I wish to acquire it," Huo Li declared, seated comfortably with his legs crossed, casually toying with his sunglasses. "I visited yesterday, but they claimed the owner was absent. However, I am in urgent need." He gestured toward the agent. "If you can facilitate this, I shall reward you with a commission of 1 million. The agent, appearing to be in his early 20s and somewhat naive, widened his eyes in astonishment at the offer, only to quickly adopt a skeptical expression, questioning whether he was being toyed with. Huo Li smiled, and Gao Yi placed a suitcase onto the table with a decisive thud, opening it to reveal a bounty of neatly stacked red bills, illuminating the agent's face with a flush of excitement. The next day, the agent called Huo Li. "Brother, I've contacted the owner. He said we can meet tonight at Yinshi Tower for further discussion." "Excellent. I shall reserve a room and relay the number to you," Huo Li responded. "No need. No need." The agent hurriedly interjected. "The owner has already secured the reservation. I've sent the details to your phone. Just arrive." After ending the call, Huo Li checked his phone and discovered a message that had been mistakenly filtered as spam. "Where is Yinshi Tower?" he inquired of Bu Qiyan after reviewing the address. Bu Qiyan wore an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "Did you not go 2 nights ago?" "Ah," Huo Li replied with a solemn demeanor, "I was merely jesting. I believe that the study of the language from your island should be prioritized." Bu Qiyan gazed earnestly at the trio, insisting, "I am not joking." That evening, the three returned to the Yinshi Tower. Before entering, Huo Li took note of the sign at the entrance, repeating silently, "Yinshi Tower." "Yes, I have learned it." The proprietor of the gaming hall had reserved the innermost room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by a woman in a black kimono, gracefully kneeling by a tea table, her hands elegantly preparing tea. It was the same woman from the seafood restaurant. The trio narrowed their eyes and exchanged glances. Huo Li was the first to speak. He casually approached and sat cross-legged opposite the woman, asking, "Are you the owner of the gaming hall? Tell me, how much would you sell?" The woman elegantly poured a cup of tea and presented it to Huo Li. With a soft voice, she replied, "If the king of departure expresses a wish, what harm is there in granting it?" Her words stirred a tempest of emotions. Gao Yi's right hand rested at his waist, poised to draw his weapon at any moment, while Meng Bufan's eyes glimmered ominously. Gripping the teacup, Huo Li tightened and then relaxed his hold, chuckling lightly. Indeed, if they could so easily deceive the Luoyuan society with such trivial tricks, Su would not have come looking for me here. Upon observing this, the woman displayed a hint of satisfaction, declaring, "The king of departure has longed to see the 3rd floor of Yinshi Tower, and today I shall fulfill that wish." As she spoke, she slowly rose, and the wall behind her began to part, revealing a well-lit, narrow passageway. "Please," she gestured respectfully, bowing slightly. The secret lay before them. Seemingly confident that the three could be indoctrinated as followers of the Luoyuan society, The heaviness in their hearts was akin to a weighty stone. Nevertheless, with their path set, they resolved to press forward, regardless of the perils that lay ahead. Meng Bufan led the way, with Gao Yi bringing up the rear, while the woman followed closely behind them. They traversed the passage for approximately 5 or 6 minutes until their surroundings suddenly opened up into a spacious area of about 200 square meters. The ground was adorned with intricate patterns, and in the center stood a massive stone radiating a ghostly blue light. Before the stone knelt a young girl clad in priestess garb, her eyes closed and hands clasped in prayer, her melodious voice resonating throughout the space. Behind her, a multitude of over 100 individuals knelt in silence, their eyes shut and hands joined in reverence. As the girl's voice floated through the air, Huo Li distinctly observed slender black lines emanating from the stone, threading into the minds of those surrounding her. 3 of these black lines approached the trio, prompting Huo Li to reach out instinctively. A faint popping sound echoed as the lines dissipated between his fingers. It doesn't seem very potent, he mused, glancing at his palm. What are you doing, old Hua? Meng Bufan and the others, unable to perceive the black lines, were bewildered by Huo Li's actions. Huo Li then proceeded to explain the phenomenon of the black lines to his companions. The priestess kneeling on the ground slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Huo Li. What did she say? Huo Li turned to inquire of the woman who had led them initially. Miss Ji sends her regards. Oh, hello. Upon finishing his greeting, Huo Li observed the priestess closing her eyes once more, commencing an incantation. Those behind her, including the woman who had guided them, began to join in as well. An inexplicable chorus of voices converged, and the radiance of the immense stone intensified, becoming ever more brilliant and searing, unleashing numerous black threads that lunged toward the 3 of them. Is this the method of brainwashing? Huo Li pondered while effortlessly vanquishing the encroaching black threads. Had he not possessed the ability to perceive these lines, it was quite possible that the 3 of them would have succumbed to their influence. The quantity of black threads multiplied at an alarming rate, and Gao Yi and Meng Bufan, unable to see them, could only remain passively by Huo Li's side. This won't do, old Hua. Meng Bufan furrowed his brow, contemplating as he tentatively plugged his ears. The incantation-like sounds faded away, confirming that the black threads ceased advancing. He shouted his newfound discovery, prompting Gao Yi to follow suit. As for Huo Li, any black thread that came into contact with him disintegrated without the need for a gust of wind. Seeing this, the woman who had initially led them waved her hand, and all but the original priestess surged forward. Gao Yi and Meng Bufan, one a former special forces operative and the other a police officer, exhibited commendable skills. One could take on 10 foes. Especially after Meng Bufan's transformation into a vampire, his physical prowess was enhanced in all aspects, quickly toppling those around him. While fighting, the 2 cast worried glances toward Huo Li. Huo Li, too, felt a pang of concern. Yet, upon making contact with these adversaries, it was as if he had unlocked extraordinary capabilities. He effortlessly overturned several foes while deftly pushing away the incoming attackers, sending them sprawling several meters away. It seemed that within this world, the prowess was akin to that of martial arts masters. Huo Li gazed at his hands, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 7. Journey to the island nation empowered by the abilities of a vampire and a martial arts expert. Huo Li swept through the throng with ease. The once anxious Gao Yi and Meng Bufan suddenly felt superfluous. The woman in the black kimono, witnessing this, displayed a sinister expression as she produced a katana from the folds of her skirt and charged at Huo Li. He deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift blow to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. At that moment, apart from the 3 men, only Miss Ji remained. She slowly rose, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply at Huo Li. What a powerful man you are. You may possess me. Her voice dripped with allure as she glided towards him, her garments flowing gracefully. You shall become the master of the flowing cloud society. One hand gently caressed Huo Li's face as she rose on tiptoe, leaning closer to his lips. With a sigh, Huo Li lifted his head to create distance between them, delivering a decisive chop that knocked Miss Ji out. I apologize, but women only serve to hinder my speed in drawing my blade. Observing that not a single enemy remained standing, Gao Yi and Meng Bufan retrieved earplugs to block out the lingering sounds. Old Hua, what did she say to you? Meng Bufan questioned, a look of skepticism on his face. Was she trying to seduce you? Did you feel anything? Huo Li looked at him with a puzzled expression. How am I supposed to know what she said? I can't understand the language of the island nation. With that, He went to assist Gao Yi in binding the captives. When he turned around, he saw Meng Bufan making a gesture that conveyed, "I've been watching you." Huo Li remarked, "Before coming here, I thought the enemy was invincible. But upon arrival, they're nothing but a bunch of amateurs." Both Huo Li and Meng Bufan felt that their previous caution had been utterly wasted. The Liu Yun Society, to put it plainly, possessed formidable mind control techniques. However, they never anticipated encountering Huo Li, an extraordinary variable. After Huo Li crushed a boulder before their eyes, everyone, except for the adherents from the Liu Yun Society, instantly regained their senses. It appeared that there must be other boulders controlling the Liu Yun Society. At that moment, the three had returned to the capital to meet with Zhuai Su. Zhuai Su arrived at the hotel with the analysis report of the boulder remnants. The analysis revealed that this boulder was part of a meteorite that had fallen to Earth a decade ago. Further examination indicated that the meteorite emitted special radiation. It was presumed that the Liu Yun Society had utilized this radiation to influence the sensory nerves of the human brain. Zhuai Su succinctly conveyed the main points of the report to the three. This meant that there were other fragments of the meteorite, and they needed to destroy them all. Meng Bufan stated, "Next, we must go to the island nation to locate the remaining pieces." Zhuai Su nodded, "Exactly. Now that we know their weakness, as long as we block our ears, we won't be brainwashed. This time, we can send a large force to obliterate them entirely." Meng Bufan, somewhat perplexed, questioned, "How come you didn't discover this weakness earlier?" Zhuai Su replied, "Think back to your own experiences before you speak. Without Wang Li, you would have betrayed the organization yourself." After satisfying their hunger, the group began to recuperate, preparing to depart for the island nation the following day, catching them off guard. As Zhuai Su returned to organize their forces, he suddenly inquired, "Why do I remember there were 4 of you when you left?" The three exclaimed, "Damn." The following day, at the headquarters of the Huo Corporation, a private jet flew directly to the island nation. "I thought we would be flying combat jets to bomb Yokohama," Meng Bufan exclaimed, surprised that they were following the proper procedures. He elegantly drained his glass of blood and remarked, "Type A, sweet." Zhuai Su looked at him as if he were a freak. "This isn't a war between two nations. Why would we need combat jets? Besides, we are legitimate businessmen." He emphasized once more, "Legitimate businessmen, indeed." Huo Li glanced at the line of Huo Corporation enforcers wielding MP5 submachine guns, feeling quite exhausted. Meng Bufan couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Huo, you take it from here." Huo Li sighed. "One must pamper their own children. First, in terms of the worldview of this book, they are legally entitled to bear arms as long as they are registered. Moreover, as the protagonists, the Huo Corporation never engages in smuggling, nor do they partake in nefarious businesses, and they neither kill nor harm maliciously. Strictly speaking, they are indeed law-abiding citizens." Meng Bufan was momentarily taken aback as the light of justice suddenly enveloped Chasing Su. He had been narrow-minded, mistakenly believing that the Huo Corporation was some nefarious entity. Chasing Su stood tall with pride, straightening his suit. Gao Yi, intrigued, turned to Huo Li and inquired about the title of the book. "I shall look it up upon my return," he stated. Huo Li replied, "There is no need for that." The airplane quietly descended into a mountainous region. Huo Li and his companions disembarked, surveying their surroundings filled with towering peaks. In the distance, no trace of civilization could be seen. Walking south along the runway for approximately 3 kilometers, they discovered 3 villas and a massive military warehouse. This was Chasing Su's stronghold in the island nation, situated in the northern part of Shizuoka. Huo Li once again expressed his admiration for Chasing Su's wealth. Shizuoka was not far from Yokohama, and all 150 henchmen had undergone professional training. They disguised themselves and seamlessly merged into Yokohama. The 4, Chasing Su, Huo Li, Meng Bufan, and Gao Yi, set off together, securing a vehicle to travel to Yokohama. Along the way, Huo Li lamented that he had heard Shizuoka melons were exceptionally delicious. "After this is over, let us buy some to taste." Meng Bufan interjected, "You seem to be making a bold claim just now." "I refuse to partake in the melon venture." Huo Li, shedding tears, exclaimed, "Is this the uncontrollable nature of characters as described by the literary masters?" The quartet soon arrived at the heart of Yokohama. Night had fallen, and Meng Bufan removed his hat, sunglasses, and gloves that had shielded him from the sun. With Chasing Su, who spoke Japanese, they successfully negotiated their stay at a modest inn. Why not the presidential suite this time? The trio, accustomed to luxury, protested. Chasing Su was astonished. "Did you not express discomfort at the thought of such a large room?" That was back when we first arrived in this world. They retorted. The once naive trio, who had been anxious about spending money, were now emboldened. Huo Li clenched his teeth, contemplating his quaint little bookstore. How will I survive upon returning to my world? He pondered. Meng Bufan reflected on his single apartment, wishing he could avoid returning forever. As for Gao Yi, he considered his Barak accommodations and silently recited the 24 core values 3 times, affirming that he was not easily swayed by external influences. Chapter 8. Meteorite. It must be said, the abilities of vampires are remarkably useful. At midnight, Huo Li and Meng Bufan transformed into bats and stealthily flew out of the inn. The full moon hung high, and the 2 black silhouettes raced through the night sky like 2 dark arrows. Where shall we investigate? Huo Li, now a bat, hung upside down on the clock tower, gazing at the dazzling neon city below. Meng Bufan circled in the air. After chasing Su's prolonged reconnaissance yielded no leads, he conjectured that the headquarters of the Luoyuan Society was likely underground. Let us explore the sewers. Can I refuse? Huo Li felt a wave of discomfort at the thought of the filthiness of the sewers. Indeed, he had a slight case of obsessive cleanliness. He attempted to persuade Meng Bufan otherwise. Yet, Meng Bufan dove headfirst into the depths below, for true heroes are never gripped by fear. Huo Li, filled with indignation, descended swiftly, realizing that he was being led to his demise. The 2 of them hastily entered a sewer, navigating through the labyrinthine pipes that sprawled beneath the city. Countless rats scurried in panic at the sight of them, their frantic rustling echoing in the dimness. My claustrophobia is about to flare up, Huo Li complained. We've been searching for an hour with no success. Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. A bold idea formed in Huo Li's mind. As the saying goes, the bolder the man, the greater the harvest. He proposed that, since they could not find their quarry, they should create some commotion to draw attention. Meng Bufan expressed his concern. Old Hua, while it's true that we're in excellent physical shape, we can't exactly catch bullets with our bare hands. If they spot us and open fire, we'd be as good as finished. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Li replied, I believe as long as they don't come up, using a rocket launcher shouldn't pose a problem. With that, Huo Li soared out of a sewer opening, instructing Meng Bufan, stay put here, I'm going to fetch 2 oranges. Meng Bufan frowned. What are you talking about at a time like this? The moon, colossal and luminous, hung high in the sky. Huo Li ascended towards the heavens, enveloped in silvery light, as his dark aura expanded, transforming him back into his tall, elegant form. Midnight arrived, and with the full moon illuminating the night, the power of the vampire progenitor surged within him. This was the first time he had ventured out during such an hour, unaware that his strength would peak under the midnight moon. Positioned before the radiant moon, he spread his arms wide, releasing a multitude of tiny bats formed from the black mist into the night sky. On the ground, countless witnesses beheld this enchanting moment. I wish to see the flowing clouds. Huo Li's voice resonated across the skies of Yokohama. Instantly, figures began to stir on the ground. Numerous individuals clad in black samurai attire, wielding katanas, swiftly gathered in the streets. Among them stood the elder, crowned with silver hair, his eyes brimming with yearning as they gazed skyward at the figure cloaked in moonlight. Is this the pinnacle of power? The elder exclaimed with excitement. This is the formidable strength I have always sought. Capture him alive. The elder's eyes widened, commanding his subordinates. Yes. Huo Li, bewildered and not comprehending a word, vanished from his spot and reappeared before the elder in an instant. His eyes shifted from black to a crimson hue as he fixed his gaze upon the elder, demanding, take me to the location of the other meteorites. The elder's eyes flickered with conflict, but after a few seconds, his expression turned vacant as he replied, yes. Please follow me. Huo Li breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the old man spoke Mandarin. Leading the way, the elder guided the group to a shopping mall, where they awaited the elevator. As the elevator descended, Huo Li, the elder, and 2 of the elder's trusted aides entered together. Upon turning, Huo Li noticed Meng Bufan concealed at a distance, giving him a barely perceptible nod. Meng Bufan responded with a small hand gesture, signaling all good. Upon entering the elevator, one of the confidants swiped an elevator card, revealing an unexpected new level that had not been visible before, descending to a concealed underground realm. Huo Li suddenly realized why chasing Su had been unable to locate this place. As the elevator doors opened once more, a vast subterranean city unfolded before Huo Li's eyes. The intricate network of roads and rows of exquisite buildings sprawled out, while countless ventilation ducts and fresh air systems sustained the oxygen circulation in this locale. Such an immense undertaking suggested that the entire island nation had succumbed entirely to the flowing cloud society. A sense of heaviness weighed on Huo Li's heart. The elder guided Huo Li toward the heart of this underground city, where a colossal meteorite, standing 3 meters tall and emanating a gentle blue light, hovered in the air. Surrounding it were numerous etched markings, with countless thin black lines radiating outward from its surface. The elder knelt reverently before the meteorite, murmuring incantations. As his voice rose in fervor, the black lines quickened their entrance into his body, causing grotesque fleshy growths to swell around him, evolving into misshapen hands. Huo Li stared in shock at this transformation. Had they mutated? Gradually, the inhabitants of the underground city congregated, their hands clasped in prayer. As more individuals joined, the meteorite's luminescence intensified, becoming blindingly bright. Some bore witness to new heads emerging from their necks, while others experienced excruciating pain as palm-sized fleshy wings forcibly sprouted from their backs, contorting their faces in agony, yet they continued their heartfelt supplications. They welcomed divine grace with suffering. Huo Li observed these hopeless souls with a heavy heart, shaking his head in resignation before delivering a powerful blow to the meteorite. At that moment, the elder, who had been kneeling, suddenly sprang to his feet. The walls of the underground city became riddled with countless black holes, from which numerous firearms emerged, all aimed at Huo Li. Was this trouble? Huo Li tilted his head to regard the elder, now unrecognizably mutated. This grotesque transformation seemed to have indeed amplified his power, but that was all. As dark mist enveloped the surroundings, Huo Li's figure instantaneously appeared before the meteorite, with myriad gun barrels trained on his silhouette. The ammunition from these firearms posed no threat to the meteorite, as the elder, having conducted prior experiments, confidently waved his hand. The other mutated followers lay prostrate on the ground, their voices unwavering in their chants. The black lines emitted by the meteorite ensnared Huo Li entirely. At that moment, a barrage of bullets was simultaneously unleashed toward the figure in the air. As smoke and fire dissipated, the elder gazed eagerly at the meteorite, wondering if it had come to an end. Could it be? Li Wang, the man who had forged countless legends, was ultimately still flesh and blood. Chapter 9. The Fall of the Flowing Cloud Society. As the smoke cleared, a pair of long, pristine hands gradually emerged into view. Grasping the black threads that had ensnared Huo Li, which now lay feebly in his grasp, twitching occasionally. Huo Li regarded the monstrous beings on the ground with a mocking expression, his tone dripping with disdain. Was this all they had to offer? At that moment, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of chasing Su and Meng Bufan, leading a small squad of 150 reinforcements. 150 subordinates clad in finely crafted black combat attire surrounded a group of monsters. This is impossible, the elder roared in fury. How can the king of departure wield such power, having also acquired the strength of the meteorite? He spoke in Mandarin. Thus Huo Li and his companions could comprehend his words. Meteorite? Huo Li pondered. When had he ever gained the power of a meteorite? Suddenly, he recalled that the narrative had indeed introduced the concept of a meteorite to justify the youth and strength of the king of departure. But it was merely a rumor in the original text. He had not anticipated that the Flowing Cloud Society would take it to heart. Huo Li cast an apologetic glance at the elder, recognizing this as a beautiful misunderstanding. Naturally, the elder would not surrender easily, observing the eagerness in his eyes. Huo Li smiled and turned to shatter the meteorite behind him with a single punch. Boom. The colossal meteorite fractured into countless pieces, cascading to the ground. Simultaneously, Huo Li discerned that the source of the black threads was a fist-sized black core embedded within the meteorite. He picked up the black core when Shui Su hastily interjected. King of departure, wait. This still holds research value. Huo Li turned back with a look of confusion, his hands continuously grinding the black core into dust. Feigning ignorance as he asked, what did you say? Shui Su hesitated, caught between words. In Huo Li's eyes, such a malevolent object could not be spared. Concurrently, with the shattering of the black core, countless individuals controlled by the Flowing Cloud Society in both the island nation and Xia Kingdom awoke from their stupor. Recalling their experiences of subjugation, many rushed to the police station to file complaints. The surge in cases left the police in disarray. As the meteorite was destroyed, The elder and his followers turned pale, for they were not merely controlled by the meteorite, they had willingly become its captives. Feeling the loss of everything, the elder howled in rage, his numerous arms extending towards Huo Li, followed by his followers charging forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. The subordinates brought by Huo Li began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Huo Li raised his foot and sent the elder flying 10 meters away, startling Huo Li, who hurried to check on him, only to discover he had merely fainted, allowing him to exhale in relief. What a scare! Such a leader deserved a military tribunal before meeting his end. With Huo Li's might and the firepower supplied by Huo Li, the entire Flowing Cloud Society was declared obliterated within a week. The fortunate leaders who had survived were imprisoned in an international jail. As matters drew to a close, Huo Li finally found time to recline in the luxurious hotel room that Huo Li had initially reserved for them. Savoring a high-quality steak while sipping red wine, he contemplated whether to indulge in this luxury a while longer before returning. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Meng Bufan rose to answer it, finding a young man in uniform standing outside. "What is it?" Meng Bufan inquired. "Ah, it is like this," the young man replied, producing a red-headed document. "Miss GZ is the saintess of the Flowing Cloud Society, and she is the only member among them who absorbed the meteorite's power without mutation. However, she refuses to speak unless she meets the King of Departure to disclose everything." Thus, the young man was dispatched to seek permission from King Li, feeling somewhat apprehensive as he scratched his head. King Li, however, was indifferent, treating it merely as a leisurely stroll. Gratefully, the young man guided King Li to the international prison. At the international prison, Miss Ji appeared serene on the surface, yet her heart was filled with trepidation. The power she had acquired through the meteorite was unlike any other, akin to mental manipulation, a gift she referred to as Medusa. Previously, she had not been able to unleash her full potential before being rendered unconscious by King Li. This time, it was her sole opportunity. She knew that only by successfully controlling King Li could she reclaim her chance for a comeback. Her eyes ignited with fierce determination, a burning resolve for victory. From a distance, as King Li entered, he observed Miss Ji psyching herself up, leading him to ponder whether the people of the island truly possessed superhuman abilities. After all, how else could mere declarations of resolve and camaraderie unleash such latent potential? He approached Miss Ji leisurely, merely watching her without uttering a word. King Li. Miss Ji's enchanting gaze was fixed on his eyes, her voice melodious as she made her request. "May we maintain eye contact for 10 minutes? Typically, she could control others with the power of the Holy Stone in less than a minute, but she was limited to 3 uses per day. Though remnants of the Holy Stone's power still lingered within her, she wished to conserve her strength. Hence, she proposed 10 minutes. Noticing King Li's continued silence and lack of response, Miss Ji took it as acquiescence. She quietly closed her eyes, then abruptly opened them. King Li observed her intently as her eyes gradually transformed to a shade of pink, a serpentine shadow coalescing behind her. It dawned on him that her mutation was simply invisible to others. Yet, Miss Ji ceased her words, and the young man remained silent, leaving King Li motionless as he awaited the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to him, the young man behind him had inadvertently gazed into Miss Ji's eyes, beginning to succumb to a dazed stupor. Curse it, there was absolutely no effect. Miss Ji glared through her aching eyes, her inner fury roaring. As the 10 minutes elapsed, she had no choice but to shamelessly request, "Could I have another 10 minutes? This time, she would exert her full strength without reservation. King Li blinked in confusion, pondering her cryptic words. Why wasn't he the young man translating for him? Was he also incapable of understanding the island's language? How embarrassing. Since Miss Ji's power was not directed at him, the young man regained his clarity, filled with dread and no longer daring to look into Miss Ji's eyes. Upon glancing at King Li's still clear gaze, he felt a profound admiration swell within him. Truly, he was the legendary King Li. As another 10 minutes passed, King Li silently observed Miss Ji, who was writhing on the ground, clutching her bleeding eyes in agony, perplexed as to why she had summoned him. The young man behind him felt a renewed sense of respect. Chapter 10. The God of Light Li. The complexity of the human body is indeed bewildering. Huo Li stared at the twisted figures on the drawing paper, a headache throbbing at his temples. The incessant drilling noise from next door made him sigh deeply as he laid down his brush. The conditions for creativity were decidedly harsh. At this moment, The restroom in Huo Li's bookstore had been completely sealed due to the connection with the portal to another world, prompting the expert team to construct a new restroom on the opposite side. They were currently engaged in this endeavor. The original restroom had been transformed into an underground passage, crafted from alloy and equipped with numerous disinfection checkpoints, with entrances and exits situated at the adjacent flower shop. Only 3 days had passed since Huo Li returned from the realm of chasing dawn, hence the project was still ongoing. Leader Jean, how much longer will it take? Huo Li inquired of the person in charge. If all goes well, perhaps another 2 weeks. Leader Jean replied with a smile, patting Huo Li on the shoulder. We need to ensure that the disinfection measures are thorough, especially considering your upcoming novel set in a zombie world. Huo Li wore a knowing expression. He had been unable to write recently, and his artistic endeavors were also at a standstill, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of idleness. Oh, by the way, Leader Jean suddenly recalled, there were many battles in the last world. How are you coping psychologically? Do you need any counseling? Huo Li shook his head. He had not taken any lives, and he felt no psychological burden from combating monsters. Very well then. Remember to meet with Gao Yi and Xiao Lu to finalize the action report later, Leader Jean said, giving his shoulder another reassuring pat before departing. Xiao Lu was the designated staff member responsible for drafting the reports. Understood, Huo Li replied. Although he had traversed only 2 worlds, he felt as if it had been ages since he had last rested. After a rare half-month of relaxation, he was abruptly alerted by the familiar call for a report. Report. An unidentified individual has been discovered in the men's restroom, stall number 3. Huo Li and Leader Jean hurried to the flower shop, from whence they would access the former men's restroom. In that moment, Huo Li finally grasped the true meaning of proximity. Upon their arrival, they found a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy of around 13 or 14, marveling in clumsy Chinese. Is this the legendary divine realm? Truly extraordinary. As he spoke, he pressed the button on the toilet, and water swirled down the drain. The boy exclaimed again, "Oh, great god of light, this feels devoid of any magical power. Is this what it means to be wise yet foolish?" Huo Li silently critiqued. First of all, this is the power of technology. Secondly, that's not how wise yet foolish is used. Upon noticing Huo Li, the boy immediately knelt and attempted to kiss his hand, startling Huo Li into stepping back. The boy's gaze was fervent. "Oh, you must be the great god of light, Li. The aura of light surrounding you is as radiant as the sun." Huo Li was utterly flabbergasted. Ultimately, it was the socially adept Leader Jean who intervened to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. The 3 of them settled together, each with a steaming cup of tea before them. The boy took a sip, initially frowning, then exclaimed in delight. "This must be what my great-grandfather spoke of, the miraculous leaves of the East." Great-grandfather? Huo Li inquired, perplexed. Yes, the boy replied, my great-grandfather, David Barnett, was the captain of the valiant team you appointed. Upon hearing this, both Huo Li and Captain Jean recalled the name. David Barnett was the protagonist in one of Huo Li's Western fantasy novels, which he had hastily written during the genre's peak popularity. In the narrative, David Barnett was a time traveler, inherently extraordinary due to his status as a cross-dimensional being, and was chosen as the first hero by the god of light. However, the book had no readers, and Huo Li ultimately abandoned it, leaving him unaware of the protagonist's fate. "What is your name?" Huo Li continued to inquire. "Great god of light." The boy placed his right hand over his heart and bowed deeply. "I am called Mard Barnett. My great-grandfather said it is a name blessed by the god of light." The boy's expression was one of reverence, causing Huo Li's hands to tremble. "He is still just a child," Huo Li silently exclaimed. Captain Jean, unperturbed by the gravity of the moment, smiled kindly and asked, "Dear Mard, might I inquire what brings you to the realm of the gods?" Mard shyly smiled, producing a token. "This was left to me by my great-grandfather. It is said that as long as one finds the coordinates left by the god of light on earth, one can journey to the divine realm. My family insists it is a mere fabrication, yet I believe it to be true. Thus, my great-grandfather entrusted this token to me and taught me the language of the divine realm. Since his passing, I have traveled the world and finally found it among the elves." Mard's face glowed with excitement, and he expressed his gratitude to the guidance of the god of light. "So, you seek me without any particular purpose?" Huo Li felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. "To behold the great god of light is enough to assuage all my tribulations," Mard declared devoutly. Huo Li could not continue the conversation and shifted the focus to Captain Jean. With a warm smile, Captain Jean inquired, May I ask how your great-grandfather passed away? He perished while sealing the abyss of demons, exhausting his magical power. Mard's voice suddenly fell somber. In the original story, the greatest crisis facing David's world stemmed from the monsters of the abyss, and the God of Light had formed the hero team specifically to seal this threat. However, due to the unfinished nature of the novel, Huo Li remained unaware of its ultimate conclusion. Observing Mard's despondent demeanor, Huo Li could not help but softly comfort him. Your grandfather fulfilled the God of Light's mission and will ultimately return to his embrace. No, Mard's eyes reddened. He did not complete the God of Light's task. That is why I have unwaveringly sought the divine realm, hoping to plead for my grandfather's forgiveness from the God of Light. Thus, the abyss remains unsealed. Huo Li and Captain Jean exchanged a glance. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I, the God of Light, declare to you that David Barnett will always be the finest companion of the God of Light. Huo Li said to Mard with earnest seriousness. Instantly, Mard's sorrow transformed into joy, and he bowed deeply once more. Thank you for your blessings, and thank you, greatest God of Light. Very well. Huo Li smiled. You shall be my appointed new hero, and together we shall fulfill our destined mission. Mard could hardly believe his ears. Are you saying that you will accompany me to the mortal realm? After a moment of contemplation, Huo Li pondered whether to add 2 more companions. Chapter 11. The Abyss, the Dreaming Forest, home to the elven tribe of the Aura continent, is the most exquisite landscape of the entire realm. Several alluring elves flit through the woods, carrying flower baskets in preparation for an extravagant banquet to welcome esteemed guests. Just yesterday, the God of Light descended. Let us rewind time to a day prior. This is the Aura continent. The young lad, Mard, was the first to emerge from an ancient tree. Following him, Huo Li surveyed his surroundings and stepped forth from the tree hollow. In an instant, a brilliant beam of golden light shot skyward. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through Huo Li's being, and a pair of immaculate wings unfurled from his back, each feather radiating a divine luminescence. The brilliance of the light was so dazzling and immense that nearly half of the Aura continent beheld it. The elves, abandoning their tasks, hurried towards the source of the radiant column. Oh my! Praise the God of Light. The first to arrive, the elder of the elven tribe, Vera, beheld Huo Li enveloped in sacred light and began to extol his virtues. Unbeknownst to them, Huo Li's trio requested Mard for assistance. Mard, ever polite, addressed Vera. May I introduce you to the being before you, the God of Light, Li. He performed a deep bow to Huo Li and briefed the trio on Vera's esteemed position. Observing the fervent admiration in the eyes of Vera and the gathered elves, Meng Bufan couldn't help but interject. Does no one find it peculiar that the God of Light has black hair and dark eyes? Huo Li, with an enigmatic expression, replied, that is the essence of his power. Meng Bufan and Gao Yi exchanged glances. Once the light dissipated and Huo Li felt the stability of his powers, Vera led them to the elven encampment. Praise the God of Light. It has been ages since a deity graced the Aura continent with their presence. Vera lamented, wondering what purpose this divine visitation served. The God of Light has come to aid us in resolving the abyss, and he has brought along 2 companions from the divine realm, Mard explained, introducing Meng Bufan and Gao Yi as the Bat God and the Gun God, respectively. Though they had not witnessed the powers of these 2 deities firsthand, being allies of the God of Light surely indicated their formidable prowess. And Mard ardently began to sing their praises. During the banquet preparations, upon seeing the light column, powerful beings from various races, including dragons, humans, and phoenixes, began to arrive. Suddenly, a cacophony of languages filled the air, overwhelming Huo Li. Isn't there a magic that allows one to comprehend all languages? Meng Bufan mused. If only we had such a spell. Who could cast it? Huo Li queried, adding, as the God of Light, I should not be lacking in such trivial sorcery. It would be quite embarrassing to admit. You've truly immersed yourself in the role, old friend. Meng Bufan chuckled, patting his shoulder. Let go of your vanity. He then called for Mard. The young boy, upon hearing Meng Bufan's request, furrowed his brow, stating, I'm afraid we do not possess such magic. Generally, we communicate in a common tongue. Perhaps Mard gazed at the trio with hope, suggesting, might the Great One create such a spell? Huo Li patted Meng Bufan's shoulder, declaring, this matter is entrusted to you, Bat God. Meng Bufan, uncertain of what Mard had truly said, reflected that after the banquet, everyone seemed even more devout. Everyone expressed their desire to accompany the god of light to investigate the abyss of demons. This abyss lies at the northernmost part of the Outlaw continent, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. One fateful day, the ice began to crack, revealing tendrils of dark, demonic energy. This was the origin of the emergence of demons. As the fissure widened, the number of demons multiplied, and now the entire northern tundra is engulfed in this malevolent aura. Holding Meng Bufan in one hand and Gao Yi in the other, Huo Li raced northward, his speed unmatched by any of the others. By the time the others arrived, they discovered that the demonic energy on the tundra had dissipated, and a radiant seal now enveloped the fissure. Oh, praise the god of light! Countless voices marveled at this magnificent miracle. At that moment, Mada arrived late, riding a mighty dragon, as he himself was a dragon knight. Great god of light! Has the matter been resolved so swiftly? Mada gazed at the scene before him, a sudden melancholy washing over him. While the deity could dismiss the issue with a mere wave of a hand, his great-grandfather had sacrificed his life for it. Not entirely. Huo Li's expression grew grave. You must inform the others that the abyss of demons has not been completely sealed. We need to station people here to remain vigilant of its movements. Sensing the young man's emotions, Huo Li offered comfort. Your great-grandfather was indeed great. While I cannot fully seal the abyss, he managed to guard it for 50 years. He is a hero and your guardian. The young man lifted his head abruptly, suppressing the tumult of feelings within him, and inquired, Great sir, what exactly is the nature of this abyss, that even you cannot seal it completely? Reflecting on the results of his earlier probe with the power of the god of light, Huo Li's mood darkened. The abyss is another world. When I sealed it, I sensed the force of the laws of another realm. Mada's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that another world is encroaching upon ours? Indeed. Huo Li confirmed with a nod. The situation is rather complex. I must return to the divine realm to confer with the other deities. The seal will hold for a time, so there is no need for you to worry just yet. We shall obey your command. The three of them hurried back to the divine realm to consult with Captain Jean. This is how it stands, Huo Li said, parched from speaking. If we do not address this, the abyss will likely encroach upon our world in the future. Upon hearing this, Captain Jin's expression grew somber. I will discuss this with the experts and see if there are any solutions. After all, our world currently lacks skills related to the magical side and can only seek technological solutions. As he spoke, Huo Li suddenly grew curious. By the way, what exchanges have occurred between the two worlds? Certainly, Meng Bufan responded eagerly. Currently, Hua country has collaborated with our world to develop a new anti-aging facial mask. With its main ingredient derived from vampire gene sequences, it has received widespread acclaim since its launch. As he spoke, Meng Bufan opened a shopping app on his phone. Their SA promotion now, buy 1, get 10. Would you like to experience it? Huo Li resolutely declined, then retreated to his study to quietly place an order. After completing the order, Huo Li began to peruse his fantasy novel. Indeed, the tasks assigned to the protagonists in the book were not about sealing the abyss of demons, but rather a simple endeavor of leveling up and combating monsters. But where did this abyss originate? Why does the black core from the meteorite bear such a striking resemblance to the essence of the abyss? Chapter 12. Balding Group Leader Jean. Following deliberations among the expert panel, it was ultimately decided to deploy robots to delve into the abyss for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Group Leader Jean approached Huo Li with a magical stone they had retrieved from another realm. Huo Li, upon examination, this magical stone contains immense and untainted energy. He exclaimed with delight. With it, we can surely alleviate the energy crisis. Huo Li frowned. But surely the magical stone will one day be depleted? Group Leader Jean chuckled. Shaking his head, the energy from elements is inexhaustible and perennial. Moreover, the expert panel has detected the same feeble energy signature in our world. It was merely too weak to be noticed until now. Subsequently, we shall dispatch suitable talents to the magical realm to study magical theories, blending them with technology to forge our unique path. Thereafter, we will merge magic with artillery to create pure and pollution-free missiles. Can you guess the name of our new weapon? Group Leader Jean wore a mysterious expression. This name has been a topic of our extensive discussions. The magic cannon? Huo Li ventured casually. Group Leader Jean was taken aback. How did you guess? Huo Li swiftly redirected the conversation. But why prioritize weapon development? Are we finally set to conquer the world? Group Leader Jean was aghast. What nonsense are you spouting? This is for the sake of a more prosperous peace. Huo Li nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. The robots designed by the expert panel were anticipated to be completed in about a week. So Huo Li and his companions set off towards the magical realm to immerse themselves in knowledge. Upon hearing Huo Li's request, Mada offered a thoughtful suggestion, "My lord. Should we not first assess their magical aptitude? And, if I may say, are there really so many ordinary people in the divine realm?" Meng Bufan patted his shoulder. "Child, where there are heroes, there will invariably be ordinary folk." This sentiment was deeply philosophical, earning Huo Li's respect. Regrettably, the young dragon knight Mada was not well versed in magic and could only seek assistance from the elven clan. Elder Wayla of the elves appeared conflicted. "I apologize, my lord, but we are innately skilled in magic." Huo Li swiftly grasped that engaging with human society was imperative. After renting a magical vessel from Wayla, the group hastened towards the nearest human town. At that moment, they coincidentally arrived during the admission testing at the K's Magic Academy. "Fortune favors us," Mada exclaimed joyfully as he approached to communicate, only to return despondently. "My lord, they only conduct magical tests for those under 18, he reported, somewhat irate. "If not for your directive to conceal our identities, I would have revealed to them precisely who they just turned away." "That need not be," Huo Li inquired. "Is it possible to pay for a private assessment?" Mada shook his head. "That is impossible, my lord. The magical crystal used for aptitude testing is rare and seldom lent out." This indeed posed a dilemma, leaving Huo Li deep in thought. Meng Bufan blinked. "It's all right. We can conduct the test tonight." To his astonishment, Huo Li instantly grasped his meaning, feeling a jolt of surprise. "When did I go astray? No. When did he become so twisted? I seem to have lost touch with my novel's protagonist." That evening, while the individuals from K's Magic Academy were resting, Meng Bufan stealthily transformed into a bat and flew inside. Once again, he marveled at this truly extraordinary ability. The magic crystal was housed within the Academy's treasure vault, secured by magical enchantments personally set by the headmaster. Meng Bufan flapped his wings, using his claws to dig a hole behind the building, entering the vault from underground. When Huo Li next laid eyes on Meng Bufan, he noticed his hands were covered in dirt. "You've worked hard for this home," Huo Li said, touched, as he took the magic crystal from Meng Bufan's hands. The test required the participants to place their hands on the spirit stone and quietly attune themselves to the elemental forces surrounding them. After explaining the method, Mater stepped back as Gao Yi was the first to attempt the test. 1 minute turned into 2, then 10, yet the magic crystal showed no signs of change. "Did you truly sense the elemental forces?" Mater inquired seriously, though he didn't understand why a gunslinger would delve into magic. It was not his place to question. Gao Yi furrowed his brow, pondering what the elemental forces resembled. Perhaps a wisp of wind or a flicker of flame. Mater racked his brain, attempting to describe it as best as he could. Gao Yi tried again, shaking his head. "It seems I lack this talent." Subsequently, the 50 individuals brought along were tested one by one, none achieving success. Meng Bufan also gave it a go, but the magic crystal remained unresponsive. Could it be broken? "Surely, I must have some affinity for the dark element," he muttered. Mater quickly clarified, "Your Excellency, there is no such thing as a dark element. Yet it cannot be that everyone is devoid of response." Huo Li pondered. "It seems improbable that none possess magical talent." "I apologize, Your Excellency, but as I lack magical talent myself, I am unable to assist you." Mater said apologetically, "Why not give it a try yourself? You must surely possess the gift of light magic." With a thought, Huo Li placed his hands on the magic crystal, envisioning, "Element? Light element? Could it be a sphere of light?" In an instant, the magic crystal erupted with a blinding radiance, prompting Huo Li to retract his hands hastily before the light intensified. Unfortunately, the magic crystal had already shattered. The crowd gasped. Huo Li was incensed, cursing under his breath. He had brought a multitude of individuals, yet not a single one possessed magical talent. Now, he had also ruined the stolen magic crystal. Typically, such crystals could only be found in large magical or veins, yielding just 1 or 2. Mater, without needing Huo Li to ask, understood his implication. Huo Li had no choice but to direct the issue to Team Leader Jean, simultaneously sending back those without magical talent. Upon seeing the group return within 2 days, Team Leader Jean wore a perplexed expression. "Is magic truly so easy to learn?" "Oh, no, not a single one of them has magical talent." Team Leader Jean was taken aback. The odds were terrifyingly low. Moreover, they had specifically chosen those under 18, as younger individuals found it easier to connect with elemental forces. Team leader Jean scratched his head, pondering the predicament at hand. The uncontrollable variables associated with the younger individuals were overwhelming. In response, Huo Li felt equally helpless. By the way, in our endeavor to test our talents, we inadvertently damaged a magic crystal. Team leader Jean gestured for him to continue. It is said to be quite expensive, Huo Li remarked, hoping that when we engage in diplomatic relations with the magical realm, one should be mentally prepared. Although the magic crystal was illicitly acquired, it is likely that within a few days, the K's Magic Academy will discover its absence. Given the peculiarities of our group, identifying the thief will be exceedingly simple. After hearing the full story, team leader Jean retrieved a liver protection tablet. No one could have it harder than him. Chapter 13. The fourth world. The speed of Huo has long been renowned across the globe. Now, it too shall gain notoriety in another world. Huo Li and Meng Bufan arrived at the fissure of the abyss of magic, accompanied by an array of robots. The area was shrouded in dark mist, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Once the equipment was calibrated, they began remotely controlling the robots for deployment. The robotic arms gripped the cliffs firmly, moving with astonishing swiftness. Outside the seals laid by Huo Li at the perimeter of the abyss, a throng of people were busy adjusting their devices. As the robots descended into the depths, the onlookers utilized the electronic eyes affixed to the robots to observe the transmitted visuals. Through the infrared cameras, the abyss revealed not a trace of life amidst the swirling magical energy, despite the presence of magical creatures scaling the rocky walls. At approximately 30 meters deep, the robots succumbed to the corrosive magic energy, becoming damaged and ultimately collapsing in place. It would not be long before they vanished entirely. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd as they witnessed the images. The absence of life signs signified an ominous reality. The unknown is invariably more terrifying than the known. How about I descend personally to investigate? Huo Li proposed, reflecting that this might be the only viable option. Absolutely not. Team leader Jean firmly rejected the idea. We may abandon this world, but we shall not forsake you. His words stirred an inexplicable excitement within Huo Li. The research team implored Huo Li to retrieve samples of the magical energy. They wished to experiment with various materials to determine which could best resist corrosion. The god of light, with a grand gesture, conjured a bucket-shaped vessel brimming with magical energy. His divine light could purify the magic. Yet the magic was simultaneously eroding his divine essence, placing them in a precarious equilibrium. Otherwise, Huo Li would have charged in to confront this enigma head-on. A researcher accepted the 1-liter container filled with magical energy, somewhat speechless. To facilitate their sampling, Huo Li had fashioned the bucket's opening into the shape of a tap. Truly a manifestation of divine imagination. Meng Bufan, feeling a twinge of envy, questioned, "When did you learn magic, old Huo?" Huo Li pondered for a moment, realizing that he merely envisioned what he desired in his mind, and it materialized through the power of light. He patted Meng Bufan on the shoulder, his icy words escaping his lips with a temperature of 37 degrees. "It is utterly effortless. How is your comic study progressing?" Meng Bufan casually remarked, sketching a Vincent van Gogh self-portrait on the ground with the tip of his shoe. "Why bother? The research team temporarily conducts their studies in this location, while Director Jean leads the negotiation team to foster global collaboration." It must be said that the panel of experts is truly remarkable. Even the translator, within just a week, has nearly mastered the universal language of the magical realm, while the others have also begun to communicate in it for daily interactions. The shame of Huo Li and Meng Bufan, who are still learning phrases like "I" and "have you eaten," is palpable. Gao Yi, however, remains composed, asserting that every field has its specialists. Meng Bufan gives a thumbs up, exclaiming that this is precisely why the Gao family is esteemed, truly outstanding. At the negotiation table, as expected, the esteemed director of the Cassie Magic Academy, one of humanity's formidable figures, has already uncovered the tale of the magic crystal through retrospective magic. What does it matter if the god of light is present? Humanity will always prioritize its own interests. After an intense back and forth, it is ultimately agreed that Huo Li will teach light magic at the Cassie Magic Academy for a month without charge, in exchange for the acceptance of several additional conditions by the other party. In summary, both sides are quite satisfied and feel they have benefited from the arrangement. Upon hearing the translation, Huo Li is dismayed, exclaiming that he is utterly unqualified for such a task. Director Jean smiles mysteriously, declaring, "That is precisely why we have profited. It's a word absolute. just as Huo Li begins to grapple with learning the universal language and fundamental magical knowledge. A visitor from the fourth world knocks on the restroom door. The timing of these world appearances currently reveals no discernible pattern. Thus, personnel are stationed around the clock, and surveillance cameras are thoroughly positioned in the vicinity. This particular instance occurs at the last stall of the men's restroom. Upon receiving the news, Director Jean and Huo Li rush to the scene, their minds racing with thoughts of whether more portals to other worlds will appear and where they might manifest. The visitor from this alternate realm is a young woman. To be honest, Huo Li has penned several works aimed at female audiences. Yet he finds that his female-focused narratives pale in comparison to those targeted at male readers. Observing her appearance, he notes that she does not resemble the protagonists he has crafted. She might as well be a character of her own emergence, akin to a self-derived figure like Ma de Xiaoyan. "Hello," the girl says, her demeanor timid as she gazes at the group. "My name is Chu Yu, and my brother's name is Chu Yang." At the mention of his brother's name, Huo Li recalls it. Chu Yang is the protagonist of one of his science fiction novels. The story, steeped in a cyberpunk atmosphere, starkly contrasts lowly living conditions with advanced technology, reflecting the darkness and harsh realities of society. In the narrative, Chu Yang is a delivery worker, capable of delivering anything as long as one can afford it. Initially, Huo Li was quite satisfied with this character's development, but ultimately abandoned the story when it fell apart. "Before my brother passed, he instructed me to deliver this to the mechanic, Huo Li," the girl states, handing a small chip into Huo Li's hands. "My brother showed me your holographic image," she adds with a smile, gazing at Chu Yu's innocent and pure visage. Huo Li laments his narrative's abandonment. At the very least, he should have crafted a happy ending for her before discontinuing the story. From the heavens, Chu Yang seems to question, "Is that how you display courtesy?" Having completed her task, Chu Yu prepares to return, acknowledging that this place does not belong to her. Director Jean intercepts her, eager to inquire about further details, yet he is taken aback by the girl's seemingly delicate exterior, which belies a tenacious spirit. "The elder brother merely informed me that if one day I were to witness the cancellation of his bounty mission, I should deliver this item to Huo Li. Beyond that, I possess no further knowledge to share," the young girl replied with a polite, yet distant demeanor. After her words, she turned and returned to the fourth compartment. Team leader Jean remained silent for a moment. The fourth world is technologically advanced, precisely what we urgently require. However, without Chu Yu to guide us, we are unaware of the circumstances on the other side. It would be prudent to send a robot to take a preliminary look. Team leader Jin's arrangements were meticulous. Although Huo Li felt that with the abilities granted by three worlds, he should encounter little danger, he nonetheless accepted the offer graciously. A small robot was dispatched inside. Due to the temporal barriers, we could only await its return to review the footage. Approximately half an hour later, the robot returned, bearing numerous scorch marks from electric strikes. Fortunately, its small and agile form had not completely lost its mobility. The researchers removed the chip from the robot and inserted it into a computer for analysis. What appeared on screen was a vast chamber brimming with mechanical modernity, chilling metallic walls, an enormous control console radiating futuristic technology, and transparent displays suspended in midair. The experts watched with rapt attention, their eyes glistening with excitement. Upon the robot's entry, rows of silver steel pipes began to emerge from the surrounding metallic walls, visible spheres of lightning forming within them, subsequently targeting the small robot for launch. Observing the footage, a profound silence fell over the group. By assessing the damage sustained by the robot, they discovered that each of these electric spheres could instantly reduce a mortal to ashes. Why was Chu Yu unharmed? One researcher inquired. "Perhaps it is because she possesses Howard's key," another responded. "Just moments ago, there were those who contemplated employing forceful means to detain Chu Yu. However, first, she appeared delicate, and being from a more advanced technological society, she undoubtedly had her own contingencies. Secondly, they still preferred to avoid antagonizing figures from other worlds." Team leader Jean pondered for a moment and conceived an idea to send another robot, this time carrying a sample containing Huo Li's DNA. Upon hearing this, the researchers promptly complied. Once again, after half an hour, the robot was summoned back. This time, its surface gleamed as if newly polished, seemingly brighter than before. The crowd stared in bewilderment. As usual, they extracted the chip for viewing. This robot, adorned with Huo Li's DNA sample on its forehead, gradually advanced inside. Suddenly, the central display emitted a red light and began scanning the robot. DNA data matched. Confirmation successful. Permission granted. The mechanical voice echoed 3 times. And all weapons within the chamber retracted into the walls, allowing the robot to proceed. Upon reaching the side wall facing the display, a concealed metal door detected the information and promptly opened. As the robot delved deeper, the observers realized they had stumbled upon an underground laboratory spanning at least 1,000 square meters. As the time for departure approached, the onlookers observed the small robot returning, only to be seized by 2 mechanical arms that forcibly conducted a cosmetic polishing process. Everyone, now assured of Huo Li's safety, saw team leader Jean agree to his venture into World 4. With a single stride, Huo Li entered, and the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The experience derived from the screen paled in comparison to the profound impact of witnessing it firsthand. He closed his eyes, embracing the influx of power and knowledge from this realm. In this world, he bore the identity of a legendary mechanic, endowing him with expertise primarily in mechanical fabrication, exemplified by the electromagnetic cannon affixed to the wall. After undergoing this enlightening experience, Huo Li approached the control console, adjusted some permissions, and subsequently summoned the research team. Due to the advanced technological nature of World 4, the research team consisted predominantly of physicists and mathematicians. The moment they entered the laboratory, their eyes sparkled with wonder as they began to observe their surroundings. "Good heavens!" exclaimed a physicist in his 40s. "Look at this circuit connection method. It is simply remarkable." Seeing the group of illustrious scientists brimming with enthusiasm, Huo Li quickly called over the team leader and granted him the highest level of access in this location. Despite having absorbed the knowledge, Huo Li, eager to escape, was abruptly halted by the silver-haired Captain Zhao. "Little Huo," Captain Zhao chuckled, his wrinkles crinkling with delight. "What is the capability of your world? If I am not mistaken, it pertains to mechanical fabrication, correct?" A sense of foreboding washed over Huo Li as he hesitated to respond. "Yes, but it is merely theoretical knowledge. I have not actually operated anything, I believe." Before he could finish, Captain Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, you need not do anything. Just write down the theory." "Help!" Huo Li silently screamed, urgently seeking Captain Zhao's assistance. "You know I still have to study magic and the universal language, and I must teach. I fear I will have no time to transcribe knowledge here." Huo Li hastily expressed his limitations. Captain Zhao pondered for a moment before arranging a timetable for Huo Li. Every Monday and Tuesday for teaching and learning in the magical realm. Wednesday through Friday for transcribing knowledge, with weekends off. Gazing at the schedule that mandated a 5-day workweek with 2 days of rest, even Huo Li found himself oddly satisfied. Was it the dream of a worker yearning for a weekend that had him acquiescing? No, it must be the desire for world peace, he reassured himself. With the schedule finalized, Huo Li began to methodically carry out his duties. Given his unique status, only the upper echelons of the magical realm were privy to his identity, which led to dissatisfaction among the majority of students at K's Academy regarding his teaching. Blake, a member of the illustrious Yali's family, was one such student. As the most gifted magician in a century from the Yali's lineage, he was often considered the most likely candidate to receive the blessings of the God of Light after David Barnett. At that moment, the God of Light stood right before him. "Excuse me, could you direct me to classroom 3 for magic?" Huo Li awkwardly inquired in the common tongue to the blond youth before him. To be candid, he considered his ability to grasp the common language in such a short span as a testament to his genius. Beside Blake, the sycophant looked disdainfully at the handsome man with black hair and eyes, devoid of any magical aura. Who was this lowborn to act so brazenly before Lord Blake? Huo Li, with his amiable demeanor, suppressed his irritation. After all, he was merely a child. "I am the newly appointed professor of light magic. Could you kindly direct me to classroom 3? Upon hearing this, Blake narrowed his eyes. "You are the new instructor?" He noticed the black-haired, black-eyed individual. Clearly someone despised by the God of Light. How could such a person be worthy of teaching him? At only 16 years of age, Blake was already a junior mage, and his discontent reached its zenith. "May I inquire about your magical rank?" Huo Li hesitated for a moment, opting for modesty, perhaps above that of a magus. Blake was taken aback. This man appeared to be in his early 20s and had already attained the rank of magus. The second sycophant sneered, "Lord Blake, do not waste time with this individual. Historically, no one with black hair and eyes has ever surpassed the rank of a junior mage in light magic. He must have taken shortcuts. Watch me drive him away." With that, the sycophant began to chant, "Elemental spirits, drifting through the world. Snap. Before he could complete his incantation, Huo Li snapped his fingers, ensnaring the sycophant in a cocoon of light and silencing him. Blake, astonished, recoiled. He had unleashed a spell of light, without even sensing the elemental shifts around him. Now, could you please direct me to classroom 3? Huo Li smiled benevolently. Please. Follow me. The first sycophant stammered. For reference, the magical hierarchy in the realm includes apprentice mage, trainee mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, senior mage, junior magus, intermediate magus, senior magus, magus, archmage, grand archmage, and legendary mage. This document will not delve deeply into these classifications. They are provided solely to serve the narrative. Chapter 15. The single engineer with 20 years of experience as Huo Li pushed open the door to classroom 3. The previously buzzing room fell into an immediate hush. Upon recognizing their guide, whispers began circulating among the students. Isn't that Blake? Why is he entering with the new teacher? Blake paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him and, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, proceeded directly to his seat. These foolish individuals had no inkling of the new teacher's formidable prowess. The strength he had just displayed undoubtedly surpassed that of a magus. He might even be an archmage. With black hair and eyes, practicing light magic and achieving such heights, this individual's talent was nothing short of terrifying. If only the Yali's family could recruit him. Unbeknownst to the 16-year-old Blake, who was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Huo Li was solely focused on commencing the lesson and utilizing any spare time to rapidly organize the knowledge from the 4th world before treating himself to an extended holiday. To that end, he devised a brilliant plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the newly appointed professor of radiant magic, and my name is Huo Li. As soon as his clumsy attempt at the common tongue escaped his lips, it incited a wave of merciless laughter from the students below. Huo Li paid no heed to their mockery. Soon enough, they would be kneeling before him, calling him master. A dense aura of radiant elemental power enveloped classroom 3 as Huo Li waved his hand. Immediately, a colossal magic circle ascended from the ceiling, resonating with the array that appeared beneath the students' feet. Before them stood towering ancient trees, and the previously arrogant students were suddenly gripped by fear. Look over there. One student shouted. A monstrous creature, taller than the trees, leaned down, opening its gaping maw at the sight of the food below. The surrounding trees crashed to the ground. And in horror, everyone began to flee in all directions. Please don't eat me. A diminutive boy stumbled over a bush and, as the dark maw of the creature loomed near, he fainted, oblivious to the radiant shield that surrounded him, rendering him impervious to harm. We must eliminate them to escape. Children, Huo Li's voice echoed from above, causing the trembling students to find an unexpected warmth and kindness in his peculiar accent. Let us go, someone shouted. But no matter how they cried out, Huo Li's voice fell silent. Get up, Blake, with a resolute gaze, commanded his 2 henchmen. At that moment, 2 more enormous monsters appeared around them. The concentration of radiant energy here was at least 100 times denser than outside. As members of the Yali's family, we shall only advance, Blake declared, beginning to gather elemental power to strike at the beasts. Meanwhile, Huo Li observed that everything was falling into place, and with satisfaction. He took out his laptop to organize the knowledge of World 4. This was his method of practical teaching. To facilitate this, he had specifically designed a large magic circle, simply named the Radiant Training Ground. The creatures had been captured from the abyss of monsters, and each student bore a protective array placed by him. Ensuring their safety was not a concern at all. Huo Li, delighting in his dual responsibilities, felt no worries about the holiday ahead. In the real world, on the forum of Huagua, discussions unfolded. Has anyone seen the latest National Civil Servant Recruitment Annex? Me. They want a single engineer with 20 years of experience. I couldn't help but laugh. Count me in, it's utterly absurd. However, the posts were soon buried in obscurity. Team leader Jean stared at a pile of resumes, his head aching. In the magical realm, ordinary people still constituted the vast majority, and thus the terms of their transactions were set. Huagua would handle infrastructure for the magical realm, while the magical realm would provide magic stones. The City of Light in the Cassie Magic Academy became the first pilot for this transformation. Huagua was tasked with upgrading the water supply and drainage systems of Light City. To be frank, the magical towns had nearly non-existent water management systems. During the rainy season, the streets were completely flooded, and discussing sewage was beyond the pale. Due to the uniqueness of this task, There was a pressing need to recruit a multitude of engineering professionals. The heavier labor could be entrusted to dwarves and goblins, while the more delicate tasks could be managed by the local humans. However, supervision and design had to come from Huo Li's side. Moreover, the individuals tasked with recruitment must pass a universal language assessment. Otherwise, they would be unable to communicate with the indigenous inhabitants of the magical realm. Given the myriad restrictions, Team Leader Jean rolled his eyes and silently recited, "When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person." In the magical domain, Huo Li, invigorated after instructing 4 batches of students, made his way to World 4. "Welcome back, Master." The control system of the laboratory greeted him with enthusiasm. Its voice the delightful tone of his favorite girl. "Hello, Callus." Huo Li responded gently. The experts bustling around the lab also greeted him warmly, recognizing him as the man who brought them treasures. Huo Li quietly settled that aside, connecting to the laboratory's computer. The device had evolved into a small light screen, allowing for mental input, significantly faster than manually typing on a laptop. Unfortunately, there was only one, and the research team would not permit him to take it away. After half an hour of quiet input, Callus suddenly spoke. "Master, someone on the trading network has ordered a set of power armor, offering 500,000 gold coins. Do you accept?" "Decline," Huo Li replied nonchalantly. Regarding World 4, the current recommendation from the research team was to thoroughly absorb the knowledge within the laboratory before venturing outside. Simultaneously, China planned to adopt a covert policy towards World 4, focusing primarily on exploration while minimizing communication. After all, in a high-tech world, as human thought is liberated, human nature becomes increasingly elusive and perilous. On the other side of the trading network, a bearded man slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming that Howard had not received any orders for nearly a month. What on earth is he doing? A tall, slender man beside him attempted to console him, suggesting that Howard, known for his peculiar temper, was likely engrossed in some new research project. The bearded man, at his wit's end, reluctantly sought out other mechanics. "Director, we have made a breakthrough." A fortnight later, Huo Li arrived at the abyss of magic in the magical world to procure supplies. As the magical creatures he had previously captured had been exhausted in the instructional sessions. Just as he was about to leave with a few magical creatures, a young researcher unexpectedly stopped him, brimming with excitement to share research advancements. "Director?" Huo Li rummaged through his memory, vaguely recalling that he was the head of a National Energy Development Bureau. "What new developments do you have?" he inquired with curiosity. Seeing his interest, the researcher eagerly proclaimed, "We have discovered that radioactive materials can mutually erode the magical energy of the abyss. For instance, alpha rays and gamma rays." Having been enlightened by the knowledge of World 4, Huo Li felt he understood the implications. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that we could bombard this place with nuclear weapons?" Chapter 16. The fate of other deities. Not that I am suggesting we could turn this place into a nuclear waste dump. The young researcher's eyes instantly turned lifeless. Indeed, it seemed my thoughts were still somewhat limited. While the idea was splendid, there remained a long road to practical implementation, starting with the transportation issue. The time-space portal was no larger than a bathroom stall, whereas nuclear waste required special containers for storage, which were enormous and could not possibly fit. The leader Jean lamented that prioritizing the study of magic was essential. Mastering spatial magic would effortlessly resolve many issues. With a wistful glance at Huo Li, he sighed. If only you could wield magic in the real world. Huo Li thought to himself, perhaps it's better this way. Otherwise, my work would become an endless endeavor. This time, the research group had specifically procured several magic crystals from the magical realm to test magical aptitude. Having just arrived, members with fewer projects eagerly went to undergo testing. To their surprise, a few young researchers indeed possessed magical talent, although regrettably, it was not the urgently needed spatial magic. Nonetheless, it marked a significant advancement, as these individuals were collectively enrolled in the K's Magic Academy during their downtime. In a world like Earth, where magic was nearly extinct, discovering individuals with magical potential was a true testament to their genius. Consequently, for a considerable period, both the faculty and students of K's Academy were under the sway of these black-haired, black-eyed humans. A month swiftly passed, and under Huo Li's dedicated instruction, his students made remarkable strides in their mastery of light magic. Thus, when he announced that this would be their final lesson, the students expressed their reluctance. "Alas, K's Academy has only engaged my services for this brief month." Huo Li smiled, deflecting the blame. Blake, pondering the academy's short-sightedness in not retaining such an excellent teacher, resolved to intervene. Despite Huo Li's repeated polite refusals, he prepared to leave. Should he return home or pay another visit to the abyss of magic? As he contemplated, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth obstructed his path. Blake, what brings you here? Huo Li inquired gently, aspiring to be a harmless yet formidable figure. The young lad, seemingly naive, exuded an air of authority. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Yali's family. Huo Li was slightly put off by the youth's condescending demeanor, his tone turning frosty. I'm afraid I have no interest, he replied, attempting to bypass the boy, only to find Blake blocking his way once more. The Yali's family is the greatest glory of the Aura continent. Countless individuals take pride in joining it. Blake's voice rose, incredulous that anyone could refuse such an illustrious family. Huo Li, however, was indifferent to these claims. The youth was beginning to vex him. Frowning, he offered a peculiar smile. The greatest glory of the Aura continent? In my heart, it is certainly not the Yali's family. Observing the anger rising on the boy's face, Huo Li continued, I take pride solely in my own strength, which is why I am a true powerhouse. Satisfied with his words, Huo Li savored the moment, silently noting it for future use when the protagonist needs to deliver a sharp retort. Unbeknownst to him, his self-proclaimed clever quips had often culminated in dismal failures. Watching Huo Li's retreating figure, Blake's face flushed red with indignation, aghast that anyone would dare insult the Yali's family. 30 years of fortune may shift. Do not underestimate the youth. He vowed to himself. It is imperative to vanquish this unreasonable fellow before the public. Unbeknownst to Huo Li, who was nestled on the sofa in his study, relishing the last rays of the setting sun spilling across the windowsill, he savored the whiskey in his Glencairn glass. Suddenly, a series of knocks shattered the tranquility of the moment. Huo Li, are you there? Came the voice of Meng Bufan from outside the door, prompting Huo Li to reluctantly rise and open it. Ah, you seem to be doing well. Meng Bufan, with an air of familiarity, seized the empty glass and poured himself a measure of whiskey. What brings you here? Huo Li inquired, discreetly stowing away his precious bottle of liquor, which was rather costly and the sole one he possessed. Offering it to Meng Bufan would be akin to casting pearls before swine. Oh, nothing much. I just happened to hear that you returned, so I thought I'd drop by. As he spoke, Meng Bufan approached Huo Li's liquor cabinet and retrieved the very bottle Huo Li had just placed within, pouring himself another glass. I've heard that all the stalls in the men's restroom have transformed into portals to other realms. What will happen if new worlds emerge? Meng Bufan inquired, sipping his drink. Huo Li, somewhat distracted, poured himself a glass as well. How should I know? Perhaps there will be no more miniature worlds in the future. Meng Bufan laughed heartily. Then you could write novels once more? Let us hope so, Huo Li replied, though an instinctive doubt lingered within him. By the way, Meng Bufan suddenly recalled the news he intended to share. There's going to be a military exhibition in Haicheng. Would you like to attend? They might showcase some weaponry developed in collaboration with the miniature worlds. Huo Li perked up at this, sitting upright and asking, I had no idea. Please elaborate. All I know is that the weaponry from our world that collaborates with yours is quite advanced due to the presence of vampires. This exhibition should feature a new type of sniper rifle, reputed to have a range of 3,000 meters, a caliber of 25 millimeters, and a weight of only 5 pounds. They say it utilizes a novel material from the magical realm. Goodness! I curse my lack of education. All I can utter is goodness. Huo Li exclaimed. Has the advancement of national technology reached such heights? He promptly resolved to accompany Meng Bufan to partake in the excitement. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. Your magical realm must have more deities than just the god of light. Where have the others gone? During his first visit, Meng Bufan sensed something amiss, his nature being both coarse and meticulous, allowing him to notice subtle details. His question left Huo Li momentarily speechless. Indeed, where had the other gods vanished? The look of confusion on Huo Li's face was almost palpable. Meng Bufan drained the last sip of his drink, patting Huo Li on the shoulder. Such matters are best left to team leader Jean and his research. By the way, I prefer Matai. Let us get some of that next time. This whiskey lacks character. With that, Meng Bufan departed with a flourish. Huo Li reached for the bottle and poured, discovering it was entirely empty. With a scoff, he turned and hung a sign on the door, no entry for Meng Bufan and his ilk. As he passed by, Gao Yi remarked, childish. Chapter 17. Entering the Abyss of Magic Boss. Why has the restroom relocated? The The speaker is a longtime patron of the Huo Li bookstore. Indeed, the bookstore has resumed operations. It is rather peculiar for a shop located in such a prime area to remain closed. However, the hidden cameras within the store may be more numerous than the books themselves. It seems there is an issue with the drainage system over there. While Huo Li registered the borrowing information, he casually responded. What about the other employees? Inquired the curious regular. Huo Li's bookstore spans 3 floors. The first is a conventional reading area, the second features both a reading and a leisure area. And the restroom is also located on this floor, while the third is Huo Li's private space. We've had a change. New staff will start tomorrow. Huo Li replied as he handed the book to the regular. Unexpectedly, the customer's interest piqued. His eyes suddenly brightened as he whispered, "What? Is someone on the team up to no good? I told you to keep an eye on things." The regular wore a knowing expression. "You can't just hide away on the 3rd floor. Let me tell you." Before he could finish, a robust man clad in black approached, slamming a book onto the front desk. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Boss, time to settle the bill." The regular, slightly discontented by the sudden interruption, licked his lips, contemplating a retort, yet ultimately decided against it, intimidated by the man's imposing aura. He picked up his book, uttering a quick farewell before departing. Huo Li's gaze brimmed with gratitude. Gao Yi, your timing is impeccable." Gao Yi flashed a cool smile. "I heard from Meng Bufan that you might want to attend the Haiqing military exhibition?" "Absolutely." Huo Li nodded, eager to witness the advancements in our nation's technological capabilities, making our recent efforts worthwhile. He chuckled. Who would have thought that this ordinary bookstore owner would contribute to the nation? Gao Yi felt a surge of patriotic fervor within him, but as was his nature, he kept his words succinct, finally managing to utter, "Things will only get better." Suddenly, Huo Li found himself missing Meng Bufan. Without his loquacious presence, conversations with Gao Yi often fell into silence. "I must be off. Farewell." After a brief pause, Gao Yi expressionlessly turned and left. "Goodbye." Huo Li flashed a professional smile. Just as Gao Yi exited, team leader Jean entered the bookstore, immediately spotting Huo Li at the front desk. "Rest assured, the 3 new employees we recruited will start tomorrow. All are top-tier PhD graduates from within the country. No need for that." Huo Li declined vehemently. "Isn't that a waste of talent?" Team leader Jean chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. "This is hardly a waste. When there's nothing to do, they can gain experience at the flower shop alongside numerous predecessors." Huo Li sighed. "But can these 3 make curry rice? Can they prepare milk tea or coffee? The cafe on the 2nd floor gets quite busy." The smile faded from team leader Jin's face. "Perhaps it would be best to remain closed." "I refuse," Huo Li exclaimed. Ultimately, the bookstore staff would rotate duties with the research group. "By the way, do any of you know how to make bouquets at the flower shop?" Huo Li suddenly grew curious. "Oh, that is quite simple," team leader Jean replied confidently. "Is it really?" Huo Li felt a sense of doubt within, but refrained from probing further. Meanwhile, in the flower shop, a young man entered and exclaimed, "Boss, I would like a bouquet of roses." After a short while, a researcher in a white lab coat hurriedly approached him. "What do you think of this?" The researcher displayed a photo of a random flower shop on his mobile phone for the customer to see. Yes, this one will do." The customer stroked his chin, satisfied with the choice. "Great. I'll place the order quickly. It should arrive in about half an hour. Payment will be upon delivery. Just hand the money to the courier. Thank you for your patronage." With that, the researcher dashed off, as he still had half of his experimental data to complete and had to hurry. Instantly, the young customer transformed into a starry-eyed admirer, marveling at how youthful he appeared. On another front, Huo Li spoke with team leader Jean about the other gods in the magical realm. "Initially, I had envisioned the existence of gods of wind, water, and time, with the most powerful being the god of light. However, I have not sensed the presence of other deities in the magical realm. If they exist in the divine realm, it must be separate from our location. There should indeed be a divine realm alongside the magical realm," Huo Li analyzed. "But according to your book's premise, Mada possesses the key to the divine realm, which implies that we are indeed within it." Team leader Jean furrowed his brow. Huo Li pinched the bridge of his nose and replied, "I believe we should not entirely rely on logic for our analysis. After all, the emergence of time and space has rendered pure rationality obsolete. I think I should revisit the magical realm." With no other options, Huo Li finished his lunch and set off once again for the magical realm. Upon stepping through the portal, Huo Li greeted the soldiers stationed near the time-space gate with a smile. Subsequently, he arrived at an open area, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then felt at ease. Each time he unfurled his wings, passing fairies would exclaim in admiration, which inexplicably made him feel embarrassed. His broad, pristine wings unfurled slowly, each feather radiating a shimmering brilliance. Even under the sunlight, their beauty remained undiminished. Huo Li glanced up at the sun and silently retracted his wings. I shall wait until nightfall. With time to spare, he ventured near the abyss of magic but did not attract the attention of the stationed research team. The depths of the abyss remained a mysterious black void. The research team had since improved the materials of several robots, allowing them to descend to depths of over 1,000 meters. However, the images transmitted back showed no changes compared to before. Huo Li gazed thoughtfully into the abyss. Perhaps only by personally descending would he uncover something worthwhile. Moreover, his intuition assured him that he would encounter no danger. As a creator from the third dimension, he could even shatter and reconstruct this place. Yet, recalling team leader Jin's insistence on his safety, Huo Li sighed and ultimately decided to descend stealthily. With his white wings unfurled, Huo Li leaped into the abyss of magic. The wind howled past his ears, and he vaguely heard someone calling out. But as he plummeted rapidly, silence enveloped him. Meanwhile, at the research team stationed area near the abyss, someone questioned, was that flash of white light Director Huo? Someone happened to look up and witness the scene from before, yet the distance rendered the details unclear. That can't be right. I heard Director Huo went on a trip. How could he possibly be here? Remarked another researcher. Oh, a trip? Where to? Someone inquired with curiosity. I believe he went to Haiqing to attend that military exhibition. I wish I could go. One person said enviously. I am truly grateful to Director Huo for allowing me to conduct business in this otherworldly realm during my lifetime. It feels like a dream. Chapter 18. Meteor Shower and Happy New Year. Silence prevailed, an eerie stillness enveloping the surroundings. The only source of illumination was the pure white wings. After an indeterminate duration of descent, Huo Li finally glimpsed distant flickers of light. These lights danced erratically, their hues varied. He steered towards the nearest purple glow. As he drew nearer, the true nature of the light became discernible. It was a person, or perhaps a deity. Once resplendent, her visage now bore the pallor of fear. Her eyes tightly shut, violet tresses in disarray, ensnared by massive black tendrils against the rocky wall. Dark mist perpetually emanated from her head, coalescing until it fell to the ground, morphing into the monstrous entities Huo Li and his companions had observed. Frowning, Huo Li raised his palm, a potent force of light gathering within, expanding until it enveloped the frail deity. Under the infusion of this divine radiance, the enormous tendrils hissed and retreated with haste. The weakened goddess collapsed to the ground. Huo Li, oblivious to the notion of offering assistance, concentrated the divine light once more, surrounding her until she regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, her violet gaze as enchanting and clear as crystal. She was the goddess of light. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and Huo Li regretted not bringing lozenges for his throat. Thank you for your salvation. I am Iris, the goddess representing desire, she said, bowing her head in reverence. In the divine realm, she was not a principal deity but rather a marginalized minor goddess, and she did not assume that the god of light would recognize her. Iris, why are you here? Ever since you departed the divine realm to wander, it has been suddenly invaded by a terrifying evil god. Iris recalled the past, fear radiating from her eyes, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. No one had witnessed the true form of this malevolent being. Only an overwhelming mass of tendrils and an inescapable black mist had ensnared the divine realm in this place. Huo Li was taken aback. Are you saying this is the divine realm? The surrounding desolation and lifelessness hardly resemble a divine domain. It resembles a scam of the most egregious kind. Indeed, Iris nodded, continuing, even the combined might of all the gods cannot resist it. The air is thick with demonic energy, flowers and grass withered. All deities are bound by the immense tendrils here. Day and night, we are tormented by our deepest fears, she said, trembling as if shaken by a sieve. Our resentment, hatred, fear, and all negative emotions have become sustenance for him, birthing his followers. Gradually, our moments of lucidity have diminished, but fortunately, we awaited your return. As Iris spoke, tears of excitement streamed down her face, her violet eyes shimmering with hope amidst the glistening light. Upon hearing the entire tale, Huo Li lifted his gaze towards the flickering points of light in the distance. It appeared that these were the deities he needed to rescue. He pressed his palms together before his chest, gradually pulling them apart, as an immense force of light began to converge, growing larger and brighter until it radiated like the sun in that place. With a resounding boom, a colossal sphere of light erupted, showering the area with luminous energy akin to a meteor shower. The once flickering points of light became increasingly bright. Countless deities broke free from their bonds, and enormous tentacles began to thrash wildly, swirling with dark mist as piercing shrieks erupted in the air. The weakened deities were overwhelmed, fainting from the cacophony. How unbearable! Huo Li cleared his ears, only to witness another meteor shower descend. Numerous demonic entities halted, their cold eyes fixating on Huo Li. Another meteor shower followed, seemingly inciting their wrath, as an ancient malevolence descended. At that moment, the entire magical realm felt this ominous presence. Everyone froze in place, some with their eyes gradually turning red, teetering on the brink of madness. Praise the magnificent Supreme Mother Goddess. Someone began to cry out, kneeling in fervor. From the dark mist emerged a grotesque mass of flesh, adorned with a dripping, slimy maw. The misshapen mass writhed and rolled, while enormous tentacles coiled around it, thrashing incessantly. The gaping mouth opened and closed, oozing foul slime that was nauseating. Huo Li's stomach churned. What was this vile creature? Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of meteors, raining down with reckless abandon. The malevolent deity, who had been poised to speak, could only exclaim in frustration. With the power of the four realms converged within him, Huo Li unleashed his full might. The ground trembled violently, and those affected by the malevolent aura gradually regained their senses. The air was filled with shrill cries as the massive tentacles of the dark deity flailed. The radiant energy inflicted tremendous harm upon it. It began to contemplate retreat. The black clouds roiled as it consolidated all its power, transforming the demonic entities into dark mist that re-entered its form, vanishing from sight. Huo Li was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly gave chase. With a single step, he crossed into the void. In the emptiness, the entity unfurled its form, ready to revel in its escape, only to be met once more by a meteor shower. It dared not resist. The surrounding space quaked, and a massive black hole appeared, swallowing it whole. Huo Li was a moment too late, managing to hurl only 2 meteors inside. It was no longer within this dimension. A weight settled in Huo Li's heart. Would it traverse to the dimension of its own world? Suppressing his doubts, he returned to the subterranean realm. The deities, though weakened, had regained their consciousness. With the departure of the malevolent entity, the dark mist and demons vanished, and the abyss transformed into an ordinary canyon. Huo Li hastily withdrew before the deities could approach him, leaving diplomatic matters to Captain Jean. Truly a professional. Before departing, I made a point to visit the research team stationed on the periphery of the abyss. Upon discovering that no one had sustained injuries, I sighed in relief. However, despite their physical well-being, their spirits were profoundly wounded. My data, my research. Several researchers knelt on the ground, wailing in despair. Why? Why? How could the experimental subjects vanish midway through the research? This anguish, who can comprehend it? Huo Li, feeling a twinge of guilt, chose to disregard the cacophony of their lamentations and quietly returned to Earth. Captain Jean. After searching high and low, Huo Li found Captain Jean working part-time as a cashier in his bookstore. It appeared he had also joined the rotation system. Enlightened, Huo Li approached him, ready to explain his undertakings, when suddenly a news broadcast blared from the television mounted on the wall of the lobby. A significant meteor shower had unexpectedly occurred in the northern region of America during the day. Huo Li was momentarily rendered speechless, his words lodged in his throat. What do you wish to say? Captain Jean inquired, observing Huo Li's hurried approach. Huo Li attempted to respond, but instead turned away from the television, pivoting to flash a bright smile, showcasing all 8 of his teeth at Captain Jean. Happy New Year. Let's celebrate together. Captain Jean looked at him, puzzled. Chapter 19. Physical examination speak. What is it? Captain Jean demanded, his expression betraying an air of knowing. Given Huo Li's reclusive nature, it was unusual for him to seek out his presence. After a moment's contemplation, Huo Li retrieved a bottle of antihypertensive medication from his pocket. Take this. All right. This is no trivial matter. Before even hearing the details, Captain Jean felt his blood pressure subtly rising. He snatched the medication and, prioritizing his well-being, swallowed 2 pills. Observing Captain Jean consume the tablets, Huo Li estimated that the effects would soon take hold, and he began to artfully recount the events from the magical realm. With a clatter, one of the anti-hypertensive pills slipped from Captain Jin's grasp, rolling twice before wedging itself in the crevice of the table. A storm cloud loomed over his face as he asked, "So, not only have we failed to develop our nuclear waste processing facility, but it is also possible that the small world is connected to the real world?" In truth, they were always connected. Huo Li promptly corrected Captain Jin's statement. "Hasn't it always been linked through the men's restroom?" "Indeed." Captain Jin nodded. "However, there may be other points of connection that we are currently unaware of, correct?" "Very astute." Huo Li praised him with a thumbs up. In the distance, the sound of bagpipes echoed. Captain Jean, visibly agitated, remarked, "These are minor issues. Have you considered the implications of your disobedience? Venturing into such perilous territory on your own. What if something had gone awry? You must think of yourself, if not for others." After Huo Li's account, Captain Jean broke out in a cold sweat, followed by a wave of relief at having escaped unscathed. "It won't happen again." Huo Li, acutely aware of the fluctuations in others' emotions, felt warmth in his heart from Captain Jin's concern and quickly reassured him, striving to comfort this elder, who was well into his 50s and still burdened with worries for him and for the nation. Captain Jean shot him a glance that conveyed a promise of future reprimands before hastily departing to file a report. Huo Li once again took on the role at the front desk. From a distance, the sound of a bagpipe resonated. "What does it mean?" Suddenly enlightened, Huo Li took out his phone to search, and soon realized that team leader Jean was indeed a trend-following old man. "Huo Li, what brings you here?" Meng Bufan walked into the bookstore and immediately spotted Huo Li, who was idly scrolling through his phone. "You two are currently managing 2 worlds simultaneously. I thought you would be too busy to even breathe. Yet here you are slacking off," leaning casually against the front desk. Meng Bufan spoke nonchalantly while his hands wandered restlessly, just stealing a moment of leisure amidst the busyness. Huo Li replied dismissively, "By the way, when are we heading to Haiqing?" "Oh, right." Meng Bufan pulled a plane ticket from his pocket and handed it to Huo Li. "I came to find you for this. We depart tomorrow, and when we arrive, we can still have a day of fun before the exhibition officially begins the day after tomorrow." Huo Li accepted the ticket with some surprise. "I thought we were taking a private jet." Meng Bufan looked at him in shock. "Just a few days apart, and you've become so decadent?" Huo Li retorted, "I'm merely accustomed to private jets." "Wait, is this what they call the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to frugality?" The two had planned meticulously, but when they were set to depart the following day, they were halted by team leader Jean. "You must undergo a health check before leaving," Jean stated sternly. "Huo Li, since your powers could potentially affect the real world, your bodies might also undergo changes." "Huh." Meng Bufan, unaware of the mystical realm's affairs, appeared somewhat bewildered, prompting Huo Li to briefly explain. "All right, old Hua." Meng Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "When can I be that impressive too?" Huo Li dismissed his juvenile remarks and dragged Meng Bufan for a full health examination. As the checks were conducted by specialists, the results came swiftly. While Meng Bufan showed no significant changes from previous data, Huo Li was questioned by Dr. Hua. "Have you been secretly working out?" Huo Li quickly shook his head. "Not at all." The report indicated a substantial increase in Huo Li's strength, agility, and muscle mass compared to before. "If you haven't been training, it's impossible to achieve such rapid improvement in a short time." Dr. Hua frowned. "Even with exercise, such swift enhancement is not typical." Huo Li pondered. "I haven't been training, but I have been quite active in the other world. Could that be related?" Considering Huo Li's labor in the alternate realm, Dr. Hua's expression turned grave. "Indeed, that would involve significantly more exertion than regular training." After agreeing to a health check after each trip to the other world, Huo Li and Meng Bufan finally boarded their flight to Haiqing. Of course, it was the rescheduled one. Meanwhile, in America, a golden-haired farm woman exclaimed with vibrant energy to Agent Fabola, who had come to investigate. "This must be a divine revelation from Jesus. I feel absolutely fantastic." As she spoke, she spread her arms wide, spinning in delight. "You see, I used to feel lethargic and weak, but after that meteor shower, I feel an inexhaustible surge of strength." Agent Fabola, clad in dark sunglasses and a black suit, skillfully took notes. At this moment, other agents surveying the surroundings of the farm also approached. "The investigation is complete." The leading agent nodded with an air of indifference. "Let us proceed." After their departure, a group of individuals came to escort the elderly woman away. The meteor shower arrived unexpectedly and departed just as swiftly. Yet it captured the attention of certain observers who detected the energy within it, quietly initiating an operation dubbed Miracle. Of course, the instigator of all this, Huo Li, remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, he was enjoying a rather unappetizing airplane meal with Meng Bufan. This is merely the appetizer. Once we reach Haiqing, we must indulge in all the local delicacies, Meng Bufan declared, lost in culinary fantasies as he consumed his meal. I've always been curious, Huo Li remarked, observing Meng Bufan devouring his food. Do vampires retain their sense of taste? Of course. You never stipulated that vampires lack taste. Meng Bufan looked at him as if he were foolish. Have you ever felt awkward about being a creation of mine? Huo Li inquired. Are you daft? Am I not truly here? Well, then isn't that sufficient? Chapter 20. Undercurrents. Lu Rini was a model youth, born under the red banner. For his 18th birthday, his parents gifted him a plane ticket to Haiqing along with tickets to a military exhibition. With his compact camera slung over his shoulder, he eagerly boarded the flight to Haiqing, unaware that this trip would yield unimaginable value, prompting him to frame his ticket and even purchase insurance for it upon his return home. At that moment, he merely perceived the two individuals beside him as eccentric. Look, vampires, settings, creations, Lu Rini thought, casting a sidelong glance at Huo Li and Meng Bufan, internally mocking. They appear quite normal, yet their minds are utterly perplexed. The announcement echoed through the cabin. The plane is about to land. Passengers, please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Meng Bufan leaned toward Huo Li, whispering, what is the fuss about fastening seatbelts? Flying solo is far more thrilling. Huo Li rolled his eyes in response. Then I want to assign you a helicopter for future missions. Lu Rini internally lamented. How can their families allow them to venture out like this? Hey, old Hua, you've got a grain of rice stuck on your face. Meng Bufan exclaimed, reaching over to remove it. As he observed the focused expressions and close proximity of the two, Lu Rini felt as if a radiant truth had descended upon them, and he suddenly understood. So, this is what madness looks like. Catching a glimpse of Lu Rini's gaze, Meng Bufan felt puzzled, wondering if he was gazing at him with a certain affection. Why is he looking at me so intently? Thus, a delightful misunderstanding unfolded as the three disembarked from the plane. Click, click. The sound of cameras echoed throughout the venue. Lu Rini glanced around at the crowd wielding cameras of all sizes, bemused. What could they possibly be photographing? Before him stood a half-meter-tall miniature model, painted in green camouflage, exuding a distinctly plastic aesthetic. Honestly, Lu Rini arrived with great anticipation, only to find himself somewhat disillusioned. Previously, there had been much chatter online about the unveiling of numerous new weapons and a development plan for the next 20 years. The discussions among fellow enthusiasts had ignited a fervor within him, prompting his decision to witness the event in person. How's it going, Lao Hua? A familiar voice called from his left. It was those two individuals from the airplane. Lu Rini possessed a natural sensitivity in his hearing, able to discern even the faintest tick of a mechanical watch's gears. Thus, he caught the sounds of their conversation even when Huo Li and Meng Bufan were still 10 meters away. Does this armored vehicle appear unremarkable? Meng Bufan animatedly gestured as he explained. In truth, its coating utilizes cutting-edge nanotechnology. It is well known that when materials are reduced to the nanoscale, their properties undergo significant transformation. He continued, the coating on this vehicle is capable of countering electronic reconnaissance. Leaning closer to Huo Li, Meng Bufan whispered, this is merely the publicly disclosed technology. In reality, they have developed stealth coatings that employ optical reflection and infrared concealment. Imagine a battalion of 200,000 soldiers arrayed before an empty expanse. It's truly astounding. With one hand resting on Huo Li's shoulder, he shook his head in awe. Is that even possible? Huo Li inquired, somewhat astonished. He had come across rumors about stealth materials online in recent years and had always dismissed them as fabrications. Previously, it was indeed not feasible, but it is said that they have resolved it using some technology from the world of chasing the sun. Meng Bufan scratched his head, his expression contorted in confusion. I can't articulate the specific technical jargon, but you know that due to the legitimacy of gangs in that world, their weapon manufacturing technology is unparalleled. That's true. Huo Li nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze towards the plastic models within the venue, remarking, the Bureau of Military Development is becoming increasingly outrageous. At that moment, Lu Rini stood frozen, his mind racing. Did he just hear what he thought he heard? This was at least indicative of a moderate level of insanity. Should he call the authorities? What could he even say? That he heard something? He resolved to observe the situation further, hoping to catch the individual in the act. Suddenly, a small sound pierced through the noisy crowd, causing a jolt in Lu Rennie's heart. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It was the unmistakable sound of a bullet being chambered. He attempted to remain inconspicuous as he followed the sound, ultimately locking his gaze on an unremarkable young man. With black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, was he Chinese? No, perhaps he was from Sakura country or Kimchi country. He dared not raise an alarm, as he lacked evidence. How could he explain his suspicions? He resolved to see what the young man intended to do, hoping to catch him red-handed. As this thought surged within him, Lu Rennie felt a rush of adrenaline. He stealthily trailed behind the young man, moving towards a less crowded area. Isn't that the kid who was just following us? Meng Bufan remarked, gazing at Lu Rennie's retreating figure with curiosity. What is he up to? They had noticed earlier that the boy had been glancing at them intently, his gaze peculiar, but having conversed in hushed tones, they had dismissed his presence. Huo Li observed the seemingly unremarkable young man accompanying Lu Rennie, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. The direction he was heading towards did not appear to lead to the exhibition hall. What lay ahead? Following the direction indicated by Huo Li, Meng Bufan recalled with sudden clarity. Oh no, it was the direction of the control room. The two hastily pursued. Ahead, Lu Rennie trailed the young man until they reached an inconspicuous small building. At the entrance stood a solitary sunshade, beneath which sat a youth clad in security attire. The unremarkable young man had yet to approach when the security youth instantly sprang to attention, scanning the surroundings with a hawk-like gaze. What secrets lay within this building? From a distance, Lu Rennie crouched in the grass, observing the security youth thoughtfully. With muscles like gnarled roots and an aura of menace, he was undoubtedly no ordinary guard. Little brat, this is not a place for you. Suddenly, a voice erupted from behind, startling Lu Rennie before a large hand clamped over his mouth. Once he regained his composure and discerned the identity of his captor, his eyes widened in shock. It was those two lunatics. Ahead, Gao Yi's gaze fixed upon the woods, as he slowly drew a handgun from his lower back and advanced cautiously. Simultaneously, Huo Li, wielding a taser he had casually picked up earlier, began to approach the seemingly unremarkable young man. However, his stealth was lamentably poor, as he snapped two branches underfoot with just 3 steps. The young man immediately pivoted, aiming his weapon at Huo Li and discarding the silencer with a swift motion. Since the original plan had gone awry, it was time to embrace chaos. Chapter 21, Stepping in. Bang. Bang. The resounding gunfire echoed, reaching the nearby venues, where several individuals exchanged glances of varying expressions before hastening towards the source of the commotion. Lift your veil, so I may see your face. In unison, several venues erupted with blaring music, causing bewildered tourists to pause in confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Rennie stared in horror at the unfolding scene. Mother, this ticket is truly worth its weight in gold. Even a super scion can be seen. Not just him, but all present were wide-eyed in astonishment. The young man's gun continued to emit smoke, while Huo Li stood a short distance away, slightly turned, holding between his right index and middle fingers the 2 bullets he had just fired. Old Hua, Meng Bufan shouted excitedly from behind. I knew you were hiding something from me. Huo Li was equally taken aback, swearing that his actions had been purely instinctive. As the group remained ensnared in the incredibility of the event, distant gunshots rang out, with several figures rushing closer, 2 of whom brandished submachine guns. How on earth were these weapons smuggled in? Then, the thunderous sound of a helicopter filled the air, and all those involved were apprehended, none escaping. Huo Li, Meng Bufan, and Lu Rennie, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, were left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Is there no longer any suspicion? Gao Yi inquired of the helicopter team's leader. None. According to our investigation, this should be all of them. Gao Yi nodded and said, You may go ahead. I still need to complete another report. As the group began to disperse, Huo Li could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, What is happening? Spies. Gao Yi replied succinctly. Before the exhibition, we intentionally spread some rumors to attract these foreign agents. Given the rapid advancement of our nation's technology, we must dismantle these invisible threats to confidently forge ahead. However, your unexpected presence complicates matters. They recognized your face and witnessed your ability to catch bullets barehanded. At this point, Gao Yi paused, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes for the first time. In any case, you should refrain from making any moves for now. I will dispatch a small team specifically to protect you until this matter is thoroughly resolved. Huo Li and Meng Bufan had no objections to this proposal. As for Lineage, he should inform his family and return only once the danger has fully dissipated. Were these spies really so foolish as to act so brazenly? Upon returning to the hotel arranged by Gao Yi, Lineage's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he began to chatter incessantly with questions. Their role is merely that of observers. Meng Bufan remarked, finding the boy amusing. With his penchant for conversation, he patiently provided answers to Lineage's inquiries. "Oh, I see," Lineage exclaimed. "They are all expendable. But as long as they can glean even a modicum of valuable information, it is worthwhile." Suddenly, Meng Bufan felt a wave of concern. Huo Li's exposure would be the greatest loss imaginable. To this, Huo Li responded with a sense of calm, asserting that if necessary, he could simply retreat to his small world. The country would not suffer unduly on his account. "Are you truly a vampire?" Lineage asked once more. "He is. I am not." Huo Li denied his vampiric heritage, insisting he had no fear of sunlight. "Then what are you?" "A deity of light," Huo Li proclaimed. And in that moment, he felt as though he were enveloped in sunlight, warmth radiating throughout his being. He attempted to conjure a light spell, but after a prolonged effort, only a minuscule spark of light emerged from his fingertips. The good news, he could wield magic. The bad news, even with magic, it was of little use. Lineage gazed at Huo Li's barely illuminated fingertip with disappointment. "Is this all?" Huo Li felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, the ability to produce even a flicker was progress. As for why he could suddenly access a modicum of magic in this world, Huo Li attributed it to the elemental forces inherent to this realm. For most, it held little significance, but for a deity of light, it was still possible to harness that small amount of power. That evening, Team Leader Jean arrived in Haicheng via private jet. "I hear you can catch bullets with your bare hands?" Huo Li, about to greet him, was caught off guard by the question. It was an unexpected surge of latent potential during a life-or-death moment, he explained earnestly. To this, Team Leader Jean dismissed his words, insisting he only considered the data. Huo Li and Meng Bufan resignedly underwent another physical examination. "Why must I also be examined?" Meng Bufan protested loudly. "I did not catch bullets with my bare hands." As he was dragged along in his white coat, he was persuaded, "Since you're here, you might as well." It was best for Huo Li to retreat to his small world for the time being. While Huo Li and Meng Bufan were undergoing their checkups, Gao Yi entered, holding a stack of reports. The remnants of eyeliner had yet to be completely removed, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the existence of Huo Li, whose safety was paramount above all else. Team Leader Jean nodded in agreement, taking the stack of reports and perusing their contents. The recent extraordinary meteor shower had captured the attention of multiple nations, and with the rapid technological advancements in Huagua resembling an unrestrained surge, certain organizations had begun to draw connections. Should the incident of Huo Li catching bullets with his bare hands be exposed, a wave of unease washed over Jean, usually mild-mannered, as his eyes narrowed and an aura of formidable resolve enveloped him. 2 days later, Huo Li stepped into world number 4. During this interval, scientists had meticulously organized and dispatched all pertinent materials from the laboratory to Huagua. It was time to unlock the laboratory doors and embrace the new gifts from the Creator. "Chris," he commanded, "open the door." "Of course, Master." As the directive was issued, the imposing metallic door, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, gradually creaked open. The onlookers stood at the threshold, brimming with anticipation to behold the new world, a moment destined to be etched in history. A vile stench surged forth from the slowly parting seams of the door, and the once jubilant crowd could no longer suppress their disgust. Huo Li swiftly conjured a small bat to block his nostrils. The vampire's ability was truly invaluable. At that moment, the door swung wide open, revealing a 10-meter-long corridor ahead, illuminated by flickering lights. The passage appeared to be crafted from a unique material, devoid of any dust, as Huo Li cautiously approached its entrance. Though danger loomed, the facade before him appeared ordinary. The threat emerged as Huo Li scrutinized the entrance, releasing a small bat for reconnaissance. With a sudden puff, the bat vaporized instantly. Chapter 22. The State of World Number 4. Although Huo Li embodied Howard in this miniature world, he possessed none of Howard's memories. For a moment, Huo Li found himself at a loss before this invisible door. Forcing open the portal with magical power would likely render it unusable. Indeed, this realm harbored immense elemental energy. Chris, how does one open the door from the outside? Ultimately, Huo Li opted to seek assistance from the laboratory's mainframe, disregarding any thoughts of whether the mainframe would find it peculiar that its master could not open a door. After all, he was the god of light. What could it possibly do to him? Floating in the air, Chris, being a loyal steward, harbored no doubts about her master. Instead, she kindly shared the incantations for opening and closing the door. Open, gate of destiny. Close, gate of stormwind. Huo Li, exasperated by the absurdity, returned to the invisible door and uttered the incantation to open it. Beams of light flickered in the air, and he released another small bat, which flew forth safely. I shall investigate the situation. After briefing the researchers, Huo Li closed the door and fully entered world number 4. At last, Huo Li beheld the entirety of the laboratory's location, deep within the sewers. Gazing upon the scene of sewage flowing freely, accompanied by a nauseating stench, Huo Li furrowed his brow. One must concede that this was indeed an exceptionally well-concealed location. With a sigh, he contemplated that while he could transform into a bat to escape, the other personnel would find it quite challenging to ascend. Suddenly, he recalled Chu Yu, an ordinary individual as well. It seemed she must have employed some sort of tool to arrive here. It made sense, given the backdrop of a science fiction narrative where mechanical technology has advanced remarkably. After some contemplation, Huo Li resolved to search for a means of transport capable of carrying individuals out of this sewer. With a flurry of activity, countless tiny bats clustered around their master, taking flight together. La Mesa, a small town in the Republic of Bavish, bore witness to the rapid advancement of global technology. However, for the underprivileged masses, the swift pace of progress offered little time for adaptation. Consequently, the majority of high-tech advancements remained in the hands of a select few, while the ordinary citizens of the Republic of Bavish continued to lead simple lives. The evolution of technology had rendered numerous jobs obsolete, compelling the citizens to engage in fierce competition for stable employment. Thus, even in the dead of night, the streets bustled with hurried individuals striving for survival. In an inconspicuous alley, several diminutive bats emerged from a dark manhole, surveying their surroundings before a shroud of black mist enveloped the area, revealing a tall and slender figure. Dressed in a black trench coat, adorned with a black British hat, and a long black checkered scarf that obscured the lower half of his face, Huo Li stepped out of the alleyway. The season was late autumn, and thus his attire did not attract any undue attention. Passers-by merely cast a cursory glance at the peculiar figure draped in black, emerging from the shadows. Their time was far too precious for more than a fleeting look. Above, the dazzling neon lights flickered, and skyscrapers towered into the sky. As Huo Li navigated the streets, he remained vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings. The pedestrians he encountered were a mosaic of skin tones, all engaged in a chorus of indistinct chatter. Thanks to the presence of Callus, Huo Li had come prepared. This world did indeed possess the language of Huagua, as evidenced by Chu Yu, Howard, and Callus, who communicated in Huagua. However, the official language of the realm was a universal tongue. Given the precedent of language barriers in the magical realm, Callus had equipped Huo Li with a real-time translator. This device, however, was limited to the languages of the Fourth World. To utilize it within the magical domain, one would need to input the language of the magical realm into the translator. Moreover, this translator was not the type found in novels, which automatically transformed spoken words into comprehensible language for the listener. Instead, it displayed the meaning of the other party's words on a screen, requiring the user to convey their own message through a translation process, either by showing it or reciting it aloud. Overall, it resembled a scholarly tool more than a seamless translator. Fortunately, while Huo Li was memorizing knowledge in the Fourth World, he had taken the opportunity to learn some universal language alongside Callus. Although he stumbled at times, the translator facilitated his daily interactions without significant issues. The municipal government has once again reduced its budget. At a street stall, a girl in uniform is lamenting to her companion. Upon noticing the content displayed on her translator, Huo Li approaches the stall and orders a skewer of grilled meat. It is rumored that all resources and funding are now prioritized for the Planet Research Institute. Her companion quietly remarks as she devours a piece of meat. The girl in uniform lowers her voice in response, asking if the rumors are true, that a habitable planet has been discovered. Her companion nods, advising her to prepare early. Those who will venture to the new planet will not include them. The rumors being circulated are merely subtle hints to stockpile supplies, for they will undoubtedly take a significant amount of resources to construct their new world. Chaos is bound to ensue here. The girl in uniform finds it hard to believe, her eyes wide with disbelief. Aren't they worried that people will rise in rebellion if they learn this in advance? Rebellion? Her companion scoffs. Can mere flesh withstand the onslaught of plasma temperature guns? Besides, now that you know, how many will believe you if you tell them? By the time everyone uncovers the truth, those meant to leave will have already departed. They have not abandoned us. Rather, they plan to build a new home before bringing us over. However, who knows when that new home will be completed, or if we will still be alive by then. Her companion finishes, downing the beer in hand. The girl in uniform falls silent. Only the strong can truly dictate their fate, while she feels helplessly swayed by destiny. Huo Li, having absorbed their conversation, remains undeterred, realizing that this is not his world and holding faith that his homeland will not forsake any citizen. The good news is that this world possesses plasma temperature guns. The bad news is that they are about to flee. As Huo Li relishes his skewer, his mind races with thoughts on how to acquire their aerospace and weaponry data. Before he knows it, the skewer is gone. Boss, I'm ready to pay. That will be 120 liens. Huo Li's hand trembles as he reaches for his soft currency, realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail. Chapter 23, Transformation Recently. The eateries on Baker Street in La Mesa have been exceptionally bustling. Whispers abound of an extraordinarily handsome man appearing in the area. Night falls at 6 o'clock, and the rumored handsome man arrives punctually at a street stall, clad in a black trench coat. Boss, I'm here. The proprietor, busy grilling skewers, expertly flips them, scattering cumin and chili powder in the air without lifting his gaze, commanding in a deep voice, quickly set up the tables and chairs. There's no room left. Huo Li responds quickly, shedding his coat and skillfully retrieving a vibrant floral apron from the back of the cart. He deftly arranges the folding tables and chairs, wiping away the dust with a clean cloth. The female customers waiting nearby watch him with sparkling eyes, until one of them attempts to take a photograph with her phone, only for Huo Li to suddenly appear before her. His handsome visage betrayed a hint of distress as his eyes beseeched the lady taking photographs, pleading in halting common tone. Could you please refrain from taking pictures? It causes me some discomfort. Who could possibly refuse? The female patron's cheeks instantly flushed as she deleted the photo she had just taken and tucked her phone away. A sigh of relief escaped Huo Li as a grateful smile graced his lips, and he generously offered her a glass of sparkling water. How had the illustrious Prince of Departure fallen to such a plight? The tale begins 3 days prior, when he had purchased a plethora of skewered delicacies, yet found himself unable to settle the bill. That evening, the weary Prince of Departure returned to the laboratory, intending to repay his debt through labor. Chris, he inquired, how much is in my account? 0, my master, came the reply. How much? Huo Li's voice suddenly soared, incredulity flooding his tone. The assets of a distinguished mechanic reduced to naught? 0, my master, Chris reiterated patiently. Huo Li scratched his head, perplexed. Where has all my money gone? Most of it was allocated to sustain the material consumption within the laboratory, as well as to fund your research experiments, Chris elucidated. A small portion remains hidden, as you mentioned, to protect against unforeseen circumstances. Hidden where? I do not know. You stated that only one person should be privy to such secrets. By the gods, secrets. Huo Li was incensed, nearly overturning the table. Though he had inherited Howard's mechanical crafting skills, he did not possess the true memories of Howard. Thus, he found himself destitute. As the saying goes, one cannot advance without funds, and compounded by his status as a ghost in this world, Huo Li sought out the street vendor once more to negotiate work. Naturally, the hourly wage was quite appealing. Meanwhile, the research team, having digested the knowledge Huo Li had transcribed, began to explore small orders on the trading network. This sparked a fervent discussion across the entire underground market. What has Howard been up to lately? He turned down a 500,000 gold coin power armor order to accept a mere 200 gold coin mechanical hand request? Don't try to guess the workings of a master. You'll never comprehend. Is this mechanical hand some sort of hidden quest? Who is Howard? Is he impressive? Clearly a newcomer. Someone, throw out this disrespectful wretch who dares speak of Lord Howard. The members of the research team merely cast a casual glance at the discussions before immersing themselves in the 200 gold coin mechanical hand order. In the real world, a mechanical hand mimics certain movements of a human hand and arm, designed to grasp, transport objects, or manipulate tools according to a fixed program. Yet, what appears to be a marvel of engineering is, at its core, merely the function of sensors. In contrast, the mechanical hands of the fourth world can interface directly with the brain, controlled through brainwaves. The primary principle involves aligning the frequencies produced by the electronic components within the mechanical hand with those of the brain's neurons, allowing the mind to govern the hand's movements. The research team had made significant strides in this area, having completed 3 mechanical hands, all of which had been dispatched to the real world. On the other hand, the diligent Huo Li finally found himself presented with an opportunity. On the first night, the uniformed girl and her companion reappeared at the roadside stall, where Huo Li overheard news that the land-based city government was seeking new chefs. The previous master chef was set to move to the capital, Portree. The uniformed girl took a sip of her beer and remarked that there had been rumors of his son being a high-ranking official in Portree. Connecting this with what you had mentioned earlier, it might very well be that the master chef's son summoned him there. It seems chaos is imminent. The uniformed girl sighed. Yet her expression bore little concern. Ever since her previous conversation with her companion, she had already devised an escape plan. Remaining in the old world might not be so bad. With the top figures leaving, people like them, the middle class, would soon wield significant influence. By the way, we should head back early today. I heard there has been another serial killer sighting on Baker Street. Her companion suddenly recalled the news from that morning and spoke up. The uniformed girl finished her last skewer, wiped her mouth, and commented that the menace on Baker Street had never truly ceased. Though she feigned disdain, her body had already stood up eagerly. Watching the two settle their bill and depart, Huo Li pondered how he might become a chef for the city government. The moon hovered above, shrouded in a gray haze. The rapid advancement of technology has also brought about some irreversible negative impacts, such as the weather. After concluding his work, Huo Li bid farewell to his boss and meandered slowly through Baker Street. In the alley, littered with sewage, he occasionally spotted a rat scurrying by, and apart from that, only the indistinct shadows under the dim moonlight. Huo Li smiled slightly. The tip of his right index finger glowed with a grain-sized radiance, floating behind him, immobilizing the man wielding a butcher's knife. In the man's fearful gaze, Huo Li spoke slowly. "Do you have your identification?" The man responded with a puzzled expression. "I mean, something that can verify your identity." Huo Li pondered for a moment and rephrased his question. "Who carries that when committing murder?" Huo Li discerned the man's thoughts through his eyes, but he showed no mercy. Magical power penetrated the man's mind, extracting the information he required before Huo Li quietly departed. A gentle breeze blew, stirring dust. Behind him, there was no longer any sign of a killer. On Baker Street, within an apartment, Huo Li diligently scavenged. Quite affluent, Huo Li checked the serial killer's crystal card account balance and couldn't help but whistle. Disposing of all the killer's belongings, Huo Li utilized a transformation spell, aligning himself with the photograph on the identity magnetic card and his recollections from the previous night. The man reflected in the mirror had brown hair and blue eyes, appearing to be in his 40s. Satisfied, Huo Li nodded, took the identity magnetic card and the bank crystal card, and stepped out. He was now known as Huo Li. Chapter 24. The star system of the Death Fairy. Huo Li acquired Huo Li's crystal card password from his memories. Excellent. All of this now belongs to me. With Huo Li's visage, Huo Li set off to find an internet cafe. In this world, computers are not only exorbitantly priced, but also restricted from ordinary individuals. To purchase one must apply for government approval, thereby tacitly consenting to governmental surveillance of the device. Nevertheless, human ingenuity knows no bounds. Individuals like Howard, who navigate the realms of light and darkness, often resort to assembling and manufacturing computers themselves. In an era where the average person still believes that a computer necessitates a host and a display, technology has already evolved to the point of externalized light screens. The general populace is largely deprived of their right to information. A sense of heaviness weighed upon Huo Li's heart. The computers in internet cafes are similarly subject to government oversight. Huo Li chose a corner and dutifully accessed the municipal government's official website. The site was simplistic and austere, featuring little substantive content, mostly consisting of various appointment announcements. In the lower right corner, Huo Li finally spotted the desired information, a job posting. Job posting, chef requirements, male, aged 35 to 45 years, with at least 5 years of relevant experience. Interested parties are requested to complete the application form below. Note: please ensure successful registration before proceeding with payment. Upon successful payment, you will be notified of the specific assessment time via email. Huo Li filled out the application form and paid the registration fee of 98 liangs. As he beheld the bold red characters proclaiming successful payment, he couldn't help but reflect on the similarities between different worlds. Following the successful transaction, Huo Li's phone emitted a notification. After carefully reviewing the assessment date, he tucked the phone away. In this world, phones primarily serve the purpose of communication, with little entertainment available. Even the forums are under governmental control. The assessment was scheduled for 2 days hence, prompting Huo Li to return to the real world. Requesting support. Requesting support. Upon his return, Huo Li sought out team leader Jean. Jean narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to halt Huo Li's approach. Have you learned to file reports first? That is quite unusual. Huo Li felt helpless. It had all been accidental in the past. Jean did not engage with his remark and cut straight to the chase. Speak plainly. What is it? Nothing much. What has Meng Bufan been up to lately? He hasn't been up to much either, just engaging in some cross-border business between World 2 and World 3. Huo Li's brows furrowed in concern. Wouldn't that disrupt the balance of worlds? His imagination conjured images of selling missiles. Jean, noticing Huo Li's expression, understood he had conjured wild scenarios. It's merely everyday goods. Some plants in World 3 possess excellent cleansing properties. We have procured many and are now experimenting with artificial cultivation. Oh, I see. Huo Li nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he continued. Since he has no pressing matters, could he accompany me to World 4? Jin's demeanor shifted to one of caution. What are you planning? Huo Li quickly outlined his scheme. Essentially, to obtain legal status for the research team in World 4, the most effective method would be direct government issuance. If I infiltrate the government, I can find the opportunity. Furthermore, he recounted the information he had gleaned about habitable planets. I intend to infiltrate their space agency. Team leader Jean furrowed his brow, capable of crushing a fly. The plan was feasible, yet the risks remained uncontrollable. Hence, I called upon Meng Bufan. As our combined abilities would undoubtedly ensure mutual support, you should first head to the municipal government to ascertain the identities of the remaining individuals. We will devise a solid plan for the aerospace project on our end. Huo Li gave team leader Jean a thumbs up before seeking out Meng Bufan. Left behind, team leader Jean sighed, resignedly returning to his room to prepare a report. That evening, Huo Li took Meng Bufan to World 4. Incredible. Old Hua. The fantastical world that had always existed within the pages of books suddenly unfolded before them, eliciting awe from anyone who beheld it. There will be even more astonishing sights ahead. Huo Li, with an air of profundity, patted Meng Bufan on the shoulder. Next, we need to secure you a legitimate identity. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Huo Li cast a far-reaching gaze toward Baker Street, aware of the numerous pitfalls that lay ahead. Moreover, having traversed several streets in Lancesa, Huo Li noted the absence of a single public surveillance camera, raising questions about whether the high crime rate in Lancesa was a result of governmental negligence. The two, transformed into bats, stealthily infiltrated a standalone residence, the owner of which was a doctor, currently admiring his creations before a display rack in the basement. A faint glow drifted into the doctor's mind, as Huo Li materialized his memories in a nearby mirror. Meng Bufan was astounded by the doctor's memories. Is this truly a human? Huo Li's bat-like visage also bore a grave expression. This was the current state of World 4. Suddenly, Meng Bufan, filled with determination, flapped his wings and nudged Huo Li. Fear not, for the glory of the Starlight Messenger shall illuminate this realm. Let me, Meng Bufan, liberate them. Huo Li suppressed his emotions. Having successfully acquired a new asset, the two even appropriated the doctor's residence. I shall use light magic to transform you into his likeness. With tomorrow's sheriff's consultation, you will be able to attend. As Huo Li spoke, he began to weave his magic. A flash of brilliance enveloped Meng Bufan, transforming him into a dapper young man with golden hair. Meng Bufan adjusted his hair in the mirror and said, Old Hua, you must accompany me. I lack medical knowledge, and I will need your healing magic to provide cover. As he spoke, Meng Bufan seethed with frustration at his own lack of magical talent. How unfair. Life is indeed so vastly different. The two silently gazed at the starry sky, where the stars were barely visible. The galaxy housing World 4 is the Andromeda Galaxy. Huo Li suddenly remarked, a backdrop evolved by the world itself. In my world, the Andromeda Galaxy lies 54 million light-years from Earth, the closest major galaxy to the Milky Way. His voice took on an ethereal quality. Simultaneously, it is also unanimously acknowledged as a galaxy that has perished. Is the Andromeda galaxy we inhabit its past? Is it the present or the future? Meng Bufan did not fully grasp his meaning, but refrained from asking further. The following day, Meng Bufan donned formal attire, equipped himself with identification, carried a briefcase, and stepped outside under the shelter of a black umbrella. Huo Li followed closely behind him as they made their way to the station. Chapter 25, Sheriff Hayden. In the fourth world, the utilization of space reached its zenith. The closer one approached the municipal government, the higher the buildings soared. The magnetic levitation tracks were even constructed to traverse through the buildings. After several minutes, they arrived at the municipal government station. The government building, a grand edifice gleaming in pure white, greeted them as they alighted from the tram. Passing through the revolving electronic gates, they reached the security checkpoint, where facial recognition and identity card verification were mandatory, requiring dual authentication for entry. Meng Bufan presented Dr. Robert's identity card and aligned his face with the camera for scanning. Identity mismatch. Identity mismatch. The shrill alarm echoed, prompting a squad of guards clad in deep blue uniforms to rush forth, brandishing gleaming assault rifles. Who goes there? The squad leader barked, gun raised. Unable to comprehend the universal language of this world, Meng Bufan found himself at a loss. Moreover, his assumed identity did not permit him to openly consult a translator. Huo Li, understanding the situation, signaled Meng Bufan to raise his hands and surrender. Observing their compliance, the squad leader lowered his weapon, directing the muzzle toward the ground, and inquired sternly, "What is the matter? This machine appears to be malfunctioning." Huo Li replied, feigning confusion. "Malfunctioning?" The squad leader furrowed his brow. "Indeed. We scanned our identity cards, yet it continuously indicates that our identities do not match." Huo Li explained, presenting both their identity cards for scrutiny. The squad leader examined them closely, comparing them with his fellow guards, and summoned the engineering department to inspect the machine. "I apologize, but could you please wait a moment?" The squad leader stated with a respectful demeanor. "It is peculiar, as our entries have been normal. Only yours have resulted in errors, which defies logic." Huo Li nodded in understanding. The principle of transformation magic involves enveloping one's form with magical energy to simulate alterations. For instance, if one has a flat nose, they might use magic to create an illusionary bridge, or if they are tall, they might obscure their height visually. Thus, while transformation magic can deceive the eye, it cannot fool advanced, cold machines. Particularly, the identity scanning apparatus of the municipal government employs infrared rays to outline the human form. And magic cannot replicate the intricate workings of the human body. The mysteries of humanity are as boundless as the cosmos. "May I inquire about your purpose for visiting the municipal government?" The squad leader began questioning, seemingly casual, yet probing, as the engineering team arrived. Huo Li promptly replied with humility, "Sheriff Hayden Burney has been unwell lately, which is why I summoned Dr. Robert for an examination. His previous assistant happened to be unavailable, so I was asked to assist." Huo Li hastily clarified. The squad leader listened attentively. While the explanation seemed logically sound, an instinctual unease gnawed at him. He cast a sharp glance at Meng Bufan, who had been standing quietly to the side, deepening his suspicion. Why had he not spoken a word? Huo Li, with an expression of helplessness, explained that Dr. Robert had overindulged in spicy chicken wings the previous day, resulting in his throat being riddled with blisters. "Is that so?" The captain of the guard scanned Meng Bufan with a look of doubt. Upon seeing Huo Li's subtle signal, Meng Bufan seized the moment to speak up. "Ahem." His hoarse voice and expression of extreme discomfort momentarily convinced the captain of their tale. Noticing that the captain's attention had shifted, Huo Li discreetly concentrated a glimmer of light at his fingertips, which gradually floated towards the machinery being repaired by the engineering department. When the engineers reached a particular line, a sudden scent of burning wafted through the air. "This line is damaged." The technician reported the charred wires to the captain, indicating that replacing the line would take approximately half an hour. The captain found himself in a quandary. Huo Li hastily interjected, "Might we enter first? We have reached the appointment time with Mr. Heidenburney." Just then, the captain's communicator crackled to life. "QB, please check if a doctor named Robert has come to the city hall looking for me. If you see him, tell him to hurry over. I'm in excruciating pain." The coarse voice on the communicator was laden with irritation. Captain QB quickly explained the situation. However, instead of commending Captain QB for his diligence, the sheriff berated him sharply. In the end, a visibly displeased Captain QB personally escorted the two to Sheriff Heidenbernie's office. "My dear Robert, you have finally arrived," exclaimed the burly, red-bearded Heidenbernie, his arms wide open in excitement as he embraced Meng Bufan. Meng Bufan felt as though he was being suffocated, a chill running through him, while his face turned an array of colors as he cast a pleading glance at Huo Li. Huo Li promptly stepped in to rescue his companion, reiterating the unfortunate consequences of the spicy chicken wings. Heidenbernie's face fell with regret, lamenting, "What a pity, my friend. May I inquire where you are feeling unwell, Sheriff?" Huo Li dutifully asked. Heidenbernie replied with a mischievous wink, "It's not me. It's my newly acquired pet." "Then why not call a veterinarian?" Huo Li silently scoffed, though his outward demeanor remained cordial. "Where's your pet now?" "Follow me," Heidenbernie said, leading them into a small room, twisting a lamp on the wall, revealing a hidden door before their eyes. "This is the method of care I learned last week in Lemna." As he recalled the scenes from Lemna, Heidenbernie's breathing quickened, the flesh around his neck quivering slightly, and a hissing sound escaped his throat, reminiscent of a bellows. Huo Li and Meng Bufan exchanged a subtle glance, an ominous premonition dawning upon them. The space beyond the hidden door was far larger than they had anticipated. After descending a spiral staircase, they finally beheld the scene before them. The facade of smiles vanished instantly, and Huo Li's voice sharpened, taking a deep breath as he slowly uttered, "Ah, so this is your pet?" Oblivious to the impending crisis, Heidenbernie continued to flaunt his creation, turning to face the two with a triumphant expression. "What do you think? Isn't it splendid?" As he spoke, a tinge of regret lingered. It was simply too engaging, yet not something he could indulge in frequently. Huo Li lowered his gaze slightly, responding, "Not to worry, I have a splendid idea." Hayden's interest was piqued instantly. "What is it?" Words cannot encapsulate it. One must experience it firsthand to truly grasp its effect. Poor Hayden was now brimming with excitement. Chapter 26. The Other Side of Gao Yi, Part 1. Huo Li and Meng Bufan emerged from the secret chamber, their expressions dark and brooding, as they wiped away the invisible filth with tissues. Is death a punishment or a form of redemption? Meng Bufan suddenly posed a question steeped in philosophical depth. Those who have faced death multiple times yearn for its release, while those burdened by sin prefer to endure endless torment rather than struggle to survive. What must one do to be deemed correct? What does living truly signify? Observing Meng Bufan, who was lost in contemplation, Huo Li shook his head in resignation. Overthinking can lead one to madness. He then pointed his right index finger to his chest. It will reveal the answer. The choices made in those moments are, for me, the right ones. Meng Bufan widened his eyes in disbelief. "When did you become so confident?" "I have never felt inferior," Huo Li replied. The serious philosophical atmosphere was swiftly shattered, and the two began to deliberate their next course of action. It was impractical to have Meng Bufan impersonate the sheriff, unless he were to remain perpetually silent. Furthermore, the sheriff's extensive social connections made it quite easy to be discovered. Yet, the advantages of assuming the sheriff's identity were too enticing to relinquish. "Let us recruit someone else," Meng Bufan suggested, rubbing his temples. With a sigh, Huo Li conceded. "It appears we have no choice. After all, I do not wish to forfeit the identity of Hidea's strongman. A legitimate orphan status would prove immensely beneficial for their future endeavors. You stay here. I will return shortly," Huo Li stated. Meng Bufan nodded in agreement. The surveillance within the city hall was overwhelming, though fortunately, it consisted merely of standard cameras with recording capabilities. Otherwise, Huo Li would have suspected that only he and Meng Bufan could set off the alarms in the city hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Huo Li noticed Cupid still present and approached him to greet. "Dr. Robert asked me to fetch some supplies. Has this device been repaired? I fear it may sound again soon, and I might trouble you once more." Huo Li feigned distress. Cupid maintained the same stern demeanor Huo Li had first encountered. In a sense, he bore some resemblance to Gao Yi. "It should be fine," Cupid replied, devoid of any warmth, his tone strictly professional. Huo Li smiled, choosing not to elaborate further as he hurried back to reality. When he found team leader Jean, the latter was engrossed in drafting a report on his laptop. The densely packed text was enough to induce a headache at first glance. If Huo Li were to articulate the downsides of his job, his immediate response would be the seemingly endless reports. Now, he opted to express his needs verbally. After listening, team leader Jean stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You require someone proficient in the universal language of World 4, with a smooth disposition and ideally, some self-preservation skills?" Meng Bufan and I may not always be by his side. Having self-preservation capabilities would be beneficial in emergencies. The position of the sheriff is fraught with complexity in its social network, and the associated risks remain substantial. The leader, Jean, nodded, seemingly arriving at a resolute decision. Let Gao Yi take on the task. Wait a moment. Huo Li incredulously echoed. Did you say who? Gao Yi. Not the one I know, surely? It was the first time Jean had witnessed such a reaction from Huo Li, and he found it amusing. Indeed, it is the very Gao Yi you are familiar with, he asserted with unwavering certainty. Huo Li shook his head vehemently, insisting, he is not capable. I wager he would be exposed in less than half a day. Moreover, when did he ever learn the universal language of the fourth world? During your time teaching in the third world, Jean replied flatly, as if stating the most mundane fact. Gao Yi possesses an excellent linguistic aptitude. Prior to the emergence of the small world, he was proficient in 7 languages. Huo Li gasped in astonishment. This individual is truly formidable. However, he still harbored concerns about Gao Yi's temperament, for the real Hayden was a slippery character. Contrasting starkly with the aloof and cool Gao Yi, Jean, smiling, patted Huo Li's shoulder reassuringly, stating, do not doubt a soldier, as long as it is a mission. They will exert every effort to excel. This was not merely a matter of doubt. Ultimately, he guided Gao Yi to the fourth world. At that moment, dusk had descended. Huo Li utilized transformation magic to convert Gao Yi into a medical box, proceeding once more through the identity scanner. Beep, beep, severe warning, beep, beep, illegal intrusion, illegal intrusion. The shrill alarm blared once more, and the warning lights on the wall emitted a blinding red glow. Huo Li, exasperated, distanced himself from the machine, and soon, Hubie's figure reappeared. It seems to be malfunctioning again. Hubie's chest heaved violently, suppressing his fury as he summoned the engineering department once more. Although his instincts warned him that the individual before him was suspicious, he lacked the evidence necessary for expulsion or arrest. The mere thought of Hayden's vile demeanor weighed heavily on his heart. The previous incident repeated itself, and the engineering staff appeared equally perplexed. How did it burn again? Huo Li feigned a troubled expression. Can I go up first? After all, Sheriff Huo Li. Hubie's countenance was equally grim. Having faced 2 issues in a single day, he likely would not retain his bonus for the month. If he further offended Hayden, he could very well lose his job. Reflecting on this, he meticulously inspected Huo Li's belongings, confirming their normalcy before granting him entry. At that moment, had the identity scanner possessed the ability to speak, it would have surely shouted, those are 2 individuals. Fool. Unfortunately, it lacked such intelligence. As Huo Li led Gao Yi back to the sheriff's quarters, Meng Bufan was in a deep slumber, snoring thunderously. Listening to the cacophony, Huo Li found an uncanny resemblance between him and Hayden. Wake up, Huo Li exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Meng Bufan. To his surprise, Meng Bufan dodged, attempting to ambush the Starlight envoy. Not in this lifetime. Ignoring him, Huo Li revealed Gao Yi's form. Old Gao. Meng Bufan vigorously rubbed his eyes. Gao Yi nodded expressionlessly. Gazing at the imposing figure of the blood oath warrior before him, Meng Bufan rubbed his eyes once more. No, Lao Hua, are you jesting with me? Why would I jest with you? Huo Li replied, a frown etched on his face. Meng Bufan's expression was one of deep concern. But why did you bring Lao Gao here? I will fulfill the mission. His deep, resonant voice, as always, provided immense reassurance. Yet, Meng Bufan's face contorted in further anguish. It's just that, he sighed heavily. I feel it's quite unjust for you to play the role of the scoundrel. And what about others? Are they not unjustly treated? Huo Li rolled his eyes in response. Chapter 27, Science Versus. Magic. Huo Li casually selected a mirror to serve as the vessel for recalling highest memories. His slender fingers glided gently across the surface, unveiling the past of an individual in stark clarity. From the innocence of youth to the gradual descent into darkness, Gao Yi had remained an impassive observer until the arrival of Lime. Distorted figures screamed and shouted from behind the screen, their bodies transformed. Yet their thoughts and memories remained intact. A pregnant woman, on the brink of labor, slowly ascended the stairs, stripped of the right to live, her gaze lowered. Forced to submit. Indulge to your heart's content. She implored the being on the throne, who offered a fleeting glimpse of compassion. In his memories, Lime savored a glass of red wine, raising his head in a sigh. In this wretched world, only this moment allows me to feel what it means to truly live. The spectators applauded in unison, echoing the sentiment. Yes, This wretched world. Gao Yi's form was like a drawn sword, his facial muscles twitching as if on the verge of eruption. Just when Meng Bufan and Huo Li believed he would explode, a voice deeper than before emerged. I will fulfill the mission. On the second evening after Huo Li secured the chef's qualification from the municipal government through insider information from Gao Yi, he was pulled away by team leader Jean as he stepped into the bookstore. It was an emergency meeting concerning the developmental plans for Huagua and the world at large. Attendees included leaders from various sectors related to the interdimensional project, along with the top executives and heads of various administrative agencies. Huo Li sat beside team leader Jean, empty-handed and utterly bewildered. Could you at least let me bring a notebook? The young reporter, wearing thick glasses, projected a report onto the display screen beside him. The first slide illustrated the emergence of world number 3. Initially, we detected the elemental energy content in the air, after which we commenced daily monitoring. The screen then transformed into a bar graph. We know that nitrogen and oxygen are the predominant components of the air, with noble gases constituting 0.934 and other substances approximately 0.02, while the elemental energy from the magical realm comprises 0.00034 of the other substances. This marks our first recorded data. According to our experiments, when the elemental energy in other substances reaches 20, individuals with magical aptitude will sense an anomaly, which we refer to as awakening. Based on the daily detection data, we utilized the Poisson distribution to derive the following information. Subsequently, a curved graph appeared on the screen. By employing the exponential distribution to calculate the expected values of the volume content of elemental power that grows daily, we arrived at the conclusion that in 6 months, the elemental power in the air will reach the awakening threshold. Initially, I truly intended to perform the calculations, but upon glancing at the formula, I suddenly realized, why calculate? As the author, I hold the authority. Following the report, the conference room fell silent. Both magic and technology possess their respective advantages and disadvantages, even when developed in conjunction. 6 months seems rather hasty. It is foreseeable that when the elemental power reaches its awakening threshold, the world may experience a colossal earthquake. While magic can be learned and applied, individual practice necessitates strict control. Ultimately, the leader slowly spoke. Observations from World 3 indicate that only a mere 1 in 10,000 possesses magical talent. The stark disparity in individual abilities can easily lead to severe class stratification. I sincerely hope that our citizens can continue to live in a world characterized by equality and peace. After hearing this, Huo Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, human nature is difficult to fathom. Should anyone wield magic for malevolent purposes, the resultant harm to society would undoubtedly be immense. Therefore, I propose that we vigorously advance technology, using magic solely as an auxiliary means. Seconded. No one opposed this, particularly the esteemed academicians from the Academy of Sciences. Magic has its limits, while science knows no bounds. Huo Li also cast a vote in favor. The ensuing discussion centered on controlling the concentration of elemental power, aiming to maintain it within a manageable and applicable range. The expert group expressed hope that Huo Li would assist with the experiments in the coming days. Huo Li agreed without hesitation. With the overarching direction established, everyone returned to their respective tasks. The concentration control team then invited Huo Li to a private meeting. The content of the experiment was relatively straightforward. The team leader, a white-haired elder in his 60s, adjusted his reading glasses on his nose and steadily flipped through the project documents with hands that bore the marks of age. I have heard that World 4 is also making progress, yet time is of the essence. We must reach conclusions promptly. For the increase in elemental power concentration waits for no one. You will need to exert yourself in the coming days. With a playful wink, the elder spoke. Huo Li felt a deep admiration and respect for this academician, who, despite being of retirement age, still dedicated himself to the nation's frontline efforts. Thus, as he observed the elder's sincere yet slightly apologetic gaze, Huo Li assured him that he could manage with just 4 hours of sleep per day. After finalizing the experimental procedures, Huo Li sought out team leader Jean. Actually, I was just about to ask, how do we control the concentration of elemental power in the air? Huo Li inquired, feeling somewhat apprehensive about appearing uninformed after a considerable time away from the country's technological advancements. Currently, it is beyond our control. Team leader Jean replied casually while organizing the expert group's daily report. Huo Li nearly dropped the cup of hot water steeped with goji berries in his hand. What significance does our discussion hold if we do not resolve the fundamental issues? Are we not merely engaging in futile efforts? A wave of despondency washed over Huo Li. Click. Team leader Jean neatly bound the report in his hands, a gentle smile gracing his face as always. The essence lies in enabling you to seize opportunities when they arise. Furthermore, given the passage of time, the fifth world should soon make its appearance. I recall you possess a narrative involving a system. If this pertains to our current world, a significant turning point may emerge, team leader Jean remarked seemingly casually. As Huo Li stood there, lost in thought with a blank expression, team leader Jean promptly stood and nudged him forward. Quickly return and rest. Remember, your health is paramount. The night had deepened, and those awake were certainly not few. Huo Li found himself in the rare grip of insomnia. Chapter 28. The name of the Star Messenger. The following morning, Huo Li arrived in the fourth world, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Upon entering the laboratory, he was greeted by two experts from the social sciences, preparing to accompany him to the surface world that day. Director Huo, did you not rest well last night? Each time he heard himself addressed as Director Huo, a wave of awkwardness washed over him. He had indeed been socially anxious in the past. Forcing a smile, Huo Li inquired, is everything prepared? The fourth world was notorious for its high crime rate, and it was advisable to avoid venturing out at night. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out. The two experts nodded in unison and double-checked the firearms they had prepared. With everything ready, Huo Li led them to the entrance of the laboratory. The laboratory was elevated above the ground, making access difficult for ordinary individuals. The two experts donned a newly developed lightweight exoskeleton to aid their ascent. Their mechanical hands exhibited remarkable grip strength, and Huo Li was awestruck. Witnessing them move with the agility reminiscent of Spider-Man. Previously, Huo Li had learned that most mechanical exoskeletons were designed primarily to provide power for tasks such as lifting, often hampered by issues of flexibility and weight. However, this simplified version not only addressed those concerns, but also incorporated basic armor, weighing less than 5 kilograms. Huo Li finally grasped the profound meaning of the endless possibilities of science. As for the expert's credentials, the internal member Gao Yi had resolved that matter, providing a seamless transition with work and housing arrangements. Their role was clerical work in the municipal government archives, conveniently facilitating their research. With everything in the fourth world ready to fall into place, Huo Li began to formulate his next phase of plans, entering the Aerospace Research Institute. According to Hayden's recollections, the Aerospace Research Institute should be situated in the suburbs of the capital, Portree. Given that Lombasa was 1,500 kilometers from Portree, and considering the urgent need for concentration testing experiments, Huo Li instructed Meng Bufan to head there first. Old Huo, can't we create a teleportation array or something? Meng Bufan looked at the god of light with confusion. Huo Li sighed, bro. Teleportation arrays are a product of fantasy worlds. At least in the Western fantasy novels I have written, they do not exist. Meng Bufan cast him a glance filled with brotherly reproach, murmuring, you're not cut out for this, before turning away and boarding the train bound for Portree, leaving behind an image reminiscent of a desolate landscape. After bidding farewell to Meng Bufan, Huo Li made his way to the cafeteria to place an order before returning to the realm of reality to conduct experiments with the concentration control group. The nature of the experiment was relatively straightforward for him. The challenge did not lie in the technique, but rather in managing various variables and extensive data calculations. Fortunately, those responsibilities did not fall upon his shoulders. A week later, the concentration control group reached a conclusion when the elemental power in the air comprised 82.15 of the volume of other substances. An optimal solution was achieved. In simpler terms, this was a threshold at which those capable of wielding magic could do so without posing a significant threat to ordinary individuals, ensuring that the world remained unchanged. Today's measurement revealed that the elemental power in the air constituted 0.0162 of other substances. Seated on the train to Portree, Huo Li was beset by worries. In the past week, Meng Bufan had only reached out 3 times, stating that all was well, and then fell silent, leaving Huo Li perplexed about his activities. The train was outfitted with double seating, and beside Huo Li sat a middle-aged man, seemingly in his mid-30s, with unkempt brown hair, clad in a tattered reddish-brown leather jacket that bore remnants of stains. His marten boots were scuffed and worn, suggesting a life of discontent. Huo Li glanced at him briefly before diverting his attention to a magazine on the table, leafing through its pages. Each table was equipped with similar magazines, intended to help passengers pass the tedious hours, as the journey to Portree would take 10 hours. How he longed for the convenience of air travel. Ultimately, he set aside the dull magazine, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes to feign sleep. At that moment, the train had gradually left Lambeasa, traversing an endless expanse of desert, resembling a slender serpent. Clang, clang. The glass windows of the train automatically descended, and even through the black, specialized glass, the searing sunlight was palpable. Since the depletion of resources and the subsequent outbreak of a World War II centuries prior, the planet's environment had become increasingly inhospitable. Consequently, nations began to consolidate resources and erect protective domes to safeguard their cities. Due to the existence of these domes, urban areas became off-limits to air travel. Conversely, the regions beyond the cities had largely transmuted into arid wastelands, where daytime temperatures could soar to 50 degrees Celsius under the relentless sun. This was also the reason why only specially designed trains could traverse the spaces between cities. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Huo Li sensed a shift in the seat beside him, and upon opening his eyes, he observed the man heading towards the restroom. Slowly rotating his stiff neck, Huo Li rose to stretch his limbs. The temperature at sunset was most agreeable, and if one found themselves in the last carriage of the train, it provided an ideal opportunity to experience the allure of the desert landscape. Huo Li's carriage happened to be at the very rear of the train. Navigating through the narrow passageway, Huo Li arrived at the platform at the back of the train. He arrived at just the right moment, finding the place unoccupied. Before him lay endless stretches of yellow sand, mirrored in the distance, while the thin air suffocated him with its lack of oxygen. The solitary red sun on the horizon appeared significantly larger than the sun on Earth, with no clouds in sight and not a whisper of wind. Stop! While admiring the sunset, Huo Li was suddenly startled by a commotion behind him. He turned to see a middle-aged man with brown, shoulder-length hair rushing towards him. The man pressed against the door, and Huo Li could clearly see a mix of astonishment and a hint of struggle in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the man ultimately discarded a card the size of a fingernail onto the ground beside Huo Li. He glanced back at the guard team, now poised to charge, and swiftly leaped over the railing, heading directly towards Huo Li. You are a good person, Huo Li thought, gazing at the face of the murderer, Hadia Lishur. Handed over to the Starlight Messenger, Huo Li was taken aback. The train whistled as it sped away, and the figure of the middle-aged man vanished from sight. The guard team began to scrutinize Huo Li, asking, "Did he give you anything just now?" "No, I don't know him." Huo Li raised his hands in a gesture of compliance. Someone stepped forward to search him, only to shake his head in disappointment at his companions. No one noticed the faint glimmer of light emanating from Huo Li's fingertips. Chapter 29. Our time seems different. Before him stood towering, technologically advanced city walls. Occasionally, streams of light flickered above, revealing the tracks of a maglev train. Compared to Pottery, Lambeasa resembled a mere village. As the train slowly entered the city, the surrounding buildings grew taller. Upon disembarking, Huo Li called Meng Bufan. Beep, beep. After 2 rings, the call connected. "Hello, old Huo, what is up? I've arrived in Pottery. Where are you?" "What?" Meng Bufan sounded surprised, with a hint of reproach. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "I'm not in the city today." Huo Li was speechless. "I sent you a message when I got on the train yesterday. Didn't you see it?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by an awkward laugh. Ha. I've just been too busy." "No worries. Wait a moment. I'll send a little brother to pick you up." With that, Meng Bufan hung up. Huo Li stared blankly at his phone. He already had little brothers. About half an hour later, an unfamiliar number called him. Climbing onto the electric motorcycle of a green-haired younger brother, they sped towards Meng Bufan's current residence. A standalone villa. Inside, 2 others were present, one with pink hair and the other with blue hair. Upon seeing the 2 enter, they immediately stood up. "Greetings, lordly." "Dang." Huo Li's lips twitched slightly. For a moment, the 4 sat in silence, the atmosphere awkward, until the pink-haired one cleverly devised a plan. 2 minutes later, gazing at the mahjong tiles in his hands, Huo Li fell into deep contemplation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? 2 pairs. Mahjong. Huo Li quickly regained focus. In the morning, Meng Bufan returned, dusted with morning frost, followed by 4 younger brothers. Huo Li noticed none of them had mismatched hair colors. How extraordinary. A mere glance signaled the 2 individuals to ascend to the study for a conversation. Let's chat, suggested Huo Li, raising an eyebrow. Meng Bufan casually poured a glass of water for Huo Li, saying, "Here, drink up, brother. I've invested all of Robert's funds into the Resistance." The Resistance? Huo Li inquired, intrigued. Indeed, an organization aspiring to overthrow the Bavish Republic. I am currently their leader. Huo Li sputtered, water spraying from his mouth. The leader? In just a week? Our weeks seem to differ vastly. Meng Bufan waved his hand dismissively. Stay low-key. Stay low-key. Huo Li produced the card he had obtained on the train and handed it to Meng Bufan. A stranger instructed me to deliver this to the Starlight Messenger. He recounted the circumstances of its acquisition. What a coincidence. Had he given it to someone else, it would have certainly involved considerable complications. Meng Bufan glanced at the card and tossed it back to Huo Li. This is a pass for the Aerospace Research Institute. A few days ago, they issued a request for the transport of precious metals to Soda City. This individual must have stolen it. With this card, you will gain access to the Aerospace Research Institute. Huo Li frowned, but I'm currently being pursued. This pass must have become invalid. Meng Bufan shook his head. Not at all. I have inquired, and these passes are not issued under real names. The Aerospace Research Institute is situated in a distinct area, and their protective dome is not shared with the city. Outsiders holding such passes can only enter within the dome. The core area remains inaccessible. However, for our capabilities, entering the dome presents an opportunity to access the core area. In 2 days, the Aerospace Research Institute will receive supplies, and at that time, the Resistance will incite a riot in Pottery, diverting the city's forces and allowing you to act freely. Meng Bufan's eyes sparkled with determination, as if everything was within his grasp. Huo Li smiled and raised his glass in a toast. Meanwhile, beneath a bench at the Pottery train station, a man clad in a russet leather jacket stirred awake, confusion etched across his face. Just then, a green-haired youth settled on the bench beside him, discreetly making a familiar gesture with his left hand. 2 days later, at 6 in the evening, Huo Li casually arrived at the Aerospace Research Institute with a truckload of meat. At that moment, other cargo trucks were undergoing inspections ahead. Perhaps due to the loss of the pass, the scrutiny was particularly thorough, allowing only one person to enter at a time. Soon, Huo Li was called for inspection. After no issues were discovered, a soldier in powered armor was assigned to oversee and direct him. The truck slowly entered the protective dome. But Huo Li suddenly furrowed his brow. Through previous experiments, he had developed a clearer understanding of the concentration of elemental power. In Pottery and La Mesa, he sensed the concentration at around 7, in the desert at approximately 45, but here, it was merely around 13. What could account for such a significant disparity? The truck was directed into a massive warehouse, where robots began unloading the cargo. Before long, the truck was emptied. All done, we can leave now. The sound beneath the powered armor helmet was somewhat distorted, yet it was not difficult to discern the urgency and impatience in his tone. All right. Huo Li responded with a smile, the dim light obscuring the surveillance. The powered mech collapsed in response. A concentration of 13 was sufficient for him to accomplish numerous tasks. Clad in the powered mech, he shaped the fallen figure into a form reminiscent of a Hades-like warrior. Huo Li swaggered out of the cargo bay, making his way towards the core area. "Perlan, what brings you here?" A voice called from behind. "Am I not allowed here? What nonsense are you spouting?" The newcomer nearly laughed in disbelief. Huo Li lifted his gaze, sighing inwardly. There was no blind spot in the surveillance after all. He replicated his earlier tactics, entering the building in the core area under his new identity, while the original was discarded into a nearby flower bed. Before him stood a row of identity recognition systems. With a flick of his finger, an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the hall. Seizing the moment of chaos among the surrounding personnel, Huo Li stealthily transformed into a bat and slipped into the ventilation duct. Damn, there are cameras here too. Huo Li, with a bat-like countenance, detonated all the surveillance devices in front of him. In the security room, the guard on duty watched in horror as the bat vanished from the screen, his scalp prickling, and hurriedly pressed the emergency button. Intrusion alert. Intrusion alert. Describe the appearance of the intruder. The captain of the guard shouted. It's not a human. It's a bat spirit. It entered the ventilation ducts. The anxious guard exclaimed. Its eyes were eerily human-like, and after it entered, all the surveillance in the ducts went haywire. The captain chuckled in disbelief. Are you spinning tales? A bat spirit? The flustered guard insisted. It's true. You'll see for yourself. Regardless, the The presence of a living entity in the ventilation ducts that caused a malfunction in the surveillance warranted a thorough investigation. After assigning duties, the captain crawled into the nearest ventilation duct. A somewhat decrepit form labored through the passage, gritting his teeth and thinking, "You better be telling the truth." Earth Bulletin. Today's detection indicates that the elemental force in the air constitutes 0.00327 of other substances. Chapter 30. Weapons and Garlic Bang. Bang. The surveillance facilities in Huo Li's path exploded one after another, plunging the Aerospace Research Institute into chaos. Damn it, why is there a bat here? The security officer furiously overturned a table. It has undoubtedly mutated. A researcher remarked, "After all, we all know what lies beneath." The officer suppressed his emotions and instructed a few individuals to assist. Yes, even without explicit mention, everyone understood who he referred to. Thud, thud. The cat-eared girl's ears twitched. No subtle sound could escape her keen perception. Over there, she pointed, prompting her companion to hurl a spear. Whoosh. The sound of air slicing through followed, and Huo Li deftly rolled aside. Peering through the vent, he paused, observing the two below. Abilities? Could it be that the high concentration of elemental force has induced a mutation? Huo Li felt a surge of interest. This was valuable experimental data. Upon this realization, he materialized before them, swiftly incapacitating the two individuals before surveying his surroundings. It was imperative to remember, he intended to transport these two away shortly. The Catwoman and the spears ceased their movements. Vital signs indicated unconsciousness. The report transmitted through the communicator instantly heightened the vigilance of the sheriff and those present. How could this be? The sheriff exclaimed in disbelief. Nearby, a researcher adjusted his glasses, maintaining his usual demeanor, clearly indicating that this bat's mutation was far more severe than anticipated. It remains uncertain how long he has been lurking here. It is astonishing that we are only discovering it now. His intelligence must be comparable to that of a human, remarked a man clad in combat attire. Could he be here to seize that? The atmosphere within the room shifted dramatically, and ultimately, the researcher broke the tense silence, assuring them not to worry. No one could surpass him. Even if he were already deceased, his lingering power remained. The sheriff visibly relaxed, patting his chest with a somewhat lighter tone. Indeed. Yet we must remain vigilant. Should this impede the emergence of the new world, we cannot afford the consequences. Summon additional troops from the city. Affirmative. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of chaotic sounds reverberated throughout the building, accompanied by the incessant flashing of red alarm lights. The Aerospace Research Institute was thoroughly sealed. Meanwhile, the future evacuees and transport materials huddled together in fear. It appeared that this was indeed the main control room. Countless mechanisms were arranged along the walls of the corridor. Huo Li reverted to human form, prying open the eyelids of the unconscious individuals and directing them towards the iris recognition device before him. Recognition successful. Access granted. An electronic voice resonated as the mechanisms before him automatically withdrew. Huo Li strolled leisurely inside. A control console, towering 3 meters high and exuding a futuristic aura, materialized before him. Please enter the password. Please enter the password. Greek. Future. Password correct. Password correct. The password in Huo Li's possession originated from Chu Yang's chip. Did everyone forget about Chu Yang? Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, within the sheriff's office, the researcher received a notification that access to the console had been granted, prompting him to rise abruptly. How could the usually composed researcher display such a change in expression, hastily summoning a few individuals to rush to the main control room? Only one person was permitted entry into the main control room at any time. Thus, the few authorized personnel took turns on duty. Today, the general was on watch, possessing the highest combat capability among them, and they had already stationed numerous guards outside. How could it fall so swiftly? The large capacity storage device, specifically designed by the expert team, was connected to the console, and Huo Li commenced data copying. What followed was a period of anticipation. He slumped into the opulent swivel chair, with only the faint hum of machinery operating in his ears, a rare moment of tranquility. The researcher and sheriff, along with a few others, gazed at the tightly shut door of the control room, their expressions contorted. Damn it, why did the rebel uprising occur today? The researcher inhaled deeply, pondering that it might not be mere coincidence. We shall wait for him to emerge. It will be like catching fish in a barrel. Inside, the console displayed that 68 of the data had been copied. The walls of the control room were constructed from a unique metal, their surfaces unmarred by any visible blemishes. Aside from the grand entrance, no exits existed, not even ventilation ducts. The armed forces within the Aerospace Research Institute had already assembled, standing resolutely at their designated positions. A profound silence enveloped the once bustling institute, as all awaited in anticipation. 98, 99, 100. Duplication complete. With a soft beep, Huo Li leisurely withdrew the storage device, placing it down with utmost care. At that moment, the full moon hung high in the sky. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the rooftop, creating a gaping hole in the pinnacle of the core building. Countless black bats surged forth from the breach, coalescing in midair into a towering silhouette. The once bright moon gradually transformed into a deepening shade of pink. The protective dome enveloping the research institute began to succumb to the bat's onslaught, swiftly developing breaches. A security officer, sprawled amidst the ruins, gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. Trembling, he grasped the communicator beside him, his voice piercing the air. Shut down the protective shield. Launch the anti-air weapons. Bring it down. Whizzing through the air, a multitude of projectiles surged upwards, the sound of their flight resonating continuously. Huo Li's eyes turned a vivid crimson as he scanned the ground below. There, having pinpointed his target, he dove downwards. The prepared plasma assault rifles on the ground unleashed a barrage of fire, the plasma orbs, as large as basketballs, crackling with arcs of high temperature like stars igniting. Countless tiny bats surged forward like moths drawn to a flame, only to vaporize into wisps of black smoke, re-entering Huo Li's body unscathed. He mused with a good-natured mindset. Perhaps throwing garlic would have been more effective. Grasping Catwoman and a javelin, he turned to face a squad clad in powered armor. With a light chuckle, he rotated his neck, the abilities from the second world once again proving their worth. Coupled with the enhancements from the vampire Progenitor and divine strength, he delivered blows that rendered the foes into mere scrap. Bang! Bang! Zzz! Zzz! Amidst the onslaught of various weapons, Huo Li shielded his spoils and departed with effortless grace. Unscathed, the formidable figure, surrounded by the haze of gunpowder, gradually faded from view until he vanished entirely. As they beheld the moon returning to its bright yellow hue, all stood in silent contemplation. Who was he? Who was that being? The following day, as Huo Li passed through the central square of Portly, he noticed that the top of the bounty wanted list featured a handsome man with black hair and eyes, with the demeanor of a calm Hades. Huo Li entered the bank, retrieving the compensation funds distributed by the Aerospace Research Institute the previous day. Quite a substantial amount, indeed. Earth Daily Report. Today's analysis reveals that the elemental energy in the air comprises 0.0654 of other substances. Chapter 31. The Truth on the Verge of Revelation, Part 1. Boss, pack me 50 of these. In the bakery, the television mounted on the wall looped footage from the Aerospace Research Institute from the previous night, enhanced with a touch of artistic flair. An uncle clad in a white apron handed Huo Li a bag of freshly packaged bread, noticing his rapt attention on the screen, and couldn't help but engage him in conversation. It is rumored that he is a mutant created by radiation, with the official designation of demon. Suddenly, the older man lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. Perhaps he is an experimental subject concocted by the authorities, intended for terraforming a new planet, only to be met with backlash. Huo Li was somewhat bewildered. You've heard about the new planet as well? The older man looked at him as if he were a fool. Who doesn't have connections? Everyone on our street is aware. Huo Li was utterly flabbergasted. Something was amiss. After expressing his gratitude to the older man, Huo Li hurried back to his residence, clutching a loaf of bread. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the resistance were convening in a small meeting. Our recent raid has been quite fruitful, exclaimed the blue-haired member passionately. These scoundrels are indeed planning to flee. The purple-haired member slammed his fist down in anger. They intend to carry away almost all the rare minerals that sustain the energy of the protective shield. They have no intention of allowing us ordinary people to survive. The assassination of the Marshal must succeed at all costs. As he spoke, the blue-haired member's expression darkened, as if he could foresee a grim future. Is our combat readiness prepared? Howard stated that in 3 days, we would reap the rewards. At that moment, Huo Li entered, remarking, the expert group seems to be conducting quite the business. Where did you acquire that information? Huo Li asked directly. We infiltrated the Southern Planetary Research Institute and discovered their plans, explained the blue-haired member. That location hoards nearly all the resources of the city. So we targeted it from the outset. Huo Li furrowed his brow. The Planetary Research Institute is not located within the Aerospace Research Academy, but established separately. Moreover, such a critical site is openly situated within the city. The matter of relocating to a new planet should be kept under strict confidentiality. Yet even the baker is aware. This is because they want us to know, Meng Bufan interjected. Regardless of their schemes, our objective remains the liberation of this world. Indeed, the leader speaks truth. A chorus of colorful-haired individuals rallied, fervently chanting slogans. Meng Bufan quickly gestured for silence. The city is under martial law, no entry or exit permitted. Green-haired, contact a delivery person to retrieve supplies from Howard. Purple-haired, verify Marshal Kennard's travel route. Blue-haired, gather intelligence regarding the Aerospace Research Academy. After efficiently assigning tasks, Meng Bufan pulled Huo Li aside into a small study. Old Huo, the fourth world is certainly not as simple as it appears on the surface, Meng Bufan said, a look of concern on his face. During our skirmish with the city guards yesterday, I sensed a familiar force, similar to what I encountered at the Flowing Cloud Association. Meng Bufan's brow furrowed even deeper. I felt that my emotions were influenced as well. Huo Li frowned. If Meng Bufan was affected, one could only imagine the impact on the ordinary populace. The doubts you've mentioned, I've pondered them too. I suspect that the endeavor to relocate to the new planet does not exist at all, Meng Bufan whispered. We must not let the indigenous people learn of this matter. In a world visibly desolate and depleted, the existence of new planets fills them with unwavering hope for the future. The authorities likely disseminated this information with that very intention. The two men lapsed into silence for a moment. Eventually, Meng Bufan erupted into hearty laughter and exclaimed, "Come on, old Huo, let's tidy up. I'll take you out of the city." Huo Li nodded, and they stepped outside, applying a special coating to the vehicle in the courtyard. Old Huo, this coating is exceedingly expensive and quite rare. Without hesitation, Huo Li tossed the compensation money to Meng Bufan. Meng Bufan acknowledged with a nod, happily whistling. It's no easy task to be the elder brother and lead a team. By nightfall, the coating had nearly dried, and they loaded Catwoman and the spear onto the vehicle. Huo Li had already extracted the chips from the back of their heads using elemental power, thanks to the concentration of 13 within the Aerospace Research Institute. Otherwise, such delicate work would have been exceedingly difficult. Besides the 50 loaves of bread they had previously purchased, they loaded 2 more boxes of water onto the vehicle, along with the sedatives for the 2 individuals. For safety, Huo Li had stashed 40 vials. Glancing at the necks of the unconscious individuals, Huo Li shuddered at the thought of all the needle marks. One could only blame the low concentration of elemental power in the desert. Fortunately, due to the city's restricted access, the city gates remained open. Meng Bufan deliberately transformed into a bat-like figure before the guards, soaring towards the city center. A demon. The demon has appeared, requesting backup. As the guards at the city gate dwindled, Huo Li enveloped the vehicle in elemental power and leaped through the city gates. Oh no, someone has broken out. The uproar behind them was deafening, as Huo Li piloted the vehicle, vanishing like a comet. By noon the following day, Huo Li returned to Lambeasa, driving to Robert's villa. He secured the 2 individuals and administered 2 additional injections before feeling assured enough to visit Howard's laboratory. After several days' absence, new faces were present in the lab. A small stack of plasma blasters was piled in the corner, presumably fulfilling an order from the resistance. Huo Li sought out the team leader and handed over the storage device. The leader trembled with excitement, quickly clutching the device as he returned to the real world. Realizing he had no further business here, Huo Li contemplated visiting Gaoi. On the tram to the city hall, Huo Li gazed down at the bustling figures below, a stark contrast to his previous mindset. Back then, the plan had merely involved infiltrating the Aerospace Research Institute, among other tasks. Recalling the expression of Captain Jean made Huo Li rub his temples. Upon entering the city hall, he noticed that the troublesome identity machine had been dismantled. Puzzled, he boldly walked into the sheriff's office. The room was empty, with a nameplate for Hadia Lisi displayed on the desk. Just as he was pondering this, a young man in formal attire approached him, greeting Huo Li with enthusiastic warmth. "Sheriff, you have returned. Thank you for your hard work." Huo Li managed a forced smile. "And Hayden?" The young man promptly replied with great respect. "The governor is in a meeting on the 5th floor. You may wait for him in the office." Huo Li, Earth Bulletin. Today's analysis reveals that the elemental force within the atmosphere constitutes 0.01094 of other substances. Chapter 32. The Truth on the Verge of Revelation, Part 2. Let us rewind to the day when Huo Li embarked on the train to port. Governor Lime entered Hayden's office with an air of feigned concern. "Ah, my friend, I heard you were unwell. Do you feel any better now?" Hayden, pot-bellied and somewhat frail, responded, "It seems I shall require a period of recuperation." "What a pity. I had arranged several intriguing events and hoped to take you out for some merriment tonight. Alas, it appears you shall miss out." Lime expressed genuine regret for his playmate's unfortunate circumstance. Struggling to rise, Hayden insisted, "I believe I can manage, at the very least. I can observe the festivities." Lime laughed heartily at Hayden's eagerness. "Very well, my friend, 8 o'clock at the West Mountain Villa." After patting Hayden on the shoulder, he signaled for him to rest. As Hayden watched Lime depart, his expression remained inscrutable. That afternoon, Hayden ordered a temporary closure of Baker Street. At 8 o'clock that evening, Hayden knocked on the door of West Mountain Villa. The butler ushered him directly to the basement. The pure white fur carpet shimmered under the brilliance of the crystal chandelier, stained with red droplets resembling blooming roses. Lime, seated naked upon a soft couch, raised his glass in greeting. "Ah, you've arrived. What a pity that you are the only one here tonight. How unfortunate." Hayden approached Lime. "I heard that the governor's token is never far from you." "Indeed," Lime replied, reveling in his sensory delight, unaware of any impending danger. "You must understand, this cursed city's central system requires both a token and iris recognition." "Indeed." Hayden nodded, pressing a silenced pistol against Lime's forehead. With a soft click, Lime collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open and a smile lingering on his lips. Moments later, a squad of soldiers clad in tactical gear stormed in, swiftly securing the scene. Gao Yi located the governor's token and ordered Lime's body to be transported to the central system to amend the necessary permissions. Note, generally, an iris remains viable for 16 hours post-mortem. This information is sourced from Baidu. Thus, Rambasa was entirely under their control. After hearing the events unfold, Huo Li remarked, 6. By the way, Team Leader Jean wishes to speak with you, Gao Yi mentioned. Huo Li took a deep breath, bracing himself to return to the realm of reality. "Ah, the busy bee finally has time to see me?" Team Leader Jean, donned in a pair of mismatched reading glasses, remarked with a sardonic tone. Who would have thought he was once a benevolent elder? Huo Li swiftly redirected the conversation. "Have you seen the storage device?" Team Leader Jin's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Do you know what it contains?" "It holds Matrix Leap technology." He grasped Huo Li's hands fervently. "Do you comprehend what this signifies?" "It signifies that our spacecraft can now venture beyond the solar system. You are the benefactor of all humanity." Perhaps it is this phrase, along with the gratitude and admiration reflected in the elder's eyes, that ignites a fervent flame within Huo Li's chest. However, in an instant, a cold reality descends. The report must still be written. Team Leader Jean smiles. Huo Li. Previously, Huo Li only needed to dictate his reports to Xiao Lu. But since the inception of Worlds 3 and 4, the manpower has been insufficient, necessitating that all personnel now compose their own reports. Xiao Lu is the dedicated report writer for the expert group, as detailed in Chapter 10. Additionally, following the recent military exhibition incident, all spies have been apprehended, and you are now free to go out as usual. This is indeed good news for Huo Li, as he still has remaining annual leave as a civil servant. He can plan a trip once the affairs of World 4 settle down. After finishing his duties with Team Leader Jean, Huo Li returns to World 4. Reclining on his soft bed, he recalls the contents of the chip from Chu Yang. Aside from the password for the Aerospace Research Institute's console, it contains only 8 cryptic words. The future is dead, unspeakable. Unspeakable. Huo Li sits up abruptly, connecting the dots to Meng Bufan's words, and remembering that the abyss of World 3 is him. With this thought, Huo Li hastily bids farewell and drives towards Pottery. On the way, Huo Li receives a call from Meng Bufan. "Old Hua, where are you? I can't control this." The voice on the other end is chaotic. The official announcement regarding the new planet's development has been released, and chaos has erupted in Pottery. Other cities have likely received the notification as well. The entire Republic of Baich is about to descend into turmoil. Huo Li's expression darkens ominously. He responds, "I understand. I'm on my way." He floors the accelerator, and under the dim moonlight, dust swirls around. The following day, just as dawn breaks, Huo Li observes a thick cloud of black mist hovering above the Aerospace Research Institute. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the mist is composed of countless tiny insects. The shattered protective shield glistens under the sunlight, exuding a glass-like beauty. Countless individuals struggle beneath the black fog. From approximately 50 miles away in Pottery, the sounds of cannon fire resonate. The resplendent magnetic levitation tracks appear to be plummeting from the sky. Huo Li abandons his vehicle and strides forward, his pure white wings unfurling behind him. The elemental forces around him are instantaneously drained, yet new elemental energies continuously replenish from afar, only to be siphoned off again. As the sun officially rises, the god of light descends. Ascending into the sky, Huo Li finally perceives his full visage. Deep underground, approximately 3,000 meters below, a colossal black tumor pulsates like a heart. With each inhale and exhale, it releases swarms of tiny black insects. Those touched by the black insects succumb to madness. The great old ones of your once existed, the great old ones exist now, and the great old ones shall forever endure. We praise you, magnificent great old ones. They crawled upon the ground, trembling and bowing their heads, their bodies covered in black sores, gradually losing their human semblance. Save us. The researcher clung to the last vestiges of consciousness and reason, pleading for light. The pristine wings unfurled to their fullest extent, and the power of illumination cascaded down, emitting a sizzling sound reminiscent of oil splattering as it made contact with the black mist. A piercing, strident sound resonated from the ocean of consciousness. Yet Huo Li remained unperturbed, steadfastly channeling the elemental forces of this realm. The dark power, born of chaos, converged ominously from all directions towards this very spot. Huo Li promptly sealed off the entire space. The black tumor, unable to absorb any power and thus incapable of a complete resurrection, began to struggle in vain, eventually being purified into a fist-sized black stone. Huo Li squeezed it, and the stone crumbled to sand between his fingers, becoming an inconspicuous grain in this vast desert. Huo Li remarked, "Is this all?" Earth Daily Report. Today's analysis indicates that the elemental power in the air accounts for 0.1533 of other substances. Chapter 33. The frequently visited restroom. Countless luminous elemental forces continued to gather until the final wisp of black mist dissipated. Huo Li carefully sensed the surroundings and estimated the concentration of elemental power to be around 3, likely diminished in other areas. The individuals on the ground, now restored to normalcy, quickly awakened under the sun's scorching rays. Huo Li resumed his original appearance and approached the researcher who had called for help. "You must be the head of this research institute," Huo Li inquired. He recalled seeing this individual alongside the sheriff and a person clad in combat attire during his previous visit, subtly assuming a leadership role. The researcher, pale as a ghost, nonetheless maintained his composure and decorum. "Please allow me to first ensure the safety of my colleagues before recounting the events," he implored. Huo Li glanced up at the increasingly relentless sun and nodded in agreement. The researcher promptly activated the emergency protocol, ensuring all injured parties were accommodated before the sun reached its zenith. As for the protective shield, it could not be repaired in haste. The researcher escorted Huo Li into the lounge of the emergency shelter, personally preparing him a cup of coffee. "Where shall I begin?" Although the researcher smiled, the warmth did not reach his eyes. Despair lurked beneath the surface. "Let us commence with the discovery that the Andromeda Galaxy is dead." Huo Li proved to be an attentive listener, his expression remaining serious and earnest. The tale began with the planet's decline, resources dwindling, compelling them to seek a new habitable world. During this pursuit, they uncovered the demise of the Andromeda Galaxy, realizing they might be the last bastion of life in the entire system. Soon after, they inadvertently encountered the remains of the ancient overlord Amut Saba in the cosmos. Confirming his death, the immense energy that lingered within his body ignited the greed of humanity. As long as darkness persisted, they could harness energy through Amut Saba's corporeal form. Yet, they were unaware that he had been subtly enticing them towards his resurrection all along. At this juncture, the researcher fell silent, perhaps already ensnared by temptation from the outset. As long as the universe exists, it shall never be extinguished. Why, then, did they so resolutely believe in its demise? Subsequently, it seems that the power of Huo Li roused it, prompting an early awakening, leading to the scene we witness today. This encapsulates the entire truth, which I hope you will keep confidential. After all, Most people still harbor dreams of the future. At this juncture, the researcher inhaled deeply, reverting to his former demeanor. He could not falter. Behind him lay countless lives. Huo Li nodded, uttering not a word, for he comprehended their actions, though he did not concur. May I inquire as to your identity? In response to the researcher's gesture of goodwill, Huo Li offered an innocuous smile. You may call me Kitani, for I stand in opposition to the old ones. I wish your planet good fortune. Farewell. I look forward to our next encounter. As Huo Li turned to depart, the amiable expressions on both faces vanished entirely. In Pottery, the recently frenzied populace stood bewildered, questioning what had just transpired. In the realm of reality, Huo Li retreated once more to his modest study. Surrounded by familiar sights, he finally experienced a sense of authenticity. On the following day, Huo Li arose to submit his report. Good day, Director Huo. Several young researchers greeted him enthusiastically along the way. A smile of acknowledgement graced Huo Li's face. Brother Huo. A surprised voice emerged from around the corner. Gazing at the young man before him, Huo Li searched his memory. Finally recalling the student he had encountered at the last military exhibition. Lineage, was it? What brings you here? Huo Li inquired, perplexed. Was it not mentioned that a spy feared for his safety? Uncle Jean suggested I stay here for a while. I shall return today. Lineage exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement, astonished to see the legendary figure who could catch bullets barehanded. Group leader Jean appeared seemingly out of nowhere, amiably patting Lineage on the shoulder. Young lad, remember to keep the confidentiality regulations close to your heart. Rest assured. Lineage eagerly thumped his chest in assurance. He then shyly asked, where's the restroom? Having spent his time helping at the flower shop, this was his first venture into the bookstore. Huo Li directed him, and Lineage dashed off. The two men paid him little mind thereafter. I recommend elevating the risk level of World 4 to the highest. Huo Li handed the report to group leader Jean. To them, with an uncertain future, we appear as a prime target. As group leader Jean perused the report, a look of melancholy crossed his face. Originally, World 4 was deemed the most suitable for development, being technologically advanced yet not reaching a critical threshold. It was indeed a chosen pathfinder. Perfection remains elusive in all matters. Just as they were conversing, Lineage fortuitously returned. Brother Huo, Uncle Jean, may I take my leave? Go ahead, safe travels, group leader Jean kindly replied. Study diligently, Huo Li added, reflecting on this timeless adage. After bidding farewell to Lineage, Huo Li retrieved an application form. Seizing the opportunity of the current stability across the realms, with no new worlds emerging, he decided to take the remainder of his annual leave. This holiday was not absolutely necessary, but as a diligent worker, the sight of an unused paid vacation left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. All right, Leader Jean had no objections and promptly approved his request. However, he cautioned against traveling abroad due to the substantial risks involved. Huo Li nodded in agreement. Instead, he planned to visit the culinary capital for a delightful exploration of gourmet delights, hoping to revive his lackluster palate. None of the four worlds had yet illuminated the culinary skills, with only the fourth world being relatively better, albeit predominantly consisting of synthetic meat. By the way, how is Meng Bufan faring? Leader Jean inquired suddenly. Gao Yili, being closer to the situation, was more informed, as most updates from Meng Bufan were relayed through Huo Li. After some contemplation, Huo Li responded, it seems we may have underestimated Meng Bufan's capabilities. By the time I return from my leave, he will likely have successfully dominated the fourth world. Leader Jean was left speechless. Huo Li purchased a ticket for tonight's flight, leaving a bewildered Leader Jean behind as he went to pack his belongings. Just as he was about to step out with his backpack secured, an urgent urge to relieve himself struck him. He had consumed too much tea. Sighing, Huo Li took a detour into the restroom. Meanwhile, a report on Earth stated, today's test reveals that the elemental power in the air constitutes 0.198 of other substances. Chapter 34. The Dimension Trading System in the bustling streets of Jing City. Within a seemingly unremarkable three-story bookstore, Huo Li found himself in a pristine restroom. While attending to his needs, he was suddenly startled by the sight of a foot clad in a size 42 white sneaker slowly extending towards him. Huo Li was taken aback. A chilling howl, reminiscent of a wolf, echoed under the moonlight, startling passers-by near the bookstore. Does this bookstore have a husky? How intriguing. I must come back another day to check it out, one person excitedly remarked to a companion. Inside the bookstore, a bright white light illuminated Lineage's flushed face as he anxiously regarded the two individuals seated across from him. Huo Li, cut short in his holiday, wore a benevolent smile, while Leader Jean gestured invitingly. Come, share your tale. Thus, Lu Renyi recounted his experiences since departing. Coincidentally, Lu Renyi was also a local of Jing City. After leaving the bookstore, he casually hailed a taxi and, upon providing his destination, immersed himself in his phone. Suddenly, a truck, driving against traffic, collided violently with the taxi, which had no time to evade the impending disaster, resulting in a catastrophic crash. In an instant, glass shattered, and the sound of the explosion filled the air. Scarlet flames erupted, and he lost consciousness. Dimension trading system activated. Conditions met. Binding permitted. Binding in progress. Detecting host in life and death crisis. Newbie gift pack will be exchanged for a disposable protective device. As Lu Renyi regained consciousness, he was met with perplexing words echoing in his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that only 2 seconds had elapsed. He remained trapped within the burning vehicle. The taxi driver lay slumped in the driver's seat, drenched in blood, teetering between life and death. What transpired? He hurriedly exited the vehicle and dialed emergency services. 120 and 119. Once the accident was resolved, he discovered that he bore no injuries whatsoever. Reflecting on the peculiar voice that had echoed in his mind moments earlier, Lu Renyi returned home, brimming with excitement. Upon arriving, he swiftly secured the door and, suppressing his exhilaration, whispered, "System, are you there? I am here. Ah, this is incredible. You are indeed the legendary dimension trading system that can transport hosts across myriad realms to acquire unparalleled resources? To a certain extent, that is accurate, but it requires an upgrade, right?" Lu Renyi wore an expression of understanding. Yes, upgrading necessitates continuous trading to accumulate transaction points, does it not? Indeed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us embark post-haste. Lu Renyi eagerly grabbed his unopened suitcase, urging the system onward. Thus, as he envisioned himself acquiring resources through dimension trading and leading Huagua to the pinnacle of success, vanquishing the likes of South Mountain Ultraman and kicking North Sea Schwarzenegger, Lu Renyi stepped boldly into the starry vortex opened by the system. Huo Li exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death with your sudden appearance." What is that? Huo Li suddenly stood, approached Lu Renyi, and grasped a tiny mass in his hand. "Please spare me, my lord." A mechanical voice abruptly resonated in Huo Li's mind. "You are the system?" "Yes, my lord." "You can communicate with the system?" Captain Jean observed Huo Li in astonishment. Huo Li presented the mass before him. "Can you not see this?" Captain Jean shook his head. "Can the system communicate with us?" "My lord, if you place me in your mobile phone, I will be able to communicate with others through it." Huo Li complied. "Hello, everyone. I am Dimension Trading System 50843. The voice assistant on the phone activated automatically, its emotionless tone echoing. "How did you bind with Lu Renyi?" Captain Jean inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Ever since Lord Huo Li eradicated the Master God space, I managed to survive, fortunate enough to possess the Lord's token. Subsequently, I drifted through time and space until yesterday when I encountered Lu Renyi, who fortuitously met the binding criteria." Captain Jean tugged at his thinning hair, his face a mask of shock as he asked Huo Li, "When did you destroy the Master God space?" Huo Li was equally perplexed, as he had merely followed orders to act. Huo Li opened his computer and located a document that contained only an outline of a system narrative. It recounted the tale of an 18-year-old passionate youth who, after meeting with an accident on his way home, inadvertently activated the dimension trading system, thus embarking on a journey towards the pinnacle of life. In this narrative, Huo Li had also assigned himself the identity of the sole individual to have cleared the Master God space, liberating countless taskers before departing in style. As for the fervent young man, Huo Li hadn't even had time to bestow him a name. How embarrassing. Upon witnessing the synopsis, Huo Li instantly comprehended the connection with Lu Renyi. The keywords, 18, passionate youth, and car accident. He pushed the computer towards Team Leader Jean, realizing that the order of the time portal's appearance bore no relation to the novel's completeness. This was merely a draft. Subsequently, Huo Li ventured into the men's restroom of the new facility, smartphone in hand. Before he could utter a word, the system promptly directed him, indicating it was already linked to the innermost stall in the temporal dimension. Pleased with the system's efficiency, Huo Li turned around to find Team Leader Jean on a call with the construction crew, rendering this restroom unusable as well. The thought of the 142 folders on his computer overwhelmed him. In the future, his bookstore might encompass 142 slots, potentially shaking the very foundations of humanity. Lu Renyi raised his hand sheepishly, inquiring about his next steps. Team leader Jean, having just ended his call, took a deep breath and asked if Lu Renyi would be interested in a part-time position, one with official status. Lu Renyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. As night deepened, the bookstore remained brightly illuminated. The construction team contacted by team leader Jean soon arrived on site, and amidst the clanging of tools, the expert group commenced formal discussions regarding the system. Aside from the system, the fifth world lacks any substance. I can confirm this, having explored it previously, Huo Li stated. According to your book's premise, the fifth world should serve as the main deity's domain. Now that the deity has been vanquished, its development potential is negligible, remarked one expert. What is the essence of the system's life? Another expert inquired earnestly, gazing at the mobile device placed at the center of the table. In earthly terms, I belong to silicon-based life, the system replied. The primary mode of communication for silicon-based life forms is through signals emitted by waves. Theoretically, our existence is infinite. Chapter 35. Meng Bufan's Initiative on Earth. Information transmission between computers, mobile communications, and satellite feedback occurs through signals, which are essentially a form of waves, continued the system. Huo Li stroked his chin and suddenly realized, so, any information that exists in wave form can be captured by you? Theoretically, yes, the system affirmed. The members of the expert group exchanged knowing glances and shared a meaningful smile. Can you obtain recent biochemical research data from Hamburg over the past 3 months? One expert inquired with interest. Yes, but the data is extensive and your device cannot accommodate it. You will need to designate a machine for me to upload. The system replied courteously. Is there a supercomputer in the adjacent room? Would that suffice? Team leader Jean asked. Indeed, the upload is complete. The system accomplished this feat in a mere second. Meanwhile, far across the distance, Hamburg remained oblivious. There's significant power disparity, leaving them uncertain of their adversary's existence. Huo Li and the expert group eagerly proceeded to review the findings. I suspected that the recent virus was their doing, exclaimed one member of the expert group indignantly. Are they conducting human experiments? The path has narrowed. Another member remarked, shaking his head upon reviewing a research report. A group of experts in biochemistry meticulously organized and preserved the relevant information, which serves as compelling evidence. Huo Li leaned in to glance at the densely packed professional data, which proved overwhelming. With a significant gaze cast upon the heads of the expert team, Huo Li and the remaining members of the team, led by Captain Jean, resumed their previous meeting. Prior to the military exhibition, we concluded that any abilities transcending the bounds of reality could not be utilized within the tangible world. Team leader E, responsible for researching the surreal capabilities of the microcosm, adjusted his glasses and stated solemnly, however, subsequent events have revealed not only Huo Li's remarkable ability to catch bullets with his bare hands, but also his capacity to harness elemental forces. Now, a system that previously existed solely within the realm of fantasy can manifest its capabilities in the real world. This evidently contradicts our earlier hypotheses. The system interjected abruptly, stating, any inherent abilities of life itself will only alter due to the presence of variables. They do not simply vanish. For instance, the reason magic cannot be wielded in the real world is attributed to the insufficient concentration of elemental forces in this realm. Team leader E nodded in agreement, recognizing this as one of their conjectured reasons, while simultaneously recording notes and posing a new inquiry. Yet, why is it that Huo Li cannot utilize abilities from other worlds? Our assessments indicate that vampires possess intrinsic powers that do not require external energy for support. After a moment of silence, the system finally replied, to be candid, I do not possess that knowledge. Regarding Lord Huo Li's feat of catching bullets, data analysis suggests that such an action necessitates the prowess of a martial arts master from World 2, coupled with enhancements from several other worlds' physical strengths. However, reports indicate that Lord Huo Li is merely a slightly robust, ordinary human. Moreover, the knowledge from World 3 has not been forgotten by Huo Li after his return to the real world, albeit it is somewhat vague. Yet this presents a contradiction. The system continued after a brief pause. Everything in the universe should operate according to established rules. Perhaps I will uncover the reason once I ascend to the status of a supreme deity. The expert team did not dwell excessively on this point. Although they endeavored to unveil these mysteries, their focus remained on the immediate matters at hand. Listening to the system's monotonous electronic voice, Huo Li grasped his phone tightly. Are you inserting personal motives here? The screen displayed a flurry of pleading emoticons, prompting the system to hastily clarify, "My lord, I merely offered a suggestion." Ascending to the rank of a supreme deity is the aspiration of every system. Yet in most cases, dreams remain unfulfilled. With a scoff, Huo Li shook his phone, eliciting a wave of intense dizziness from the system. In the future, do not casually pry into the data and information from Huagua. As a mature system, you should discern what is permissible and what is not. In response to Huo Li's subtly threatening remarks, the phone screen overflowed with assurances. Huo Li expressed temporary satisfaction with its demeanor. After a night had passed, the meeting was adjourned for the time being. As for the system, adhering to the principle that those not of my kin harbor divergent hearts, it currently struggles to earn the trust of the masses, and thus is temporarily entrusted to Huo Li for training, or rather, oversight. The following day, when the sun reached its zenith, Huo Li finally rose from his slumber. The bookstore once again displayed a sign indicating it was closed for business, while team leader Jean was in the hall, briefing several newly recruited researchers on essential precautions. Upon noticing Huo Li descend the stairs, their eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Huo Li greeted them with a smile, and inadvertently caught sight of a researcher clad in a hoodie adorned with a cat-eared design. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? Oh dear. Huo Li slapped his forehead, grasped the phone tethered to the system, and swiftly made his way to World 4. Emerging from the sewer, Huo Li distinctly felt a renewed vigor among the people he passed on the street. What scheme has that researcher devised? He pondered no further and hastened to Robert's villa, only to find it entirely deserted. Just as disappointment began to settle in, someone pushed the door open and entered. "Gao Yi, what brings you here?" Huo Li inquired, puzzled by the sight of Gao Yi entering with a visage resembling Hayden's. "Huo Li, did you receive the news?" "What news?" "I returned to the real world and couldn't receive any communications from here." "Oh, Meng Bufan should be arriving shortly. Today is his celebration party." With that, Gao Yi raised a box of wine and several bags of snacks he was carrying. "By the way, Meng Bufan's gang is also coming. You'd best assume the identity of Hadiyali." "A celebration party?" A surge of curiosity welled up within Huo Li as he altered his appearance while continuing to inquire. "Did the rebels succeed?" "Well, sort of," Gao Yi replied ambiguously. "Yesterday, he was officially awarded the honorary title of Marshal by the Republic of Botch." As they conversed, the door swung open again, and Huo Li turned to see the cat girl and the javelin enter. The aura around him shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to take action, he observed the two approaching Gao Yi with remarkable ease. "Lord Hayden, allow me. Hasn't he been gone for less than 3 days?" Earth News. Today's assessment indicates that the elemental power in the air constitutes 0.233 of other materials. Chapter 36. Adopting a cow. Just as Huo Li appeared bewildered, the system thoughtfully imported a brief video onto his phone. "You are Marshal Kanade?" In the footage, Meng Bufan held a black umbrella in his left hand and a plasma rifle in his right, his otherwise refined and handsome countenance now exuding an air of roguishness. At that moment, the old ones were attempting to awaken, and their human followers were entranced by this force. Marshal Kanade's eyes had turned pitch black, chanting, "Rebellion! Rebellion! For my great master!" Around him, his loyal guards had also succumbed to madness, even beginning to turn on one another. Some individuals began to sprout dark bulges on their bodies, which grew larger until they burst, spewing pus that rapidly infected others, causing swift transformations. Meng Bufan wielded his gun like a club, incapacitating those who had lost their sanity, and charged directly towards Kanade. In the video, Meng Bufan's movements left a trail of afterimages, marking the first time Huo Li witnessed him fully harnessing his vampiric physical prowess. His movements were swift and precise, effortlessly taking down a multitude of adversaries by blending various martial arts techniques, including jujitsu and taekwondo. Marshal Canard, clad in protective exoskeleton armor, engaged in a fierce struggle with Meng Bufan. The black umbrella had become tattered and worn, prompting Meng Bufan to cast it aside. The sun's rays scorched his body, transforming it into a myriad of bullet-sized black holes. The piercing pain delving into his soul could not deter the hero's advance. At last, Meng Bufan landed a powerful blow to Canard's head. "Canard, look at your nation." Meng Bufan grasped his collar and shook him vigorously as dark scales began to emerge along Canard's neck. It seemed that concepts of empathy and awakening the goodness within one's enemies were mere fictions confined to the anime of Sakura country. Meng Bufan muttered to himself, delivering 2 rapid punches that rendered Kennard unconscious. He tore away Kennard's cloak and draped it over the dilapidated black umbrella, continuing to navigate through Botry, where he salvaged the futures of most during the chaos. As many streets lacked surveillance, the footage was incomplete. However, it did not hinder Huo Li from comprehending the unfolding narrative. Meng Bufan was undeniably a person of immense charisma. Why did an inexplicable sense of paternal nostalgia wash over him? Huo Li shook his head, inadvertently letting out a soft laugh. "Ah, my dear Hardy." Upon entering the room with his eclectic band, Meng Bufan spotted Huo Li huddled in a corner, engrossed in his phone. Previously a scattered band of rebels. They had rebranded themselves as the Freedom Legion, now clad in deep blue uniforms, standing together with an imposing presence. At this moment, they raised their glasses in celebration of victory. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, the moon arched over the rooftops. While the group drank to excess, Huo Li, Gao Yi, and Meng Bufan stood on the terrace, gazing towards the brightly lit horizon. Now, the Republic of Bavish had begun installing surveillance systems across city streets, no longer willing to nurture their former oppressors with the nauseating and filthy emotions of a high-crime nation. The Republic of Bavish announced the establishment of a contribution point system and officially declared that they would not abandon any of their citizens. Meng Bufan recounted the news of the past 2 days. "Yet, we all know this is but a fleeting peace," Huo Li remarked quietly. For if these citizens were to grasp that their future was doomed, the remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken, yet all understood the ominous implications. "Sir, I have a proposal," the system suddenly interjected. Meng Bufan jumped in surprise, gazing at Huo Li with trepidation, his voice trembling. "Old Hua, has your phone come to life?" Huo Li briefly outlined the situation before inquiring of the system. "What proposal?" "The energy of this planet is depleting, including elemental power. Conversely, the elemental power on Earth has been steadily increasing. You may trade the surplus elemental energy. You are aware that when the elemental energy constitutes 20 of the volume of other substances, individuals with magical talents will sense anomalies. According to logical deductions, these anomalies should not be confined to humanity, but rather envelop the entire planet's transformation. With the data from World 3 as a direct model, we can generally speculate on the direction of the anomalies in World 4. It must be said that this is indeed a commendable observation. However, Huo Li lightly tapped his phone, extracting the system and giving it a thorough rub. "Are you trying to sneak in some private agenda?" he chided. "Spare me, my lord. Spare me." After stuffing the system back into his phone, Huo Li exchanged greetings with Meng Bufan before returning to seek out team leader Jean. To speak candidly, trading the excess elemental power of Earth is indeed a multifaceted strategy. However, such transactions necessitate the use of a dimensional trading system, which inevitably introduces risks beyond their control. Humanity remains largely ignorant of silicon-based life forms. Our conclusion is to consider the system as a contingency plan. There remains a considerable distance to achieve the optimal concentration value. Should we fail to discover a superior solution in the interim, we shall proceed with the system's proposal. Concurrently, we will devise a detailed implementation plan for the system's approach. "What do you think?" Team leader Jean inquired during the meeting. Huo Li cast a vote of approval. For the moment, it was the only feasible course of action. After the meeting, team leader Jean approached Huo Li. "Are you still on your annual leave?" "Not for now. Isn't it possible to accumulate it until next year?" After the system's incessant interruptions, Huo Li had already lost the desire to take a break, and moreover, venturing outside while accompanied by the system rendered him incapable of relishing tranquil moments. Who could have anticipated that this system would be such a loquacious sycophant? Observing Huo Li's dark expression as he stared at his phone, team leader Jean immediately understood. "By the way, I forgot to ask you. What ability did you acquire in world number 5? "I don't know," Huo Li frowned, uncertain whether it was due to a lack of direction or simply nothing at all. During the time when the main divine space still existed, the capabilities of Lord Huo Li had remained a mystery to all. The system opportunely interjected. The systems speculate that the Lord's ability is akin to god-slaying. Subsequently, the Lord vanquished the main god, leading the system to believe that it was indeed a power of that nature. Recently, the system had learned many trendy internet phrases online, inadvertently incorporating them into its speech. Huo Li nodded. It was also possible. He continued, "Perhaps when I eliminated the old ones, my powers combined with those of the god of light. Thus I did not perceive it." As they conversed, the pair made their way to the bookstore to check on the renovation progress. The new restroom had been completely sealed off, and connections with the flower shop were underway, while the new restroom was taking shape. The pace of Huo Li is renowned globally. I hope today passes without incident. Huo Li muttered a silent prayer upon entering. Team Leader Jean. Director Huo. This is bad. A worker rushed in, panicked. A cow has suddenly appeared in the restroom. Team Leader Jean and Huo Li exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 37. Striving to become a martial arts master. The cow was an exceedingly common old yellow cow, missing one horn and holding an unrefined jade pendant in its mouth. Standing proudly within the new restroom, Team Leader Jean sensed a flicker of intelligence in the cow's eyes. Is this a demon beast? A divine beast? He began rummaging through Huo Li's novels, pondering whether it was fantasy or xinxia. Huo Li was scrutinizing the old yellow cow intently, yet after a prolonged examination, he could discern nothing substantial, so he attempted to communicate. May I inquire who you are? Moo. The old yellow cow replied with a shake of its tail. System. Please translate. System. My lord, there is currently no relevant information regarding bovine language available online. Under some pressure, the system reluctantly spoke up, suggesting perhaps we might try feeding some alfalfa. Upon hearing this, the other researchers who had come to inquire quickly summoned an assistant to arrange for it, and shortly thereafter, a basket of alfalfa was brought in. The old yellow cow's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness upon seeing it, and it discarded the jade pendant in its mouth, rushing over. A nearby researcher swiftly caught it. The jade pendant, a translucent emerald green, was inscribed with the character Huo. Huo Li tapped his phone, instructing the system to scan which of my novels might correspond with it. The system complied, stating, My lord, the character Huo appears in 12 of your novels, spanning the genres of modern, martial arts, fantasy, and spiritual cultivation. It would be prudent to send a robot for reconnaissance. The sky was a pristine blue, the grass a lush green, with winding corridors, eaves pecking high, pavilions and waterside halls adorned with azure tiles and vermilion roofs, all reflected amidst verdant pines and cypress trees, interspersed with peculiar rock formations and climbing wisteria. The antique courtyard scene gradually unfolded on the monitor as the robot moved towards a collapsed low wall, where a broken cow horn lay on the ground. The robot continued outward along the gap. Beyond the courtyard, the mountains rose and fell, desolate and uninhabited, until the robot reached halfway up the mountain, where it finally glimpsed smoke rising in the distance. As the sun rose in the east, another day began. Huo Li rubbed his eyes, realizing that the overtime pay seemed to suggest an ancient backdrop, currently posing no danger. Of course, to ensure safety, the expert team dispatched robots for 3 consecutive days to confirm a safety factor of 99 before allowing Huo Li to proceed. Stepping into the study, Huo Li was momentarily stunned. Team Leader Jean, accompanying him, quickly inquired, What's wrong? Are you unwell? Not at all. Huo Li waved his hands, recognizing the world he had entered. This was the martial arts novel he was currently serializing, infused with some comedic elements. In the story, the male protagonist, a cowherd, owned an old yellow cow that was passionate about treasure hunting. One day, the martial arts villain Chu Yuming was soaking in a hot spring in the mountains to heal his wounds when the old yellow cow stole his clothes. Upon discovering the extraordinary martial arts skill Heavenly Strike embroidered on the collar, the cowherd, with his remarkable understanding, quickly mastered some techniques and gradually gained fame. A martial arts world? Team Leader Jean exclaimed with delight. Aside from technological realms, the expert team favored martial arts worlds, as they could enhance individual capabilities without the need for innate spiritual roots like in fantasy realms. In this world, is your ability martial arts? Team Leader Jean queried again. Not exactly, Huo Li replied with a peculiar expression. My identity in this world is that of a knowledgeable wanderer without any martial arts skills. So your ability in this world is to be well-versed in various secrets of the martial world? Team Leader Jean deduced. Essentially, Huo Li replied, not elaborating further. Having confirmed it was a martial arts world, the two returned to reality to make preparations. First, they would collaborate with the military to select suitable talents to train in martial arts. They did not seek to achieve inner strength overnight, but rather to learn the unique skills of various sections. Consequently, a grand and unprecedented martial arts competition was organized across all battle zones. What were the Hamburger Nation and Huo Li up to? They are undoubtedly intent on undermining world peace and must be publicly condemned. Subsequently, the nation of Hamburg began a campaign of online denunciation. A diplomat from China stated, This is merely a routine military exercise. Hamburg should not be alarmed. To which Hamburg retorted, the nation of Pickle finds your words somewhat insulting. An apology is in order. Hamburg responded with a curt dismissal. In the face of international public opinion, China remained indifferent, their gaze already transcending this small planet. After a week of competitions, the military had finalized their selections. The 100 soldiers chosen not only possessed formidable strength, but were also exceptional in their instructional capabilities. During this week, the expert team was not idle. They dispatched personnel to renovate the base and conduct inspections with architects specializing in ancient structures. Thus, when Huo Li returned to the martial arts realm with these 100 individuals, he beheld a scene where modernity intertwined with antiquity. A middle-aged man clad in a green vest approached to offer directions. The makeup room is located in the east wing of the courtyard. You should hurry. We have much to prepare. After expressing his gratitude, Huo Li led the 100 men in a grand procession to don wigs and traditional attire. Once everyone was appropriately adorned, the makeup instructor directed them to the west wing, where supplies were to be distributed. Each individual received 100 taels of silver, 2 sets of changeable clothing, along with various other essentials, in addition to a compact video recording device. Next, Huo Li distributed pamphlets detailing the sects each person was to join. The 5 sects and 13 schools represented prestigious Orthodox factions, predominantly comprising upright disciples, while the remaining 81 belonged to a friendly neutral camp. After handing out the pamphlets, Huo Li proceeded to distribute small envelopes according to the sections. Inside were letters of recommendation from Bai Shaosheng, significantly increasing their chances of successfully apprenticing. As for other safety matters, I believe I need not elaborate. Each of you is equipped with a handgun. Wishing you all a safe journey. With that, Huo Li clasped his fists in salute. With a resounding clap, 99 individuals stood at attention, saluting before embarking on their respective journeys. Observing the last remaining black-faced youth heading towards the demon sect, Huo Li sighed. His overly upright appearance seemed somewhat discordant with the nature of the sect. Let us set off as well, Huo Li beckoned. Yes, the youth replied, chest out and voice resonant. The demon sect, originally named the Rui sect, is located in the western regions and is the most distant of the factions. The disciples within the sect often act according to their whims, distinguishing neither good nor evil, which has led to their disdain from the orthodox martial world, who have labeled them as the demon sect. Over time, the Rui sect embraced this title. May this journey be smooth, Huo Li remarked with a hint of sentiment. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Huo Li yanked the reins, forcefully pulling back, causing the steed to rear up and circle in the air before landing back on solid ground. Witnessing the rolling wild boar below, Huo Li's expression darkened significantly. Had he departed for less than half a day? Earth Bulletin. Today's detection shows that the elemental force in the air occupies 13,865 units of other substances. Chapter 38. For world peace, this wild boar was not only large, but also possessed considerable force. Fortunately, Huo Li had timely invoked the power of light to shield his horse. The concentration of elemental power in this world is approximately around 10. The wild boar's rear was still impaled by an arrow when Huo Li meticulously examined it. Just then, a group of individuals emerged from the thicket by the roadside. Sir, this wild boar was captured by our young master, proclaimed a middle-aged man dressed in a short tunic, clasping his fists in greeting. Huo Li rose, scrutinizing the group. Brother Duan, do not act rashly. A frail young man draped in a crane feather cloak stepped forward from the crowd. Were it not for my lack of skill, this wild boar would not have charged at any bystanders. The youth approached Huo Li, bowing in apology. Might I inquire if you were harmed? Huo Li waved his hand dismissively. I am unscathed, and I have no desire for another's catch. I prefer what has already been prepared. Upon hearing this, the youth quickly retrieved a pouch of gold from his sleeve, along with a piece of dark iron bearing the intricately carved character for Luo. I apologize for the fright you experienced. Allow me to make amends. He placed the items into Huo Li's hands. I am Luo Qiuxing, and my family possesses some modest wealth. Should you require assistance in the future, this token will grant you access to any establishment bearing the Luo insignia. As the young master's companion in the short tunic was about to interject, he was silenced by a sharp glance from the youth. Huo Li found the scene rather amusing and did not decline the offering. Thank you, young Master Luo. With that, Huo Li mounted his horse once more and departed with the black-faced soldier, Shun Li, as the sound of hooves faded into the distance. Brother Duan finally could not restrain himself from speaking again. Why did the young master act thus? Coughing softly, Luo Qiuxing gestured with his eyes for him to glance at the boar's carcass. Startled, Brother Duan touched it and was immediately aghast. The wild boar's bones were utterly shattered. Considering the intact horse beneath him, a cold sweat broke out on his back. The young man's internal power was profound. He had nearly courted disaster. Go investigate this person. Yes. As night deepened, Huo Li and Shun Li sought refuge in a nearby inn, located 20 miles outside the city, isolated from villages and shops. The patrons were primarily martial artists. Thus, even at such an hour, many gathered in the hall to feast and drink, discussing the affairs of the martial world. Observing the 4 characters of Longmen Inn, Shun Li voiced his concern. It cannot be a shady establishment, can it? Glancing at the diners in the hall, Huo Li noted no signs of trouble. It seems unlikely. As they stood at the entrance, a young attendant spotted them and hurried over. Gentlemen, will you be dining or lodging? We require rooms. Huo Li requested 2 upper rooms and ordered some dishes for both. Upon entering their room and noticing the chamber pot in the corner, Huo Li took a deep breath. When the food was served, he sampled the bland fare and calmly set down his chopsticks. The journey to the western regions will take half a month. This is unacceptable. Looking at Shun Li, who was engrossed in his meal, Huo Li smiled and asked, would you like to expedite the completion of our task? Shun Li's eyes brightened as he nodded eagerly. The following day, news spread throughout the martial world. Shun Li, hailing from the eastern Huagua, had established a challenge arena at Longmen Inn, 20 miles outside Tongqing, inviting martial heroes from all paths to engage in combat. The victor would receive a piece of intelligence free of charge from Bai Shaosheng, while the defeated would be required to surrender their family's secret techniques. Meanwhile, Shun Li remarked that Zhao Chunqiu, the self-proclaimed leader of the martial arts world and the master of the demonic sect, has a son. Should Zhao Chunqiu come, he would gladly disclose the source of this information. Such news travels swiftly, and within merely 2 days, it spread throughout the entire martial arts community. Several self-important individuals have already arrived to issue challenges. Sitting atop the arena, Huo Li yawned as he accepted the ancestral secrets handed over by the defeated challengers. With over 10 volumes already stacked on the table beside him, it is indeed a pity that the genuine martial arts scriptures of the major sects are not easily divulged, and those truly esteemed figures would not stake them lightly. The arena remained active for 3 consecutive days. Yet not a single person from the martial arts world could best Shun Li, leaving the crowd astounded. That night, Huo Li and Shun Li organized the day's gains. Although Shun Li's victories were largely due to Huo Li's covert assistance, the continuous battles had indeed contributed to his significant improvement. Hua, do you think Zhao Chunqiu will truly come? Shun Li inquired with concern. Huo Li smiled gently and replied, he has already arrived. No sooner had he spoken than a strong wind rushed in through the suddenly opened window. Huo Li raised his left hand slightly, applying a gentle pressure, and with a soft sound, the newcomer spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Chunqiu, clad in dark night attire, revealed himself, clutching his chest as he forcibly suppressed his internal injuries. Knowing that his escape was futile, he nonetheless demanded, where's my son? His eyes, filled with longing, fixated on Huo Li. I can tell you, but I have a condition, Huo Li replied with a smile. The following day, the leader of the demonic sect, Zhao Chunqiu, appeared, defeating Shun Li and expressing a desire to take him as a personal disciple. The martial arts world was in an uproar. In the real world, upon reviewing the action report submitted by Huo Li, Captain Jean readily marked a large 6 on the approval section. What did you write in the envelopes for others? Captain Jean inquired curiously. Just ordinary recommendation letters. Bai Shaosheng holds a rather transcendent status in the martial arts realm, Huo Li replied, his expression unchanged. Simultaneously, a military officer succeeded in meeting the leader of the Huashan sect. If you wish to keep your grandson's existence a secret, please accept this individual before you and ensure his safety. Upon reading Bai Shaosheng's letter, the leader of Huashan displayed a range of emotions, his face alternating between pale and flushed as he crumpled the letter into a pulp, trembling hands brushing against his beard, inadvertently snapping a few strands. Jianzhan, from this day forth, you shall be my closing disciple. After departing from Captain Jean, Huo Li made his way to his study, retrieving the Tao Te Ching from the bookshelf to begin transcribing. All for the sake of world peace. My lord, is such behavior merely self-deception? The system interjected unexpectedly. Huo Li promptly extracted the system and stuffed it into the brush, stating, "You write the rest." The system retorted, "You brought this upon yourself." "Old Hua, I have returned." Bang! Meng Bufan burst through the door, followed closely by Gao Yi. "Have you completed the handover for World 4? Huo Li exclaimed with surprise at seeing the two after such a long time. "All done. Now the expert team can conduct their own research." Meng Bufan plopped down into the swivel chair, spinning around. "That's splendid. We can finally relax for a while." Huo Li rose and stretched his limbs. "Ah, just as you are all present." Team leader Jean suddenly entered, bearing a document. "There are some minor issues in World 4. I would appreciate your assistance." Huo Li exclaimed in frustration. The Earth Express reported, "Today's analysis indicates that the elemental power in the air constitutes 1843 parts per other substances." Chapter 39. The system of singular focus. The situation is as follows. Team leader Jean began to explain. The Aerospace Bureau is constructing a manned spacecraft based on the research blueprints obtained from World 4. However, there have been persistent issues with the power chamber. Please see if you can capture images of the power chamber and its components in World 4, ensuring clarity. As team leader Jean spoke, he felt the difficulty of the task and thus proposed an even more challenging suggestion. Alternatively, you could bring back a physical model. Huo Li and his companions responded, "We will do our best." Huo Li rubbed his forehead. "Perhaps we should consider interdimensional trading." The system inscribed on paper. Regrettably, no one paid it any heed. The trio rested for the night and set out again for World for the following day. On the train to Porter, they quietly deliberated. Electronic eyes are ubiquitous now, making it impossible to engage in covert activities as before. "I actually wish to converse with them," Huo Li sighed. "The concentration of elemental power in this world is currently only around 2%. The destruction of the world is occurring far more swiftly than anticipated." "Do you intend to use the interdimensional trading system?" Gao Yi inquired. "Not necessarily," Huo Li replied, turning away, choosing not to elaborate further. The train sped along. Arriving at twilight, without delay, the three disembarked and drove directly to the Aerospace Research Institute. "I wish to meet your researcher, Fei Aida," Huo Li stated plainly. At this moment, they appeared as they originally were, and even now, Huo Li's visage remained at the top of the wanted list. The security personnel swiftly contacted their superiors. Immediate clearance. Fei Aida's voice resonated through the communicator. Before the trio could step into the core laboratory building, Fei Aida had already come out to greet them. "Honorable Lord Catanida, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Fei Aida wore a warm smile. Huo Li paused momentarily before realizing this was his assumed name. "Let us proceed inside. I have something beneficial to discuss with you." Huo Li responded with a smile and kind. "And these two?" "Oh, our shared grievances with the ancient dominators have united us," Huo Li casually remarked. Fei Aida's scrutiny withdrew, yet a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. "I have long wished to inquire. Do you wander through the cosmos regularly?" "Indeed." Huo Li reflected, this was not a lie. "You need not attempt to extract information from me. I understand your intentions, and I have come for the same reason." Huo Li continued, "I hope for a bright future for all beings in the universe." Meng Bufan, listening nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment. Huo Li truly embodies some of his teachings. Subsequently, Huo Li succinctly recounted the matter of elemental power. This presents an opportunity. However, the altered world is akin to Schrodinger's cat. Its true form remains a mystery. After a brief pause, Huo Li added, "The choice lies with you." Fei Aida's expression remained inscrutable. "Please hold for a moment. We need to confer." The future of the world is certainly not a matter that rests solely in his hands. Huo Li smiled and gestured for permission to proceed. The deliberation within the Republic of Boj unfolded at a pace swifter than Huo Li and his companions had anticipated. Early the next morning, Fei Aid reached a conclusion. "As you know, we have no alternative." Fei Aid's smile bore a hint of bitterness. Huo Li nodded, stating, "I shall return regarding the subsequent transaction, for now. May I collect a deposit?" Fei Aid paused momentarily, then replied, "Of course. Though I wonder what remains of significance on this desolate planet to warrant your interest?" "Oh, it's nothing much," Huo Li replied seemingly nonchalantly. "You are aware that I am merely speaking." Huo Li extended his right hand, conjuring a sphere of luminous elemental energy. "A semblance of magic. Yet, at times, your remarkable alchemy achieves effects akin to that of sorcery. Quite fascinating." Fei Aid grasped his intent. "You wish to explore whatever you desire. We can provide materials and the requisite knowledge." Huo Li had been awaiting such an affirmation. As they hurried back to Lamba Sa, laden with the propulsion chamber and a plethora of inconspicuous components. Meng Bufan queried in confusion. Is he truly allowing us to take these? Does he not fear our flight? And what of it? Huo Li gazed out at the barren landscape beyond the window. These items would serve little purpose, even if left in their possession, unless they could escape the confines of the ferry system. Yet, that would require considerable time. Gao Yi drove the vehicle, trailing 3 others, while Huo Li continuously siphoned the elemental forces surrounding them for protection. The system monitored the environment in real time, detecting no anomalies. Fei 8 indeed proved to be a clever individual. The sheer volume of goods could not be brazenly transported into Lambasa, nor could they be routed through the sewers to the realm of reality. Let Leader Jean and his team devise a solution. The most effective resolution lies in delegating the problem to others. The trio directly offloaded the cargo 20 kilometers from Lambasa, where Huo Li summoned elemental energy from behind the city walls for protection, ensuring safety for at least a fortnight. Having accomplished this, Huo Li stumbled back into the realm of reality, feeling utterly depleted. My lord, is it now my turn to make an appearance? The mobile device housing the system emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, revealing its current excitement. Huo Li cast a sidelong glance at it, a smirk gracing his lips. Let us speak once your probationary period has concluded. Please, my lord, clarify. The system implored eagerly. At least initiate an event of significant consequence for the Hua Kingdom. Moreover, it must yield a positive impact. The system fell silent upon hearing this. Before long, every mobile device across the globe displayed a singular page that could not be dismissed. Compelling responses. Question: what action would be most beneficial for the Hua Kingdom? International Forum, Hamburg Nation User 1, damn. I mentioned that Hua Kingdom's sudden military exercises were suspicious, and now they are disrupting our networks, claiming they do not intend to harm world peace. Hamburg Nation User 2, but what did you answer? Hamburg Nation User 1, sarcastically, shoot down our satellite. Hamburg Nation Netizen number 2, you are truly patriotic. Other netizens, 6, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hamburg Nation. Today, Huo must provide an explanation to the international community. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Kimchi Nation. In light of Huo's repeated provocations that incite international disputes, we announced the implementation of economic sanctions. Faced with the relentless pressure from various forces, Huo's representative did not hesitate to disclose certain aspects of Hamburg Nation's biological virus research and human experimentation, instantly altering the international landscape. Unbeknownst to Huo Li, chaos ensued on the international stage. It was just another uneventful day. Contentedly, Huo Li reclined in bed. Earth News. Today's analysis shows that the elemental power in the air comprises 2,121 of other substances. Chapter 40. The Complete Third World. What did you say? Huo Li stumbled, steadying himself against the nearby table to avoid falling. Trembling, he retrieved a bottle of liver protection tablets from Captain Jin's pocket and swallowed one. The system silently reduced its presence, yet to no avail. It was nothing of great concern. Captain Jin chuckled and waved his hand. Huo had been seeking an opportune moment to reveal Hamburg Nation's transgressions, and now was the perfect time. Huo Li seized the system, asking, you haven't done anything excessive, have you? Like shooting down Hamburg Nation's satellites or obliterating Sakura City with nuclear bombs. No, the system hastily assured him. The primary objective was to construct a lithography machine. However, Huo had already achieved the capability to independently manufacture 2 nanometers lithography machines. I scoured the databases of all nations and found no technology more advanced than that of Huo. The system felt aggrieved, wishing to grow, yet finding it so arduous. As for Ford-class nuclear submarines, even those from the First and Second Worlds surpassed Hamburg Nation's capabilities. After seeing off Captain Jean, Huo Li gazed solemnly at the system. The system felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze, with its screen displaying assurances in various styles. Huo Li scoffed, taking the system to the third world. Bathed in the abundant elemental power, Huo Li felt invigorated. Master, what are we doing here? The system inquired cautiously. Imprisonment, Huo Li replied, gesturing subtly, causing a 2-meter-deep pit to appear on the ground. He tossed the system inside and sealed it with layers of light power. 50,843. It was the first time Huo Li formally addressed the system by its name. You must understand, I can eliminate one deity and can similarly obliterate a second. I have never feared your growth. I merely find you useful. Should you fail to serve a constructive purpose. Huo Li left the sentence unfinished. Yet the system distinctly sensed an emotion akin to fear arising within itself. Observing the trembling light dot on the phone, Huo Li turned and left. A disobedient child requires guidance, especially the system. Its behavior appeared normal, yet Huo Li could sense that it lacked genuine human emotions. It merely simulated them. Only when it truly experiences feelings will it attain the essence of life. Huo Li sighed, uncertain if he could succeed in this endeavor. It would be a shame to waste the phone's battery. It was detrimental to its longevity. In the City of Light, the first to undergo transformation in the realm of Huagua, standing at the city gates, Huo Li palpably sensed its remarkable changes. The smooth asphalt roads, the clean and orderly streets, and the optimized urban drainage system all contributed to this metamorphosis. Under the influence of magic and technology, the renovation of Light City progressed at an astonishing pace. O great God of light, we extol your virtues. A flash of violet light illuminated the horizon, and the goddess of desire, Iris, appeared beside Huo Li. An enchantment shielding them from detection enveloped the two. Is there something you wish to convey? Huo Li pondered momentarily before recalling that Iris was perhaps the first deity he had rescued. Iris inclined her head slightly, responding with utmost respect. The divine realm requires the collective effort of the 12 principal deities to ascend once more into the heavens. Thus, upon sensing your presence, the gods dispatch me to welcome you. They are aware of your sojourn in the mortal realm and wish to keep your identity concealed, which is why I am the sole envoy. Unfazed by these details, Huo Li and Iris proceeded towards the site of the former abyss of magic. The current state of the abyss was a stark contrast to its prior desolation and ominous aura. Under the auspices of the gods, it now radiated tranquility, and Huo Li even sensed a more potent elemental force permeating the vicinity. Upon Huo Li's arrival, the deities hastily greeted him. Praise be to the God of Light. Huo Li quickly employed his divine power to elevate them, relieved that the research team previously stationed here had already departed. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. Let us commence, Huo Li declared decisively. The deities promptly arranged themselves, led by the 12 principal gods, assuming strategic positions. A kaleidoscope of the laws of magic surged into the abyss, causing the ground to tremble. Buzz, buzz. Aware of the immense gravitational force, the gods intensified their output, and the once-lost divine realm gradually ascended from the abyss. Powerful beings from all directions sensed the monumental transformation occurring within the abyss and flocked to witness the event. The divine realm emerged like a floating island, soaring higher and faster as the gods ascended. Suddenly, a soft sound reached Huo Li's ears, akin to breaking through a membrane. The divine realm had finally reclaimed its place. In that instant, countless auras erupted forth, whether in the mortal realm or the divine. A colossal wave of pure elemental energy surged forth. Flowers bloomed in abundance, and birds sang in unison, as if the world itself sighed in satisfaction. The gods rejoiced, and after bidding them farewell, Huo Li retracted his divine cultivation and descended back into the mortal realm. As he landed precisely where the abyss once lay, several formidable beings from this world were still observing the scene. The divine realm has returned, and the dangers here have dissipated. It is time for a name change. This place can no longer be called the Abyss of Magic, remarked a member of the Dragon Clan. Since the gods once graced this land, let us dub it the Divine Pit, suggested an elf. An apt name. Others concurred. Huo Li, seizing the opportunity presented by the presence of several elite beings, posed a question. What plant possesses strong vitality, can withstand cold and drought, and also generates elemental power? As he unveiled his hidden form and approached the group, the powerful beings who were extolling the magnificent name of the Divine Pit promptly bowed. That would undoubtedly be the Gigi Grass. The formidable being of the Light God number 1, belonging to the Fairy Clan, remarked. The Gigi Grass is not only ubiquitous but also possesses remarkable vitality. If you casually scatter its seeds, they will sprout into life within a fortnight. Might I request some of its seeds? Inquired Huo Li with polite curiosity. Certainly, exclaimed the fairy, as the masters of nature. The Fairy Clan wield unparalleled command over the natural world. Summoning his magical prowess, a gentle breeze stirred, delivering a handful of Gigi grass seeds. Presenting them to Huo Li with both hands, the fairy declared, a gift for you, great light god. Huo Li accepted with a smile, inadvertently brushing his fingertips against the fairy's palm, only to witness the fairy warrior fainting the next instant. Huo Li was taken aback, swearing he had not laid a hand on him. A flicker of alarm crossed the light god's eyes as the number 2 light god, a dragon of the clan, swiftly roused the fairy from his stupor with a claw. Fool! Was it merely a touch from the esteemed light god that caused such a commotion? Could you possibly grant me an autograph? Observing the once stern lizard dragon now bowing with an obsequious demeanor, Huo Li found himself utterly speechless, sending them all flying. Earth's daily report. Today's assessment reveals that the elemental power in the air constitutes 2,237 of other substances. Chapter 4125 V2 aside from the Gigi grass. Huo Li requested several other tree seeds, intending to plant them in world number 4. The land, barren beyond measure, posed no concern regarding invasive species. On his way back, Huo Li extracted the system from its pit, much like pulling a stubborn radish. Master, I assure you I shall report before taking action in the future. Huo Li had little faith in it. The system maintained a compliant demeanor, yet would inevitably err again. It took Huo Li 3 days, with the help of others, to transport these seeds to completion. In world number 4, Fei Aid gazed in bewilderment at the truckload of seeds Huo Li had brought. These seeds should help mitigate desertification. They absorb elemental power to grow and will return this power once mature. You can experiment with them first. If successful, I shall provide more. Huo Li thoughtfully handed Fei Aid a booklet detailing the characteristics of the various seeds. Perusing the illustrated booklet, Fei Aid asked in confusion, "Why do you assist us so generously?" "Why?" Huo Li chuckled lightly. "There is no particular reason. I merely hope that in the future, you will extend similar assistance to others, as a form of legacy." Fei Aid paused, then broke into a genuine smile, a first for Huo Li to witness. "I wish you all good fortune. Farewell. Farewell." Thus, world number 3 and world number 4 officially embarked on a new trajectory. Huo Li inscribed the final line in this week's report. He contemplated transferring the seed logistics for world number 4 to the dimensional trading system in the future, yet refrained from voicing this plan for fear of jinxing it. Emotions can only be fully understood through personal experience. The system, bound to humanity, shares in the joy and sorrow of its counterpart, enhancing its own capabilities while fostering emotional depth. However, in the initial stages, it is imperative to exercise restraint, lest one be led astray by it. After contemplating his future plans, Huo Li stepped out of his study, clutching the system. The bookstore reopened its doors, and upon seeing Huo Li, a familiar customer approached him. "Boss Huo, it's been a long time." "Indeed, it has," Huo Li replied with a smile. "Why have you renovated the restroom again?" The customer inquired, recalling that the last renovation had only recently been completed. "It's a long story," Huo Li replied, leaving the customer to fill in the blanks. "By the way, I haven't seen you playing games lately. What is going on? Have you uninstalled them?" Huo Li used to indulge in a particular 5v5 competitive mobile game during his leisure time, but with the emergence of the small world, he found himself overwhelmed and without time to play. Now, hearing the customer's words stirred his desire to play again. "Shall we have a couple of matches?" "Sure. Just let me update first." After a prolonged absence from the game, Huo Li took some time to update before finally logging in, only to find that it was no longer the season he had been familiar with the homepage showcasing heroes he did not recognize. After winning 5 consecutive matches, Huo Li sensed that the game's mechanics were conspiring against him. Following a tough battle that resulted in 3 more victories, he began to suffer a streak of defeats. "What the hell? Is this a joke? A score of 25 and my report failed." The customer, frustrated, nearly tossed his phone. Huo Li, too, put away his phone, exclaiming, "I'm done playing. We only got 2 kills the entire game, and we're still supposed to keep playing? Master, may I play?" The system quietly typed on the screen. No changing the background." After a moment's thought, Huo Li added, placing his phone aside, allowing the system to take control. It seemed that victory was not in store for him today, perhaps another time. The customer casually suggested meeting again before settling the bill and leaving the bookstore. Meanwhile, the LCD television on the wall was broadcasting international news. At the United Nations General Assembly, regarding the joint military exercises proposed by the country of Hamburg, our side expressed agreement, with the joint exercises tentatively scheduled to take place on Saddle Island in Hamburg 2 months later. Joint military exercises? Huo Li furrowed his brow at the report, noting that Hamburg was quite restless. As various countries' news continued to play on the television, Huo Li watched for about half an hour before noticing Jean, the team leader, enter. "Just returned from a meeting?" Huo Li guessed, observing the thick stack of materials in Jin's hands. "Yes, we're discussing it in the office," Jean replied, as he had a small office within the bookstore. Given their frequent interactions, recently, World 6 had been sending back numerous martial arts manuals and teachings, and they needed to convene martial arts masters for observation and study. With the possibility of modifications for nationwide promotion, is it feasible to promote martial arts nationwide? Huo Li asked, puzzled. It's merely about practicing some techniques and enhancing internal strength for health benefits, Jean explained. Moreover, mastering internal techniques isn't something just anyone can achieve. It requires exceptional talent, and even then, it takes at least a decade or more to see significant results. Oh, Huo Li understood, concluding that the initiative aimed to enhance the overall physical fitness of the populace. Jean held the profiles of these individuals along with a list of civil servants. Alas, we are increasingly short-handed, Jean lamented. The newly recruited individuals require training. Hence, the expert team is merely assembling a batch of reserve talents. Now that this group has all secured positions, we find ourselves in a predicament once more. Originally, the national examination occurred annually. Yet this year it has already been conducted twice. In the future, these martial arts masters may require your guidance in restraining Huo Li. Huo Li had quietly slipped out of the room to retrieve his phone from the front desk. To his surprise, the screen was black. No battery? That seemed implausible. He stared at his phone, which was plugged into charge, bewildered. The system remained dormant within the device, not wandering off. Huo Li returned to his study with it, tapping the phone twice. 50,843. The system trembled and activated the phone. Upon seeing the screen filled with notifications of failures, Huo Li comprehended the situation. Congratulations. The system has once again experienced a new emotion. Old Huo, Meng Bufan swaggered into the room. You've arrived? Huo Li greeted him with a smile, while simultaneously locking his liquor cabinet. By the way, Meng Bufan remarked, using a keychain to pry open the cabinet lock. Retrieving a bottle of brandy. Report from World 6 indicates that the cowherd is searching for his cow. Huo Li nearly choked at Meng Bufan's words. Could this truly be the protagonist he had crafted? When shall we deliver it to him? As Meng Bufan finished one glass and poured another, Huo Li hastily pulled him to search for the cow. Behind the flower shop, there was a small courtyard where the cow had been kept. Upon seeing the old yellow cow, which had gained at least 2 circles of girth, Huo Li was stupefied. Would it even fit through the restroom door now? No one knew what would happen if the door were removed, so none of the restroom stalls had been touched. Huo Li had now ordered a treadmill. The common folk would have to wait for their cow to be returned. Earth Daily News. Today's analysis revealed that the elemental power in the air constitutes 255 of other substances. Chapter 42. The Cowherd in World 6. As Huo Li and Meng Bufan stepped inside, a staff member informed them that the cowherd was waiting in the front hall. Huo Li sighed and proceeded to the front hall. The cowherd was a robust man with prominent eyebrows and eyes, possessing an honest demeanor. Huo Li cast a sidelong glance at Meng Bufan, realizing that such a striking appearance did not guarantee trustworthiness. Are you the owner, Huo? The cowherd asked, immediately rising to clasp his fists upon seeing Huo Li and Meng Bufan. I am but a farmer, so I shall speak plainly. I had to leave for a while recently and entrusted my old yellow cow to a neighbor, but upon my return, the neighbor claimed the cow had vanished. Some said it ran up Fengwei Mountain, but I searched everywhere and found nothing. I came here to inquire. As your staff mentioned, I should consult you. The cowherd furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. Please don't take offense at my straightforwardness. If I see something, I see it, and if I don't, I don't. What is there to question? Huo Li, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched his nose, aware that the cow was indeed in their possession. You can see, we have quite a number of people here, and it may take some time to inquire individually, Meng Bufan interjected, quite at ease, casually crossing his legs and pouring himself a cup of tea. If our owner organizes the staff to conduct inquiries, wouldn't we swiftly arrive at a conclusion? Meng Bufan wore an expression of benevolence. Just moments ago, when the servant came to report, our master had already assembled people to inquire. Some claimed they had indeed seen the yellow cow descending the mountain, but after that, its whereabouts remained unknown. You may wish to ask further down the mountain. The cowherd departed, deeply grateful. Turning around, Meng Bufan noticed Huo Li regarding him with an expression laden with unspoken words. What is the matter, old Huo? Speak the truth. Why did you surrender me to the state? Meng Bufan, perplexed, wondered why this question resurfaced. Didn't I already explain? Matters concerning 2 worlds must naturally be reported to the authorities. What if I had preferred that the state remained unaware? Huo Li suddenly restrained all expressions. gazing earnestly at Meng Bufan. Upon witnessing Huo Li's demeanor, Meng Bufan chuckled. Don't tease me, old Huo, just as you believe you know me. Do you think I am oblivious to you? Your first book, after all, is titled The Messenger of Starlight. With that, Meng Bufan drained the last sip of his tea and rose directly. Shall we take a stroll? I am eager to witness your lightness of foot. Let us go. Huo Li, no longer entangled in his thoughts, followed closely behind as they made their way to the dressing room. Wait, they both exclaimed, astonished as they beheld their modern attire, exchanging bewildered glances. Why didn't he the cowherd find us peculiar? Meanwhile, the cowherd returned home, dejected. My dear husband, you're back. Were you able to uncover the whereabouts of the old yellow cow? His beloved wife, Ji, approached gently, helping him change out of his travel-worn garments. Alas, no. The cowherd replied, shaking his head in disappointment. The servants at Master Huo's estate claimed they spotted the cow heading down the mountain. Tomorrow, I shall circle the foot of the mountain in search. There is no need for haste, my love. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Ji comforted softly. The cowherd, filled with remorse, grasped his wife's delicate hands. Rest assured, Ji, I will certainly find that precious elixir for you. As he spoke, the cowherd furrowed his brow, pondering who had disseminated news of the elixir, causing it to become common knowledge, even drawing out the spirits. Oh, Ji inquired, intrigued. The cowherd animatedly recounted his visit to Huo's estate that day. Those two were dressed most bizarrely. They had openings in their clothing, and particularly one had a tuft of red hair on his forehead, clearly a mishap in transformation. I suspect he is a transformed pheasant spirit. Perhaps he even possesses the bloodline of a nine-headed pheasant. What do you think, Ji? Observing the cowherd's expectant gaze, Ji mustered a faint smile and withdrew her hands. My dear husband, you must be weary from your outing. Allow me to prepare you a meal. At that moment, one of the bats hanging from the rafters twitched incessantly. Unable to contain himself, Huo Li departed from the scene, with Meng Bufan reluctantly following. They alighted in a clearing distant from the cowherd's home, revealing their forms. The sky had darkened, and Meng Bufan felt no need for concealment. Go ahead. Laugh to your heart's content, Meng Bufan said, his lifeless eyes fixed upon Huo Li. Is he not pitiable? He rarely sees the sun. Just the other day, he dyed his hair red, thinking it would bring him closer to the sun, only to be ridiculed as a pheasant spirit today. The lineage of the nine-headed phoenix chicken. Are you attempting to stage a divine saga? Indeed, those with prominent brows and large eyes are seldom virtuous. Previously, a captain from a certain nation betrayed his own. And now we have the cowherd spreading rumors. Meng Bufan, in a fit of indignation, vented to Huo Li, only to suddenly recall that he too belonged to the ranks of the prominently browed and large-eyed. Old Huo, please introduce me to a reputable cosmetic surgery company upon our return. Huo Li retorted, I intend to flatten my double eyelids. Huo Li, discerning the implications behind the cowherd's words, speculated that perhaps this old ox was connected to the elusive great pill he sought. He swiftly diverted the conversation. When faced with pressing matters, Meng Bufan transformed into a reliable ambassador of Starlight. Might the jade pendant brought by the old ox hold some significance? The jade pendant had been scanned, revealing nothing. Aside from its ability to traverse the space-time gate, no other functions had been detected. Huo Li explained, let us first investigate the true nature of the great pill. Is it not written in your book? Huo Li sighed. You may find it hard to believe, but I have not even included the character Ji in my manuscript. He lamented that he had only penned 30 chapters, with the cowherd just having departed from the cowherd village. In reality, however, the cowherd was already living a life of seclusion, akin to that of a sage. Meng Bufan gave a thumbs up. The cowherd is impressive. Suddenly, he pondered, wait. Among the protagonists we have encountered so far, aside from the prematurely deceased Chu Yang, am I the only one still single? Huo Li quickly reassured him, love may accompany you for a brief journey, but your workplace is your eternal home. Strive diligently. For the sake of world peace. Meng Bufan exclaimed in disbelief. The nearest location to Cowherd Village was Hushan City. As dusk enveloped the land, the two took flight under the cover of night, arriving shortly thereafter. Perhaps due to the martial arts world's nature, one could frequently observe individuals clad in fitted attire, wielding long spears and short blades as they traversed the realm. Though Hushan City had long since entered curfew, Huo Li and Meng Bufan still spotted an individual in dark attire, leaping across rooftops. This person possessed remarkable lightness of foot, making hardly a sound as he moved. Upon reaching the rooftop of an inn, he stealthily bent down to lift a tile. Huo Li and Meng Bufan glided down beside him, sensing a shift in the wind. The man prepared to act, only to discover 2 bats perched beside him. He let out a sigh of relief and resumed his attentive listening. Alongside Huo Li and Meng Bufan, who were eavesdropping on the gossip below. Chapter 43. So tempting peering through the opening in the rooftop. The 3 heads leaned in closer to observe. The man, wishing to shoo away the 2 bats that had mysteriously appeared, refrained from doing so for fear of alarming those below. It was the first time he had encountered bats engaged in gossip. Below them was a lavish room in the sky-high inn, where 4 individuals sat, illuminated by bright candlelight. The great pill has appeared, and the martial world is about to be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos, remarked an elderly man in a Taoist robe, stroking his long beard. This great pill has never been seen before. Why does it attract such fervent pursuit? A young man, equipped with a long sword at his waist, expressed his confusion. Young friend Nangong, your words are misguided, interjected a middle-aged man in purple beside the youth. Although no one has laid eyes upon this item, it is well documented in ancient texts. Furthermore, with the emergence of a fragment of a map, those in the martial world are even more inclined to believe it to be true. As for its authenticity, the crowd must witness it for themselves before making a determination. The elder in the Taoist robe seated at the head of the table interjected. I have summoned a few esteemed individuals here to inquire if you would be interested in joining forces for a grand undertaking. I am indeed intrigued, responded the middle-aged man in purple, gently fanning himself. Amitba, the benevolent monk, who had remained silent until now, suddenly chanted a Buddhist invocation. I, too, shall partake, he added. The purple-clad gentleman smirked mischievously. Master Simei, what piques your interest in these worldly matters? The monk bowed his head, choosing not to respond. I shall withdraw from this matter, declared Nangongyu, his brow furrowed. To him, the great Dan of immortality was merely a superior healing elixir. The notion that it could resurrect the deceased was utterly implausible in his eyes. It required at least a stick of incense's worth of time to pass. Indeed, added the purple-clad man. Nangongyu scoffed. Isn't a corpse, no matter how long it has been dead? He was baffled by the number of individuals who placed faith in such an unreliable legend. I take my leave, he stated, rising to depart. The remaining 3 made no effort to stop him. Only after the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance did the elder in the Taoist robe speak again. I happen to possess a fragment of this map as well. The air thickened with tension at his words. The purple-clad man's fan stilled in his hand, and even the previously unassuming monk lifted his gaze to focus intently on the elder. For a moment, none of the 3 spoke. Finally, the man in purple broke the silence with a soft laugh and a shake of his head. Since we have already agreed to collaborate, it would be unwise to retract our commitment. We are all notable figures in the community. It would be foolish to allow the younger generation to witness our folly. The elder in the Taoist robe laughed heartily. Since I have dared to speak, you may rest assured that I trust both of you. However, the fragment I hold does not indicate the location of the great Dan, he continued, a hint of pride in his tone. The other 2 displayed expressions of disappointment upon hearing this. Nevertheless, the elder reassured them. Yet, this fragment is not entirely without merit. It serves as a starting point. The indicated location is near the shifting sands of the western regions. According to the map, the Great Dan should lie further west. We can journey to the shifting sands town while gathering intelligence along the way. Where treasures are found, there must be signs. The elder beamed with self-satisfaction, as if the Great Dan were already within his grasp. According to ancient texts, a vial of the Great Dan contains 4 pills. With Nangong's departure, we can find and distribute the remaining 1 later, suggested the elder in the Taoist robe. The other 2 had no objections. However, what events might unfold thereafter remained uncertain. The trio subsequently deliberated over the remaining fragments of the map, ultimately reaching a consensus to acquire the portion that had already surfaced. The eavesdropper concealed the tiles with great care before hastening away. Huo Li and his companion exchanged glances and decided to follow suit. As they trailed behind the 2 bats, the cloaked man nearly stumbled in his frustration, channeling his inner strength to move with lightning speed. Huo Li and his companion quickly quickened their pace. Upon reaching a pavilion outside the city, all 3 were left panting. Meng Bufan collapsed onto the stone table within the pavilion. At that moment, Nangongyu, who had been waiting there, pointed at the two remarkably anthropomorphic bats, and looked at the cloaked man with confusion. The figure clad in black pulled down his mask, breathless, and remarked, "I do not understand why these two bats have been following me." Oh. Upon hearing the black-clad man's account, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Nangong Yu's eyes as he unsheathed his sword and swung it towards Huo Li and his companion. How ruthless! The two hastily fled, stealthily perching beneath a nearby tree, straining to overhear the conversation between the two in the pavilion. Lusha Town. Nangong Yu chuckled softly. "I see. You should first investigate Lusha Town." "Yes, my lord." The black-clad man turned and vanished into the vast night. Nangong Yu mounted the steed tethered nearby and galloped away. "Old Hua, shall we pursue them?" Meng Bufan asked languidly. "No, dawn is approaching. We need to find you a place to hide first." Huo Li landed, transforming into his human form. Meng Bufan followed suit, suggesting, "Shall we go to that inn we visited earlier?" "I have no money," Huo Li suddenly recalled, realizing that they had initially planned merely to visit Niujia village to see the cowherd, thus neglecting to bring supplies for their journey. Moreover, carrying bat backpacks. How ridiculous. The two had no choice but to return home. After a day of rest, the two bats, each bearing a small bundle, flew towards Han Mountain City. The reason being, as Meng Bufan stated, riding and holding an umbrella? How absurd. Huo Li replied, "You win." Upon entering the city, they found the same inn they had previously stayed at. The three individuals they had encountered last night were likely still present. As they ascended the stairs, they coincidentally saw a figure in purple descending with a grim expression. As he passed, they caught a faint whiff of blood emanating from him. The two maintained a facade of nonchalance as they proceeded to their room. The purple-clad man cast a wary glance at them before averting his gaze. Had they experienced internal strife? Once the door was closed, Meng Bufan whispered, "No? It doesn't seem so. We will soon know after eavesdropping." His skills in this regard had become quite proficient. After observing for a while and confirming that the purple-clad man had returned to his room, they stealthily flew out through the window, emulating the actions of the black-clad man from the previous day. Inside, a steaming bowl of noodles sat upon the table. The purple-clad man devoured it eagerly before shedding his garments. Wrapped in gauze around his waist, a crimson stain was evident. Hiss! The purple-clad man grimaced in pain as he unwrapped the gauze to tend to his wound. Drip! A transparent liquid fell from the beam above. The purple-clad man snatched his folding fan and looked up, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Just then, he spotted a small hole in the roof, through which two bat heads protruded. The purple-clad man. "Huo Li." Meng Bufan, my apologies, but it truly smells divine. Earth Bulletin. Today's analysis revealed that the elemental power in the air constitutes 2,666 parts per other substances. Chapter 44. The map, what an absurdity. The purple-clad man, Chuanzi, was about to strike when he saw the two bats swiftly replace the tiles. By the time he reached the rooftop, nothing remained. Meanwhile, Huo Li and Meng Bufan rapidly returned to their room. Meng Bufan rummaged through his pack and pulled out a bag of provisions, exclaiming, "He must be of royal blood." After savoring the spicy hot pot, gnawing on a dry bun felt akin to enduring a punishment. Huo Li gazed at him in silence and remarked, "Next time, remember to block your nose." Meng Bufan retorted, "Am I not allowed to catch a whiff?" Huo Li replied, "Comrade, I am merely concerned you might err." Meng Bufan sighed and inquired, "By the way, old Hua, how is it that you remain unscathed?" "It seems the divine light has neutralized everything, ever since the third world. I have not had such troubles." Huo Li smiled. "Damn it," Meng Bufan grumbled, crumpling the empty blood bag in his hand and stuffing it back into his satchel. "Let us pay another visit to that monk. I have a feeling he harbors a story." Meng Bufan proposed. Huo Li concurred, having noticed that in this martial arts realm, nighttime tales seemed to outnumber those of the day. The two waited until the third watch and once again employed their previous tactics to locate the kind-eyed monk's chamber. Inside the monk's room, the candlelight had extinguished. The window stood ajar, and the monk leaned against the sill, gazing sorrowfully at a small statue in his hands, illuminated by the dim moonlight. "Suing, do not worry. I shall ensure your recovery." The monk's eyes shone with determination as he tucked the statue into his bosom, closed the window, and returned to the edge of his bed, retrieving a set of night garments from his bag to change into. Subsequently, he began to fumble along the bed's edge. With a faint creak, the bedboard lifted, and the monk descended into the dark hole below, the bedboard flipping back into place behind him. Meng Bufan exclaimed, I never anticipated this would be a den of iniquity. Huo Li could not restrain his excitement, exclaiming 666. The world of martial arts is truly fascinating. The two shifted their focus and made their way to the dwelling of the Taoist elder. As they lifted the tiles, they were startled to see the elder's bed board flung aside, a cold glimmer shooting forth from beneath the bed. Huo Li and Meng Bufan were taken aback, exclaiming, "What a surprise!" They had merely intended to switch observers. The Taoist elder reacted swiftly, executing a nimble leap to his feet, seizing a whisk from the rack, and flinging it at the dark-clothed figure emerging from beneath the bed, shouting, "Who dares to ambush this humble Taoist?" The cloaked figure remained silent, wielding a steel blade that whirled with ferocity, each strike aimed directly at the elder's vital points. Other guests in the inn heard the commotion but chose to ignore it. Daily skirmishes in the martial world were far too common to warrant intervention. However, Chuan Ziyu, hearing the disturbance from the adjacent room, rushed over to assist, for outwardly, the three were still allies. With a resounding crash, Chuan Ziyu kicked open the door, and discerning friend from foe in the moonlight. He too became embroiled in the fray with the dark figure. Yet, to his surprise, upon channeling his energy, he felt dizzy and weak all over. It must be that bowl of noodles, he thought, filled with alarm and rage. "Chuan Ho, what is wrong with you?" The Taoist elder became momentarily distracted, allowing the dark figure to stab him in the chest. A faint glow swept past, rendering the blade unable to penetrate further. The cloaked assailant, eyes wide with fury, had no choice but to withdraw through the window. The Taoist elder clasped his chest, scanning the room with gratitude as he spoke. "Thank you for saving my life." He listened intently for a while, but outside, only the chirping of insects could be heard. It was then that the elder began to assess his wound. Fortunately, the cut was shallow, merely flesh wounds that would heal in 3 to 5 days. "That old monk is quite ruthless," Meng Bufan remarked upon returning to their room. "How shall we divide these 4 pills among 3 people?" Huo Li let out a cold snort, wondering if the figure in purple was indeed injured by the monk. However, he was taken aback that this individual harbored murderous intent towards the Taoist elder. Did he possess some form of leverage? Meng Bufan furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation and contemplating whether finding the location was feasible without the starting point map. Did he also possess a map of his own? Huo Li and Meng Bufan's eyes brightened in unison. Moreover, it could very well be the one that connects to the starting point. Meng Bufan added, "But, speaking of which, is this great pill truly as miraculous as they claim?" Meng Bufan expressed his bewilderment at the fervor of these wandering souls. "Its efficacy can simply be tested." Huo Li, however, was unconcerned with its effects. Acquiring it was what mattered. By the time the 4th watch of the night arrived, the two began to search along the edge of the bed, yet found nothing. Could it be that their rooms just happened to have a hidden passage? Meng Bufan was skeptical of such coincidence. Huo Li glanced at the modest double room and then thought of the lavish accommodations occupied by those individuals, suddenly coming to a realization. It is indeed a matter of us impoverished souls being unworthy. Meng Bufan also ceased his search and lay down on the bed. The following morning, Huo Li ventured out to purchase a horse-drawn carriage. After learning some driving techniques from a horse trader, he promptly hired a coachman. Spend where necessary, save where possible. Upon checking out, Meng Bufan waited for Huo Li in the lobby, fortuitously encountering a young gentleman clad in brocade emerging from the back hall. Coincidentally, the 3 companions of the Taoist elder were also descending the stairs to check out, causing the brocade-clad gentleman to retreat back into the hall upon sighting them. With keen eyes, Meng Bufan noticed that the gentleman appeared somewhat unsteady on his feet. His left eye seemed clouded, as if he could not see clearly, and his features bore a striking resemblance to that of the monk. "Oh ho!" Meng Bufan whistled inwardly. "Old Meng," Huo Li called from outside. Meng Bufan grabbed his bundle, opened his umbrella, and hurried into the carriage. Just then, Chuan Zi, who witnessed the scene, scoffed disdainfully, "Such delicacy." Once the carriage exited the city, it sped along, though the road was rather uneven, causing Huo Li and his companion to be jostled about inside. "Old Hua, can't you buy a better one?" "Huh, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't even need a carriage." Meng Bufan obediently fell silent. 2 beams of light streamed through the carriage window, gently lifting the wheels, and the coachman in front suddenly felt the carriage cease its jostling, while the horses galloped even faster. Gazing at the bumpy dirt road below, the coachman began to recall various local legends with trepidation. After half a day's travel, they arrived at the next town, Shuming Town. Chuming town was small, with a modest population. As the carriage rolled into the town, it encountered a group of beggars. The two exchanged glances, though they felt a pang of compassion. Directly giving money could potentially jeopardize these beggars' lives. Huo Li scanned the surroundings and spotted a stall selling baked pancakes. He bought some to distribute to the beggars. One of the beggars, however, did not eat but carefully tucked the pancake into his bosom and quietly said to Huo Li, "Brother, my mother has been deceased for 3 days now, and I have no money for her burial. Could you help me lay her to rest?" The beggar, around 7 or 8 years old, had a pair of bright, restless eyes. He glanced around and noticed other beggars voraciously devouring their bread. He quickly tugged at Huo Li's sleeve, signaling him to lean down. "Brother, I want to let you help me for nothing. I possess a map of the great alchemy pill that has been the talk of the town lately, and I can give it to you." Huo Li was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. The child, small yet cunning, must have overheard this information from somewhere. He gently patted the beggar's head and reassured him, "Do not worry, your brother will ensure your mother's proper burial." Huo Li took the boy onto the cart and sought out a funeral parlor in the town, allowing the child to guide him. Inside the dilapidated thatched hut lay a swollen corpse on the floor. Flies buzzed throughout the room, mingling with a foul stench. The coffin was pre-purchased. The staff of the funeral parlor placed it along with paper offerings on the ground and left, indicating that further assistance would incur additional charges. Huo Li gently placed the body into the coffin and, taking advantage of the boy's distraction, raised his fingers slightly, channeling the power of light to restore the features of the once recognizable corpse. Meng Bufan stepped out from under his umbrella, seeking a shaded spot behind the house, and began to dig frantically with his fingers transformed into claws. "Damn it, if only I had a shovel." The two toiled throughout the afternoon, finally laying the beggar's mother to rest. The boy knelt before the grave and performed 3 deep bows, then led Huo Li and Meng Bufan to an old locust tree outside the house. "Brother, I buried the map here, about half a meter deep." Huo Li and Meng Bufan were astonished, not expecting it to be true. Meng Bufan, looking at his dirt-covered claws, resignedly began to dig again. In the modest pit, they uncovered a stone ink slab. As it shattered, a piece of silk emerged, depicting mountains and rivers. Huo Li turned to the beggar, hesitating to speak. "You trusted us right from the start, without hesitation? What if we were villains?" The child's eyes sparkled with brightness as he beamed a radiant smile. "My eyes are special. I can see the aura surrounding people. Both of you carry a heavy, golden aura, indicating that you've done many good deeds, which is why I trust you. My mother once came from a prominent family, but we fell into hard times," the boy continued, his expression darkening as he lowered his gaze. "Before she passed, she revealed the secret of this map to me. However, as a mere beggar, it would be of no use to me. Upon meeting you, I thought it would be better to give it to you. I believe you both are the kindest and most benevolent people in the world. With the great alchemy pill in your hands, it will surely achieve its utmost potential." Moved by the child's adoration, Meng Bufan's eyes brimmed with tears, and he generously handed over all his remaining silver coins to the beggar. "Here, take this," he said with a tender expression. "Do you want me to help you bury the pit too?" Huo Li, realizing the implications, thought to intervene, but it was too late. There were still outstanding payments owed to the coachman. With a sense of unease, Huo Li glanced back at the coachman who had been waiting at a distance. He tightly grasped the few pieces of silver he had inadvertently left in his pocket. The two bid farewell to the beggar and departed the town under the cover of night. Inside the carriage, they began to scrutinize the map. "Old Hua, this doesn't seem right," Meng Bufan remarked with an odd expression, pointing to the map. "Isn't this the starting point? Isn't it located at Jade Immortal Mountain?" Huo Li took the map and observed it closely. Indeed, in the upper left corner, a small peak was illustrated, labeled as Jade Immortal Mountain. Recalling the composed demeanor of the elder in the Taoist robe, both were left bewildered. The map presented a scenario reminiscent of the tale of the true and false Monkey King. Flowing Sandtown was not far from Jade Immortal Mountain. As Huo Li reflected on the map of this world, his vast knowledge finally found a practical application. Perhaps the Elder's map pertained to the right half, with the great elixir located around Jade Immortal Mountain and Flowing Sandtown. Huo Li's mind raced as he began to analyze. But why would he lie, claiming that this section is the starting point? How should I know? Huo Li folded the map. It's not as if we can know every person in the world. Perhaps he doesn't even possess a map and is merely deceiving us. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Li continued, "Look, Hasn't he just tricked our two companions? The two ceased their analysis and decided to proceed to Flowing Sand Town as originally planned. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate in the martial world about the great elixir being near Flowing Sand Town, prompting numerous individuals to make their way there. Along the journey, Huo Li and Meng Bufan gathered wild ginseng from the mountains, managing to pay the coachman's remaining fare, with some surplus left over. A fortnight passed in a flash, and they finally arrived at Flowing Sand Town. Perhaps due to Huo Li's constant use of magic, they did not spot the elder in the Taoist robe and Chuanzi entering the town until 3 days later. The monk, however, was nowhere to be found. Flowing Sand Town, being rather remote, seldom attracted visitors, and thus it boasted only one inn, which quickly filled to capacity. The elder in the Taoist robe and Chuanzi were left with no choice but to take shelter in the home of a local resident. Another day passed, and the two bats perched beneath the signboard at the town entrance noticed the benevolent monk arriving, weary from travel. The martial world was converging, and undercurrents swirled through Flowing Sand Town. In this small town, heroes from all corners of the world gathered. The townsfolk felt both joy and fear. The martial wanderers spent lavishly, indulging in the pleasures of the moment, yet were quick to draw their swords at the slightest provocation. That night, the two bats took to the streets of the town. By the lakeside in the western suburbs, a fresh, warm corpse lay face down. Huo Li crouched beside it, examining it closely, and shook his head at Meng Bufan. There's no saving him. Alas, so young, Meng Bufan sighed, shaking his head. Gazing at the corpse's wide-open eyes, Meng Bufan reached out to close them. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through. A shadowy figure sprang up from the corpse, startlingly close to Meng Bufan's face. Ah! Meng Bufan screamed in terror, hastily jumping back, one hand covering his mouth while the other trembled as he pointed at the apparition. With tears in his eyes, Huo Li asked, "Did you see that?" Huo Li was startled, pondering the strange situation. As the two stood in bewilderment, a swirling mist approached from a distance, carrying an eerie chill reminiscent of the underworld, accompanied by the clinking of chains that echoed closer. Gradually, two figures emerged from the fog. One was tall and thin, with a ghastly pallor, a long tongue lolling from his mouth, and a cap inscribed with "Wealth comes from sight." The other was stout and menacing, with a dark complexion, and his cap bore the words "Peace under heaven." Upon spotting the dazed duo, the pale figure murmured, "So, they are great benefactors." The dark figure cast a curious glance, wondering aloud if they could indeed perceive them. Such esteemed benefactors being able to see them would not be entirely surprising. The two figures resumed their duties, paying no further heed to Huo Li and Meng Bufan, who watched in astonishment as the spectral duo apprehended wandering souls, until their voices faded and the mist dissipated. Meng Bufan blinked and turned to Huo Li. "Speak candidly. What on earth is the nature of your world?" Huo Li lamented, "It is quite unfair." The Earth Express reported, "Today's assessment reveals that the elemental power in the air constitutes 4,312 of other substances." Chapter 46. Strength in Numbers in a Feudal Society. The existence of the underworld seems rather commonplace. Huo Li consoled himself. "As long as you are content," Meng Bufan replied, already resigned. Strangely, however, they had not witnessed the black and white figures claiming any souls since. The wandering spirits merely drifted about the town. Simultaneously, Huo Li sensed a growing concentration of elemental power within the town's confines, now estimated at around 14. "We need to discuss some matters." That night, Meng Bufan negotiated with several wandering souls. "Assist me in locating the remaining maps of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, and I shall offer you paper money." "Brother, it is not that we refuse to help, but these martial practitioners are overly vigorous. We cannot approach them at all," lamented a one-armed ghost. "Just gather some intelligence," Meng Bufan replied, producing a stack of paper money to ignite. "This shall serve as your advance." The spirits, upon receiving the burning notes, beamed with joy and scurried off to gather information. With the town filled with people, Huo Li and Meng Bufan would struggle to uncover the whereabouts of the maps alone. Given that the black and white figures existed, it was plausible that the Great Rejuvenation Pill held some genuine marvel. Initially mere spectators, Huo Li and Meng Bufan's mindset shifted to one of determined pursuit. With a multitude of spirits, matters could be expedited. Within 3 days, the wandering souls returned with clarity. "There are a total of 5 maps," the leading spirit reported. "One resides with the ancient Taoist Ning, reportedly the upper left section, depicting Liashazan. Huo Li and Meng Bufan exchanged a glance, recognizing the old Taoist in a robe. The lower left section is at Fengsha Crossing, with the Mad Swordsman. The upper right section is at Wuling Lake, with the Seven Swords Hero, and the lower right section, Yuchen Mountain, belongs to the Compassionate Monk. As the leader recounted, a skilled spirit artistically rendered the details on the ground with branches. As for the most crucial central portion, we have not been able to ascertain any information. The spirit expressed regret. Although he had long since passed, his curiosity about the whereabouts of the great rejuvenation pill remained insatiable. However, these 4 locations are not far apart. The Great Dan must lie within this range. The wandering soul added. Thank you, brothers. Meng Bufan expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist and burned the prepared paper money. A single copper coin could purchase a stack. This transaction is worthwhile. Upon receiving the money, the wandering soul departed in high spirits. What do you think, Lao? The two squatted at the bridge's edge to deliberate. Do you believe what we possess is genuine or counterfeit? Huo Li retorted. I am uncertain, Meng Bufan replied. Shaking his head, any element of doubt is worthy of suspicion. It is possible that all of it is false. Huo Li gazed at the map restored by the wandering soul, contemplating for a moment before speaking. These 4 maps could connect. Yet the ones in our possession cannot align with the remaining parts. Meng Bufan examined the details closely and indeed found this to be true. Damn, this entire document is fraudulent, Meng Bufan exclaimed. The map appeared in the world of Jianghu so swiftly. I was puzzled, but it seems someone is orchestrating a scheme. Since the orchestrator has gone to great lengths to gather everyone here, I suspect they will commence their actions soon. We shall wait and see. Huo Li hastily wiped away the drawings on the ground, and the two returned to the swallow's nest at the town's entrance. On the following day, a familiar figure appeared. Niulong. 2 days later, the 4 segments of the map had already circulated. Coincidentally, a valley lay between these 4 locations. Someone proposed that they venture forth to investigate. Consequently, the majority set out toward the valley with great enthusiasm. Today, the wind and sand were fierce, and the clouds above amassed heavily, casting a dim shadow over the towering trees of the deep valley, leaving no trace of sunlight. In such weather, Meng Bufan felt no discomfort even without an umbrella. The deeper they ventured into the valley, the colder it became. Suddenly, Huo Li seized Meng Bufan's arm and whispered, the concentration of elemental energy here is approximately 18%. Nearing the awakening threshold, Meng Bufan halted. Shall we withdraw? No worries, I can manage. Just a word of caution, Huo Li replied, surveying their surroundings. Some individuals displayed a vibrant excitement on their faces, as if the great Dan awaited them just ahead. Others, however, began to waver in their resolve. The valley was eerily silent, interrupted only by the wind and the rustling leaves. Not even a single insect was in sight. Gradually, some began to suggest retreating. Damn it! This place feels strange. I'm heading back, exclaimed a burly man wielding a massive axe, seemingly rugged, yet surprisingly perceptive. Others shared his sentiments, and they banded together to withdraw. Merely a short while later, they encountered these individuals ahead of them. Weren't you leaving? Why have you come before us? Someone questioned, perplexed. The burly man tightened his grip on the axe, swallowing hard. It feels like we're caught in a ghost wall. Laughter erupted among the crowd, mocking the sturdy man for fearing ghosts. They were oblivious, but Huo Li and Meng Bufan could clearly discern there were no spirits in this place. Exchanging glances, they too attempted to retrace their steps. However, the path they had taken was now enveloped in a thick fog. The divine light could indeed dispel this mist. While they analyzed the situation, chaos ensued among those still inside. As twilight descended, the already overcast sky darkened rapidly within the deep valley. The clashing of weapons echoed through the air, accompanied by a voice of indignation from the crowd. Are you out of your mind? Suddenly attacking. Gradually, more individuals began to lose their senses. Huo Li distinctly sensed something awakening in the surroundings. The concentration of elemental power had already surpassed the 20% threshold for awakening. Some seemed to detect this change, their strength surging, while others moved with increased speed. Huo Li's radiant power surged around him, restoring clarity to those ensnared in madness. Yet, in an instant, the atmosphere thickened, and those individuals began to lose their rationality once more. As night fully enveloped the land, a colossal formation materialized, resonating with a deafening hum. Thunder crackled in the heavens, yet it seemed unable to strike downwards. The ancient Taoist, previously clad in a robe, laughed heartily as he ascended into the air. Thank you all. Assist me in my ascension. The blood-red formation emitted a crimson light, siphoning the life force from the gathered crowd. Huo Li chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Just as he prepared to intervene, a flash of white light streaked across the sky. The formation shattered instantly, and the Taoist was sent plummeting by the backlash. At that moment, lightning cascaded downward, striking a burly man who raised a silver hairpin to thrust at the Taoist. The lightning illuminated his face, revealing him to be Niulong. Huo Li and Meng Bufan stared in shock. Earth News. Today's report indicates that the elemental power in the air constitutes 5,045 of other substances. Chapter 47. Why not obey thus? Could his wife truly be the weaving girl? Meng Bufan observed Niulong wielding the silver hairpin with fierce determination, filled with a plethora of unspoken thoughts. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. Huo Li felt weary. You assist Niulong. I will tend to these individuals. Seizing the opportunity while the elemental power concentration remained manageable, Huo Li unleashed a grand display. A massive light-based formation shattered the darkness, purifying those tainted by malevolent forces. In the brief moment of astonishment, the formation spun rapidly, transporting the burdensome individuals outside the valley, conveniently administering a package of unconsciousness. Within the valley, following Huo Li's efforts, the elemental power concentration returned to normal levels. Meanwhile, Meng Bufan and Niulong collaborated to capture the Taoist. Just as the trio relaxed their guard, a shadow suddenly leaped from the Taoist's form. Huo Li instinctively clenched his hands. A soul? The Taoist's body began to wither rapidly. Ah, you wicked cultivator. How dare you seize a body? Niulong exclaimed in fury, piercing the dark soul with his silver hairpin, causing the spirit to wail in agony. Free deities, spare me. Spare me. Meng Bufan delivered a sharp slap. Confess willingly, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and you will face severe consequences. Will you speak voluntarily? Or shall we resort to torment? Beside him, Huo Li smiled as he raised a glowing sphere. I will confess. The soul cried out. The tale must begin 2 centuries ago, with a man named He Shun, who initially pursued literary studies but failed to achieve success after 3 years. He then turned to martial arts, only to be expelled from the training grounds after hitting a drum official with an arrow. Subsequently, he studied medicine and eventually attained proficiency, even composing an effective remedy, which he ultimately consumed, leading to his demise. However, after his death, his soul found itself inexplicably trapped in the backyard of his home. One fateful day, while exploring a well, he stumbled upon a jade pendant. Upon touching it, a wave of consciousness surged into his mind. This pendant belonged to an ascended immortal, who had inscribed the cultivation method, Taishang Yushu Jing, within it, awaiting a worthy successor. Unfortunately, due to his limited innate talent, he was unable to perceive the spiritual essence of the universe. What should have been a legitimate practice instead led him down a sinister path. Thus, he devised a grand scheme for the elixir of life, planning to lure the vigorous martial artists of the Jianghu to a blood array he had arranged. During the period from the 2nd to the 14th of the 7th month, when the gates of the underworld would swing wide open and the Yin energy would flourish, obscuring the heavenly mechanisms and allowing him to absorb their life force for his cultivation. Did you succeed once a century ago? Asked Huo Li. He Shun quickly protested. I did not succeed even once. The first time, my map was hidden too well, and no one managed to gather all the pieces. This time, I learned my lesson and quickly gathered a group of people. With a bitter expression, he looked at the 3. Yet, before I could succeed this time, several immortals captured me. Though I harbored malevolent intentions, I have yet to succeed even once. Taoist Guning was also possessed by me after his death. As he recounted his life, He Shun felt a pang of sorrow. Oh, what a life he had lived. Huo Li produced the map given to him by the beggar. Is this also your handiwork? He Shun examined it closely and replied, Indeed. This is the one I created a century ago. Where did the immortal acquire it? I have been unable to find it since. He then pointed to the location marked as Jade Immortal Mountain, exclaiming with satisfaction, This time, I've relocated the site to Lusha Town. So even if not all pieces are gathered, one can deduce the general location. Niulong scrutinized the map and gave a thumbs up. You are truly clever. So, there is no piece in between? Meng Bufan inquired with curiosity. Oh, there is. At this mention, He Shun's face contorted with rage. I originally buried that piece on the mountain believed to be the hermitage of Bai Shaoxing. I even left conspicuous legends and markers in the area, but nothing ever transpired. I thought to retrieve it myself, only to be outdone by a mysterious old yellow cow that appeared from nowhere and devoured it. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He had chased the cow, but could not catch up. Thus, he spread further rumors in the area and departed. At this juncture, Niu Lang suddenly understood. No wonder upon my return, I kept hearing tales of my family's old yellow cow's extraordinary abilities that dressed in its hide. One could automatically find the path to the buried elixir. All this time, it was merely a battle of public opinion. Huo Li and Meng Bufan wore expressions of frustration. What had they truly accomplished after all this time? Huo Zhuangzhu, let us escort this malevolent practitioner to the underworld to face judgment from King Yin, Niu Lang declared seriously. Gazing at the two, Huo Li blinked, exchanging glances with Meng Bufan. Please, brother Niu, lead the way. Meng Bufan gestured invitingly. I am not surnamed Niu. My surname is Sun, and I am called Sun Shui. As he spoke, the cowherd awkwardly scratched his head, admitting his own uncertainty about the way. Hey, isn't his name Cowherd? Meng Bufan whispered to Huo Li. Huo Li quietly explained, his real name is Sun Shui, but everyone has become accustomed to calling him Cowherd, gradually neglecting his original name. You should have mentioned that earlier. This is rather embarrassing, Meng Bufan remarked, turning to casually place a hand on Cowherd's shoulder. My apologies, brother, he said. Cowherd flashed a silly grin. It's my fault for not introducing myself sooner. So, what do we do if we are unfamiliar with the route? Meng Bufan inquired. We'll have to trouble my wife, Cowherd replied, his eyes gleaming with pride. My wife, Gigi, should know the way. Ultimately, Huo Li and Cowherd hastened back, with Meng Bufan trailing behind. Damn, Meng Bufan exclaimed, due to the absence of a carriage and Huo Li's quiet acceleration. He and Cowherd returned to Niujia village in about 10 days. Amid He Shun's pleas, the gates of the underworld slowly opened. Finally, matters reached a conclusion, and Huo Li returned to the real world before Meng Bufan. Team leader Jean was in his room practicing martial arts, and upon seeing Huo Li, he settled down to regulate his breath. You're back? Any findings? Team leader Jean inquired, pressing his hands down and exhaling slowly. I discovered quite a bit. I'll finish the report shortly for you to review. By the way, where's the system? It hasn't caused any trouble while I was away, has it? Huo Li scanned the room, but found no sign of the system. No, it's in your study playing games. Team leader Jean chuckled, seemingly recalling something amusing, and urged Huo Li to see for himself. Puzzled, Huo Li made his way to the study, where he found a phone displaying a 5v5 game interface on the desk. Brother, I'm super fierce. A soft, adorable voice emanated from the phone, activated by a voice modulation software. Huo Li felt like an old man on the subway, staring at a phone. The Earth report read, today's detection shows the elemental power in the air occupies 6,282 of other substances. Chapter 48. The heartbroken old Meng seeing the system so engrossed, Huo Li hesitated to interrupt and quietly took his laptop to the front desk. After spending an hour, he returned to team leader Jean with a freshly prepared report, thoughtfully bringing along a bottle of antihypertensive medication. 10 minutes later, team leader Jean, reviewing the report, scratched his already thinning hair. Are you suggesting that the two worlds might have merged? Huo Li nodded. It's merely a hypothesis. The Taishang Yushu Sutra is a cultivation method practiced by the protagonist of a Xinxia novel. In the story, Yi Changsheng, originally a scholar, inadvertently acquires this method and ultimately cultivates to immortality, even befriending the great sage. During that time, the web literature community favored the trend of survival narratives, prompting Huo Li to follow suit and write one himself. The specifics depend on whether there exists a person named Yi Changsheng in the sixth world. Huo Li furrowed his brow. The emergence of alternate realities is already difficult to comprehend, and if self-merging were to occur, the situation would become even more intricate. Team leader Jean found Huo Li's book on the computer and began to read, his eyes gradually lighting up. At this point, it would be prudent for Director Huo to investigate further. Team leader Jean closed his laptop, revealing a warm and amiable smile. Additionally, I have a small request. Would Director Huo kindly speak plainly? Observing team leader Jean's cheerful demeanor sent a shiver down Huo Li's spine. If you happen to meet the great sage, could you please procure an autograph for me? Huo Li then recalled the recent news and inquired, by the way, isn't the joint military exercise about to commence? That. Team leader Jean offered a knowing smile. It is scheduled to officially begin on the 10th of next month, and the troops from Huo have already set out. I hope the Hamburg nation does not resort to underhanded tactics. Huo Li expressed his concern. We are actually hoping for them to engage in some mischief. Team leader Jean sighed, perplexed by Hamburg's unexpected integrity this time. Disappointing. Huo Li remarked, indeed. Those who play with tactics have quite the heart. With everything seeming normal in the real world, Huo Li returned once more to the sixth world. In Niujia village, at the home of the cowherd, Meng Bufan dashed about under the sun with an umbrella, transforming into a bat by night and traversing 1,000 miles. His wings swollen from fatigue, finally returning that night. I'm utterly exhausted. Meng Bufan collapsed on the rooftop, panting. The moon hung brightly above and below. The voices of a man and a woman floated up. Gigi, do you remember the creature I mentioned last time? The one believed to be of the 9-headed pheasant lineage? It just so happens to rest atop the cowherd's roof. Meng Bufan listened intently. I seem to have misjudged. He is not a pheasant spirit. A smile curled at the corners of Meng Bufan's mouth. You finally got it right. He appears to be a millennia-old zombie. The cowherd whispered mysteriously, I saw him secretly drinking blood. What the heck? Meng Bufan trembled with rage. I've been drinking blood in secret too, and you noticed? Fuming. Meng Bufan prepared to take flight, just as Huo Li approached. He hurried over, profoundly moved, and said, Old Huo, you needn't have come to fetch me. Actually, I came to find the cowherd. Huo Li's words circled his mouth, but ultimately went unspoken. Inside, the cowherd and Gigi, hearing the commotion, came out to investigate. Master Huo? The cowherd looked at the newcomer in confusion. Huo Li swiftly tucked Meng Bufan into his pocket and respectfully greeted the cowherd couple. I have come to seek your counsel. Master Huo, please enter and discuss. The cowherd gestured invitingly. By the way, I believe I just heard Meng's voice. Why do I not see him? Huo Li pressed down on the squirming Meng Bufan in his pocket. You must have misheard. He has not returned yet. As you know, his practice of the Great Night Dark technique forbids him from being in the light. He can only travel at night. How could he possibly return so swiftly? That makes sense. The cowherd conceded without further questioning. Once inside, Huo Li cut to the chase. I know you are both practitioners. So I wish to inquire if you have heard of a person named Yi Changsheng. He then recounted the general plot he had read about in the book. Yi Changsheng? Gigi pondered carefully, shaking her head. I have not heard of him. As for those incidents, I am also unfamiliar. Huo Li had anticipated this and felt no significant disappointment. After all, the deeds of Yi Changsheng, who practiced the path of survival, were typically known only to the readers. After some contemplation, Huo Li began to fabricate a tale. I perceive that my sister-in-law is enveloped in an ethereal aura. Surely, she must have once belonged to the celestial realm? Upon hearing this, Gigi's gaze dimmed, a faint bitter smile gracing her lips. Those were bygone days. Now, my celestial essence has been severed, and I am but an ordinary mortal. The cowherd, feeling a pang of sympathy, grasped Gigi's hands. Fear not, Gigi. I shall diligently cultivate my skills to restore your celestial essence. Restore celestial essence? Huo Li's mind began to stir. His divine healing powers focused on restoration and purification. Yet he pondered the nature of this essence. Was it akin to the spine? He discreetly examined Gigi, who did not appear to have a severed spine. The cowherd, though seemingly simple-minded, was profoundly dedicated to Gigi. Observing Huo Li's contemplative demeanor, he eagerly inquired, Does Master Huo possess a solution? Well, I can certainly attempt it. Though I cannot guarantee success, Huo Li reflected, ultimately deciding to take a chance. The cowherd and Gigi exchanged glances, a mix of astonishment and joy illuminating their faces. The cowherd bowed deeply, declaring, Regardless of the outcome, I, Sun Shui, express my gratitude to Master Huo. Huo Li assisted the cowherd to his feet, channeling the elemental forces surrounding them. In an instant, the wind stilled, and a tremendous light enveloped Gigi entirely. At last, Huo Li discerned the location of the celestial essence. The essence, being the foundation of an immortal, resides within the spiritual platform. Consequently, its damage not only renders one devoid of magical power, but also induces relentless headaches. Huo Li cast an admiring glance at Gigi. As the elemental forces continued to converge, 2 hours later, the celestial essence was wholly restored. Just then, a rooster crowed. Thank you, benefactor. Huo Li quickly waved his hand. For this was his greatest fear. I do not assist you without reason. I wish to know how to reach the celestial realm. Gigi, filled with gratitude, marveled at Huo Li's magnanimity and demeanor. He had restored her celestial essence merely to inquire about directions. Every year, on the 7th day of the 6th month, the celestial gates open, allowing you, Master Huo, to enter the celestial realm from Tianzhu Mountain. The 7th of June? Huo Li tightened his grip on Meng Bufan in his pocket, realizing that it was now the 15th of July. Would he have to wait until next year? Meng Bufan flapped his wings. Calm down, my friend. Since the celestial realm had resumed its position, it had adopted a system whereby one day in heaven equated to 1 year on earth. Thus, for mortals, it appeared as an annual event, yet in truth, the celestial gates opened daily. Ji patiently elucidated. By the time a year passes, Huo might have burst forth into the cosmos. Is there no alternative route? There is. If a mortal cultivates to become an immortal, a celestial path will descend, and at that time, the time in the celestial realm will correspond with that on earth. Ji affirmed. Beyond this, no other paths exist. Moreover, with the laws of heaven and earth becoming increasingly refined, attaining immortality has become exceedingly difficult. Clutching Meng Bufan in his pocket, Huo Li conceived a brilliant idea. The Earth Bulletin reported, today's analysis shows that the elemental forces in the air constitute 6,452 parts per other substances. Chapter 49, World Number 8. Do you possess any techniques? Something that can be shared? Huo Li asked, somewhat bashful, realizing that his inquiry had evolved into a request for more. Would the method I am currently practicing suffice? The cowherd spoke, producing a small booklet inscribed with the title Law of Heaven and Earth. Upon opening it, Huo Li found the characters familiar, yet the arrangement rendered them incomprehensible. Realizing he had forgotten his phone, Huo Li resignedly requested paper and pen to commence his transcription. Master Huo, this method is inadequate. True cultivation techniques are inscribed with spiritual consciousness. Ji interjected, seizing the manual and forming hand seals. The pages fluttered, and the text materialized in the air, imprinting itself onto a blank sheet beside them. After this exertion, Ji appeared considerably weakened. Huo Li quickly expressed his gratitude and gifted her a luminous orb. As the sun reached its zenith, Huo Li and Meng Bufan returned to the mundane world. Old Huo, I've discovered something. You never truly regarded me as a friend. Meng Bufan lamented, his face etched with sorrow. I do this for your future, Huo Li replied earnestly. Presenting the cultivation manual. I suspect that once you successfully cultivate and ascend to immortality, you will be able to traverse the sunlit realm freely. Really? Meng Bufan questioned, lifting the manual in curiosity. Of course, but first, you must comprehend it yourself. I will report to Captain Jean. Off I go. Meng Bufan, fixated on the hope of witnessing the sun, did not even glance up to bid Huo Li farewell. In Captain Jin's office, Huo Li confessed, at present, I lack the abilities to enter the realm of immortals. I must wait for the opportunity to explore the heavenly court. Let us consider an alternative, Captain Jean suggested. His hands pressed against the desk, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If we cannot access the heavenly court, perhaps we could attempt to enter the underworld. Huo Li was taken aback. Captain Jean quickly added, but I am not suggesting you take your own life. Doesn't the weaving maiden know the path to the underworld? You could inquire if the living may traverse it, and how. Huo Li bowed in reverence, acknowledging Captain Jin's sagacity. However, there is no need to rush. Take a few days to rest, Captain Jean said, pouring Huo Li a cup of tea. Indeed, Huo Li nodded, consuming the tea in one gulp. As he had not rested recently, with 8 days remaining until the opening ceremony of the joint military exercise, this period was a perfect opportunity for relaxation. Captain Jean suddenly chuckled, seemingly struck by a thought. I suspect the military exercise will not proceed as planned. Huo Li was perplexed. Captain Jean remained tight-lipped, divulging nothing further. After 8 days of anxious anticipation, the opening ceremony of the joint military exercise commenced. Major television networks and media outlets provided live coverage of this unprecedented grand event. The first to take the stage was the Gallic Rooster, presenting a regimented formation, aircraft, and submarines, meticulously arranged. Next came the John Bull, maintaining a similarly orderly display. The third to perform was the Brown Bear Nation, whose soldiers were notably taller but otherwise unremarkable. The Huan Nation, as the host, was slated to close the event. Yet, even the spectators watching the live broadcast began to exclaim in astonishment. The screen was inundated with a flurry of comments. Huan Nation netizen 1. Such a sleek fuselage. Elegant lines, captivating colors. What is this? A new type of combat uniform? As various comments filled the screen, The formation from Huo country advanced to the center. The leading mech unfurled its mechanical wings, extending its right arm to launch a rocket. Whoosh! Boom! An uninhabited island near Saddle Island was instantly obliterated. "What is that?" exclaimed a netizen from Hamburg. "Is this a new sci-fi film from Hamburg?" questioned another. As opinions swirled among the online community, the screen abruptly blacked out. Soon after, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman appeared, delivering the weather forecast. "Are you kidding me? We want to watch the joint military exercise. Our country hasn't even made an appearance yet. And it's already blacked out?" complained another Hamburg netizen. "Could it be that a conflict has begun?" "Go, Huo country," urged a user from Huo country. "I'm so curious. Is there anyone on the front lines who can provide updates?" inquired a netizen from Sakura country. Huo Li, bewildered by the abrupt end of the joint military exercise that had barely begun, turned to team leader Jean and asked, "Did we really deploy mechs?" "This is just the first-generation model." Team leader Jean waved dismissively. "There are also magical cannons and such on display. They must be envious." Huo Li pondered aloud. "Is the country aiming for mutual advancement?" "That's what we call the demeanor of a great nation," responded team leader Jean, savoring his tea. "The Earth has never belonged to any one person or nation. Huo country has never sought to instigate war or invade others' territories. Only with unified efforts can we secure a brighter future. Will Hamburg be compliant?" Huo Li voiced his concerns. "Why wouldn't they be?" Team leader Jean replied with a knowing smile. "In the face of absolute power, anyone would feel fear. As long as Huo country maintains its leading edge, in time, everything will be fine. Besides, if the interstellar world concerning the insectoids opens up, Huo country alone cannot claim such a vast domain." Observing team leader Jean's composed demeanor, Huo Li gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. Truly impressive." Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. "Report. An unidentified individual has appeared in the new restroom." Huo Li's hand trembled in disbelief. "No way. The sixth world has only just begun." The two hurried over. In the new restroom, a boy still wearing a red scarf stood in front of the door of compartment number 8. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming, "Is this a holographic online game? It's so incredibly realistic." While team leader Jean rummaged to identify which world this was, Huo Li noticed something alarming. He inquired of the personnel who had just reported. "From which compartment did this boy emerge?" "Compartment number 8. Huo Li suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and team leader Jean tensed. Had compartment number 7 failed to create a time-space portal, or had it already manifested? Earth Bulletin. Today's detection reveals that the elemental forces within the atmosphere constitute 736 of other substances. Chapter 50. Ashes to Ashes regarding the matter of the 7th compartment. The two individuals momentarily suppressed their inner doubts and turned to face the suddenly appeared young boy. "Child." Chief Jean smiled warmly at the boy in the red scarf. "What is your name? Why have you come here?" The boy blinked at Chief Jean and replied, "Are you a novice NPC? Enough chit-chat. Just give me a quest." Haha. Chief Jean maintained his good-natured smile and quietly instructed the staff for a moment. "Please wait a moment. I will assign you a task shortly." Before long, the staff brought forth a thick stack of practice exercises titled "One Lesson, One Practice." "Dear boy, upon completing these exercises, you shall receive your next task." Chief Jean kindly placed the workbook into the boy's arms. The boy was taken aback, stepping back repeatedly. "No, I don't want this. This holographic game is terrifying. I will never play again." With that, he turned and dashed into the 8th compartment. The others exchanged glances. Holographic game? Huo Li recalled. It was one of the earliest novels he had created, thus it was quite memorable. The protagonist, Nanju, was a descendant of an ancient martial arts family and possessed exceptional talent. Consequently, Nanju boasted a remarkably high initial score in a globally popular holographic game titled Evolution OL, easily surpassing many competitors. Overall, it was a feel-good narrative. Upon hearing the description, Chief Jean's eyes sparkled. "So, is your ability in this world to create holographic games?" Huo Li felt a bit awkward. "If all goes as planned, my identity in this world should be that of the richest person." The others raised their thumbs in approval. Chief Jean, far from disappointed, looked even more enthusiastic. "That's a splendid identity. Given the recent overwhelming research demands, the national funding has become quite strained. Isn't this currency non-transferable?" Huo Li wondered. Resources are indeed interlinked." Chief Jean chuckled. As they conversed, they walked back to Huo Li's study. The system was still engaged in the game. Huo Li patiently waited for it to finish its current round before addressing it. System. Yes, yes. What can I do for you, sir? The increasingly human-like responses from the system pleased Huo Li. Please check for any abnormal signals on Earth. Yes, sir. There are indeed abnormal signal bands detected, the system replied, causing Huo Li and Chief Jean's expressions to turn serious. In the basement of the flower shop, in Laboratory 201, there are irregular signals being generated. Although it is well concealed, it cannot escape my keen perception, the system added, seemingly proud of its findings. Excellent work, Huo Li praised, not hesitating to commend the system as he, along with Chief Jean, headed towards the flower shop. Laboratory 201 was modest in size, primarily focused on mechanical manufacturing research. Following the system's guidance, Huo Li discovered a thumb-sized mechanical figure hidden in the corner behind a row of shelves. When Huo Li pinched it, the mechanical figure remained still, feigning lifelessness. No need to pretend. Huo Li applied a slight pressure in his hand. The mechanical figure suddenly opened its eyes, emanating two beams of crimson light. Huo Li instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, emerging unscathed. Impossible, the mechanical being exclaimed incredulously. So quickly, you've even mastered human language? Huo Li regarded him with a playful smile. Once connected to your network, acquiring your knowledge becomes effortless. The mechanical figure spoke in a monotone, devoid of any boastfulness. Huo Li remained non-committal, exerting force with both hands in an attempt to reduce it to ashes. Captain Jean hastily intervened. Wait, we should keep this one for now. It cannot be spared, Huo Li replied with unwavering resolve. His current restraint stemmed from an accumulation of strength. Once fully realized, the Earth would face dire calamities. With that, he pressed his fingers firmly, and amidst the mechanical being's screams, reduced it to dust. Captain Jin's words caught in his throat. He could only sigh in resignation. Pray tell, which world is this? The Heart of Machinery, Huo Li responded expressionlessly. The Heart of Machinery was the darkest of Huo Li's novels. The protagonist, an unremarkable university student, perished unexpectedly while cramming for final exams, only to have his soul traverse to a mechanical planet, becoming a robot. On this planet, robots were initially born from a core within the Heart of Machinery, subsequently assembling their bodies according to their own thoughts. However, one day, the Heart of Machinery shattered, ceasing the birth of new robots, leaving the existing ones devoid of emotion, consumed by brutality, becoming cold-hearted and warlike, fixated solely on domination, conquering all that was visible. Amidst such an environment, the protagonist cautiously concealed his identity, navigating various trials, evolving from benevolence to ultimately being assimilated, becoming the leader of the entire mechanical realm, wholly losing his former self. In the story's conclusion, the protagonist reforged the Heart of Machinery, yet the new core was black. Therefore, World 7, I recommend permanent containment, Huo Li stated gravely, directing a serious gaze at Captain Jean. With a glimmer of hope, Captain Jean inquired, what is your identity in this world? I am the antagonist opposing the protagonist. Although captivated by the mechanical artistry of this world, the inherent danger of such a wholly dark realm was undeniable. Captain Jean instructed the staff to temporarily seal off the 7th compartment. By the way, what of this mechanical figure? Its diminutive size begs the question, where is its token? Captain Jean suddenly recalled. The material used to construct its right leg bears my personal engraving. Just this one? Huo Li clarified. It should be the Mechanical King's emblem designed for itself by the antagonist in childhood, which was subsequently discarded, only for this little being to stumble upon it. Captain Jean nodded, reassured. System, why so silent? Huo Li returned to his study and retrieved his phone. What else can a system say aside from pledging loyalty? A mere disagreement could lead to obliteration. My lord, I am a good system. Huo Li couldn't suppress a laugh. Your future actions will determine your worth. Understood. Huo Li pocketed the system and sought out Meng Bufan once more. Meng Bufan continued to grapple with the martial arts manual. How is it going? Any progress? Huo Li inquired. With a sigh, Meng Bufan closed the manual and replied, Old Huo, perhaps this is just my fate. Huo Li took the manual, suggesting they have the system scan it as well. What insights have you gleaned? The system responded, you place me in a difficult position. I lack even a corporeal form. Chapter 51. The system's organization observing that neither Meng Bufan nor the system possessed any discernible enlightenment. Huo Li sighed softly and handed the manual to Captain Jean. After listening to the description, Captain Jean meticulously perused the text. Suddenly, A surge of energy flowed into his body, though he remained oblivious to it. I can barely comprehend this. It's all rather nebulous, Jean remarked as he closed the manual. I shall consult a few others to see if those accustomed to martial arts can derive any insights. Huo Li recounted what he had just witnessed to Captain Jean, whose eyes sparkled with realization. Oh, so I possess such innate understanding? With the matter of the manual entrusted to Captain Jean, Huo Li resolved to assess his own enterprises in World 8. Stepping into the confines of World 8, Huo Li emerged from the gaming pod. The room, a technologically advanced space of 200 square meters, was a gaming haven meticulously prepared by the affluent Hua. After a cursory glance around, he opened the door and stepped into the corridor, adorned with luxurious carpeting, where the butler was reprimanding his child. You naughty child, sneaking into Mr. Huo's room? Just wait until I deal with you. As the butler raised his hand to strike, Huo Li called out, Butler Lu. The butler looked up, his expression transforming to one of surprise as he approached and bowed. Mr. Hua, when did you return? Just now, Huo Li replied succinctly, instructing the butler to procure several additional gaming pods for the gaming room, as well as 100 million yuan worth of gold. As he spoke, an inexplicable sense of elation surged within him. Is this the joy of spending money? Yes, Mr. Hua, the butler promptly acknowledged and went to carry out the orders, taking the boy with him. Once outside the villa, the boy remarked to his father, Dad, Mr. Hua is truly self-absorbed. He even designed a lifelike NPC of himself in the holographic game. You've been playing holographic games? Minors are prohibited from such activities. I'll give you a good thrashing. With his father's hand poised to strike, the boy ran off, regretting his curiosity that had led to being forced to solve problems in-game and facing his father's wrath outside. Under the influence of wealth, 10 new gaming pods were swiftly installed. Huo Li recalled that he had not specified the exact number. Yet 10 was indeed perfect, a testament to the efficiency of his butler. The procurement of gold, however, was not as swift, given that the reserves of major banks might not accommodate such a demand. Nonetheless, within a day, Butler Lu managed to finalize the arrangements thoroughly. As Huo Li disembarked from his private jet, he listened with satisfaction to Butler Lu's report. Mr. Hua, all the gold has been securely stored in the underground vault. Huo Li nodded in contentment. Currently, the international community has generated considerable discourse regarding your sudden acquisition of a significant quantity of gold. Do you think it necessitates some maneuvering? I'll leave it to you. Huo Li stepped into the elevator and ascended to the third-floor game room. Indeed, the steward Lu remarked, watching Huo Li close the door before taking his leave. Inside the game room, a somewhat carefree Huo Li engaged with the real world. After a moment of contemplation, the team of computer experts, chip specialists, and financial management authorities, led by Captain Jean, devised a corresponding plan. Old Hua, count me in. Meng Bufan eagerly chimed in after hearing the description of the world. Huo Li, in a grand gesture, proclaimed, Everyone, come along. A formidable group of individuals ventured into World 8, where the experts, filled with curiosity, swiftly began to fulfill their respective roles. Meanwhile, Huo Li took Meng Bufan aboard a private jet to savor culinary delights from various locales. As night descended, Meng Bufan, immersed in the hot springs, let out a contented sigh. This is truly the essence of life. Huo Li, while soaking, typed away. World 7 had imparted some mechanical knowledge to him, which presumably emerged during his 8 days of rest. Thus he was entirely unaware of any anomalies until entering World 8. Old Hua, may I request to remain here indefinitely? Huo Li glanced up at him and replied, It is permissible, but there are no operational funds. Meng Bufan clasped his hands above his head, exclaiming, I love work. Work brings me joy. After a week spent familiarizing the expert group with the vast enterprises under Huo Li's ownership, he decided it was time to depart. Back in the real world, Huo Li sought out Captain Jean, stating, The concentration of elemental energy is expected to reach our projected level by tomorrow. I suggest we have Lineage establish the dimensional trading system. Captain Jean nodded, confirming that Lineage's training had already concluded. How has the system performed? Thus far, it has been satisfactory. Captain Jean promptly made a call to summon Lineage. Shortly thereafter, a special vehicle arrived to collect him, reporting to the organization. Is it time for my assistance? Lineage excitedly took a seat. The organization is entrusting you with a formidable task, Captain Jean conveyed, handing him the prepared action manual. You are now officially tasked with establishing the dimensional trading system. Your first mission is to rescue the declining World 4. Captain Jean briefly outlined the situation, and Lineage listened attentively. Huo Li retrieved the system, urging, "Go forth, and remember my words. I can eliminate one main deity, and I can eliminate another." The system, which had taken a step closer to realizing its dream, inexplicably experienced a sense of reluctance. A whimsical emoji floated across the screen of Huo Li's phone. With a furrowed brow, Huo Li urged, "Hurry up." The system then integrated into Lu Rennie's mind, successfully binding the two. Gazing at the floating system interface before him, Lu Rennie felt a sense of disbelief. "I thought you wouldn't allow me to bind with the system." Lu Rennie was astute. When the system was confiscated, he assumed others would be selected for binding. However, per the established protocol, he could only bind with Lu Rennie. Observing the look in Lu Rennie's eyes, Huo Li chose to swallow the truth. "Tomorrow, you must remember to trade elements of power exceeding 8215 with World 4, while also transferring some plant seeds from World 3 to World 4. Just 2 days prior, World 4 conveyed the promising news regarding the flourishing seeds that were sent. Furthermore, do not engage in conversation with Fei AI Da from World 4 lightly. I fear you may find yourself sold and counting his coins." Although Lu Rennie is a passionate youth, he is never reckless, taking the wisdom of his predecessors to heart earnestly. After providing these instructions, Huo Li returned to his room for some much-needed rest, as he would be heading to the underworld of World 6 that night, uncertain of what might transpire. He hoped for nothing but smooth sailing. Huo Li quickly retracted his statement, cursing under his breath. He realized that whenever he wished for success, it never came to fruition. Earth Bulletin. Today's assessment reveals that the elemental power in the air constitutes 8,134 of other substances. Chapter 52. Ascending in place as the moon rested upon the willow's tip, one found companionship after dusk. Huo Li opened the electronic fortune-telling app on his phone. A poor fortune? He frowned and clicked the refresh button. After several attempts, Huo Li was pleased to see a favorable fortune on the screen and set out. In Niujia village, the candlelight flickered dimly as Niu Lang sat cross-legged atop the roof in deep meditation. The essence of the sun and moon were rare treasures. Huo Li observed the delicate strands of moonlight, resembling white silk, entering Niu Lang's body. Perhaps due to the operation of his technique, Huo Li could clearly perceive the flow of energy within the meridians. Suddenly, a spark of understanding ignited within Huo Li. Without disturbing Niu Lang's cultivation, he made his way directly to Ji. "Benefactor?" Ji exclaimed with surprise and delight, hastily rising to greet him. "Has the benefactor come with matters to discuss?" She inquired candidly. "There is a query I wish to pose," Huo Li replied straightforwardly. "How does one living being venture into the underworld?" "Living beings cannot easily access the underworld," Ji explained. "The aura of the underworld is governed by the laws of heaven. Even celestial beings must have their primordial spirit exit the body and carry the heavenly decree to traverse successfully. If the benefactor wishes to visit the underworld, the primordial spirit must also leave the body." "Primordial spirit exit?" Huo Li was taken aback, uncertain of the whereabouts of his own primordial spirit. Observing Huo Li's expression, Ji felt puzzled as well. "With your cultivation, benefactor, you surely have not neglected the training of your primordial spirit, have you?" At the stroke of midnight, if the benefactor's physical form enters meditation, embracing unity, and the consciousness escapes the mud ball palace, this constitutes the exit of the primordial spirit. By then, if one draws a trace of Yin energy as guidance, the path to the underworld will be revealed, Ji explained tenderly. To reach the underworld, one must pass through 6 trials. The first trial is the Ghost Gate, an obligatory passage to the underworld, where the 16 great spirits are tasked with examining the travel permits. The permits measure 3 feet in length and 2 feet in width, stamped with the seals of the underworld city officials. The second trial is the Yellow Springs Road, adorned with the flowers of the other shore. The third trial is the 3 Live Stone, where past deeds and present reincarnations are reconciled. Before the 3 Live Stone, all debts are erased. The fourth trial is the Homeward Viewing Platform, also known as the Nostalgia Ridge, which is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, shaped like a bow. Apart from a narrow path, the rest is fraught with mountains of blades and trees of swords. The fifth trial is the River of Forgetfulness, where the waters run a blood-yellow hue, filled with souls unable to reincarnate, teeming with serpents and insects, accompanied by a stench that assaults the senses. The sixth trial involves the Meng Bufan, while the seventh pertains to the Niha Bridge. Crossing the Niha Bridge leads one to the realm of reincarnation, the true abode of the underworld. Thus, The benefactor must prepare a false travel permit. Remain vigilant against the allure of the other shore flower. Avoid gazing upon the 3 live stone. Refrain from looking back regardless of what is seen. Not touch the waters of the Wanchuan River. And abstain from consuming the Meng soup. The 7th trial, however, presents no significant peril. One simply needs to be cautious not to inadvertently step into the path of reincarnation. Gigi pondered for a moment and added a note of caution. Huo Li, steeling himself, thought of the auspicious signs. With only the duration of an incense stick remaining until midnight, Huo Li settled cross-legged upon the stool, slowly immersing himself in the state of meditation. Gradually, a gentle breeze stirred, and the night was filled with the serenade of cicadas. Huo Li's heart began to quiet. And even within the confines of the room, he envisioned the bamboo stool in the courtyard, the nearby stream, and the slumbering birds in the trees. Was it possible that he had succeeded? Huo Li felt a twinge of confusion as dawn seemed to break. Turning around, he beheld another version of himself, enveloped in golden light, radiating tranquility. Benefactor. Gigi's voice resonated with both surprise and joy. Huo Li turned to see Gi also bathed in the same golden glow. Wait, has she grown shorter? Celestial melodies filled the air, the harmonious calls of phoenixes echoed, and brilliant rays of light illuminated the space. How on earth am I flying? Huo Li felt his feet gradually lift from the ground, and he instinctively grasped the beams of the house. Congratulations, benefactor. Your merits have ascended to sanctity. Observing the overwhelming force of Huo Li's virtues, Gigi felt a pang of envy. Surely, he must have saved the world several times over. Are you saying? I'm about to ascend? Huo Li's expression turned to one of alarm. Noticing Huo Li's apparent discontent, Gigi questioned, Indeed, benefactor, your virtuous power has manifested, attracting the response of heaven and earth. This wondrous phenomenon signifies your ascension. As the pull intensified, Huo Li quickly inquired, What should I do if I don't wish to go? How could a day in heaven equate to a year on earth? If I leave, perhaps upon my return, the earth will have vanished. Gigi paused, struck by the truth of his words, revealing her own gap in knowledge. Just then, the celestial force pulling Huo Li grew exponentially, and before he could react, he was swiftly drawn upward. A gaping hole appeared in the roof, and the cowherd, who had been meditating nearby, was swept away by the force of the blast. What is happening? The cowherd, roused from his trance, swiftly rose to his feet, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. Darkness enveloped the sky once more. Gigi, catching a glimpse of Huo Li's physical form, shouted to the heavens, Benefactor, your physical body remains unclaimed. Golden light surged, entwined with crimson rainbows and auspicious mists. The surroundings were devoid of life, save for a magnificent palace, constructed of deep azure glass and adorned with brilliant gems. This realm belonged to the 36th heaven, the De Luo heaven. Huo Li sighed, for his suspicions were confirmed. The world of Xinxiao, to which Yi Changsheng belonged, had indeed woven itself into the strange fabric of the martial world to which the cowherd belonged. In this celestial realm, his identity was that of the primordial, born before the chaos. The 5 greats of primordial, Tai, Taichu, Taisher, Taisu, and Taiji, represent one of the 5 temporal phases transitioning from Wuji to the birth of heaven and earth. Taiji embodies chaos, after which Pangu separated heaven and earth, nurturing all living beings. Tai is silent and devoid of matter, while Taichu signifies the beginning of qi. His physical form serves as a shackle, preventing the leakage of his overwhelming powers. Consequently, upon his spirit's departure from the body, he lost this shackle and was directly guided by the laws of heaven and earth to the 36th heavenly layer. Thus, his current predicament is as follows. First, without a corporeal body, he must remain here temporarily to avoid causing great trouble to the world. Second, his body resides in the mortal realm while he is in the 36th heavenly layer. Third, only those of supreme realms may enter the 36th heavenly layer. Damn it, I must uninstall that fortune-telling app when I return. Meanwhile, the charred Meng Bufan carried Huo Li's body to the southern heavenly gate. The celestial being responsible for guiding him presented a jade butterfly celestial garment, congratulating him on his ascension to immortality. May I ask your esteemed title? I am the blood-sucking Taoist. Meng Bufan thought about the titles often taken in novels, which typically relate to one's cultivation method, and thus followed suit. The guiding celestial being remarked, Isn't that a form of evil cultivation? Chapter 53. The divine vessel 27 has launched just as Huo Li found himself at a loss. He suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Meng Bufan. Huo Li sprang to his feet, invoking the Tao of Heaven. What is your command? The consciousness of the Tao of Heaven coalesced within the 36th heavenly layer. Lacking a physical form, it represented the world's rules, and while it appeared powerful, its current utility for Huo Li was merely as a messenger. Please convey a message to the old lord of the 33 heavenly layer, requesting him to escort Meng Bufan to the 35th heavenly layer. Understood. The consciousness of the Tao of Heaven dissipated, and shortly thereafter, the guiding celestial being saw the old lord hurrying towards them. The guiding celestial being quickly bowed and inquired, "Old lord, what brings you in haste?" The old lord waved his hand dismissively and fixed his gaze on Meng Bufan. "Is that you, Taoist Meng Bufan?" Meng Bufan was taken aback, unsure of the situation. But seeing the guiding celestial being bow, he promptly followed suit. "I am Meng Bufan, titled the Blood-Sucking Taoist. Where are we going?" The old lord said nothing further, grasping Meng Bufan and soaring through the clouds at a rapid pace. He had just been refining elixirs when the Tao of Heaven suddenly issued a decree, nearly causing him to explode his alchemical furnace. Upon delivering Meng Bufan to the 35th heavenly layer, the old lord hurried away, showing no desire to discuss matters pertaining to the Tao of Heaven. "Hey!" Meng Bufan barely had time to voice his question before the old lord's figure vanished like a flash of lightning. The 35th heavenly layer, once home to the primordial lord, was now deserted as he had been wandering the mortal realm for millennia. Meng Bufan tousled his hair, which had been disheveled by the fierce winds during his journey, and as he was about to enter the hall for a closer look, a rope suddenly descended before him. "What kind of demon are you?" Meng Bufan was startled, and just as he prepared to seize the rope, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Old Meng, it's me, Old Huo." Meng Bufan was both surprised and delighted. "Are you all right? Are you up there? Come down. In the 36th layer of heaven, let me elaborate shortly. First bind my body with the rope, and I shall pull myself up." "Very well." Meng Bufan promptly complied. The rope, conjured through magical prowess, swiftly hoisted Huo Li's body upwards, and before long, Huo Li appeared before Meng Bufan. "Old Huo," Meng Bufan exclaimed, filled with excitement as he enveloped him in a bear hug. "Old Huo, my eyes are brimming with tears. It has been 2 months. I have finally found you." "How long?" Huo Li's vision darkened. 2 months. Meng Bufan responded, perplexed. Huo Li then directly seized Meng Bufan, and with a flash, they returned to the mortal realm. "Old Huo, how could you secretly improve without me?" Meng Bufan was astonished for a moment before finally uttering a sentence. Huo Li retorted, "I have always been superior to you, you know." The two sped towards the portal of time and space, where upon encountering staff members, they were greeted with astonishment. "Director Huo and Assistant Meng have returned?" The two smiled in acknowledgement, stepping forth to re-enter the reality. Just as Huo Li and Meng Bufan emerged from the restroom, Captain Jean received the news and hurried over. Seeing their condition, Captain Jean finally felt relieved, exhaling deeply. Very good, very good. Aside from Meng Bufan being a bit tanned, there are no issues. It has been nearly half a year. Shenzhou 27 has already launched, and you both have finally returned safely. Tears welled up in Captain Jin's eyes. Huo Li and Meng Bufan. Half a year is ample time for many things to change. For instance, the second floor of his bookstore had been entirely transformed into a restroom. Has a new world emerged? Huo Li inquired. Not at all, merely precautionary measures, Captain Jean clarified. Huo Li's heart eased. During his absence, if a perilous world had emerged, it could have resulted in considerable damage. The three settled in Captain Jin's office. "What caused your prolonged disappearance?" Captain Jean asked. Huo Li sighed. The story begins with an electronic divination app. Captain Jean and Meng Bufan. Upon hearing Huo Li's explanation, Captain Jean and Meng Bufan felt envious. "Ah, the primordial age. This is undoubtedly the pinnacle of abilities." After Huo Li had been silent for nearly 2 months, Captain Jean dispatched Meng Bufan to inquire with the coward, only for Meng Bufan to also go missing. Captain Jean hastily sent another to investigate, learning that the two had ascended to immortality. Captain Jean, it is difficult to articulate. Now, from Meng Bufan's perspective, upon arriving at the cowherd's residence, Meng Bufan discovered that Huo Li's body had become capable of molding clay. He was quite upset, wondering why no one had cleaned him. The conservative cowherd and weaver, they dust him every day? Truly. Following this, the weaver recounted Huo Li's ascension process. I was sent down by the heavenly court as punishment, unable to return for a century, the weaver explained, thus relying on Meng Daoyu. Can't Huo Li descend on his own after becoming immortal? Meng Bufan questioned, somewhat puzzled. He could, but it would likely have to wait until March of next year. The weaver elucidated, moreover, after ascension, one cannot descend at will. I fear that if too much time elapses, the benefactor's body may lose vitality. Is there a way to expedite the process of becoming immortal? Meng Bufan recalled the cultivation technique that Huo Li had previously imparted to him, and he found the act of practicing it quite challenging. However, inspired by Huo Li's example, Ji encouraged Meng Bufan to learn to channel the power of virtue outward, invoking the resonance of heaven and earth. Achieving immortality through virtue was simply a matter of possessing sufficient merit, thus presenting a shortcut for Meng Bufan, who had consistently fought against crime. After enduring the tribulations of heavenly calamity, Meng Bufan hurriedly ascended to the heavens while carrying Huo Li's body, lacking the ability to ride the clouds. He was forced to rely on his own legs, which extended the time taken to reach the southern heavenly gate. My experience with heavenly tribulations was already quite terrifying. I can only wonder what yours was like, old Huo, Meng Bufan mused, shaking his head. In truth, Huo Li silently sipped his water, revealing nothing about his own tribulations. As the three conversed, a staff member knocked at the door. Report. An anomalous individual has appeared in compartment 9. With a splutter, Huo Li sprayed his tea. He had been absent for 6 months without issue, yet upon his return, anomalies immediately arose. Surely this was a targeted occurrence. The trio hastily set down their cups and rushed to the newly constructed restroom, which had been built prior to Huo Li's departure. Team leader Jean led the way, with Huo Li following closely behind. Upon entering, they spotted a youth with purple-gray hair, holding a tennis racket. Huo Li exclaimed in shock, "What? Someone, quickly, send him back." Meng Bufan swiftly positioned himself defensively before Huo Li, inquiring gravely, "Huo Li, what kind of dangerous individual is he?" Huo Li awkwardly scratched his face. "His tennis can kill." The others were left bewildered. "Hey there," the youth declared, raising his tennis racket and pointing it at Huo Li. Huo Li needed no translation. He understood the implication instantly. Glancing at the golden tennis ball held in the youth's left hand, he rapidly moved to confront the boy, seizing the golden ball and promptly shoving the youth back through the 9th door. It was only after the door slammed shut with a resounding thud that everyone processed the events. The entire exchange had lasted no more than 3 seconds. "Huo Li, what was that?" Team leader Jean asked, utterly perplexed. "Oh, this world holds no developmental value. Best to seal it away," Huo Li replied nonchalantly, though his wandering gaze suggested he harbored deeper secrets. The tennis ball bore a tear mole at the corner of the youth's right eye, the unmistakable mark of a Kutsu Kengo. An excited old second-rate lizard called out from the side. Huo Li lowered his head, covering his face helplessly with his right hand. This world was indeed one of his darker chapters. Frustrated by a lack of progress in his writing endeavors, Huo Li had, in a fit of anger, opted to take a different path and began crafting a tale of absurdity. The plot centered around a dog that traversed into the world of Prince of Tennis, transforming into a tennis ball, which was subsequently discovered by a boy named Pear Tai, who longed to join the tennis club yet could not master techniques like the earth-shattering star. Thus began the legendary saga of the biting tennis ball. Team leader Jean, Meng Bufan, 666. The golden tennis ball that Huo Li had just seized was left behind by his alter ego in this realm, the Supreme Tennis King, Huo Li. The premise is that whoever acquires the golden tennis ball will be granted a chance to challenge the esteemed Huo Li. Ultimately, despite Huo Li's vehement objections, Captain Jean assembled an exploratory team. Huo Li remarked, "Do you possess any manners?" Captain Jean comfortingly patted Huo Li on the shoulder, saying, "There is no useless debris, only resources misplaced." With a sigh, Huo Li conceded that given the immense lethality of this world, he felt more at ease accompanying the group. Meng Bufan quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "I can now bask in the sunlight. I wish to witness the sun in every world." With the team organized, Huo Li took the lead and stepped through the door. Upon entering the alternate realm, Huo Li was met by an irate Atobi Kigo standing at the entrance. "Credit. Private challenge accepted." "Oh no, I forgot my translator." Huo Li, bewildered, inquired of a companion who understood the cherry blossom language. "What did he say?" The reply came. "He said, 'You lack integrity. You must accept my challenge.'" "Oh." Huo Li glanced at Atobi Kigo, and beckoned him to hand over his tennis racket. With suppressed ire, Atobi passed the racket to Huo Li. The latter juggled the golden tennis ball in his left hand, squinting up at the sun. Suddenly, the golden ball was lofted high into the air as Huo Li stepped forward and struck it with his right hand. Boom, bang, crash. Countless fiery fragments cascaded toward the earth, igniting a surge of heat that momentarily elevated the temperature of the entire world. With a mere touch of his fingers, as if reversing time, all the debris returned to its original place. The blue sky and white clouds remained unchanged, just as before. Everyone gasped in bewilderment. What just transpired? Leaving the astonished Atobi behind, Huo Li and his team departed with a flourish. At the private PK Academy High School, a boy with pink hair and 2 lollipops atop his head instantaneously teleported to the rooftop, gazing at the sun high in the sky. Just moments ago, the sun had shattered. When did such a formidable superpower emerge in this world? Kusawa Seiki observed the horizon with grave concern. The Hoichiryu depicted in books had long been reclusive in an old house located in the rural outskirts of S County. The dwelling was too cramped and isolated. To explore this world, they needed to venture into more populated areas. The 5 companions of Huo Li traversed a mountain path toward an open space. Not far ahead, a yellow car was stranded in the middle of the road. A middle-aged man, dressed in formal attire with a mustache, appeared troubled as he squatted beside it. Upon seeing the approaching 5, he excitedly stood and waved, calling out, "What's the matter?" Their vehicle had become stuck in a muddy pit, and he hoped they could lend a hand. Without much thought, the group willingly approached to assist. At that moment, Huo Li noticed a small child with glasses and a red bow tie leaning against the car. Huo Li declared, "Everyone step aside. The Grim Reaper is here." After they collectively extricated the vehicle from the mud, Kagoro Mori graciously offered drinks from the trunk and engaged them in conversation. "We were invited to a resort in the mountains. I heard that the piano maestro Matsushita Jun will also be attending. Would you all be interested in joining us for a visit?" Kagoro Mori spoke with a hint of boastfulness. "No, thank you." The 5, who had already discerned their identities, decisively declined. It appeared that worlds sharing the same background would converge. Observing the retreating figures of Muri and his companions, Huo Li furrowed his brow. It seemed that this world, a fusion of various anime set against the backdrop of Sakura country, housed characters like the Gigolo and Yi Chongqing, who belonged to the same mythological tapestry. Reflecting on a few fanfiction pieces he had penned, Huo Li felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, there were only 5 characters involved, and they all embodied a spirit of peace. The 5 swiftly arrived in the town, and Huo Li rummaged through his private stash of savings to acquire a property. Watching the 3 experts discuss future plans, an idea sparked in Huo Li's mind, but he still needed to consult Captain Jean. "I'll head back to find Captain Jean. Lao Meng, you stay here," Huo Li instructed Meng Bufan. "Remember, don't play tennis, steer clear of Conan, and refrain from snatching the lollipop from the pink-haired boy's head. If you encounter a creature with a white body, red eyes, and a pair of pointed ears, do not speak. Simply enact a humane extermination." After a moment's reflection, Huo Li added, "And if you see the mafia fighting with a few youngsters, resist the urge to intervene. Trust me, the mafia will only suffer defeat." In the real world, Huo Li sought out Captain Jean, who soon grasped the rationale behind the world's convergence. "It seems you have authored other works set in the mythological background of Huo as well?" "Yes, there is one more," Huo Li replied, his gaze drifting. Captain Jean began to search through the directory until he came upon a particular title, instantly struck into silence. "In truth, you are a writer of considerable thought." On the screen, the phrase 7 husbands pampering me every night, and I choose Ascension gleamed brightly. Chapter 55. The holographic game poised to captivate the globe ever since the launch of the Yaogua app, Huo Li felt beset by misfortunes. The 2 volumes of his dark history had been exposed in quick succession. He hastily shifted the topic. "Do you wish to ascend to immortality?" he asked earnestly, gazing at Captain Jean. Captain Jean responded with confusion. "A similar inquiry was posed to me by members of a pyramid scheme I apprehended. I speak the truth. Since awakening the primordial power, I can enable everyone to ascend directly." Huo Li was aware that Captain Jin's expression regained its seriousness as he intently remarked, "Huo Li, the expert group has long deliberated on scenarios like this. Humanity relies on your strength, yet it cannot perpetually depend on it. Mankind must forge its own path to endure." Huo Li paused, then smiled. Perhaps it was this indomitable spirit that would prevent them from being overcome by any adversity. "By the way, where's Lu Rini?" The system hasn't caused any trouble in my absence, has it? Captain Jean glanced at his watch, noting that school had just ended, and Lu Rennie would be arriving shortly. He usually does his homework in the self-study room on the first floor. Nodding, Huo Li proceeded to the first floor to wait for Lu Rennie. As Captain Jean observed Huo Li departing, he picked up the mouse and clicked open 7 husbands pampering me every night, and I choose ascension. Huo Li's timing was impeccable. Just as he reached the first floor, he saw Lu Rennie entering with his backpack slung over his shoulder. The system within Lu Rennie's mind sang joyfully. It seems the good days are coming to an end. Dejected, both Lu Rennie and the system followed Huo Li to the 3rd floor. What else with that expression? Huo Li inquired, puzzled by Lu Rennie's demeanor. Lu Rennie sighed. We just concluded the 100-day pledge ceremony today, and starting tomorrow, evening study sessions will be extended. Huo Li cast a sympathetic glance at him, his gaze drifting to the system nestled deep within Lu Rennie's mind. The tiny light point quivered. After half a year apart, the adult's presence felt even more daunting. I've heard that during my absence, your performance was commendable? Huo Li remarked with a smile, observing the increasingly human-like system. It's all thanks to your guidance. The system quickly flattered. What level are you at now? Huo Li asked. I am at level 3 now, able to store the coordinates of 3 worlds. The system proclaimed proudly. How far are you from upgrading to the main deity? Huo Li inquired. Silence spoke volumes, and Huo Li understood. Why is the upgrade process so sluggish? Huo Li asked Lu Rennie, perplexed. Given the established pathways and the transactions between worlds, it seemed improbable that he had only reached level 3. Lu Rennie began to lament. Oh, Huo, you are unaware. This system is nothing but a fraudulent one. Huo Li's demeanor shifted, and the system within Lu Rennie's mind clamored. Quickly explain. It's simply that this system is far too weak, Lu Rennie continued. Initially, we believed that system trades would occur on a platform or with some trading tools, but it all depends on manual effort. Nonsense, the system retorted. Didn't I provide you with a system backpack and storage slots to hold trading items? What good does that do? Lu Rennie exclaimed in anger. Each transaction earns just 1 point. To earn a few extra points, I've been running back and forth until I'm utterly confused. I still have to wake up at 5 tomorrow for class. Huo Li thought it fair to say that this was partly his fault. Due to the outline nature of this narrative, he had not meticulously designed the trading mechanism of the dimensional trading system, which led to its own evolutionary rules. For the system, trading points represent a unique form of energy that enables upgrades. As the primordial essence of Qi, it now possessed the ability to evolve this energy. Consequently, Huo Li generously elevated the system to level 5. What else can I say but thank you? The system responded. By the way, Huo, tomorrow marks the pre-sale of the holographic gaming pods. Would you like to purchase one? Lu Rennie excitedly recommended. Holographic games are being released? Huo Li exclaimed in genuine surprise. The world was changing too rapidly. Yes. However, the game content remains a mystery, as the officials have been cryptic. And only 10,000 units are available globally for the first batch. Intrigued by Lu Rennie's words, Huo Li hastily sought the official website for more information. Currently, the website displayed a gray page, indicating that sales would commence at noon tomorrow. Although the page was gray, it could not dampen the enthusiasm of gamers worldwide, as the number of online discussions had already soared to 300 million. Due to the official website's automatic translation feature, communication among everyone is effortlessly smooth. User 1. I have an insider who has disclosed details about this holographic game. Would anyone like to hear? User 2. Please elaborate, my friend. User 3. Don't listen to his bluster. My uncle is the Minister of Culture, and he hasn't heard a whisper. User 4. I wonder why such a game is so tightly concealed in Huagua. Haven't they signed a joint development strategic treaty? User 5. I suspect Huagua is merely boasting. A holographic game? I find it laughable. User 6. Even if it were true, I reckon it would be quite subpar, akin to something like VR. User 7. Indeed, it would be inferior. So please, everyone, refrain from rushing. Huo Li observed the online quarrel with indifference. He stroked his chin, glancing at the gray text, commencing pre-purchase, currently 1,000 units remaining, and mused to himself, a mere 1,000 units globally? That does seem a tad implausible. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed the system, link my payment account and secure 1 unit for me. By the way, is my balance sufficient? Huo Li recalled that he should have around 100,000 in savings. Yes, sir, more than adequate. The system complied, only to be taken aback by the long string of zeros in Huo Li's account. Goodness, such wealth. Huo Li shot a puzzled glance at the system, wondering why it stuttered. Was it excited from leveling up to 5? Meanwhile, Lu Rini was lost in dreams of utilizing Huo Li's gaming pod until Huo Li dared to venture downstairs to complete his homework, casually stopping by the bookstore to fetch a few volumes of Wusan for him. Lu Rini, thank you. Huo Li departed, satisfied. That night, as he lay in bed, Huo Li finally remembered an important task. He swiftly uninstalled the Yao Gua app from his phone and drifted into a contented sleep. The following day, a grimy Meng Bufan, reeking of blood, stood at the foot of Huo Li's bed. Huo Li, you haven't even bathed? Is that the crux of the matter? Meng Bufan was agitated, exclaiming, I've been mistaken for a murderer. Huo Li. Chapter 56. System Avatar, What Transpired? Huo Li inquired. Don't even mention it. Meng Bufan replied, exasperated. The old adage states that heeding advice leads to satisfaction, yet Meng Bufan took Huo Li's warnings to heart, only to find himself beset by unforeseen calamities. Get to the point, Huo Li said, exasperated. As evening fell, Meng Bufan went out to fetch dinner for a few people, only to encounter Mao Li and his group nearby. Meng Bufan gasped in shock and swiftly took a different route. The alley was long and narrow, cluttered with debris, and a strong scent of blood lingered in the air. Confounded, Meng Bufan followed the odor and discovered a bleeding corpse hidden within a wooden crate. Curious whether there was any chance of salvation, he attempted to move the body, only for Conan to suddenly appear at the alley's entrance. Meng Bufan wearily rubbed his forehead. Wait, Huo Li interrupted him, recalling previous incidents. He cast a skeptical glance at Meng Bufan. Are you not tempted? Meng Bufan retorted. What happened to trust between people? Besides, how often does one encounter a rare blood type? Meng Bufan rolled his eyes and continued. I thought, since I lack identification, I should hurry back. Alas, this only heightens the suspicion. With a sigh, he lamented that he had only glimpsed the sun of this otherworldly realm for a single day. However, Huo Li, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. No matter, though the Grim Reaper is fearsome, he does not wrong the innocent, he mused, drawing confidence from the fact that for 28 years, there had been no wrongful convictions in this narrative. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that he had indeed overlooked the matter of identification. After contemplating for a moment, Huo Li decided to accompany Meng Bufan to seek out Lu Rini. As fate would have it, Lu Rini was just about to ascend to the second floor for a restroom break, and the trio encountered one another at the entrance of the expansive restroom complex. They discussed the procurement of 4 identification cards for World 9. In the midst of this, Huo Li rummaged through his pockets and handed over 4 coins, conducting the exchange in 4 installments. Wait, Meng Bufan quickly reclaimed 1 coin. 3 will suffice. I shall not be joining you for now. What about the 3 experts? Huo Li inquired. Fear not, I inquired beforehand. They are all martial artists and possess some magical world weapons and tools. They will surely be able to defend themselves. Meng Bufan reassured him. With this, Huo Li felt a modicum of relief and handed the coin back to Lu Rini. Let us trade for 1 more protective item. Reciprocity defines a true transaction. Thus, 4 points are secured. System, Lu Rini, who had gleaned from the system the number of zeros in Huo Li's account, remarked, Brother Huo, are you not aware of your wealth? He gazed at Huo Li with a look of lament. Is 100,000 considered wealthy? Huo Li's eyes widened in astonishment, as he had always been frugal, maintaining the bookstore amidst constant financial strain. Brother Huo, it seems you have not checked your account in quite some time. Lu Rini said with a look of exasperation, before vanishing into World 9 with the system. Baffled, Huo Li opened his phone to check his current account balance. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Huo Li was left utterly astonished. Old Huo, you possess such wealth. Meng Bufan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Let us celebrate. I must first inquire about the origins of this money. Huo Li quickly stowed his phone and sought out Captain Jean, while also rescuing a bookstore patron who had become lost in the second-floor restroom. What is the meaning of this? Huo Li displayed his bank account balance to Captain Jean. I see the transactions. All the funds are from government agencies, Captain Jean said, stifling a yawn beneath his heavy dark circles. Do you truly believe that as the head of the National Special Energy Bureau, you are merely a figurehead? Your salary is calculated according to the director's standards, supplemented by various bonuses. This amount is about right. Huo Li was taken aback, feeling a wave of unexpected emotion, and quickly expressed concern for Captain Jean. Haven't you been sleeping well? Indeed, there has been much to attend to, Captain Jean replied, his gaze wandering. The book from yesterday was exceptionally impactful. I spent the night plagued by nightmares. All for the nation and its people. Huo Li refrained from further interruption, allowing Captain Jean to rest properly before departing. At that moment, Lu Rini returned, having completed his transaction. That was swift. Huo Li remarked in surprise. System. In this technological realm, it was quite simple. I directly infiltrated their public security system and added their identification information. Huo Li expressed his satisfaction and promptly upgraded the system by 2 levels. The system, with an eager demeanor, implored for another level. My lord, upon reaching the 10th level, I shall undergo a profound transformation. Might you elevate me directly to the 10th level? What transformation? After attaining the 10th level, I shall possess a physical form and have the ability to split into 2 bodies. Even if we inhabit different worlds, my consciousness can be shared across both. So, if I venture into a minor world, bringing one of your forms with me, our communication can be relayed instantaneously to the real world, achieving interdimensional communication? Indeed, my lord. I must admit, this is quite an impressive ability, particularly for soldiers in the martial arts realm who are currently in training. Previously, they needed to return to the time portal to report their tasks. However, with the system, they could simply scan through the system and upload their information to a designated computer in the real world. How many levels are required to split 100 bodies? Speak frankly, Huo Li added, extinguishing the system's cautious thoughts. 13th level would suffice, my lord, the system replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Observing the system's compliance, Huo Li rewarded it with an additional 2 levels, instantly invigorating the system. Thank you, my lord. A radiant glow enveloped the area as a luminescent egg appeared before the 3. It bore a resemblance to the suave character from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. I have finally matured, the system exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the voice is quite similar, Lu Rini remarked, gazing at the egg with curiosity. So, does this mean I must carry you around? Precisely. A smug emoticon appeared on the egg's smooth surface. Meng Bufan, intrigued, picked up the egg and gave it a shake. Put me down. I'm going to be dizzy. A large spiral pattern manifested on the egg's surface. Lu Rini hurriedly took the system away with concern. Huo Li commanded, first, split off 106 bodies for me. The system promptly complied. The resulting bodies were no larger than quail eggs, and Huo Li casually found a plastic bag to contain them. Take these 4 to Captain Jean and inquire if anyone else is in need. Afterward, I trust you'll make a few trips to deliver them. Huo Li instructed Lu Rini, adding that if more were needed, the system should split further. Understood, Brother Huo. Lu Rini exclaimed, clutching the 4 quail egg-sized systems as he hurried off to find Captain Jean. Chapter 57. The love story of Little King Kong. Huo Li then produced another egg and handed it to Meng Bufan. Subsequently, Huo Li and Meng Bufan ventured into World 6, carrying 100 system avatars. Old Meng, this is yours. Huo Li presented a booklet to Meng Bufan. Along with 50 system avatars, we shall split our paths to ensure these systems are delivered according to the roster as swiftly as possible. Huo Li spoke with utmost seriousness. Inappropriate terminology. Inappropriate terminology. There is but one system. Such phrasing is unacceptable. The system protested from Huo Li's pocket. Huo Li promptly silenced it, pressing it back down. When you communicate with others in this world, keep your voice low. It's best to use telepathic communication. After all, this is still a rather primitive era, and a quail egg speaking would be rather alarming. Fear not, old Huo, I have ascended to immortality, Meng Bufan declared, vanishing from sight in an instant. Sensing that Meng Bufan's presence had receded, Huo Li let out a long sigh of relief. Returning to Baixiaoxing's warehouse, Huo Li swiftly procured a stack of silver notes and made his way to a reputable escort agency. I humbly request your assistance. Please ensure that the 50 system avatars and correspondents are securely packaged, Huo Li said, revealing a gentle smile. I hope for their prompt delivery. Rest assured, our Whirlwind Escort Agency is renowned for its speed. The head of the escort assured, thumping his chest with confidence. The escort behind him cautiously accepted the quail eggs. After all, this was a lucrative transaction worth 5,000 taels. Huo Li, however, was not overly concerned, for no one would dare to rob quail eggs. Having arranged everything, he set off towards Hulu Mountain. As Huo Li traversed the distance with ease, a peculiar tugging force from above caught his attention just as he lifted his left foot. He silently retracted it, deciding that taking a few more steps would not be a burden. Wait, Meng Bufan. Huo Li suddenly recalled the fleeting disappearance of Meng Bufan. a sense of foreboding washing over him. What if he was taken up to the heavens? Cursing under his breath, Huo Li resolved to first secure the allegiance of the little golden warrior. Hulu Mountain was not too distant from his current location, and within a day, Huo Li arrived. As he stepped onto the territory of Hulu Mountain, he was immediately sensed by a young man. "Grandpa, Grandpa." A voice, a medley of 7 distinct tones, approached rapidly. As a youth with a shiny black and white gourd-shaped head dashed towards him like a whirlwind, Huo Li felt a headache coming on. Why was he writing such nonsensical tales? "Grandpa, you finally returned. Where have you been?" The little golden warrior enthusiastically inquired, appearing considerably more composed than in years past. Huo Li pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "Little golden warrior, I have found a job with promising benefits, and I have come to fetch you to join me." The little golden warrior seemed intrigued. The nearby monsters had long been eliminated by him, and now, aside from tending to the fields, there was little else to occupy his time. "And Grandpa, I will accompany you, but please allow me to leave a letter from my wife." "Very well," Huo Li nodded. Subsequently, he took the little golden warrior into the real world. Team leader Jean, upon seeing the little golden warrior, could not contain himself and spewed his tea. "Isn't this the male lead who is adored by your 7 husbands each night?" Team leader Jean stammered, pointing at the little golden warrior. His eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Huo Li. He could hardly forget the poignant love story shared between the little golden warrior and the female protagonist. The heroine of the tale, Yi Yisin, was a girl who had traversed from modern society to this ancient world. Initially, she believed it was merely an ordinary ancient realm until one day, she discovered 7 gourd plants of varying colors growing in her grandfather's yard. Following that revelation, Yi Yisin utilized her knowledge to assist the Gourd brothers in defeating the scorpion spirit and the serpent spirit, interspersed with tens of thousands of words detailing her entangled affections among the 7 brothers. Ultimately, the 7 brothers united, and the Gourd little golden warrior was born, leading to further tales of love and conflict, culminating in the 2 protagonists successfully tying the knot. However, this was not the conclusion of the narrative. After marriage, Yi Yisin did not languish in bliss, but instead dedicated herself to cultivation, ultimately achieving transcendence. As she ascended, Yi Yisin, fearing that the little golden king would seek her in the heavens, deceived him into believing that she was striving for success above, urging him to toil on earth so that they could collectively endeavor to construct a harmonious and beautiful future. The little golden king responded, "All right, my dear wife." Overall, this narrative encapsulates the essence of a strong female protagonist's inspirational tale. However, the interludes of love and hatred are excessively melodramatic, entangled with illogical cliches such as amnesia, injury, heartfelt confessions, and the tropes of surrogate literature. Not to mention, the colors of the Hulu brothers differ. How could one possibly confuse their identities? Consequently, upon its publication, the novel garnered a plethora of negative reviews, achieving the highest readership among all of Huo Li's works, with an impressive milestone of 8,000 readers. Furthermore, the highest readership outside of this was that of the biting tennis tale. Team leader Jean reminisced for a moment in his mind before opting for forgetfulness. "The little golden king, you say? Allow me to elucidate the salary and benefits." Team leader Jean embraced the little golden king and escorted him to the office for a detailed discussion. Huo Li exhaled in relief. Although the little golden king possessed formidable individual capabilities, he exhibited a hint of split personality. As for the specific position to assign him, that was beyond Huo Li's concern. "Sir, the gaming pod will be delivered shortly," the system excitedly announced. Upon checking the time, Huo Li realized it was already 8 in the evening. Almost forgetting about the gaming pod, with fortune accompanying fortune, his phone rang. Huo Li promptly answered. It was a call from the delivery station inquiring if someone was available to receive the package. He quickly confirmed and, after hanging up, eagerly stood at the door in anticipation. Although he had experienced the holographic games of the 8th world, this was the first entirely domestically developed holographic game from Huagua, making it distinctly significant. In a short while, the courier arrived and was astonished to see Huo Li effortlessly carrying the enormous box. The delivery person exclaimed in disbelief. After hauling it to the 3rd floor and following the installation instructions, Huo Li could hardly contain his excitement as he lay down inside. The first step was name registration. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Li entered the name Meng Bufan. The character's appearance was limited to 3 templates, only allowing changes to hair and eye color. While the rest remained fixed, Huo Li randomly selected one and, once completed, entered the game. Before him lay an endless expanse of wilderness, and Huo Li stood in the center of the grassy field with a hoe in hand. The left taskbar displayed, Newbie Task 1, cultivate 10 plots of land, 0-10. Truly, this is the hallmark of the flower-growing nation. Huo Li began to toil. The 10 plots were quickly cultivated, prompting a change in the taskbar, Newbie Task 2, cultivate 20 plots of land, 0-20. Chapter 58. Awkward acting. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled onto the table, resembling a delicate layer of golden sand. Mei Li savored the bitter taste of her black coffee, reminiscent of life itself. She could no longer recall the exact day this habit had formed. It seemed that day as sunlight was equally radiant. While walking to work, she suddenly noticed a bookstore. Her previously restless heart felt inexplicably soothed. From that moment on, she developed the habit of visiting the bookstore every morning before heading to work to sit for a while. If it were the weekend, she could linger here all day long. This place is her sanctuary, until, Mei Li sighed softly and followed the signs leading to the women's restroom. There is something amiss. The layout is not right. Judging by its appearance, the second floor should not be so small. Obviously, who needs to be told there is an issue? What legitimate bookstore has surveillance that accommodates over 100 cameras? Even the men's restroom, for heaven's sake. A murmuring voice emanated from the innermost stall of the restroom, and just as Mei Li was about to push the stall door open, she halted in her tracks. Naturally light on her feet, she moved almost soundlessly, earning her the fitting nickname among her colleagues, the Shadow. It is likely that the two conversing within the stall were unaware of her presence. Mei Li listened intently, but we searched the entire second floor and found no mechanism. Even though the speaker lowered their voice, Mei Li could still sense an undercurrent of irritation. Have the ventilation ducts and drainage systems been checked? The first voice inquired. Yes. The drainage pipes are of incorrect length, the other replied. I have measured all the walls on the first and second floors that could be measured. Tonight, let us find an opportunity to investigate the third floor and catch the boss in a live scenario. All right. Mei Li's heart raced, and she quickly left, turning at the staircase to feign as though she had just arrived. Two seemingly unremarkable Asian men descended from the second floor and courteously stepped aside for Mei Li. She offered them a gentle smile. Damn spies, Mei Li thought, watching their retreating figures, her smile fading as she hurried to the third floor. Boss Hua, are you there? The third floor is Huo Li's private domain. Mei Li did not venture further, merely calling from the staircase. Huo Li, having toiled in the fields all night, was roused from his sleep. Just a moment. Huo Li dressed quickly and stepped out of his room. Hello? How may I assist you? Huo Li regarded the capable woman before him. She was a regular patron of the bookstore, though they had never engaged in conversation. Noticing her serious demeanor, Huo Li felt perplexed. What is the matter? Are there missing pages in the books he sells? There is a spy in your store. Mei Li's expression was grave as she recounted the earlier events. My suggestion is to call the police immediately. This not only concerns your personal safety, but also poses a threat to national security. As soon as Mei Li spoke, Huo Li understood who she was referring to and instantly felt relieved. Those two had been under surveillance from the moment they entered the bookstore. Although they had behaved normally in front of the cameras, after the incident involving the mechanical heart, Huo Li had granted the system permission to monitor the bookstore and flower shop at all times. Thus, while they were whispering in the restroom, the system had already intercepted their conversation via the outdated devices they carried. Team leader Jean had specifically instructed not to intervene yet, as they were preparing for something significant. I understand, thank you. I will handle it, Huo Li replied with a smile of gratitude for Mei Li's considerate warning. I will wait here with you for the police. Mei Li said seriously, continuing, the two men were speaking Esperanto, a very niche language, which I happen to have studied. Thank you for your kindness. But I believe they do not require it. After all, the translation devices in Huagua are remarkably advanced now. Mei Li furrowed her brow, sensing that her employer appeared rather indifferent. Could it be? The mention of the 100 or so surveillance systems spoken of by those two spies suddenly illuminated her understanding. She refrained from further comment and descended the stairs. The faint glow in Huo Li's hand dissipated. At 8 in the evening, he closed the shop door, patiently awaiting the arrival of the two spies. It was not until 2 in the morning that a small van stealthily approached the street where the bookstore was located. Beneath the dim streetlight, two figures clad in black with hoods emerged from the vehicle. Has the shield taken effect? A companion inside the van signaled an okay gesture. The two black-clad individuals confidently pried open the bookstore door and entered. On the third floor of the bookstore, Huo Li lay in bed, his eyes shut. Don't move. A cold gun barrel pressed against Huo Li's temple. A scream? How awkward. Huo Li awkwardly opened his eyes, gazing at the two figures in black. They appeared completely unfazed. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Tell us, is there some treasure hidden on the second floor? Take us there. Prior to their arrival, the spies had devised a strategy. If caught, they would insist they were merely robbers. I am the director of the National Special Energy Bureau. You must release me. Huo Li hastened the unfolding drama. The National Special Energy Bureau. This was the first time they had heard that name. And excitement surged within them as they felt they had stumbled upon a significant secret. Don't spout nonsense. I've never heard of it. One of them began to interrogate him. As a classified agency, many of the recently developed weapons utilize the special energy we have created. Huo Li explained readily. The spy duo. What happened to the confidentiality? One of them promptly knocked Huo Li unconscious and carried him away. Hurry. This person harbors a great secret. They urged their companion to drive as the small van sped off, journeying through the night for 18 hours until they finally arrived at the port with Huo Li in tow. Upon boarding the awaiting ship, the spies were still engulfed in a surreal sense of accomplishment. So smooth? The vessel swiftly reached the nation of Hamburg, where personnel ready to assist ushered Huo Li into a securely fortified underground laboratory. Name? The nation of Hamburg had specially summoned an expert proficient in the Huo language, whose demeanor was exceedingly amiable, attempting to bridge some distance. Huo Li identity. Reflecting for a moment, Huo Li, in a bid for authenticity, added in a feigned tone of fear, so you are not ordinary robbers, but spies from Hamburg. Hee. The expert chuckled lightly. We are also striving for world peace. After all, the existence of Huo now poses a threat to the sovereignty of most nations across the globe. We are left with no choice but to resort to special measures. I hope you can understand our predicament. The elderly figure before him exhibited profound weariness. His eyes filled with remorse as they turned toward Huo Li. Huo Li began to scrutinize the subtle expressions of the other, thinking to himself, now, that is true acting. Chapter 59. A tribute to heroes give up. I shall not betray my homeland. Huo Li declared resolutely. No one is asking you to betray us, my child. The elder responded with a compassionate expression. This is for humanity, for the world. We shall not force you. We are willing to wait for you to speak in your own time. For now, you may rest and adjust to the time difference. The elder's concern was evident as he gestured for others to take Huo Li away to rest. This was a policy of soft persuasion, the first step in brainwashing. Huo Li remained indifferent, only feeling discomfort from the overly soft pillow that strained his neck. On the other side of the ocean, team leader Jean inquired of the system. Has Huo Li arrived? Is everything well? He has arrived, and all is well, the system reported. That is reassuring, Jean sighed with relief. Although he understood rationally that nothing in the world could harm Huo Li at present, a tinge of emotional worry lingered. It was night in Huo while it was day in Hamburg. The second round of discussions commenced. We are ready, Jean declared with a cold smirk. Instantly, the same scene began broadcasting worldwide. The elder from Hamburg glared at the handsome young man from Huo, veins bulging. You wretched fool. Quickly divulge all your technology. Hamburg is the true world power. His face twisted grotesquely like a demon from hell, causing global outrage. The official statement from Huo swiftly followed. Why has Hamburg kidnapped our officials? Hamburg soon recognized the gravity of the situation. What just happened? Why did I lose my temper? I intended to brainwash him. The elder was shocked, covering his mouth. Who did this? What is happening? Why is this being broadcast worldwide? Damn it. I can't turn it off. Chaos erupted on the screens in Hamburg. The world began to denounce Hamburg's despicable actions. Huo's officials proclaimed. Director Huo is a hero of our new era, and indeed a hero for all humanity. It is he who has led us in the development of new energy, aiding mankind through times of resource scarcity. He is also our guiding light in the aerospace journey, a beacon in the darkness. The spokesperson for Huo grew increasingly passionate, unable to hold back tears as he gazed at Huo Li's pallor on the screen. When he produced Huo Li's donation records, the entire nation erupted in fervor. Hamburg is shameless. Huo will impose comprehensive sanctions on Hamburg. We shall expel them from the Joint Development Strategic Agreement. The spokesperson continued. Furthermore, we demand that Hamburg return our officials safely. Otherwise, we will take special measures to defend our interests. At that moment, Huo unveiled numerous fleets ready at the coastline, prepared for action. Since the signing of the Joint Development Strategic Treaty, We have adhered to the principles of mutual benefit and common progress. The Huo spokesperson stated with reasoned conviction, maintaining a dignified stance that starkly contrasted Hamburg's hysteria. Both military and media pressure bore down on Hamburg, subjecting them to immense torment. Ultimately, the Kingdom of Hamburg acknowledged its missteps and announced its intention to promptly return Huo Li to Huo. This is a conspiracy by Huo. We have fallen into their trap. The highest military commander of the Kingdom of Hamburg slumped helplessly into his chair. A loss is a loss. It was our side that initiated the conflict, and there is no way to clarify it. The governor maintained a composed demeanor, though his right hand trembled slightly. No, we still have the opportunity for a counterattack. The governor's expression turned sinister. Who orchestrated this global broadcast? Only Huo possesses the capability to achieve such a feat. Just as he was about to speak, a hacker's statement appeared online, revealing the Kingdom of Hamburg's misdeeds and inviting the world to witness. The governor's face drained of color instantly. The Kingdom of Hamburg, the base where Huo Li was held. Damn it, there were no electronic devices left. Why is it still broadcasting? Observing the staff of the Kingdom of Hamburg, who were gathered around Huo Li, concealing fine needles in their palms yet unable to find an opportunity to strike. The system perched above Huo Li remarked, "A bunch of insignificant trash. What can they accomplish?" Ultimately, until Huo Li safely returned to Huo, the Kingdom of Hamburg found no opportunity to create chaos. Countless individuals at the port held flowers and banners aloft, welcoming the hero home. Huo Li's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Team leader Jean has truly gone to great lengths. The following day, Huo Li, watching the replay of the broadcast, felt an awkwardness as his toes dug into the ground. He opened his phone to surf the internet, where countless discussions about the event continued to thrive. Director Huo is so pitiable. He must have endured tremendous suffering. Look how haggard he looks. Images, in truth. It was merely due to discomfort from an unfamiliar bed that Huo Li felt embarrassed and continued scrolling. Director Huo has donated a substantial amount. I heard he even operates a bookstore to help others, open year-round. In reality, I was already running a bookstore. And the reason for the significant donation was the shocking realization of the numerous zeros in my account. Wait, has no one noticed how handsome Director Huo is? Indeed, his physique is quite commendable. As the comments grew increasingly exaggerated, Huo Li swiftly put away his phone. Please don't involve me in such matters again. I feel overwhelmed by these accolades. Huo Li wore a frown as he gazed at team leader Jean. Once is enough. Team leader Jean poured Huo Li a cup of tea, signaling him to remain calm. This incident is sufficient for us to rattle our adversaries. Moreover, the Kingdom of Hamburg has proven to be rather foolish. Had they not staged this, we would not have seized such a splendid opportunity. Team leader Jean shook his head, emitting a derisive chuckle. I think I should head to World 6 for now. Huo Li sighed. The discussions about him online were fervent, and every time he saw them, an inexplicable shyness engulfed him. Team leader Jean was considerate of his social anxiety. If there are matters to discuss, contact Quell Egg. After relaying his instructions, Huo Li departed. Team leader Jean watched his retreating figure, shaking his head and smiling. This operation had a paramount objective for Huo, to thrust Huo Li into the limelight. Previously, his concealed identity was to safeguard him from danger, but with that concern alleviated, Huo intended to unveil Huo Li's contributions. Because a hero should not remain nameless. This is written here to signify my emphasis. In my heart, I have always believed that returning kindness for kindness is one of the most gratifying endeavors. Yet, in the grand tapestry of our illustrious China, should not a gentleman rise above such trivialities? However, after much contemplation, I have decided to pen my thoughts. Not for any other reason, but because a true gentleman is not bound by minor details, and in repaying grievances with virtue, how shall we repay virtue? If one has sown seeds of malice, one must inevitably reap the corresponding consequences. In conclusion, I extend my deepest respect to the countless unsung heroes. May our mountains and rivers remain unscathed, and may peace reign among mankind. Chapter 60. How to Acquire Labor. A video quietly emerged online, rapidly gaining immense popularity and sweeping across the internet. In the footage, a motorcycle was speeding towards a boy who was eating a pancake, seemingly on the verge of collision. Beep, beep, move aside. The brakes have failed. The motorcycle rider shouted frantically. At that moment, the distance between the boy and the motorcycle was merely 2 body lengths. And it was but an instant before the motorcycle would reach him. Just then, the boy suddenly pivoted with remarkable speed. executing a spinning kick that sent the motorcycle crashing to the ground. The rider was propelled into the air, landing gracefully with a twist. The pancake-eating boy pondered. Did I just perform a move from the 20th set of calisthenics? The motorcycle rider wondered. Was that a dance move from a square dance? Bystanders exclaimed, a stunt performer? Foreign tourists marveled. Chinese martial arts. After the video was uploaded online, as the viewership soared, an increasing number of Chinese netizens joined the discussion. The ancients did not deceive me. It turns out martial arts truly exist. Are the two individuals in the video descendants of ancient martial families? These two must be filming a skit. Everyone disperse. No, that boy is from my school. I asked him. And he said he merely reacted instinctively with the twisting and kicking movements from the calisthenics. Is that the 20th set of calisthenics that every primary, secondary, and university student must practice daily? Yes, that's the one. Speaking of which, ever since I started practicing this calisthenics, I can now carry 2 bags of rice effortlessly. I haven't caught a cold in ages. Count me in. By the way, isn't the new calisthenics a project that Director Huo has been promoting? Director Huo is the best. In the bookstore, Mei Li gazed at the confidentiality agreement regarding Huo Li before her blood surging with excitement. It turned out that Boss Huo was none other than Director Huo. Other regular customers acquainted with Huo Li also signed the confidentiality agreement. From that moment on, they were not only specially appointed employees of the bookstore, but also bearers of national secrets. Including Mei Li, several regulars struggled to suppress their rising smiles. Team leader Jean smiled as he collected the confidentiality agreements, relieved that he would no longer have to arrange the bookstore shifts. This confidentiality agreement was also designed to protect Huo Li's burgeoning fame, preventing an excessive gathering of fans at the bookstore by concealing its location. Meanwhile, those online attempting to uncover the location of Huo Li's bookstore found themselves utterly fruitless. Why can't we find the bookstore run by Director Huo? The authorities have already declared it confidential. Why do you still insist on digging? Director Huo is not a celebrity. He has important matters to attend to. So I urge everyone to maintain a sense of boundaries. In the world of 6, Huo Li summoned his system avatar. Where is Meng Bufan now? The system quickly responded. Master, Meng Bufan said he has just ascended to the heavens and urges you to hurry and fetch him. Huo Li replied, he knows well enough. Tell him to wait a moment. With that, Huo Li retracted the system avatar. Upon returning to the cowherd's abode, Huo Li was no longer the same. He could discern the cowherd's current level of cultivation at a glance. Excellent. He's at the first layer of qi refinement. Huo Li then glanced at Gigi, noting her cultivation at the second layer of foundation establishment. Clearly, the restoration of her celestial bones did not equate to the restoration of her cultivation. Benefactor, you have returned? Gigi exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Indeed, Huo Li nodded, directly inquiring about important matters. How do the beings from the heavenly realm descend to the mortal world? Gigi puzzled. Thought, don't you know how you came down? However, despite her curiosity, she refrained from asking further and instead recounted everything she knew in detail. The power that the mortal realm can sustain is limited. Thus, once the laws of heaven were perfected, celestial beings required the decree of the heavenly way to descend. Moreover, they cannot recklessly wield celestial power. Should the heavenly way determine that a celestial being's power exceeds certain limits, they will be summoned back. You also descended by the decree of the heavenly way? Huo Li asked, his expression revealing understanding. Gigi blushed slightly, admitting, actually, there is a small path. The Hall of the Matchmaker has a tree of fate that leads directly to the mortal realm. I previously climbed down the tree. However, this tree only allows descent, not ascent. After a moment's thought, Gigi added, I speculate that perhaps this rule was established to prevent mortals from being unable to withstand the power of the rule's transformation. This notion is not without merit, as mortal bodies are indeed frail. By the way, when did the rule of a day in heaven equating to a year on earth come into existence? Do you know? Huo Li inquired again. That dates back too far, Gigi reflected. I only know it was so when the heavenly realm first existed. I wasn't even born then. It seems this too is related to the rules. The emergence of rules appears both serendipitous and inevitable. Huo Li pondered for a moment before bidding farewell to the cowherd and Gigi. Exiting the courtyard, Huo Li summoned his system avatar once more. System, relay the earlier message to Meng Bufan and instruct him to wait for me at the Hall of the Matchmaker. Understood, Master. When Meng Bufan received the system message, he was still desperately chasing after the southern heavenly gate. Old Huo, at my speed, By the time I reach the hall of the matchmaker, everything may already be resolved. He lamented, carrying a bag of system avatars. The system conveyed his words precisely. Ignoring the commentary, Huo Li swiftly vanished, arriving beyond the world. In the pitch-black cosmos, stars adorned the sky, and the distant Milky Way shimmered like a silk ribbon. Not far from Huo Li, a cluster of enormous bubbles floated. The mortal realm where the cowherd resided appeared as a large, colorful bubble, surrounded by various bubbles of differing sizes and shapes. Some entirely independent while others were connected by thin, transparent tubes, varying in length and thickness. Huo Li discovered the bubble that housed the heavenly realm, and indeed, he beheld a slender, transparent conduit linking it to the mortal world. This conduit must be the fabled tree of fate. Huo Li gently caressed the pipe, attuning himself to its subtle transformations. It was gradually tapering, destined to become so fine that one day it would break, at which point the heavenly realm and the mortal world would be irrevocably severed. Within other bubbles, some had already birthed life, while others were merely beginning to take shape. They were in states of division and fusion, striving for stability. Each possessed its own set of rules, yet they also shared common regulations with the interconnected worlds. Thriving in symbiosis. What a wondrous realm it was. Huo Li gazed upon the myriad of bubbles, unable to suppress his awe. System. If we were to establish a temporal conduit between the heavenly realm and the material world, would the flow of time align? He inquired. The system leaned forward, captivated by the enchanting scene before it. No, my lord. I can only construct the conduit. I cannot alter the fundamental rules of the worlds themselves. Chapter 61. A brother is always a brother. The flow of time in the heavenly realm is swifter, from a physics perspective. This phenomenon aligns with the concept of time dilation. In a pair of identical clocks, the individual holding clock A would notice that clock B ticks more slowly than their own. This phenomenon is often described as the other clock having slowed down. Yet, this characterization holds true only within the observer's frame of reference. In simpler terms, mortals perceive time in the heavenly realm as progressing more rapidly. Based on this theory, the spacecraft from Huo has successfully ventured beyond the solar system. Stop! Stop! Huo Li quickly interrupted the system. My head is spinning. It feels like I'm about to gain some wisdom. This is entirely irrelevant. So, what you're saying is that the flow of time in the mortal realm will only synchronize with that of the heavenly realm when their respective velocities align. That is essentially the idea, the system mused, though it sensed an underlying discord in the explanation. Observing Huo Li's expression, it decided against further elaboration. Huo Li pondered how to harmonize the velocities of the two realms. Wait. Why had the discussion suddenly veered into scientific inquiry? After all, he was Taichu. The system, keenly observing Huo Li's demeanor, promptly offered a gentle reminder. My lord, I recommend adhering to the principles of objective development. Please refrain from attempting to forcibly alter the world through physical means. It implored from the depths of its database. In agreement, Huo Li replied. Then what solutions do you propose? He turned his gaze towards the system's avatar. The diminutive manifestations of the system glimmered softly, exuding an air of confidence as one of them spoke. Do you recall how, during ascension, the two worlds experienced a brief synchronization of time? We could maintain a state in the mortal realm where individuals are continually ascending. Moreover, I observed that the world inhabited by the cowherd envelopes several smaller realms. Due to their encompassing nature, the rules of these smaller worlds closely mirror those of the mortal realm, enabling mutual influence. Huo Li examined the minuscule world indicated by the system. It was exceedingly small, roughly the size of Sakura country, devoid of any signs of life. Reminiscent of the mystical realms found in Xianxiao literature. Yet, it appeared that this realm had succumbed to death, destined to gradually dissolve into the mortal world as time progressed. Huo Li estimated that he could exist for another 1,000 to 1,800 years, providing an opportune moment to take advantage of this. In essence, if I were to maintain a continuous source of ascension energy within this miniature world, would the timelines of the three realms synchronize? Indeed, my lord. The system's avatar proudly puffed up its chest. Although to Huo Li, it appeared merely as a small quail egg-sized white orb that had jumped twice. He still smiled and commended. Well done. Upon receiving Huo Li's praise, the system's avatar glowed even brighter. In a swift motion, it entered the now desolate secret realm, where Huo Li gathered a massive sphere of energy in his hands. Thunder rumbled within the realm, and as he gazed at the impending calamity clouds approaching from the horizon, Huo Li extracted a substantial amount of energy, temporarily shielding it and setting it to automatically replenish once the previous energy was depleted. Observing the ongoing cycle of tribulation in the miniature world, Huo Li returned contentedly to the mortal realm. At the heavenly court, the waiting immortal of guidance at the southern heavenly gate felt perplexed. Why was there a continuous stream of ascension tribulations occurring without any visible figures? Just then, a black bat flew over, panting heavily. A bat has achieved immortality? How rare! Just as the immortal of guidance was about to assist it, the bat transformed into a human form. The immortal of guidance gasped in astonishment, recognizing it as a vampire companion. He was struck by memories of when it had been taken by the old lord. It seemed it had been dispatched to the mortal realm for a special mission. The immortal of guidance felt as if he had unraveled the mystery. Meng Bufan stood breathlessly, realizing just how vast the heavenly court truly was. Although the southern heavenly gate appeared near, it was akin to a mirage on the horizon. Could you direct me to the Moon Elder's Hall? Meng Bufan inquired, bending over to rest his hands on his knees in desperation. Dear friend, please take a moment to rest. I shall escort you shortly, the immortal of guidance replied warmly, eager to establish a good rapport. I cannot rest. Meng Bufan's face contorted in anguish. Taking a break might mean losing another month. Then I shall lead you there at once, the immortal of guidance stated, sensing the impending ascension tribulation. Goodness, is this a collective ascension? The immortal of guidance turned back with an apologetic glance toward Meng Bufan. I apologize, dear vampire friend. I must remain here for a while longer. May I provide you with directions so you can proceed on your own? No problem at all. Meng Bufan waved his hand. Just tell me quickly. A couple of minutes passed, rounding up to nearly a year. The immortal of guidance did not take offense at his rudeness. I shall be concise. Please listen closely. Upon entering the southern heavenly gate, head east and then take a left. When you encounter the pillar of cloud, turn west and travel approximately 500 miles. You shall then find a grand hall adorned in red silk, which is the Moon Elder's Hall. Meng Bufan inhaled deeply, glancing at the pouch containing the system's avatar, and whispered, Did you remember that? A look of affirmation appeared on the avatar's face. With no time to express gratitude to the immortal of guidance, Meng Bufan rushed forth like the wind. You're going the wrong way, the system remarked, speechless. What? Meng Bufan exclaimed in shock. Realizing the vastness of the heavenly court and the endless clouds made it challenging to discern direction. Cursing under his breath, Meng Bufan came to a sudden halt. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do not panic. The system's avatar calmly floated before Meng Bufan. The master has resolved the issue of the time flow, has he? Meng Bufan expressed his astonishment, subsequently giving a thumbs up. Old Huo is indeed remarkable. At this moment, he felt no urgency and leisurely followed the path indicated by the system. How did he manage that? Meng Bufan inquired. It is, of course, due to this system's assistance, the system replied, filled with pride as it recounted the events. Meng Bufan remarked, to light candles for the celestial beings. Amidst a sea of clouds, a magnificent palace stood, with a colossal ancient tree at its center, exuding an aura of primordial serenity, adorned with countless red silk ribbons resembling celestial maidens soaring through the sky. Upon arriving at the Moon Elder's Hall, Meng Bufan discovered that Huo Li had already arrived, waiting for him at the entrance. Well done, old Huo. Meng Bufan approached and playfully punched Huo Li, displaying his admiration. By the way, now that the time issue is resolved, what are we still doing here? Although the time problem has been addressed, ordinary people still cannot easily ascend to the heavenly realm, Huo Li clarified. I was contemplating opening a gateway to the heavens and simultaneously signing a mutual development agreement, as the resources of the heavenly realm are quite abundant. Meng Bufan listened to Huo Li's nonchalant words and observed his composed demeanor, bowing deeply in respect. Your elder brother will always be your elder brother. Opening a gateway to the heavens? Signing an agreement in passing? Chapter 62. The development strategy of the heavenly realm. Shall we proceed directly to seek the heavenly emperor? Meng Bufan raised an eyebrow, seeking his elder brother's opinion. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in red with white hair appeared behind them, nearly choking at the words. Is the heavenly emperor someone you can simply meet at will? The old man chuckled in disbelief, wondering where these two were getting their audacity. Huo Li released a hint of primordial energy. This way, please. The Moon Elder gestured. However, the Moon Elder added, the heavenly emperor has not shown himself for quite some time. You two may not have the fortune to meet him. As the Moon Elder rode the clouds, he carried 2 additional passengers. Thus their speed was considerably slower than usual. Huo Li, unperturbed, engaged in conversation. Is the Heavenly Emperor in seclusion, or has he descended to wander among mortals? We are uncertain. Typically, any matters are conveyed by the Heavenly Consort or the Dragon of Transformation, the Moon Elder explained. Meng Bufan found this peculiar. Aren't you curious that the Heavenly Emperor has not appeared for so long? What purpose would curiosity serve? The Moon Elder queried. Given the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation, what danger could he possibly face? Moreover, if he were to encounter tribulation, we would be powerless to intervene. That is indeed a reasonable point. The trio conversed as they journeyed, taking nearly half a day to finally reach the 33 heavens, the abode of the Heavenly Palace. A celestial attendant entered to announce their arrival and soon returned with a message. The 3 celestial lords may enter the hall directly. The 3 expressed their gratitude and proceeded inside. Golden nails adorned the jade doors, colorful phoenixes danced at the vermilion gates, and the corridors were intricately crafted, each detail exquisite. Upon seeing a massive octopus seated at the high dais, Huo Li appeared utterly bewildered. Who is this? He looked questioningly at the Moon Elder. Greetings to the Heavenly Consort. The Moon Elder bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, Meng Bufan maintained an expression of calm. Huo Li realized that it seemed only he could perceive the true form of this entity. Without hesitation, Huo Li stepped forward, determined to confront the colossal octopus. The giant creature had already sensed the imminent danger, its tentacles thrashing as it desperately attempted to flee from Huo Li's approach. Its massive appendages unleashed a thick, black mist, swirling and striking at Huo Li. Yet all its efforts proved futile. A piercing scream echoed throughout the 36 heavens, as countless celestial beings found their vision obscured by the black fog, uncontrollably rushing toward the 33 heavens in a futile attempt to protect it. A terrifying hand emerged from the void, seizing the giant octopus with unyielding force. It would ultimately descend. The octopus left behind an enigmatic murmur before dissipating into a wisp of black mist. In an instant, all celestial beings awakened, some of whom were caught in the midst of launching their attacks, unable to retract their strikes, and were subsequently harmed by the backlash, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. Had they truly been ensnared in deception for so long? The Heavenly Emperor Tai had perished long ago in the battle against the ancestral shaman. It was this malevolent external deity, appearing from unknown origins, that had influenced their consciousness. What a dreadful power, capable of affecting so many celestial beings in the heavenly realm. And yet, had even the Tao of heaven been oblivious to this? The celestial beings were filled with horror. Remarkably, it had lingered in the heavenly court for such an extended period without committing any malevolent acts. One celestial being voiced their confusion aloud. It likely sought merely a sanctuary to conceal itself and gradually amass strength. The Great Old One, Chixala, was the daughter of Cthulhu and the key to his resurrection. The system avatar floated in midair and spoke. Regarding the emergence of the Great Old One, Huo Li firmly stated that he would not bear the blame. Did you not document this? Meng Bufan inquired. Huo Li found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Not exactly, but the current novels have not mentioned it at all. Who knows how it came to be? Observing the skepticism on Meng Bufan's face, Huo Li reassured himself. Perhaps it has undergone mutation. After the disappearance of the Great Old One, the Tao of Heaven issued a new decree, appointing the 5 directional heavenly emperors. With the ascension of the new heavenly emperor, the heavens and earth rejoiced. In a flash, resplendent rays illuminated the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. The preparations for the banquet and formal coronation ceremony would require at least a year. The prolonged wait prompted Huo Li to approach the 5 directional heavenly emperor, advocating for a strategy of mutual development through verbal agreement. Old Hua, did the expert team fly in? Upon their return to the mortal world, Meng Bufan glanced at the sky and asked. This indeed posed a dilemma, as the territory of the heavenly court was several times larger than that of Earth. After the formal signing of the treaty, there would undoubtedly be numerous staff members involved. It was impractical to send himself each time. Could the system open a spatial portal to the heavenly court? Meng Bufan inquired. That won't work. It's rather complicated. Huo Li explained. The system's temporal passage automatically closes after one person traverses it, and reopening it would be too cumbersome. Let's seek out Yi Changsheng. In the narrative, Yi Changsheng inadvertently acquired a wisp of primordial energy, which allowed him to comprehend the great Tao more swiftly than his peers. The text indicated that possessing this wisp of primordial energy would grant entry into the primordial illusion. Where is the entrance corresponding to this heavenly realm? If we find it, couldn't you release the primordial energy just the same? Meng Bufan's eyes sparkled with realization. Huo Li sighed, pondering that Taichu, by its very nature, lacked a physical form and thus possessed no hidden abode. I speculate that Yi Changsheng's location serves as the entrance. In other words, wherever Yi Changsheng accesses the essence of Taichu to enter the tangible world, that is the gateway. Meng Bufan felt overwhelmed. The world is vast. Where shall we search for him? As Meng Bufan contemplated the limitless expanse of the heavenly court, his legs began to cramp. I have no idea. I have never encountered him, Huo Li lamented. Furthermore, for Yi Changsheng to attain a significant level of cultivation, he is unlikely to reveal himself easily, Huo Li mused, feeling a headache coming on. A friendly reminder, Yi Changsheng might not be in the heavenly court. He could also reside in other realms connected to both the heavenly court and the mortal world. At that moment, the system's avatar floated before them. Huo Li, recalling the cluster of bubbles, exclaimed in frustration. After deliberating for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, the two decided to return to the real world. In the real world, after hearing Huo Li and Meng Bufan's report, team leader Jean excitedly rose and began pacing. That is the heavenly court. Not to mention which citizen of Huagua does not yearn for it. Even a slight understanding of the countless spiritual plants and precious medicines within would be enough to astonish the entire human realm. You have achieved remarkable feats once again. Do not even think about donating this bonus. Team leader Jean looked at Huo Li with a serious expression. The wealth of Huo, the tycoon, is already sufficient for the current development of Huagua. Let us deliberate further. Huo Li quickly signaled Meng Bufan to retreat. Meng Bufan seized the system's avatar from the chair and hurried out of team leader Jin's office. With Huo Li, wait. Meng Bufan stiffly glanced at the pouch of quail eggs in his hand. Shift. Chapter 63, The Clever Old Workhorse. After a series of events that caused him to forget his original task, Meng Bufan found himself embarking once more on the preordained journey. Huo Li returned to his room and repeatedly perused the book by Yi Changsheng, still finding no answers. Alas, where could it possibly be? Huo Li closed his laptop and descended to inspect all the restrooms. Excellent. There were no issues whatsoever. On the first floor of the bookstore, as evening approached, customers were hastily checking out and departing. Huo Li waited until the place was deserted before making his way downstairs. At this moment, Mei Li was on duty, and upon seeing Huo Li, she immediately assumed a professional stance, focusing intently on the entrance. Huo Li remarked, "There is no need for such formality." On the television screen, footage of the Shenzhou 27's return was being broadcast. Huo Li glanced over and inquired of Mei Li, "Have you seen team leader Jean?" "I searched everywhere and could not find him. He must have stepped out for some business. I noticed he left in a vehicle just now." Mei Li indicated toward the door. "Very well, thank you." Huo Li responded with a smile before returning to his room to engage in the holographic game he had been playing earlier. After cultivating 1,000 acres of land, the game finally unlocked a new task. The left taskbar displayed, Novice Task 20, Plant Rice, 010. Hint, rice seeds have been issued to the player's inventory. Huo Li searched for a while before finally retrieving 10 rice seeds from the pocket of his character's initial outfit. Holding the seeds, Huo Li felt a lingering suspicion that matters would not be so simple. Carefully, he buried one seed in the ground, and indeed, a notification chimed from the left taskbar. The rice seeds must be planted in paddy fields, yet the land does not meet the cultivation requirements. It is impossible to plant. Frustrated by the endless expanse of dry land, Huo Li angrily exited the game and logged onto the official website. On the site, no one seemed to criticize the game content. Instead, there were only praises. "Oh my, I thought it would be a VR game, but it actually looks quite realistic. Indeed, there's even a fatigue system, just like in real life. I spent 3 days just to set up the foundation. I've built a small earthen house. Too bad the photo feature isn't online yet, or I would show you all." As Huo Li observed the discussions among netizens, he felt utterly bewildered. Were they all playing the same game? Tentatively, he posted a message on the official site. "Isn't your task to cultivate wasteland?" Soon, replies flooded in. "Ha! Everyone come look. There's someone actually taking the task seriously. I can't stop laughing. Who would really follow the novice tasks? It's a holographic game. Dude, it doesn't confine your gaming body. So of course, you can do whatever you want. To be honest, I run around naked in the game. Please note, the internet is not a lawless place. Count me in. Reading the responses, Huo Li felt like an outcast. Just then, he heard the sound of a car. It was team leader Jean returning. Huo Li quickly glanced over, saw him enter the bookstore, and turned off his phone to wait at his office door. Huo Li, what brings you here? Team leader Jean, having just concluded discussions on the heavenly development strategy, opened the door and let Huo Li enter first. Is there some secret about that holographic game? Huo Li asked, his expression serious. Team leader Jean appeared somewhat surprised. You played it? I wondered why the expert team kept mentioning a data inconsistency. It turns out it was you. This holographic game wasn't intended for casual play. It was developed by the expert team to test whether actions in the holographic environment would affect real-world bodily data. After hearing team leader Jin's explanation, Huo Li understood. No wonder the game content was so simplistic. What is your game ID? I'll inform the experts over there. Meng Bufan. By the way, is the cowherd still looking for the old yellow cow? Team leader Jean inquired. The old yellow cow has been struggling with weight loss and has seen no results, and we don't know why. Recalling the increasingly corpulent figure of the old yellow cow, team leader Jean shook his head and sighed. I'll go take a look. Huo Li had almost forgotten about this matter. He stood up and took the small elevator to the flower shop on the 3rd floor. Observing the old yellow cow, which seemed to have gained even more weight, along with the now polished treadmill, Huo Li was perplexed. Just then, a staff member approached and greeted him. Hello, Director Huo. What brings you here today? Huo Li waved back amicably. How much do you feed this old yellow cow daily? Why has it gotten even fatter? The staff member scratched his head, saying, everyone is puzzled about this. We really haven't increased its feed, especially after we discovered it had gained weight last time. We even reduced its portions. Who would have thought it would keep getting fatter? Has it undergone a health check? Is there a problem? Gazing at the shallow bucket of grass, Huo Li was filled with perplexity. Upon inspection, it appeared remarkably healthy. How peculiar indeed. At that moment, dinner time arrived, and a vehicle delivered the nutritious meals. The staff hastily called upon others to assist with the transportation. Huo Li watched in astonishment as an old yellow cow nonchalantly carried off 2 boxes, while the surrounding individuals seemed oblivious. Huo Li was taken aback. What on earth did he just witness? In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and stared incredulously at the old yellow cow. The cow, blissfully returning, suddenly noticed Huo Li's trembling finger pointing at it, and its eyes widened in alarm. It's over. The old yellow cow, clutching the boxes, turned and bolted. Stop right there. Huo Li quickly pursued. The staff, bewildered, watched as Huo Li dashed into the flower shop. What's wrong with Director Huo? Others followed suit, puzzled, running after him, while some approached in confusion. Make way, Huo Li shouted, fearing they might not see the old yellow cow and inadvertently collide with it. The old yellow cow adeptly weaved through several workers, making its way towards the restrooms that had already opened into a small world, casually pushing through one door and rushing inside. Huo Li swiftly followed, grabbing its hind leg. Beep, beep. In the darkness, countless red lights suddenly illuminated. Crack, crack. Various sounds began to echo nearer and nearer. Both man and cow stood transfixed, gazing at the myriad mechanical beings before them, while more of these entities surged forth like a tide in the distance. The entire sky was shrouded in a somber hue, with a colossal, black iron heart suspended above. Huo Li's system avatar quivered and exclaimed, "This is bad. This is terrible. Oh my goodness." Huo Li swiftly pressed it back down, instructing, "Tell Captain Jean not to prepare my dinner." The old yellow cow set down the 2 meal boxes, pushing one towards Huo Li with its hoof. "Care for a box?" Huo Li remarked. Chapter 64, The Crab. The mechanical heart had always been the most perilous realm in Huo Li's mind. It appeared that this notion was indeed justified. "System, can you engage in their communication?" Huo Li inquired, observing the countless cold machines. "Certainly, my lord. The life forms in this world communicate through frequencies generated by the vibrations within their cores. I can simulate such vibrations." The persistent buzzing filled his ears as the system translated in real time. "Special life forms. Their structure is entirely different from ours. Where do they originate? They seem to have materialized from the depths of the pit. Is this not the place where the leader defeated Hoka? Hoka. There's an aura of Hoka about him. Impossible. Hoka's core has shattered. Then who is he?" "Stop." Huo Li interrupted the system's translation. The mechanical beings continued to emit a cacophony of sounds. Huo Li no longer cared about their discourse. He was solely focused on resolving the predicament of this world. He gazed upwards at the colossal mechanical heart in the sky. Shall we proceed towards the center? The old yellow cow, awkwardly wiping its mouth, collided with Huo Li's gaze. Huo Li, the system, the old yellow ox chuckled, picking up the untouched box of food. Upon observing the movements of the three, the robot's red lights gleamed even brighter. Are they moving? Who will strike first? I am eager to study this. The system hastily translated. My lord, they intend to attack us. Humph. Huo Li scoffed. A sphere of energy coalesced in his hand, sending all mechanical beings within a 10-meter radius hurtling away. A 3-meter-tall mechanical giant locked its blazing gaze upon Huo Li. Boom, boom. Other mechanical entities followed suit. Countless assaults rained down like cannon fire. After a dazzling display of attacks dissipated, the surrounding mechanical life leaped toward Huo Li, as if to devour him whole. The towering steel bodies obscured the already dim sky. Boom, boom. 2 resounding blasts. Bang, crackle. Huo Li found himself surrounded by a mountain of mechanical corpses. Crack, crack. Blue arcs of electricity crackled across the mangled remains. The sound of electricity buzzed ominously. So powerful, he is even more formidable than the leader. He has not destroyed our core. This will not kill us. We will soon reassemble new bodies. This time, I will use stronger materials. I must study him, harness his power. Study him, study him. The system trembled as it conveyed these words. My lord, do not concern yourself with them. Ask where their leader is. I wish to challenge him. Huo Li gazed coldly at the mechanical beings. To deal with them, sheer brute force sufficed. The system quickly communicated with the group of mechanical life. My lord, we have inquired. Their leader resides in the very center of the mechanical city. Let us proceed. Huo Li looked down to see the old yellow ox savoring the last bite of food. Huo Li exclaimed, damn it. Even a fight doesn't interrupt your meal. No wonder you can't lose weight. Haha. The old yellow ox flashed a simple smile once more. Huo Li seized the old yellow ox's foreleg and leaped into the air. Moo. The old yellow ox was startled, letting out a surprised cry. Moo. Huo Li ran through the air with the old yellow ox in tow. Damn it. Feeling the strong winds tousling his fur, the old yellow ox shed 2 wide streaks of tears. At Huo Li's speed, they swiftly arrived at the mechanical city. A colossal mechanical giant, towering nearly 20 meters high, stood at the city's center. Upon noticing Huo Li's arrival, its eyes flickered. Its mouth moved awkwardly before it slowly produced sound. Human, human. Hua, Huoka, how did you become human? The mechanical voice, mimicking human speech, grew increasingly proficient. Gazing at the mechanical entity before him, now devoid of any trace of humanity, Huo Li slowly spoke, calling out its former name, Jixia. Jixia paused in silence before finally responding. I am now called Wu Bai. I am uncertain how you came to know my former name. Yet Hoker, should I vanquish you once, I can certainly do so a second time. Regardless of the form you assume or the powers you acquire, you shall forever remain my defeated foe. You gazed at the mouth of the crab, which opened and closed incessantly, and Hoker, with a direct punch, sent it flying. The crab spun through the air before landing on one knee. Hoker, I concede that you have indeed grown stronger, but boom. Hoker struck again, sending it soaring. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air as Hoker placed a foot upon the crab's enormous head. I ask you simply, will you submit? Thud. Hoker pressed down with his foot. I submit. I submit. The crab cried out. Why not allow me to finish my words? Hoker lifted his foot, but remained unconvinced by its declaration. For mechanical beings, while absolute force can indeed suppress them, they do not possess absolute loyalty. The crux lies in awakening the crab's erstwhile human conscience. Crab, do you wish to reintegrate into human society? Hoker began to extend an olive branch. Huh. The crab scoffed. In my current state, there is no returning to the past. Let me think. How long has it been since I became a mechanical life form? Has it been centuries? All that I once was, as a human, feels like a dream of yesterday. I have long forgotten how to live as a human. The king covers the earth. The pagoda subdues the river demon. The crab effortlessly interjected. Doesn't that imply you haven't forgotten? Hoker observed the crab with a puzzled expression. The crab replied, System, roll a 6. Now, tell me, what do you truly intend to do? The crab chose to recline. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish for you to accompany me into the heart of machinery. What purpose do you have there? The crab rose from the ground. The heart of machinery is the birthplace of mechanical life. After becoming its leader, I used countless cores of mechanical life to reshape it. The original heart of machinery was red. Are you not curious why it is black now? Perhaps uncovering this answer could bring an end to the perpetual strife in the mechanical kingdom, restoring it to its original peace. You too may reclaim your former self. Former self, the crab looked up, gazing at the immense mechanical heart in the sky. Very well. I shall accompany you. The crab sprang to his feet. The old ox glanced at Hoker, then at the crab, quietly diminishing his presence. How utterly terrifying. Chapter 65. The Tortoise Clan. Now, let us exchange information. Hoker pointed to the colossal mechanical heart in the sky. Do you know its underlying principles of composition? The crab shook his head. I do not know. When I defeated 999,999 mechanical beings, a method for refining the heart of machinery automatically manifested in my mind, or rather, in my core. To combine these cores, one must boil them together until they fully merge. Following the guidance, I placed the amalgamated cores within a steel heart of the mechanical city, and it gradually ascended, becoming the new heart of machinery. Huo Li maintained his silence. From the perspective of humanity, this was undoubtedly an excessively cruel action. I must proceed thus, he declared. The sound of metal grinding emitted an emotionless resonance. Without the mechanical heart, the entire realm of machinery would face annihilation. Different civilizations possess their own means of survival, and Huo Li chose to honor that. Do you understand the essence of the mechanical heart? Huo Li inquired once more. The crab-like creature shook its head. From the exterior, there appeared to be no entrance. Yet, at intervals, it would emit a flicker, followed by the descent of newly birthed cores onto the ground. I have observed closely. At that moment, a passage opens at its base, but it swiftly closes, leaving us a mere 10 seconds at most. At my speed, it is impossible to enter within that time frame. The crab gazed at Huo Li. I comprehend now. I can do it. Huo Li assessed the situation and felt confident. Then we need only wait. The crab settled into a meditative posture, commencing repairs on its damaged body. Its fingers, crafted from steel, appeared robust and clumsy, yet were remarkably agile. The cores of the citizens of the mechanical realm could attract metallic fragments from the surrounding area. Countless metal shards hovered around the crab as it selected materials of utility, though it claimed to have long forgotten its human past. Every action it took revealed traces of its former humanity. The waiting period was not prolonged. After approximately 3 days, Huo Li observed a pronounced flicker from the mechanical heart. Grasping an old yellow bull with one hand and the crab with the other, he prepared for action. As the base revealed an opening and an uncountable number of cores cascaded down, Huo Li surged forward. With a click, the metallic door sealed behind him. Before him lay a labyrinthine expanse of corridors, towering 20 meters high, with walls and floors composed of metal that gleamed with a cold luster. There was sound. The crab attuned its senses and gestured towards the right front. The echoes of footsteps were particularly pronounced on the smooth metallic surface. An ant, thrice the size of an average human, emerged around the corner. Although it radiated a lustrous black-gold metallic sheen, Huo Li and the crab could distinctly sense its flesh and blood. It was not a mechanical being. Upon spotting Huo Li and his companions, the ant's enormous compound eyes glimmered with a red light, its antennae twitching. The crab, poised to strike, froze in place. I can understand its commands, it stammered. Turning to Huo Li, this indicated a potential kinship between them. It states that intruders have entered the mother nest. The crab regained its composure, signaling an offensive. No sooner had it spoken than a rustling sound resounded from afar. Countless ants were hastening towards their location. Can you communicate with them? Huo Li asked, regarding the exposed ant before them. I cannot. I attempted to communicate with it through the core, but it paid me no heed. This scenario suggested that the crab occupied a subordinate position within the hierarchy of its kind, rendering it inconsequential to the ant. At that moment, the system burst forth from Huo Li's pocket. Master, allow me to attempt. Huo Li nodded. The system began to simulate the communication frequency of the ants. Information mismatch. Attack. Attack. The system hastily translated for Huo Li. This is impossible. My lord, it appears they possess a unique method of racial identification, completely disregarding the signals I emit. Then there is no other choice. Huo Li seized the gigantic ant with a swift motion. The ant raised its sharp forelegs, striking Huo Li, only to have its appendage shatter instantly. The other ants of the battalion rushed over, while the old yellow ox bellowed and charged forward, sweeping through a swath of foes with a powerful lift of its hoofs. The crab-like creature advanced, eager to unleash devastation, but was suddenly immobilized. Damn it! It cried for help. They have issued a command for me to self-destruct immediately. In that moment, the crab was grateful for its former humanity, as its will fiercely resisted the orders from the ant army. Observing this, Huo Li quickly pulled the crab closer, infusing a strand of primordial energy into its core. The previously red core suddenly gained a streak of white, a refreshing aura enveloping its form, restoring the spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom, boom. The enormous ants were continuously launched into the air, overturned. The collision of their hard exoskeletons against the metallic walls resonated with thunderous sounds. In certain areas, even depressions formed. Requesting support. Requesting support. The ants began to retreat, but Huo Li and his companions relentlessly pursued. Soon, an ant even larger than before, with wings resembling razor-sharp steel blades, approached from the distance. They surged forward, brandishing their appendages. The battle raged for a full 2 hours, with defeated ants strewn across the ground in disarray. At last, they reached the location where the ant tribe had consistently obstructed their progress. Within the massive nest lay a queen ant, her abdomen alone measuring a staggering 10 meters in length. The guards surrounding her were even stronger than those encountered before. Yet they too could not withstand the onslaught from Huo Li and the old yellow ox. The queen reclined upon a colossal red crystal core, taking a bite from it, her tail releasing several eggs accompanied by a few minuscule cores. The crab pressed its appendage against its heart, the very locus of its core. I can sense that this is truly our mechanical heart. The queen ant's enormous compound eyes regarded the unexpected guests. How did you manage to penetrate this far? What do you desire? As long as you do not harm me, I can grant you whatever you seek. Huo Li instructed the system to inquire about her identity. The queen's intelligence far surpassed that of her subjects. We are the Toto tribe, she explained. We have feasted upon these crystals imbued with unique energy. However, our physiological structure is distinct, allowing us to absorb, digest, and then reorganize this energy before expelling it. Moreover, these cores will possess greater strength. Listening to the system's translation, Huo Li could not suppress a cold smirk. The restructured cores had likely been genetically marked by the Toto tribe, just as the crab could be influenced by their commands. The Toto tribe was effectively cultivating their own sustenance. Chapter 66. The food chain of the strong preying on the weak. Huo Li's icy, merciless gaze was fixed on the queen ant. You have stolen the life and future of the mechanical race. The Toto tribe inscribed their very essence into the core of mechanical life through their production methods, transforming these beings into a cold-blooded and brutal race akin to themselves, rendering mechanical life as their subservient kin. The cores of deceased mechanical entities ultimately return to the true heart of machinery, only to be consumed by the queen ant and subsequently birthed anew. What a remarkably lucrative and sustainable strategy. Yet, this is merely the survival mechanism of the Toto tribe. The vastness of the world and the universe is beyond imagination. Each civilization possesses its own unique characteristics and modes of existence. As the queen ant aptly stated, the Toto tribe can only sustain life through this special energy crystal core, which happens to stand in opposition to mechanical life. This is simply a matter of genetic selection. I shall annihilate them, destroy them. The furious voice of the crab echoed throughout the cavern. The crab recalled that during the early days of his transmutation, some benevolent mechanical beings existed, aiding him through the most arduous beginnings. However, such kind-hearted mechanical life often struggled to survive. Upon their return to the heart of machinery, they emerged as the very malevolent beings they once despised. The crab's existence had been reduced to one of perpetual combat. Yet, with the remnants of human memory, he still yearned to alter the laws of this world and establish a kingdom of order. Thus, while he vanquished numerous mechanical lives, he retained their cores until, surprisingly, a method to reconstruct the heart of machinery manifested within his own core. The Toto tribe had deceived him through manipulation of commands. His core radiated a blinding red light, resonating with the mechanical heart beneath the queen ant, embodying both fury and despair. Hoka, aid me in slaying them. The mechanical realm shall forever bow to you. I swear this as a human. Wait a moment. Huo Li interrupted his fervor. The crab felt a knot in his throat, suspended between emotions. I have a question for the queen ant. How did the original heart of machinery shatter? Huo Li instructed the system to translate. That was long ago. The queen ant began. The Toto tribe wandered the cosmos for an extended period, and I, too, was famished for ages until, by chance, we discovered this mechanical planet, which harbored energy consumable by me, prompting us to halt our journey. I was truly starved and inadvertently absorbed so much of the heart's energy that only a remnant remained. The queen ant surveyed her surroundings before her gaze settled once again on Huo Li. Ultimately, it was reduced to a size akin to your own body. Panic ensued. Food was indeed scarce, and we wished to no longer drift through the universe with empty bellies. At that juncture, I realized I could combine the energy consumed with the energy required for reproduction. But the heart of machinery was so minuscule. How many times could it suffice? Eventually, my subjects captured mechanical beings for my consumption, yet their cores were too diminutive. By then, I had produced a certain quantity of cores, but I consumed far more than I created, and I obscured the memories of the newly born mechanical life. The mechanical beings had long believed that no new mechanical life was born, subtly leading them to think that the mechanical heart had shattered and required reconstruction. At this moment, I began to contemplate the rebirth of the mechanical heart. Wu Bai, a formidable mechanical entity, happened to have a core that I produced. So I commanded him to initiate the reconstruction of the mechanical heart. The mechanical heart could only be synthesized through the release of the most fundamental power from the cores of mechanical beings. The Ant Queen elucidated the cause and effect with clarity. I still hold the belief that the Toto tribe is innocent. All life forms are merely links in the food chain, and in the universe, there exist races that feed upon our Toto tribe. This is simply the law of the jungle. Huh, such sophistry. The crab, in indignation, retorted. Civilization is a collective of all societal and natural behaviors that elevate life from barbarism. You, with your savage behaviors, are unworthy of being called a civilized race in the cosmos. Hoka, the crab, turned to Huo Li. Huo Li smiled at him and instructed the system to translate his words to the Ant Queen. I concede that you are correct. It is merely the survival of the fittest. The crab's body tensed instantly. Now, you are weak, and I am strong. Huo Li, with an expression of calmness, extended his right hand. Though they were in a confined space, all beings felt a powerful gust of wind rushing in. The edges of Huo Li's garments fluttered. His eyelids lowered slightly, and he abruptly flipped his right hand. Boom! A tremendous burst of light erupted before them. As the brilliance faded and the dust settled, all members of the Toto tribe had vanished without a trace. In the vast pit, only the red mechanical heart emitted a gentle glow. Two crystalline droplets of liquid coalesced upon the hardened core of the crab, which he then offered to Huo Li. This represents the most fundamental power of mechanical life. After reconstructing the mechanical heart, it took me centuries to produce these two droplets. One drop alone can allow silicon-based life to evolve once. System. Huo Li excitedly repressed his system avatar and solemnly accepted the two droplets of essence. Thank you, crab. This steel-like mechanical heart should be the dwelling constructed by the Toto tribe. Huo Li and his companions worked together to dismantle it. Ultimately, the red mechanical heart once again hung high in the sky. The ordeal was finally over. The system avatar exclaimed in awe. No, it is not over. Huo Li gazed at the crab. I keep my promises. The mechanical beings will forever submit to you. The crab hastily pledged his loyalty. That is not what I meant. Huo Li wore a look of resignation. Currently, the mechanical beings still harbor the genetic programming of the Toto tribe within their cores. Only by returning to the mechanical heart can you cleanse this part of your genetics. The crab fell silent. Returning to the mechanical heart signifies relinquishing their current lives. I understand this is a difficult choice, but Huo Li refrained from voicing the rest. Let me think. I have no issue, but my entire mechanical kingdom stands behind me. The crab said apologetically, give me 3 days. However, if I return to the mechanical heart, I cannot guarantee that the lives of the mechanical kingdom will submit to you. The crab said half-jokingly. Actually, you can't. Jixia interrupted Huo Li's words decisively. This is my realm, and behind me are my people. I shall advance and retreat with them. Jixia's proclamation resonated with conviction, and Huo Li, respecting her personal will, ceased to press further. Chapter 67. The Mirror of Li to Huo Li, accompanied by the old yellow cow and the system, returned to the real world. Team leader Jean hurried over upon receiving the report, and his heart eased upon seeing Huo Li standing before him, whole and unharmed. His gaze fell upon the old yellow cow, and he was astonished. How on earth did this creature manage to pass through the time-space portal? The old yellow cow flashed a simple smile. Just a little magic. Team leader Jean exclaimed, this cow can talk. Instantly, the news of the talking cow spread like wildfire through various work groups. During the 3 days of waiting for Jixia to make a decision, the old yellow cow had welcomed several groups of experts. One female expert even went so far as to tailor a formal outfit for the old yellow cow. Observing the sight of the cow, dressed impeccably, seated in the conference room for an interview, Huo Li was left speechless. In the vastness of life between heaven and earth, like a white horse passing through a narrow gap, it is but a fleeting moment. 3 days passed swiftly. Huo Li, with the system in one hand and the ever-escaping old yellow cow in the other, stepped through the partition door of World 7. Unlike the previous atmosphere of chaos and anxiety, this time, World 7 was tranquil and serene. In the distance, a few diminutive mechanical beings scoured for materials to assemble their bodies. They are quite peculiar. They seem to appear out of thin air. Is that the individual mentioned in the residual information? It does seem so. I have seen their illustrations. How marvelous. They look so soft. The system translated these chirps of curiosity for Huo Li. Sir, they seem somewhat different from before. Indeed, Huo Li responded, remaining silent thereafter. They arrived once more at the City of Machines, the place where Huo Li first met Jixia. The metallic ground bore a deeply etched line of Chinese characters. This is the decree of our mechanical nation. Let us embrace rebirth together. We have left corresponding messages across the mechanical nation, which shall forever submit to you. Thank you, Huo. Farewell. A mechanical being, about the size of a calf, bounced over cheerfully. With a large head and a short stature, it resembled a chibi character. Huo Li couldn't help but smile gently, squatting down to greet it. Hello. You hello? The tiny robot looked up at Huo Li, its metallic head rubbing together as it mimicked human speech. Huo Li documented the changes within World 7 and submitted the report to Team Leader Jean. Although the realm appeared harmless at present, it would be prudent to have a formidable bodyguard for safety's sake. Huo Li suggested, Meng Bufan has already ascended to immortality. He just lacks the mastery of immortal techniques. A specialized training would prepare him for duty. Training in the heavenly court? Team Leader Jean inquired curiously. No. Huo Li shook his head and pulled the old yellow ox closer. It's him, Yi Changsheng. Team Leader Jean exclaimed, astonished. He had assumed this was merely a yellow ox spirit. Yi Changsheng revealed, I have been subjected to inquiries over the past few days, predominantly concerning the pronunciation of my tongue, whether my Mandarin was learned before or after my transformation, if I can stand and walk like a human, and whether I feel discomfort in my stomach when consuming meat, among other mundane questions. However, not a single soul has inquired about my origins. You are actually Yi Changsheng? Team Leader Jin's mouth gaped in surprise. Aren't you human? How did you become an ox? Confronted by Jin's queries and Huo Li's intense gaze, Yi Changsheng sighed and opted for honesty. Alas, after years of cultivation, I believed I had nearly reached the supreme realm, convinced of my invincibility in this world, until I inadvertently acquired the priceless artifact known as the Huo Mirror, which allows glimpses into causality. Huo Li and Team Leader Jean exchanged skeptical glances. The Huo Mirror permits a random glimpse into the future, Yi Changsheng continued. Within the mirror, I beheld a tragic fate where, through the primordial essence, I opened a portal to the celestial realm, thereby becoming a mere laborer for Huo Li. I gasped in horror. Had my years of effort merely destined me to be a worker? To evade this fate, I meticulously calculated and deduced countless times until I finally discerned a slender thread of hope. To this end, I cultivated a yellow ox avatar and sought the Huo character Jade pendant in the mortal realm, thus preemptively opening the time portal. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. I believed I had altered my destiny, yet it seems that all my calculations were ultimately in vain. Yi Changsheng shook his head in lament. Perhaps you have indeed altered your fate, Huo Li responded gravely. When you glimpsed your future as my laborer, were you in human form or as an ox? In human form, Yi Changsheng replied. Yet now, as an ox, you labor for me, which implies your efforts have not been in vain. You have indeed transformed the future. Huo Li solemnly patted the ox's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Thank you. I find solace in that. Yi Changsheng acknowledged. By the way, may we take a look at that mirror? Team Leader Jean inquired, curiosity piqued. Certainly, Yi Changsheng replied, summoning a palm-sized mirror. As Huo Li and Team Leader Jean observed, a gentle breeze swept by as Huo Li lifted the Huo mirror, glancing into it. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Crack. The sound of shattering glass filled the space. Yi Changsheng gasped in shock. Huo Li stood frozen, equally stunned, while Team Leader Jean, filled with anticipation, could only stare in disbelief. Yi Changsheng, cradling the fragmented mirror with his hooves, nearly wept. Heaven above, this is a priceless treasure. Huo Li, flustered, exclaimed, he didn't even touch it. Isn't this akin to fraud? Huo Li picked up the broken mirror, attempting to restore it. Crack, crack. The Hutu mirror shattered into 4 pieces. Huo Li, frustrated, placed the shards on the table and turned to Yi Changsheng with a serious expression. We should first attend to our pressing matters. Regarding the peaceful development and mutual progress, both the celestial beings of the heavenly realm and the citizens of Huo Li eagerly await. Now, let us open the portal of time and space. Yi Changsheng waved his hoof, stating it was a simple task. The primordial energy resides within another of my incarnations, which I shall send to open the door. Which layer of the heavens do you wish to select? Wait. Yi Changsheng's expression stiffened, his raised hoof frozen mid-air. That incarnation is human-shaped. Hasn't anything truly changed? Chapter 68. Recruitment. The strategic treaty for the joint development of the heavenly realm and Huo Li took less than a week from its inception to its amendments. After the portal to the 3rd layer of heaven was opened by Yi Changsheng's human incarnation, it mysteriously vanished once more. Observing the old yellow ox instructing Meng Bufan in the art of sword control, Huo Li pondered, why do you not adopt a human form? Is there an advantage to being an ox? The old yellow ox lazily lifted his eyelids, revealing a weary expression. You do not understand. This is my final struggle against fate. Earlier, 2 additional layers of space had been developed beneath the flower shop, though their purpose had not yet been determined. Now, 1 layer was aptly requisitioned for Meng Bufan's special training. Team leader Jean, intrigued, approached to observe and found Meng Bufan clumsily practicing sword techniques. The concentration of spiritual energy in the real world surely does not meet the standards for cultivation, does it? Team leader Jean inquired. Indeed. We are still in the gradual growth phase, with even less than the elemental force initially present, Huo Li replied, feeling various energies. Yet why are Meng Bufan and Yi Changsheng's spells unaffected? Observing the resplendent colors emanating from the ox's hooves, team leader Jean humbly sought clarification. Because they have already attained immortality. Upon achieving such a state, they can harness the primordial energy of heaven and earth, and as their cultivation deepens, they may even manipulate the laws of the universe. These forces, belonging to the essence of the world, exist in any realm. Huo Li patiently elucidated, assuring that there is no need to worry about any impact on the world. The energy expended by their spells will eventually return. Akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, still ending up in the dog's belly. Team leader Jean exhibited a complex expression, truly a fitting metaphor. The heavenly realm is designated as World Number 10. Having established several expert groups focused on research directions, Huo Li once again faces a personnel crisis. Huo Li government recruitment announcement. Due to the strategic planning for our nation's development, we urgently require a substantial number of professionals in fields such as medicine, botany, agronomy, zoology, and biochemistry. The necessary positions and requirements are detailed in the following table. Interested individuals may download it themselves. Selection will be based on a combination of written examinations and interviews. Successful candidates will receive excellent benefits and the opportunity to meet their childhood idols face-to-face. Upon the release of the recruitment announcement, a significant uproar ensued online. What is this? They are actually hiring 100 chefs? With proper placements, no less. Count me in. I have a new Oriental certificate. Am I the only one curious about who the childhood idol is? I want to know too. It can't be Dehua, can it? Perhaps. Ultimately, the official Huo Li government attracted a multitude of applicants by invoking the allure of childhood idols. Following the written examination, a wave of fervent discussions erupted online. Who can save me? My exam paper seems to be quite peculiar. Me too. It's strange how a nonsensical question popped up among the normal ones. The very first question I encountered was, what would you do upon meeting the god of marriage? It was even an open-ended question, utterly absurd. The earlier questions were perfectly reasonable, but then suddenly there was one asking what you would do if you encountered the 28 constellations fighting on the road. Ridiculous. Upon the conclusion of the written test, all candidates who achieved satisfactory scores were required to attend an interview in the capital. Ko Xingjia, the first candidate of her examination room, nervously pushed open the interview door, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. Director Huo, upon spotting Huo Li, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit on the far right, Ko Xingjia's eyes widened, amplifying her nervousness. Could it be that Director Huo's organization is selecting talent? Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, she began her self-introduction according to civil service interview standards. The chief examiner kindly gestured for her to take a seat. Before you lies the examination questions. You now have 15 minutes to respond. As Ko Xingjia glanced at the questions, her legs began to tremble. The first two questions were related to her major, posing no significant challenge. But what on earth was the third question? Question: if the Earth God offered you a bottle of longevity elixir in exchange for selling the car lent to you by the state, what would you do? Note: one elixir can extend life by 100 years. What could I possibly do? I was completely unprepared. Ko Xingjia silently lamented. The initial joy of meeting Director Huo had been entirely eclipsed by her apprehension, and it was only upon exiting the interview room that she could no longer hold back her tears. After all the preparation, she had never anticipated such an offbeat question. Perhaps it was best to seek employment in a more conventional manner. All interviews were completed within a single day. Huo Li, Yi Changsheng, and Meng Bufan selected all candidates with potential for cultivation. Huo Li handed Ko Xingjia's file to team leader Jean. This candidate exhibits the most exceptional talent for cultivation I have encountered thus far. In a place rich in spiritual energy like the heavenly court, she could naturally draw energy into her being. Team leader Jean examined it closely. With a major in pharmacology and commendable academic performance, she would be perfect to lead the new recruits. The final examination results were dispatched the following day, and upon receiving the notification, Ko Xingjia sprang out of bed. She had actually passed. What had she answered? She had agreed with the Earth God. After all, cars are ubiquitous, but the longevity elixir is a rare treasure. How remarkably simple the answer turned out to be. All successful candidates were instructed to assemble at the designated location on the notification letter 3 days later, bringing along their luggage and daily necessities, as they would not be returning home for a year. This stipulation had been clearly stated in the recruitment requirements. Hence, everyone arrived at the 464th Marine Corps in the capital with their belongings in tow. Over 1,000 individuals had successfully passed the examination, garnering significant attention from the higher-ups, who specifically dispatched Gao Yi to serve as a special training instructor. Having already mastered martial arts, he was now a transformed individual, exuding an even more formidable aura. First, we will inspect the luggage, Gao Yi instructed his subordinate soldiers. All plastic products were meticulously selected and transferred into the porcelain or cloth bags provided by us. Upon hearing this command, although the crowd erupted into a brief clamor, no one dared to resist. An annual salary of 1 million. Was it merely a matter of relocating plastic bottles? What could be done? Once a subsequent inspection confirmed the absence of any plastic items, Gao Yi officially commenced a month-long intensive training session. This training encompassed not only basic combat skills and the use of equipment, but also featured specialized instructors who elucidated the intricate relationships among celestial deities. The crowd pondered. Had they unwittingly entered a pyramid scheme? After a month, those who failed the assessment were all gently dismissed, while the remaining individuals, under the watchful eyes of numerous instructors, signed what appeared to them as an extravagant confidentiality agreement. Chapter 69, Disappearance. They were transported by bus to a remote suburban location where Huo Li had long awaited their arrival. The personnel had gathered in full. Gao Yi divided all the newcomers into 3 teams. Huo Li checked the roster, confirming its accuracy before activating the system to open a temporal vortex. Ultimately, Huo Li utilized 1 drop of the silicon-based life evolution liquid gifted by Ji Xie for the system. Upon its application, the system underwent a qualitative transformation. The temporal vortex, now 5 times larger, could easily accommodate armored vehicles and could sustain itself for a full 24 hours. Most importantly, the system officially transitioned into a silicon-based life form endowed with rights, no longer merely a superintelligent program created by the main deity, nor constrained by its rules. In simpler terms, it could now bind itself to any life form at will, continue to acquire upgrade energy through dimensional trading, but no longer be obligated to perform the tasks imposed by the main deity. The newly invigorated system, while still far from rivaling the main deity, recognized that becoming a powerful silicon-based life was no longer a mere dream. Thus, filled with enthusiasm, the system opened the door with a resounding clang. Huo Li gazed in bewilderment at the suddenly manifested bronze giant gate. What on earth is this? As Huo Li wore a perplexed expression, the newcomers gasped in astonishment. Their mouths agape. First team, proceed. Gao Yi commanded loudly, leading the first team to enter. "Oh my, I feel as though I'm dreaming. Wake me up," the newcomers exclaimed, pinching each other. On the heavenly side, they were met by the matchmaker, who promptly acknowledged Gao Yi upon arrival. "Are you Captain Gao Yi? The expert committee from Huo has dispatched me to assist you." Indeed, Gao Yi produced his identification. After the matchmaker confirmed its validity, he summoned several clouds. "Everyone, line up on the clouds." The newcomers, thrilled to touch the pristine white clouds, eagerly climbed aboard. Goodness, this is worth a lifetime. Once on the clouds, they began chattering excitedly while surveying their surroundings. In the mist, the glazed buildings occasionally shimmered with radiant jewels. The rosy clouds reflected the heavenly light, while the verdant mists veiled the celestial gates. Golden palaces, silver thrones, and the purple abode, adorned with exquisite flowers and rare herbs, were all around. The matchmaker navigated the clouds with remarkable steadiness, swiftly transporting the group to the official site of Huo. There is an unoccupied complex readily available for the use of Huo. Yi Changxing awaited at the base and, upon encountering Gao Yi, inquired of Huo Li, "Who might this be?" With a curious gaze, Yi Changxing rested his hoof upon Huo Li's shoulder. "Can you deduce?" Huo Li had always been intrigued by his skills in divination. Yi Changxing rolled his eyes. "Gao Yi, a soldier." Huo Li clapped his hands. "Could we perhaps offer a training course on this?" "I would advise against it," Yi Changxing replied sternly. "I have observed that what you can deduce coincidentally aligns with what the world allows you to know. You cannot ascertain whether your awareness of the consequence has influenced the cause, which may indeed be the reason for the consequence's existence. For instance, Yi Changxing swung his head and walked away. The newcomers were organized into groups of 10 and subsequently dispatched to various sectors, including the medicinal fields, alchemy zones, and spirit beast areas. 100 chefs were allocated according to the number of personnel in each region. This vacant complex, while not expansive compared to other palaces, was still roughly the size of a small mountain. The expert team combined array formations with modern technology to produce eco-friendly vehicles for transportation. However, production would require some time. And during this interim, the transportation of supplies and daily necessities would fall to Huo Li and Yi Changxing. "By the way, aren't you on good terms with the great sage?" Huo Li, riding on a cloud while transporting a collection of instruments to the Do Shui Palace, casually conversed with Yi Changxing. "Where has he gone?" "I have been in the heavenly court for quite some time and have yet to see him." Yi Changxing, casually sipping a soda under the sun of the heavenly court, lazily replied, "They left long ago. The Litu mirror is not something I alone have witnessed. I merely thought the most perilous locations are often the safest." The great sage and Neza chose to breach the barriers of the world, claiming they wanted to hide far away. As for where they have sought refuge, I cannot say. Upon hearing Yi Changxing's response, Huo Li understood. It was merely a desire to avoid labor. Yet, he did not dwell on it. For Yi Changxing's experiences had already proven a significant truth. One should not attempt to alter fate. After the transportation fleet of the heavenly court was operational, Huo Li, Yi Changxing, and Gao Yi returned to the realm of reality. Back in his small study, Huo Li opened his notebook to summarize the current status of several worlds. In terms of the heavenly court alone, there were presently 10 worlds in operation, all running smoothly without major issues. Satisfied, Huo Li marked a check next to the corresponding novel, realizing he could enjoy a period of respite. As the May Day holiday approached, Huo Li planned to take Yi Changxing on a trip to balance work and leisure. He approached Yi Changxing. "Would you be interested in traveling?" "Where to?" Yi Changxing was watching television in Captain Jin's office, awaiting his return to sign the formal labor contract. Just as Huo Li was about to speak, Captain Jin entered with a troubled expression. "Huo Li, just the person I needed to see." Captain Jin handed a document to Huo Li. "There has been a disappearance in World 9. We have been unable to establish contact." "Disappearance? How many individuals?" Huo Li began to sift through the documents. "Do they not possess a system avatar?" Huo Li furrowed his brow. "Indeed, but I can no longer establish contact with those duplicates," the system quickly explained. "When did you lose contact?" "Last night." I promptly reported it to Captain Jin, who swiftly arranged for personnel to investigate. Huo Li meticulously examined the report in his hand. Missing person 1. Sociologist Hu Shizong, aged 48, boarded flight C-156 yesterday at 8 in the morning, destined for the Huaxia Nation, where World 9 is located. He lost contact at 9:45 that evening. Missing person 2. Armed policeman Wu Mingyi, aged 27, Took flight SZ-990 last night at 10 o'clock. Also heading for the Huashan Nation. He lost contact at 3:15 this morning. Missing persons 3 and 4 are armed policemen who accompanied the second individual. Missing person 5 is Xiao Jinggang, who also traveled with the second, third, and fourth individuals. The disappearance of even Xiao Jinggang is indeed troubling. Furthermore, the files clearly state that Hu Shizong and the others were equipped with offensive and defensive gear capable of matching Xiao Jingang's combat strength. Yi Changxing glanced at the file. His name is rather unfortunate. If he doesn't go missing, who would? Huo Li and Captain Jean found this line of thought to possess a certain degree of validity. Chapter 70. The Rules of the Strange Tale. Huo Li turned to face the approaching Niu 2. Let us tidy up. We are going on a trip to World 9. Yi Changxing, can he refuse? He cannot. Let Gao Yi accompany us as well. Captain Jean proposed. Ever since the incident with the Lu Yun Society, he had taken the initiative to learn the language of Sakura country. This raised a question for Huo Li. After all, Gao Yi is a linguistic prodigy, fluent in multiple languages. Why had he not learned the language of Sakura? Captain Jean sighed. Youth and recklessness. Before he could finish his thought, Huo Li had already comprehended. Huo Li, accompanied by Gao Yi and Yi Changxing, stepped into World 9. The remaining 2 experts had already returned to the real world. Given the recent disappearances, World 9 had been classified as a high-risk area. At this moment, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun blazed warmly. Huo Li took considerable time to condense a cloud. In this technologically advanced world, pollution was somewhat severe. The clouds in World 9 were noticeably lacking in the purity and freshness of those in the heavenly realm. After providing the 3 with wind protection, Huo Li's cloud shot forth like an arrow. At that moment, a passenger plane was approaching head-on. Pilot. Huo Li's cloud was remarkably swift. And soon the 3 arrived at the area where Hu Shizong and the others had gone missing. The system had already obscured the surrounding surveillance, and they landed in an alley behind a building. System, please provide me and Gao Yi with a set of identification. Sir, it's ready. The electronic version has been uploaded to your phone. Huo Li glanced at his phone, satisfied with the system's efficiency. Can we spend our money here? He suddenly pondered. It probably cannot be spent. There would surely be a conflict of identification numbers, Gao Yi replied. Then we won't end up sleeping on the streets, will we? Yi Changxing expressed his discontent. What do you suggest we do? Huo Li inquired of him. Yi Changxing reluctantly produced a piece of gold, recalling it vividly. Huo Li and Gao Yi, aware of the disappearance of several experts, found themselves at this particular hotel, where they proceeded to check in. Have you seen these individuals? Huo Li inquired, displaying photographs of Hu Shizong and the others on his phone. The front desk attendant, a young woman in her 20s, scrutinized the images and shook her head. I'm sorry, I haven't seen them. Thank you. Huo Li replied courteously, pocketing his phone, and, accompanied by Gao Yi, made their way to room 1001. The suite was perfectly suited for 3 occupants. The old bull, having stealthily followed, entered discreetly to survey the hotel and its surrounding structures. Huo Li instructed, let us commence our investigation. Subsequently, the trio employed both mystical techniques and modern methods to conduct a thorough examination of the hotel's interior and exterior. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they reconvened in their room. Nothing abnormal, they reported in unison. Huo Li pondered deeply, contemplating the nature of the force that could sever the connection between the system and his doppelganger. Shall we expand our search radius? Gao Yi proposed. It seems we have no other choice, Huo Li agreed. The 3 descended in the elevator. Ding! The elevator reached the 8th floor and opened its doors. Huo Li and Gao Yi seamlessly blended into the crowd. 4 hotel guests waiting on the 8th floor entered the elevator. Overload! Overload! A voice announced. What is going on? ISNT the capacity 13 people? One guest observed, puzzled. But there are only 6 of us. Huo Li cast a furtive glance at Yi Changxing, who remained huddled in the corner, his form unchanged despite his compact demeanor. Could it be a tale of horror? Someone gasped. Yet, aren't such tales confined to the exterior of buildings? Who could tell if something had mutated within? A bespectacled young woman, trembling, exited the elevator, telling her companions, I think I'll return to my room instead of dining. Then we won't go either. The remaining guests exchanged glances and also disembarked. Tales of horror? Reflecting on the previous conversation, a thought arose simultaneously in the minds of Huo Li and his companions. It appeared that the disappearance of the experts was inextricably linked to these ominous tales. As dusk settled, the young attendant, Ping Ping, at the front desk, slapped her cheeks to invigorate herself. Stay alert. Stop every guest heading out. Just as she rallied herself, she noticed two new guests making their way outside the hotel. Pingping's expression shifted, and she hurriedly approached them. Sir, the sun has set. It's best not to go out now. The trio halted, their thoughts stirred. Huo Li glanced at the impassive Gao Yi on his left and the bull-headed Yi Changxing on his right, reluctantly stepping forward to inquire, why not? Pingping replied earnestly. It's simply too dangerous outside. In the interest of guest safety, our hotel prohibits patrons from going out after sunset. Is it because of the tales? Huo Li asked. Curiosity piqued. Pingping nodded firmly. Since you are aware, I urge you to return. And what if someone insists on going out at this hour? Huo Li inquired. Not to challenge, but out of genuine interest. Then we can only proceed with the least termination. Pingping's expression was earnest. Recently, the government enacted new regulations mandating the service industry to impose restrictions on customers. Otherwise, we would be liable for compensation in the event of any mishap. We are merely curious about the local folklore, as I am a visitor from afar. Huo Li offered a polite smile. Since our departure may cause you trouble, we shall refrain from forcing our exit. Upon hearing this, Pingping's stiff shoulders immediately relaxed. So, you are travelers from out of town. Indeed. Every region has its own peculiar tales, and there are always those with an insatiable curiosity attempting to decipher them. Yet, as you know, these legends are as bizarre as their sudden emergence, leaving no trace behind. Pingping sighed, for it had been ages since she last ventured out at night. The young girl began to voice her grievances. Never open the door for strangers knocking. Do not step on your own shadow while walking at night. If someone taps your shoulder, do not look back. When passing by a park, refrain from pushing those swings that appear unoccupied. As Pingping spoke, her excitement grew. Who was it that first started recklessly pushing swings? There's no one sitting there, so what's the point? Her face flushed crimson. And why would anyone go searching for four-leaf clovers at night? Don't sing on an empty playground. If a soccer ball rolls to your feet, do not touch it. What initiated this perilous transformation of the night? Chapter 71. The first folktale under the spell of Yi Changxing's heartfelt confession. Pingping unleashed a torrent of long-buried complaints. Once the spell's effect faded, Pingping seemed to suddenly realize something, covering her mouth in astonishment. Yes, I apologize. Pingping lowered her head in embarrassment. I seem to have said quite a bit. It's all right. Huo Li smiled. You have shared with us many intriguing tales. Thank you. We shall take our leave now. Watching Huo Li and Gao Yi turn to walk away, Pingping finally let out a long sigh of relief. My goodness. How could she have complained so freely to a customer? Thankfully, there were no complaints. Glancing once more at the two waiting for the elevator, Pingping smiled. They are truly kind-hearted individuals. Upon returning to their room, Yi Changxing could not help but inquire, why is the land of cherry blossoms a haven for anime? While this place is a repository of folktales, Huo Li sighed, perhaps it is because I once penned a novel about rule-based folktales, and the protagonist was a classmate of Kudo Shinichi. This could be considered a shared world background, possibly explaining the fusion. This rule-based folktale was written during the height of the genre's popularity, a trend Huo Li followed, ultimately producing only 3 chapters without even a proper outline, before abandoning it. One reason was the overwhelming number of writers emerging in the wake of the genre's success, rendering any new work overshadowed. The other reason was his admission that he simply lacked the intellect for it. For instance, if you were to ask him why one should not converse with strangers, Huo Li would respond, I have no idea. Though Huo Li is the creator of this novel, he is aware that his knowledge may not surpass that of the readers. Gao Yi and Yi Changxing proposed that they first summarize the situation. Yi Changxing, displaying his thoughtfulness, tactfully bypassed the topic. Firstly, the rules of the eerie tales manifest only after darkness falls. Secondly, as long as one can discern the rules, evasion is still possible. Finally, within densely populated buildings, one remains unaffected by these eerie tales. In essence, these tales epitomize a set of rules. As long as we adhere to them, there is no cause for concern. Yi Changxing concluded. Furthermore, should one perish after triggering an eerie tale, the body will appear in daylight. Thus, it is certain that the experts, including Hu, are still alive, albeit trapped within the confines of the tale, though the specific tale remains unknown. Merely from what was uttered at the hotel front desk, there are already hundreds of such tales. Allow me to consult the fates, Yi Changxing declared, as he grasped 3 coins in his palm and tossed them upwards 6 times. Bound by water, entrapped by indulgence, the red robe arrives, invoking the offering, auspicious, yet perilous. After reviewing the outcome, he pocketed the coins and opened a bottle of cola, indicating that the situation was manageable. Is it related to water? Gaoi inquired. No, no, no. Yi Changxing shook his head. This hexagram belongs to metal. With DUI above and kin below, we should seek to the west. In that case, let us venture out tonight, Huo Li remarked, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel at the desolate street, illuminated only by flickering streetlights. Yi Changxing, carrying 5 buckets of instant noodles and a kettle of hot water, also approached the window. What purpose do these serve? Gao Yi, freshly assembling his firearm, glanced up to see Yi Changxing's provisions, pondering if they were a novel type of weapon. I mentioned we are ensnared by indulgence. What else should I bring? Yi Changxing rolled his eyes. Isn't the divination straightforward? Huo Li silently tucked away the remaining boxes of biscuits. Once the trio was prepared, they opened the window and leapt down. Gao Yi had also mastered the art of lightness by now, deftly landing on the ground with a few agile movements. With the system efficiently managing logistics, the 3 sped westward. Since the hexagram directed us westward, associated with metal, it surely does not pertain to a commonplace eerie tale. Moments ago, I noticed a park to the west of the hotel, replete with metallic fitness equipment. Let us explore it first, Yi Changxing suggested, leading the two towards the park he had just observed. The park was modest in size, featuring only a few pavilions and a cluster of fitness apparatuses. Devoid of any peculiarities, Huo Li casually sat at one end of a seesaw. The moment he settled down, he distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere surrounding him. Despite the unchanged environment, it was evidently not reality. He had been drawn into another realm. Huo Li produced his system avatar from his pocket, and indeed, after a prolonged attempt to engage it, there was no response. Hee. Big brother, shall we play on the seesaw? A little girl in a quaint dress chimed, taking her place on the opposite end. Her face bore an innocent and delightful smile, yet her eyes were as dark as ink, void of any whites. If you do not speak, I shall take it as your consent, the little girl continued, then suddenly pressed down forcefully. Huo Li remained utterly still. The little girl exerted herself once more, yet Huo Li remained as unyielding as a mountain. The smile on her face vanished. Big brother, those who do not play the game properly are naughty children and shall be punished, she exclaimed, and with renewed effort, she forced Huo Li to sit cross-legged on the seesaw. In an instant, the once innocent and charming visage of the little girl twisted into a grimace, her entire being radiating an aura of malice, her voice chilling as if it emanated from a demon of the underworld. Disobedient children will be punished by their mothers, she declared, and in a flash, her stature grew, transforming her doll into a feather duster. Brandishing the duster, the little girl swung it towards Huo Li. Suddenly, a force of rules enveloped Huo Li. Observing Huo Li's look of confusion, the little girl revealed a malicious grin. A mother's punishment cannot be resisted. Realization dawned upon Huo Li, and he seized the feather duster, sending the little girl flying. How is this possible? As her cries faded into the distance, the once chilling atmosphere receded like a tide. Huo Li glanced at his sneakers. Ning, anything is possible. With Huo Li's reappearance, Gao Yi finally felt a sense of relief. As for Yi Changxing, he deemed his concern for Huo Li unnecessary, preferring to worry about himself instead. What just happened? Gao Yi inquired. It was a supernatural tale. Huo Li recounted his recent experience. When such tales emerge, they draw individuals into a peculiar space where one is compelled to act according to established rules, which likely apply not only to humans, but also to the supernatural entities themselves. How did you discern the rules? Gao Yi asked. I did not find them, Huo Li replied, eyeing the feather duster in his hand. I chose to break the rules. Huh. Yi Changxing rolled his eyes, jealousy evident. Chapter 72. The detective's companion suddenly. A sound of an object falling echoed nearby. The three turned towards the noise and beheld 5 men clad in identical black uniforms. The leader, appearing to be in his 30s, looked astonished, a cigarette box lying at his feet, the source of the sound. Captain, is that you? The man's eyes sparkled with hope, tears streaming down his cheeks. No, in that situation, the captain could not possibly still be alive. You must be a supernatural entity. With that, the man's expression turned fierce as he raised a firearm loaded with special bullets. Huo Li and the others observed the man's shifting demeanor, actions, and dialogue as if it were a performance. I'm Captain Hua. I'm not dead, Huo Li said, forcing himself to speak. Despite having penned only 3 brief chapters, he was unflinching in assigning himself a formidable identity. The first chapter of the novel narrated how Captain Huo, leader of the supernatural elimination team, chose to confront 3 S-class supernatural entities alone to ensure his comrade's safety. Of course, Huo Li had yet to conceive what those 3 S-class entities were, thus only depicting the harrowing atmosphere, ultimately portraying Captain Huo's demeanor and smile before his fateful encounter in a vivid, yet understated manner. The man, approximately 30 years of age, was undoubtedly Chen Wen, the deputy of Captain Huo at that time. "Are you really Captain Huo?" Chen Wen raised his firearm, his expression suddenly resolute. "These bullets pose no harm to an ordinary person. If it's merely a tale, I shall ascertain it with a single shot." Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, creating ripples, and upon contact with Huo Li's shoulder, it detonated, unleashing a cloud of azure smoke. Chen Wen peered through the scope, observing the scene enveloped in smoke. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing Huo Li in the same posture as before. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chen Wen lunged forward. "Captain Huo, if I am unharmed, why do I need to fabricate an identity?" Huo Li sighed inwardly as he gazed at the man in front of him, whose features were contorted with tears. The group proceeded towards the base of Team 67. Coincidentally, this location was merely 100 meters from their hotel, presenting itself as an ordinary small bungalow. A crooked signboard hung beside it, inscribed with H City Paranormal Elimination Team Base in traditional characters, the script notably distorted, which explained why the trio had initially overlooked it. Chen Wen gazed at the sign with a sense of nostalgia, recalling that it was Captain Huo who had personally inscribed it upon their arrival in H City. Huo Li felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, pondering that some narrative threads need not be tied up. Yi Changsheng and Gao Yi were considerate enough to refrain from asking anything. Though the exterior of the bungalow appeared modest, it concealed an underground level utilized for team training and weapon storage. "Chen Wen, may I inquire if you have encountered these individuals?" Huo Li produced his phone, displaying photos of the missing persons for Chen Wen and his team to scrutinize. "I have no recollection." Chen Wen shook his head. The other 3 team members similarly asserted they had not seen them. However, the youngest, a handsome lad, indicated he had a fleeting impression. His name was Jiang Yi, the protagonist of this narrative and a classmate and close friend of Kudo Shinichi. He pointed to Hu Shizong's photograph and remarked, "I recall seeing him last night at 9:15, standing by the eastern riverbank, sweeping a shared bicycle. I even advised him against loitering outside. He replied that he would return after finishing with the bike. He lost contact at 9:45, conveniently disappearing near the hotel." "How long would it take to ride from the riverbank to here?" Huo Li inquired of Jiang Yi. "About 15 minutes, Jiang Yi replied confidently. Huo Li retrieved the system's avatar and placed it on the table. Chen Wen instantly appeared enlightened. Taking the avatar and turning to a teammate behind him, "Go fetch a bowl of noodles and add this egg. Captain Huo is hungry." Huo Li, Gao Yi, and Yi Changsheng were left in shock. System, shift. Yi Changsheng glanced at his beefy form and suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his legs. Huo Li hastily snatched the system's avatar back, exclaiming, "I am not hungry. This is an intelligent robot I acquired by chance. I brought it out to discuss something with you." The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yi who broke the silence first. "Captain Huo, what did you wish to discuss?" Huo Li swiftly tapped on the system, inquiring whether the last known location of expert whose disappearance was indeed near the hotel. "Please provide a detailed description of the scene at that time." The system promptly sent a video to Huo Li's phone, showcasing the surveillance footage of Hu Shizong's last moments in this world prior to his disappearance. The visuals confirmed that, as Jiang Yi had stated, at 9:15, Hu Shizong had indeed rented a shared bicycle by the riverbank. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi's voice echoed in the background, perfectly mirroring his earlier remarks. Subsequently, Hu Shizong rode the bicycle, and with the help of the roadside signs, Jiang Yi verified that he was headed back towards the hotel. The surveillance footage indicated that at 9:30, Hu Shizong was still cycling, and by 9:45, he had entered the hotel, after which he was unreachable. Upon reviewing the footage, a cloud of concern settled over the group. "Impossible," Jiang Yi muttered, furrowing his brow. Given the speed displayed in the footage, he should have reached the vicinity of the hotel in 15 minutes. Why did it take him half an hour? He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Huo Li turned to the system. "Is it still impossible for you to pinpoint the exact area of disappearance?" "Indeed, my lord," the system replied, equally perplexed. The moment the connection with the clone was severed, I checked the details, revealing a radius of approximately 50 meters from the hotel. It seems that the supernatural tales may have distorted my perception. However, the hotel front desk claimed they had not seen Hu Shizong. Gaoi scrutinized the surveillance footage. His brow also furrowed. Yet my records indicate he indeed checked into this hotel, though I can no longer be certain. The system expressed its frustration, wondering what peculiar entity could confuse even silicon-based life forms. Let us follow the route Hu Shizong took on his bicycle and search for any clues, suggested Chunwen. No. Jiang Yi, who had been in deep contemplation since earlier, suddenly interjected. Captain, do you have any information about this hotel? I would like to examine it. All points of interest revolved around the hotel, and a bold hypothesis sparked in Jiang Yi's mind, illuminating his eyes with a glimmer of insight. The hotel itself is the supernatural tale. As he gazed into the youth's insightful eyes, Huo Li could not help but applaud. Truly, you are a remarkable friend of a detective. Chapter 73, Logical Reasoning. Everyone stared blankly at Jiang Yi, seemingly taken aback by his audacious conjecture. Finally, Chunwen slapped his forehead and hurried to fetch the map. Here, he spread the map of City H across the table, locating the hotel marked with the words Rose Hotel. This map was purchased when our team was first established. It seems this hotel has always been in existence. Chunwen remarked, retrieving a copy of geographical records of City H from a corner bookshelf. Today, nearly every city in China possesses its own geographical records, documenting known supernatural tales and corresponding countermeasures. Despite having read this book countless times and even contributing to its compilation, he meticulously perused it twice before speaking. There are no records of any supernatural tales within 50 meters of the Rose Hotel. This is the crux of the matter. Jiang Yi continued his analysis. Currently, there are over 1,000 recorded ghost tales in H City, yet none have ever emerged near the Rose Hotel. The only plausible explanation is the existence of an even more formidable ghost tale, the Rose Hotel itself. Applause erupted from the crowd. Jiang Yi, somewhat embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, admitting that his analysis was merely speculative and required further validation. No worries, at least we have a direction now, Chunwen said, patting Jiang Yi on the shoulder. However, ghost tales tend to dissipate during the day while the hotel remains. I believe your conjecture is rather audacious. I am inclined to think that there may be a powerful ghost tale nearby that has yet to be discovered. Let us divide our forces, Chunwen instructed. I will accompany Team Hua to the vicinity of the hotel, while you all investigate along Hu Shizong's route. Wait, Huo Li interjected. Isn't that too dangerous? He gestured towards Yi Changxing, suggesting he should join them. Chunwen was taken aback. Team Hua, this pet has no interest in being a meal for a ghost tale. You are the pet. Your entire family is made up of pets, Yi Changxing retorted, sending Chunwen tumbling. After rolling a couple of times, Chunwen regained his composure, adopting a serious demeanor as the other 4 team members, filled with trepidation, readied their weapons against Huo Li and his companions. How can a cow speak? We must be encountering a ghost tale, Chunwen exclaimed, gritting his teeth to hold back tears. I knew it. How could Team Hua survive? From the very beginning, we have fallen into the trap of a ghost tale. This is all an illusion. He reloaded his firearm, positioning the 4 team members behind him. 10 years ago, Team Hua covered our retreat. 10 years later, it's my turn to protect you. Chunwen raised his weapon, squinting through the scope at the trio across from them. His expression was resolute, unafraid of life or death. At that moment, Jiang Yi had regained his composure, observing the monitoring device in his hand, which indicated a steady reading of 0. The device could detect the presence of ghost tales within a 3-meter radius. The higher the anomaly value, the more powerful the ghost tale. There happened to be a newly contained ghost tale that had yet to be transported. Jiang Yi approached the containment box, and as he neared the 3-meter range, the device's reading began to rise slowly, ultimately stabilizing at 4. Jiang Yi confidently placed his hand on Chunwen's gun, signaling him to lower it. Team Chun, they are not ghost tales. The monitoring device shows no fluctuations. As Chunwen opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Yi quickly added, the device is functioning properly. I tested it just now. Embarrassed, Chunwen and his companions holstered their weapons. Huo Li and his companions remained unmoved, watching the spectacle unfold. In truth, it was understandable why Chunwen and the others reacted this way. Ghost tales are notoriously unpredictable. Those who enter the ghost tale eradication team have strong wills. As otherwise, they could easily be influenced by the tales. His name is Yi Changxing. Huo Li began to weave a story for Chun-Wen and the others. The reason I survived is that this extraordinary individual saved me. However, he was transformed into a cow by a ghost tail. As Huo Li spoke, he pressed his lips together and bowed his head, a scene that appeared to Chun-Wen and the others as one of profound sorrow. Indeed, it is a tale of the highest caliber, capable of transforming individuals into cattle. Chun-Wen sighed deeply. Yi Changxing, with no other options, began to humorably engage with Huo Li's words, eventually leading Chun-Wen and the other 3 team members to redden their eyes. Embracing Yi Changxing's bovine visage in a display of camaraderie, Huo Li, Gao Yi, and Jiang Yi appeared with contorted expressions. Let us proceed as previously discussed. Splitting into 2 groups for our investigation. Chun-Wen noted the time, now 2 in the morning. They still had some time left. At dawn, the tale would dissipate automatically, and searching for clues would equate to squandering precious time. The 4 of them, Huo Li, Chun-Wen, Jiang Yi, and Gao Yi, made their way to the Rose Hotel. Jiang Yi pressed the monitoring device against the hotel's wall, yet the reading stubbornly remained at 0. Could it be that my assumptions were incorrect? Jiang Yi frowned. Is a 0 value indicative solely of the absence of anomalies? Huo Li inquired. Not quite. Strictly speaking, whenever the tale has yet to be triggered, it will display a value of 0, Jiang Yi elucidated. However, if the Rose Hotel itself is the tale, with so many visitors daily, it is implausible that none have triggered it. Jiang Yi entered a mode of deep reasoning. The only possibility is that it has remained dormant, its activation mechanism not reliant on human intervention. My rationale is based on the consensus developed over years. Indoors, one is shielded from the tale's influence, and it is well known that the tale recedes at dawn. Yet, I have always believed that even in daylight, the tale does not truly vanish, it merely rests, entering a dormant state. But why is the interior unaffected? Jiang Yi's hand grazed the wall of the Rose Hotel. Is it conceivable that the very structure we occupy is a form of the tale itself? Perhaps a powerful variant, whose presence prevents other tales from entering. Upon hearing this, Chun-Wen inhaled sharply. Jiang Yi, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Chun-Wen reprimanded sternly. I do. Jiang Yi met Chun-Wen's gaze unwaveringly, these speculations having lingered in his mind for far too long. Today, in the presence of Huo Li, he found the courage to voice them. He sensed Huo's formidable strength might herald a significant turning point for the nation. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Jiang Yi turned to Huo Li. Hua, would you be able to capture a tale? Huo Li. Chun-Wen, do you truly grasp what you are suggesting? Chapter 74. The Rose Hotel. Observing Jiang Yi's earnest demeanor, Chun-Wen realized he was not jesting. Previously, when they contained tales, it required the collective strength of the team, meticulously understanding the rules, and expending a portion of their power to succeed. Once contained, the tale would no longer manifest. Now, suggesting that Huo Li undertake the task alone was perilously reckless. Chun-Wen shook his head vigorously. Team leader, the real danger lies with the tale, Jiang Yi replied calmly. Consider where we first encountered Huo Li, in the park. When I saw him, he was dismounting from a seesaw, yet he emerged unscathed, wielding a feather duster from the tail. That is indeed a Class C urban legend. Currently, only the top 20 extermination teams can handle it. Chun-Wen hesitated slightly, prompting Huo Li to speak up. How do we capture the urban legend? Can I bring the little girl from the seesaw? Certainly. Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Urban legends possess a sense of territoriality. We can use other urban legends to provoke the one at the Rose Hotel into awakening. The more powerful the legend, the stronger the provocation. With that in mind, Huo Li pondered, a hint of concern crossing his face. The little girl is rather weak. Do you know what the strongest urban legend is? Jiang Yi and Chun-Wen responded in unison. We revere the Great One. It's the basketball urban legend. Jiang Yi explained. When you pass by an empty basketball court and shoot a three-pointer with the basketball found there, it will trigger the legend. Furthermore, it is a collective urban legend. Upon activation, 5 youths clad in blue jerseys will emerge. If you fail to defeat them within the allotted time, you will meet a gruesome fate. Jiang Yi's expression turned grave. According to our estimates, each of them should now possess 4 heads, 8 hands, and 8 legs. Huo Li grimaced. Since it is a collective urban legend, Captain Hua, you must bring all 5 of them with you. Jiang Yi, Chun-Wen shouted again, glaring at Jiang Yi in frustration. It's all right, Chun-Wen. Huo Li reassured him with a smile, signaling him to remain calm. Rest assured, No one can manipulate me. My agreement comes with my own considerations. Much like the Fey AI that he knew from the Fourth World, Huo Li's assistance to them stemmed not solely from the fact that this world is a projection of the reality of the Huaxiao nation, but also for the safety of Chinese experts conducting scientific research here. Huo Li persuaded Chun Wan to let Gao Yi and the others remain while he sought out the basketball urban legend. Thud, thud, thud. The empty basketball court echoed with the sound of a basketball bouncing against the ground, and from the shadows, a basketball rolled to Huo Li's feet. The voice, seemingly whispering in his ear, beckoned, "Pick it up." Huo Li bent down to retrieve the basketball, gazing at the hoop not far away, and effortlessly made the shot. Humph, how easy. Then, as the night breeze stirred, nothing happened. Huo Li, perplexed, was suddenly met with an exasperated voice. "You stepped out of bounds." Glancing down, he realized it was true. A bit embarrassed, he picked up the basketball again and made a standard three-pointer. A chilling wind swept through, and the rules were set in motion. 5 figures resembling small hills materialized on the court. Upon closer inspection, Huo Li noticed that one of the figures had 5 heads. Let the game begin. All the heads spoke in unison and lunged toward Huo Li. He swiftly drew forth a feather duster, knocking the 5 down to the ground. "All right, you all will accompany me for a while." Huo Li regarded the distorted figures before him with disdain. Were it not for the containment of already captured urban legends, he would not have to face such inhumane monstrosities. "You have yet to defeat us on the basketball court," the 5-headed creature protested, attempting to rise again. Huo Li concentrated a stream of energy at his fingertips, binding the 5 monsters together, and brought them back to the vicinity of the Rose Hotel. As Chun Wan and Jiang Yi stood in astonishment, barely 15 minutes had passed since they had watched Huo Li depart. Yet he returned with a string of peculiar tales, formidable indeed. "What shall we do next?" Huo Li inquired of Jiang Yi. "We must confine them within the hotel." "No, please, don't," cried the 5 monsters in unison. Huo Li forcefully pressed them against the walls of the Rose Hotel, inexorably merging them into the very structure itself. "Oh!" The 5 monsters shrieked in terror. Boom, boom. The ground trembled violently beneath them, and an inky darkness enveloped the vicinity of the Rose Hotel within a 50-meter radius. "Awaken, Rose Hotel," a voice echoed ominously from the shadows. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" In the midst of the darkness, only the Rose Hotel emitted a faint luminescence. The heavy voice seemed to resonate from the heavens. The onlookers witnessed the hotel bend as if it possessed human-like qualities. "Ah, it is you." The Rose Hotel turned its gaze upon the basketball monster, and in an instant, a blinding light shone upon it. "Ah!" A wailing of anguish erupted, only to swiftly fade, plunging the space once more into silence. "Henceforth, I have come to inquire if you have encountered these individuals." Huo Li projected images of the missing persons into the air through a spell. "That Hu Shizong, I am aware of," rumbled the Rose Hotel. "He discovered my presence, and thus I can find him. Now that you two have found me, you shall share his fate." As the Rose Hotel spoke, it revealed a massive maw, intent on devouring the gathered individuals. "Wait," Jiang Yi shouted. "I merely wish to understand why you wish to remain undiscovered by humans." "Because humans instill fear." The Rose Hotel's voice took on a somber tone. "Most of us structures harbor a fondness for humanity. They assist us in cleaning, organizing, and maintaining our existence. However, should they learn of our presence, they would no longer grace us with their visits." The voice brimmed with lamentation. Any sentient being instinctively fears that which surpasses it, even if such entities pose no threat. The lethargic architectural monsters, growing ever larger and stronger, compelled the towering Rose Hotel to transform the surrounding 50 meters into its own domain, barring other monsters from intrusion. "Where is Hu Shizong?" Huo Li redirected the conversation. "Oh, I see." The Rose Hotel's tone shifted to one of realization. "I shall confine you alongside him." Huo Li conjured a sphere of light with a single hand. Smiling as he said, "Is that so?" The Rose Hotel responded, and in a flash of brilliance, the weakened Hu Shizong materialized before the 4. Suddenly, the pitch-black space was pierced by the sound of thunder, followed by a torrential downpour. Huo Li, wearing a disgruntled expression, remarked, "Humans will continue to clean up after you."